At the sight of the war on the top, Akainu grinned savagely and swung a blow of hellhound, shouting, "All pirates should die." However, Cheng Lang remained calm, took out a bucket of water, and poured it onto the ground. An astonishing scene unfolded. The magma instantly solidified into obsidian. Akainu was shocked. What is this? Why wasn't this water evaporated? Take a good look. This is MC's infinite water. Cheng Lang smiled slightly and took out another bucket. Want to try the magic seal wave again? What? No. Just like that, the new energy magma ability changed hands quietly. Until one day, a cry came from the sea. Not good. Cheng Lang's fruit has awakened. Chapter 1. Eating the block fruit, becoming Steve? In the Ganges, going to die, going to die, going to die. Cheng Lang stuck out his tongue and ran wildly ahead, while behind him, a 3-meter-tall wild boar with exposed tusks was charging violently. Just as the boar was about to collide with Cheng Lang, a huge meatball flew in from the horizon and crashed into the boar, causing the massive creature to roll its eyes and crash through several giant trees. The boar was killed instantly. However, Cheng Lang, who continued to run with his tongue out, was completely unaware of the abnormality behind him. At this moment, he was running so hard that he was almost delirious. After all, anyone would be frightened out of their wits when encountering a wild boar 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide, especially a gaming otaku who would be lucky just to be able to run in such a situation. Relying entirely on adrenaline, Cheng Lang tripped over a protruding tree root and fell flat on his face. He felt as if his lungs were about to burst. Pain radiated from all over his body. There was only one thought in Cheng Lang's mind, that I'm going to die. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. The tank-like wild boar had vanished. The forest was unusually quiet. Rubbing his eyes, Cheng Lang stood up, panting heavily, and looked around. Just 10 minutes ago, he had been playing MC and had just defeated the Ender Dragon before returning to the main world. Then everything went black, and he found himself here, staring directly at the 3-meter-tall wild boar. Did I just cross over? Or did I eat some bad mushrooms? Cautiously observing his surroundings, after confirming that there was indeed no sign of the wild boar, he leaned against a giant tree to rest. Pinching himself and feeling the pain, he finally realized he wasn't dreaming, nor had he eaten mushrooms. He had genuinely crossed over. I didn't strike it rich, so why can I cross over? Where's the system? Where's my golden finger? Come out and save me. As if sensing Cheng Lang's call, a square fruit fell from the giant tree, landing perfectly in his hands. Cheng Lang caught it steadily and was momentarily stunned. Looking at the square fruit in his hand, he raised his head to the sky and then back at the fruit. Although it was a square fruit, it was covered in spiral patterns and had an oddly familiar color scheme. Familiar enough that he had just been playing with it 10 minutes ago. The top was green and the bottom was brown. At first glance, it looked just like a grass block. This can't be a devil fruit, can it? He stood up and looked around. Then he saw the giant tree that had collapsed behind him and the fat figure next to it, along with the crushed wild boar. Looking at the figure with a face full of pockmarks, wide and fat, he exclaimed, "Yarlita, this is definitely the world of One Piece. So this fruit is the slip-slip fruit? No, wait, the slip-slip fruit is pink. This is clearly not it." Cheng Lang immediately looked around, knowing that finding a pink fruit in the forest wouldn't be too difficult, of course. The main reason was that this pink fruit was also very close to him. Looking at the 2 devil fruits in his hands, Cheng Lang still felt a sense of surrealism. However, he soon decided to give up on the slip-slip fruit. Looking at the square fruit, he thought, forget it. The entry was crunchy, but soon an indescribable taste filled Cheng Lang's mouth. A mix of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, and foul odors surged together, hitting him like a wave, as if a homeless man who hadn't bathed in 20 years was washing his feet in. Cheng Lang's mouth, struggling to swallow the devil fruit, tears involuntarily streamed down his face. It's really disgusting. Although it was said that one bite of the devil fruit could master all its abilities, Cheng Lang still swallowed the whole fruit. As he swallowed the last bite, he felt as if his soul was about to transcend. Fortunately, the taste came quickly and left just as fast. His vision began to blur. Looking down at his body, he saw no abnormalities. The handsome young man was still a handsome young man. His skinny, bony body looked the same as before. Ugh, it can't be ineffective, can it? Or is this just a special fruit from the world of One Piece? Is it really this disgusting? Touching his chin, he glanced at the giant tree nearby. A strange sensation spread from his heart. Following that feeling, he walked over to the giant tree. He reached out and knocked on the wood. He didn't use much force, but it created cracks in the wood. With the sound of splintering, a small cube of wood fell to the ground. Then, attracted by it, Cheng Lang watched as it finally landed in his backpack. Instinctively, he opened his backpack. What he saw was a familiar yet strange scene. MC, the player's backpack from the world of Minecraft. He placed a log into the 2x2 crafting grid, and 4 wooden planks were produced. He crafted a crafting table and placed it on the ground. It was then that Cheng Lang realized what he had done, and he was overwhelmed with joy. His golden finger had arrived. But why did it appear in the form of a devil fruit? Unable to understand, he decided not to think about it. Wanting to get rich, he started gathering wood. The process of clearing land was ingrained in him and began smoothly. With the wood crafted, he dug down. However, after digging for a while, he found only dirt. After collecting about a stack of dirt, he finally hit stone. After mining 3 stones, his wooden pickaxe broke. Naturally, Cheng Lang began mining. Mining with a fishbone technique. Torches? Not a chance. Real men never use torches. Finally, looking at a full backpack of stone and dirt, he exclaimed, "Why is this mining trip so miserable? Wait, I'm not playing a game." He hurriedly returned to the surface. Yarlita was still lying there, seemingly unaware of her fate. Cheng Lang felt a bit worried. What to do? Yarlita was a villain character in the early anime. After eating the slip fruit, she seemed to have become prettier and kinder. Just then, Yarlita, who had been unconscious until now, slowly woke up. Upon opening her eyes, she saw a man staring at her with a strange look. "Kid, have you never seen a beautiful woman before?" Cheng Lang rolled his eyes and looked at the slip fruit in his hand. "That I have, but you certainly aren't a beauty right now. What did you say?" Yarlita, visibly upset, had her hair stand on end, clearly unable to tolerate the insult to her appearance. She got up, intending to teach the man in front of her a lesson. But as soon as she stood up, a sharp pain shot through her stomach. This instantly emptied her anger. "That I'll give you a choice. Follow me, and I'll give you a beauty that rivals the Empress of the Pirates." "What did you say?" Yarlita's eyes widened in shock, and the pain in her stomach didn't affect her anymore. She stood up, her gaze fierce like a hungry wolf, and her nostrils flared with excitement. Clearly, she was thrilled to the extreme. "How about it? Can you really give me the Empress's beauty?" "First of all, it's a beauty that rivals the Empress. You need to understand that women's beauty varies. I can guarantee that if you follow me, any man will sincerely praise you as a beauty." Cheng Lang painted a grand picture to this. Yarlita responded that this idea sounded really appealing. However, her remaining rationality told her she needed to see the actual results. But before she could speak, Cheng Lang shook the devil fruit in his hand. "Do you recognize it? This is called a devil fruit. The straw hat kid who knocked you away ate a devil fruit. If you eat it, you can not only take revenge on him, but also become beautiful." Chapter 2. Alrita. Alrita panted heavily, her gaze fixed on the pink devil fruit, greed evident in her eyes. Looking at the skinny man, her lips curled into a smile. "Kid, since you brought this good thing to me, I won't make things difficult for you. Hand it over." Seeing Alrita suddenly so assertive, Cheng Lang felt puzzled. Why had this guy changed her attitude so quickly? Then, noticing her eager demeanor, Cheng Lang understood. After all, she was a pirate. If she wanted something, she would just take it. Thinking of this, the slippery fruit in Cheng Lang's hand suddenly disappeared. "It seems you haven't realized the current situation." Alrita panicked when she saw her devil fruit vanish in an instant. She reached out to grab the man in front of her. But in the next moment, a 1 meter by 1 meter stone wall appeared in front of her. Before she could react, stone walls appeared beside her as well. By the time she processed what was happening, everything around her was surrounded by stone walls. And Cheng Lang was above the stone wall. You're also a devil fruit user. What else would I be? If I weren't a user, why would I give you the fruit?" Cheng Lang shrugged, and the slippery fruit reappeared in his hand. Realizing this, Alrita understood her position. Feeling bashful, she prepared to act cute to get out of the situation. But in her current fat ant form, her shy demeanor just made Cheng Lang roll his eyes. "Stop right there. I'm in a good mood, which is why I'm giving you a chance. I promise." Cheng Lang nodded with a smile and then tossed the slippery fruit to Alrita. "Remember to eat it." After speaking, Cheng Lang jumped down from the stone wall. He walked towards the wild boar. If it weren't for Luffy knocking Alrita away, he would probably be in trouble by now. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say these two were his lifesavers. Although he wasn't an anime otaku, he had seen One Piece, which was a popular manga, and he recognized the characters in it. While he did have some issues with his values being influenced by appearances, who doesn't like beautiful people? If someone doesn't like that, they must be gay. As he approached the wild boar, it shrank and was sucked into Cheng Lang's backpack. This surprised him, but he opened the backpack and saw the 3-meter-tall wild boar now lying in a compartment of the backpack. Wow, this is very Minecraft. He thought of making a furnace, then placed logs in the fuel area. He threw the entire wild boar into it. Then he started the roasting process. It really works. Watching the burn value decrease and the roasting progress slowly increase, it was clear that the amount of wood was insufficient. But there was plenty of wood in the forest, so he took out his stone axe and went to a giant tree to chop it down. Just after making a circle, the giant tree above collapsed entirely, turning into small blocks that fell to the ground. Cheng Lang was a bit surprised by this, as he hadn't had this ability when he chopped trees before. In a daze again, he noticed the interface. So that's how it works. When he wanted to see the game interface, it would appear. With a thought, everything in the game showed up, and his level had surprisingly increased by 1. Did I level up? It must be from the experience balls dropped by the wild boar. So leveling up unlocks mods? While Cheng Lang was pondering, a panel appeared in front of him, with only a mining chain lit up. Below were several locked slots. They were level 10, 20, 30, and so on. Up to level 100 after that, it ended. He didn't know if that was the limit or if there were more levels he couldn't see. Not thinking too much, he returned to the furnace. He put all the logs inside. Then he turned his attention to Alrita. To be honest, he was quite curious about how eating the slippery fruit could transform someone into a beauty. But when he looked at Alrita, she was still the same Alrita, in her fat ant form. Wait, you didn't eat? I did. Why do I still look like this? Alrita was a bit frustrated. Cheng Lang was somewhat confused, but then it seemed like he realized something. You need to activate your ability, slide off the fat, slide off the freckles. As soon as he said that, Alrita began to change dramatically, her skin starting to peel away like clay, accompanied by clumps of fat falling to the ground. Soon, the tall and beautiful Alrita from the anime appeared. Breaking down the round stone wall, Cheng Lang poked at the round balls on the ground. Fat and skin. So that's the principle? Using skin to wrap and then sliding off the excess fat and skin issues. It makes sense. Otherwise, if it were just sliding off fat, the skin would be all wrinkled. Alrita stepped out, looking at her slender arms, which had no visible hair, pale and delicate, smooth as fat. She touched her face, which now had a standard oval shape, with features perfectly distributed, unlike before when they were all crammed together. My voice has changed too. That's normal. When a fat person loses weight, their voice changes because more air flows through their throat, making it sound crisper. Cheng Lang explained. Alrita was very excited. Although she hadn't seen her appearance yet, she was definitely not the same as before. Looking at Cheng Lang, she was just about to express her gratitude when she noticed his gaze wandering. What's wrong? Cheng Lang scratched his head, his voice a bit distracted. Confidence is a good thing. Alrita looked down and was suddenly stunned. Then she smiled happily, showing no signs of feminine embarrassment. In the past, she couldn't see her feet when looking down, and even though she still couldn't see all of them now, at least she could see her toes. Cheng Lang was somewhat baffled by Alrita's sudden laughter. Aren't women in the One Piece world supposed to be so open? Scratching his head, the 20-year-old Cheng Lang felt a bit overwhelmed. He quietly averted his gaze. After a while, Alrita had neatly dressed and come to the side of the furnace. Thank you. A simple thank you was already the nicest thing Alrita could say at that moment. You're just in time. The roasted pig is ready. Roasted pig? Cheng Lang reached into the still-burning furnace and pulled out a huge creature. It was a wild boar over 3 meters tall. Alrita's eyes widened, struggling to imagine how such a large thing could be pulled out from what looked like a 30-centimeter furnace opening. But soon she gave up. After all, the devil fruit was too magical, so it wasn't surprising. Want to eat? It should help with your injuries. Alrita rubbed her stomach, which was still slightly hurting. She didn't hold back, directly tearing off a leg of pork. They started feasting in less than 10 minutes. The 3-meter wild boar was completely devoured by the two. Alrita already had a big appetite. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten so fat, and Cheng Lang could eat as much as he wanted. Although his hunger was satisfied, he could still increase his fullness, which was a feature of Minecraft. However, now his fullness was also overflowing. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be quite good. Chapter 3. Is Cheng Lang a noble? Thank you. But whether it's good or not has little to do with me. It's all thanks to the fruit's ability, Cheng Lang said honestly. As a modern person who couldn't tell grains apart, he really wasn't good at cooking. But I have to say, the wild boar roasted in the furnace, with its hair gone and innards disappeared, tastes just like authentic roasted wild boar, that it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Even without adding any seasonings, the flavor is still pretty good. Of course, it might just be that this world of One Piece is like this. Luffy, a guy who can't do anything, has no problem roasting meat himself. Arlita looked at Cheng Lang with her beautiful eyes, feeling his sincerity. At that moment, she truly began to see the man in front of her. His outfit was quite strange, wearing big shorts and a top with weird characters printed on it, and so far, his behavior had been very polite. Then Arlita's gaze fell on his face. With messy hair, a fair complexion, and gentle features, if he wore a wig and women's clothing and put on some makeup, he could easily pass for a girl. The two were very close, and apart from the smell of roasted meat, there were no other strange odors. After all, on a pirate ship, it's all rough men, so they don't really care about smells. They've gotten used to it by now. Compared to the rough-looking men under her command, calling the man in front of her a pretty boy wasn't an exaggeration. But looking at his slender arms and legs, he seemed weak and fragile. If this had been before, Arlita would definitely not have looked favorably on someone like him. Even if he was just a helper, she wouldn't have liked him, because he didn't have the demeanor a man should have. This was also one of the reasons why she always targeted Kobe. Weak and easy to bully. You said before that you wanted me to follow you? Cheng Lang, patting his belly and finding no movement, glanced at Arlita. How come you're having second thoughts? Not really. After all, you have done me such a big favor. It's impossible not to repay it. But I'm curious, you should know me, right? A pirate with a bounty of 5 million. And I look like a fat woman. With this fruit, finding someone gentle and considerate shouldn't be a problem, right? Now that she has become a beauty, she no longer cares about her self-deprecation. Those are all past experiences. And you should be some kind of noble, right? Fallen on hard times? At this moment, Arlita had already thought of many things that I in this world. Those with fair skin are basically either rich or noble, and coupled with her outfit, which looked simple, but from any angle, should be designer. After all, it was a character she had never seen before. If he were a noble and still let a pirate like herself follow him, then the future would inevitably involve high-end situations. Imagining herself being gazed upon by countless wolves, and those people were once nobles who despised her, Arlita couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Me? A noble? How is that possible? Cheng Lang pointed at his nose, feeling somewhat confused. Was he really that detestable? Not a noble? Arlita's dream was instantly shattered. Then her expression became strange as she looked him up and down. Descendant of a high-ranking Navy officer? Then I should have arrested you right away and returned your devil fruit. What are you thinking? Arlita began to feel a bit perplexed. The man in front of her was neither a fallen noble nor a descendant of a high-ranking Navy officer. If he were just a wealthy person, that wouldn't make sense either. After all, she was a pirate. She was the type who was hated when she plundered merchant ships. Surrender? Become a thug? Surely she wouldn't want to become a pirate. Cheng Lang stood up and patted his, but don't think so much. Just take it as my whim. And to be honest, up until now, Cheng Lang had no real goals. Going home? If it was just returning to his rental apartment on Blue Star, there was no need for the Chiao family. As for family, he had lost them when he walked out of the orphanage. Friends? He had quite a few online. The only thing he felt reluctant to part with was probably the computer he had just built. Let's go. Take a look at your ship. Arlita silently followed, not thinking too much about many questions. She just didn't want to ask. After spending more time together, she'd naturally know everything. Are we going to set sail? Maybe. When the two arrived at the coast, there were no pirate ships in sight, and Arlita's original stronghold was now completely empty. Cheng Lang looked around. Is this a world from a comic? If it were an anime world, Arlita should have been sent flying by Luffy on the ship. Then he stopped worrying about it. After all, the plot was more or less the same. At this moment, Arlita was surrounded by a low-pressure atmosphere. Those damn guys. They actually ran away. Are you so sure your crew ran away? And not that Luffy and Kobe took your ship? My little treasury has been emptied. Only my subordinates knew about this. Those damn guys. I will make them taste my iron rod. Arlita gritted her teeth, flames of anger burning in her eyes. Do you still have a ship? By the way, do you know how to sail? Silence, a prolonged silence. And for a moment, only the two of them could be heard breathing on the small island. By the way, we are both landlubbers. We can't swim to get there that I know. Arlita angrily found a room to sulk. Cheng Lang found this somewhat amusing, but this also indirectly proved something. The reason why Arlita had no subordinates when she reappeared in the original story was that her subordinates had all defected. After all, Cheng Lang didn't believe that those pirate lackeys would enjoy working under a fat woman after she had transformed into a beauty. But it seemed that another ship appeared later, equipped with cannons. Could it be that the other party also had shipbuilding skills? After thinking for a moment, Cheng Lang decided not to think too much. Instead, he prepared to study himself. He went to the seaside and reached out to touch the seawater. There was no unusual sensation on his body. Then he gradually increased the contact of his body with the seawater. Soon, he saw a weak XD buff appear in his status bar. Weakness 10? By the way, can I use milk to remove this negative buff? He withdrew his body from the seawater. The weakness X quickly disappeared from the status bar. The feeling of weakness also faded. Unfortunately, I don't have a bucket right now. Otherwise, I would see if I could create infinite water. Then he looked at the ground. I don't believe I can't find iron today. But first, I need to get some boxes. I'm too dirty. He simply made a wooden matchbox and tossed all the dirt and stones he had into it. Just like in the game, the storage space of the box was still ample. Then he directly used the real man's mining method, digging downwards. Chapter 4. Lonely man and woman with the speed of digging using the stone shovel and stone pickaxe. It was much faster than before. When they reached the stone layer again, Cheng Lang didn't pause and prepared to continue digging down. However, this time he was a bit more cautious. He didn't use the real man mining method. He only mined half a backpack full of stones before stopping to start the fishbone mining. Time quietly passed. Cheng Lang looked at his full backpack of stones and fell into deep thought. Was he being too presumptuous? Games are games, and reality is reality. In the game, iron ore is neatly shaped, but in reality, iron ore is small and evenly dispersed within the stones, which need to be refined, requiring a screening machine from a tech mod. However, speaking of tech mods, even if he could manufacture a screening machine, he would still need iron ore and other ores. And he couldn't even get iron ore right now, let alone anything else. After thinking for a while, Cheng Lang decided to give it another try. But this time he chose to use chain mining. After a simple adjustment, he set the stones as the target for mining, with a range of 12.3. This time the digging speed was very slow. He could visibly see his hunger level drop by half a notch. With a clatter, 36 stones appeared on the ground. To stones, nothing but stones. He continued to expand. Heaven rewards the diligent. And finally, Cheng Lang saw mine. However, as he approached, he saw it was a coal mine, which excited him immensely. He excitedly walked over and began to mine. Bang! The stone pickaxe in his hand shattered, and countless pieces of coal burst forth before his eyes. Damn, I forgot to turn off the chain. Looking at the pitch-black area ahead, Cheng Lang picked up a few pieces of coal from the ground and crafted a torch. There were plenty of coal reserves in the coal mine. Everywhere he looked was coal, However, Cheng Lang wasn't focused on that. He looked at his experience bar. Yet, he didn't level up from mining. This was somewhat different from the game. He didn't quite understand, but it didn't matter. MC had many ways to level up. However, having coal ore meant that other ores also existed. He just hadn't found the veins yet. Taking out a new stone pickaxe, he continued mining coal. Since he was already there, he might as well fill his backpack before leaving. He crafted coal blocks, and in the end, Cheng Lang filled his backpack to the brim, and there was still plenty of coal ore left unmined. When he returned to the surface, it was already dusk. A muscular pink ship was docked by the shore. Although it wasn't large, long voyages were no longer a problem. I thought you had run away. Yalada was sitting on a deck chair, legs crossed, watching Cheng Lang. Did you make this yourself? You really think highly of me. Yalata patted the chair beside her, signaling Cheng Lang to come up. Cheng Lang didn't think much of it and walked over. This is my ship from when I first set sail. I just spent the whole afternoon getting it barely usable. As she spoke, she stepped on the wooden deck, which creaked under her weight. Clearly, the quality was concerning. Okay, leave this to me. I'll help you modify it. Night quietly descended, and Yalata watched as her former small ship gradually transformed into a big ship with angles and edges. On the coast, Cheng Lang looked at his masterpiece, feeling quite satisfied. After playing MC for many years, although he hadn't become a construction master, he had crafted quite a few things when bored. Your devil fruit is really amazing, Yalata marveled. She stepped onto the deck and touched the flat template that was not fixed with any nails, feeling quite amazed. Of course, if you give me more materials, I can create even more variations. This torch shrinks when I hold it, has no heat, can burn continuously, and wow, it really is a devil fruit. Yalata admired the torch in her hand. It could be touched without burning, and from the moment Cheng Lang started modifying it until now, the torch had continued to burn and provide light without extinguishing. It was simply incomprehensible. Watching Yalata enjoy playing with the torch, Cheng Lang focused on another point. Although he had modified it, MC ships couldn't move. After all, it was MC. However, after a moment, he felt relieved, watching the ship sway with the waves. Cheng Lang stopped thinking too much. Try testing the floor's defense. After hearing this, Yalata didn't think much and picked up her spiked mace, directly smashing it onto the wooden board. The result was that a tiny crack appeared in the center of the block on the floor, but it vanished in an instant. It repaired itself. This surprised Yalata, and she continued to increase her strength. No matter how hard she tried, the wooden floor would only show tiny cracks, and then in the next second, it would recover. What? That's too strong. Try hitting it continuously. Don't use too much force and see. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of continuous strikes, the wooden floor finally couldn't withstand it and turned into powder, disappearing. There were no wooden steps dropped. Cheng Lang watched this scene thoughtfully. It took 10 consecutive attacks to completely break the block. Also, if the interval between attacks exceeded 1 second, it would instantly restore. This was still a wooden step. He placed a whole cobblestone on the deck. Yalata looked at it speechlessly, but still began her actions. The required number of strikes rose to 20, and she had to exert considerable force just to barely break it. If the interval between attacks exceeded 1 second, the cobblestone would restore in the next moment. As for the possibility of breaking the cobblestone with brute force, it was likely, after all, Yalata could smash the wooden step with 8 full-strength swings of her hammer. Clearly, brute force was also effective. Cheng Lang looked at Yalata, who was not even out of breath, and once again felt the strong physique of the people in this world. Speaking of which, Yalata had been sent flying by Luffy with a single punch. If this were modern society, after flying such a distance, she would probably have been done for long ago. After having a meal, Yalata had already returned to normal. Although there were also characteristics of MC food, her physique was undoubtedly a significant factor. What's wrong? Are you getting restless seeing my beautiful face? Yalata noticed Cheng Lang looking at her and planted her spiked mace on the ground, elegantly flipping her hair. In the past, it would have probably just made people uncomfortable. But with her beautiful appearance, it was indeed quite alluring. At night, the stars twinkled and moonlight fell on the deck, with flames flickering. A lonely man and woman. Cheng Lang rolled his eyes. Although Yalata looked beautiful at this moment, the two hadn't spent much time together, plus Yalata's earlier appearance as a plump ant. To be honest, he felt a bit tense. Of course, it was definitely not because he was shy or embarrassed to speak. Absolutely not. Seeing Cheng Lang's blushing and shy appearance, Yalata felt quite satisfied. She didn't tease him anymore and approached the chair. We should also talk about our plans for the future. Chapter 5 Compost Bin. Cheng Lang sat down on a nearby chair. Seeing that Cheng Lang didn't speak, Yalata thought for a moment. First, we need to make some money. My treasure and food were taken by those damn guys. You saw the kitchen. There's just some rotten fruit and a bit of spoiled meat left. Cheng Lang nodded. He had remodeled the kitchen, and it was indeed as Yalata said. There was nothing to eat. If possible, I plan to meet that Straw Hat Kid. Don't get me wrong, he is someone who has defeated me. So wanting to fight back is only natural, right? Yalata's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. This surprised Cheng Lang. He remembered that in the original story, Yalata had been sent flying by Luffy's punch and later teamed up with Buggy, boldly proclaiming in Lowtown that she wanted Luffy to be her man, threatening to take him down if he disagreed. Why was she now looking so eager for a fight? Cheng Lang thought for a moment and nodded. He really didn't know what to do now. Coming to this world of One Piece, he was unprepared. Competing for the great treasure, becoming the next pirate king, or joining the revolutionary army to overthrow the celestial dragons, or becoming a marine to fight pirates. To be honest, he didn't have a clear feeling about any of these. They all felt very distant to him. However, he still wanted to meet Luffy, not only to see the protagonist of this world, but also to thank his savior. Seeing Cheng Lang readily agree, Yalada was a bit surprised. Aren't you planning to do anything else? Well, if you want to say something, maybe I'll go to the dock and get some fries. Yalada was a bit confused. You. All right. We'll set off tomorrow to chase after the Straw Hat Kid. Can you wait a bit? What's wrong? Nothing. Just planning to deal with some traders. Cheng Lang understood and nodded. Do you know where they went? He had a rough idea since their food supply was only enough to reach one place, and they would definitely be there. Cheng Lang indicated it was okay. That night, the two went to their respective rooms. Cheng Lang lay on his bed, gazing out the window at the high-hanging moon, its light spilling onto the wooden floor. I've crossed into the world of One Piece. After a sigh, he closed his eyes, countless thoughts swirling in his mind, and eventually fell into a deep sleep. The next day, accompanied by the sound of crashing waves, Cheng Lang woke up. Yalada had already set sail. Woke up? We're setting off so early? I'm afraid those damn guys will run away. Cheng Lang came to the bow of the ship and looked at the vast sea. At first, he felt satisfied, but after a while, the quiet sea became boring. No wonder Luffy gets so excited when he sees an island. It would be great if he could play on a computer right now. Yalada came out from the kitchen, bringing out cut fruits and some simple food. Let us eat something simple. Cheng Lang took a few bites of the fruit, and the chicken leg didn't even twitch. However, soon the plate of fruit was cleaned out. Cheng Lang looked at the fruit pit in his hand and had a strange thought. He got up and went to the warehouse, took out some soil, and came back to the deck. Yalada watched his actions. Then Cheng Lang dug a hole on the deck and stuffed the soil inside. Finally, he took out the fruit pit and stared blankly at it. What's wrong? Cheng Lang didn't answer her, but took out a hoe and struck the ground, causing it to sink. He waved his hand, and a seed-like marker appeared on the tilled land. It really works. Thinking of this, Cheng Lang immediately ran to the tool warehouse. Soon he took out a bucket. Then he stood dumbfounded by the side of the ship, watering with seawater. Although Yalada wasn't a farmer, she knew seawater couldn't be used to water the land. When Cheng Lang returned to the deck, Yalada didn't say anything and just quietly watched. Cheng Lang opened another hole on the deck. He placed a block underneath and poured the seawater into the empty hole. Naturally, a small bucket couldn't fill a 1-by-1 space completely. But something miraculous happened. Although there wasn't much water, the tilled land became moist. Seeing this, Cheng Lang nodded. It really has an effect. Although ordinary tools couldn't be transformed into MC tools, some characteristics could be utilized. Seeds could be planted on tilled land, and as long as there was water nearby, the land would remain moist. It didn't matter if it was MC water, as long as it was water. After contemplating, he covered the less than half a block of water with a half slab. On the surface, it appeared that there was no water. Unfortunately, there was no bone meal. He could make a compost bin, but without leaves, it might not be necessary. Where did you put Yalada's kitchen scraps? In the kitchen trash can. Cheng Lang dashed into the kitchen, and Yalada curiously followed him. They saw Cheng Lang starting his operation, flipping the trash can upside down into a square container. Then something magical happened. The square container emitted a green light. Soon a white, wrinkled object popped out. It really works. Yalada helped out, throwing in the rotten or inedible items. After the two worked hard, Cheng Lang ended up with 10 pieces of bone meal in his hands. What's this? Can we eat it? Yalada looked at it curiously. Follow me. Let me show you the power of bone meal. When the two reached the deck, they were both stunned. A square tree stood prominently on the deck. Yalada was a bit dumbfounded, while Cheng Lang was not surprised. The growth cycle of trees in MC is very peculiar. It might take 3 to 4 days to grow, or it might suddenly grow just after being planted. Cheng Lang went directly to the tree, looking at the wood. Cha-cha fruit tree. He took out an axe and chopped it down cleanly. The leaves began to wilt. The cha-cha fruit sapling fell to the ground. At the same time, as the leaves wilted, cha-cha fruit also dropped to the ground. He harvested 2 cha-cha fruits. Cheng Lang threw a cha-cha fruit to Yalada. Looking at the round and plump cha-cha fruit in her hand, she witnessed everything with disbelief in her eyes. After taking a couple of bites, it was indeed cha-cha fruit, very crunchy and delicious. The surprise didn't end there. When Cheng Lang planted the sapling and used the first bone meal, the cha-cha fruit tree grew instantly. This surprised Cheng Lang a bit. He continued to repeat the process. The leaves wilted and cha-cha fruits fell. Finally, it ended when Cheng Lang ran out of bone meal. Your ability is really practical. With this, we won't lack fruits in the future. Yalada looked at the basket full of cha-cha fruits, each one plump and round, almost identical in appearance. Moreover, strangely, these fruits had no seeds. They were filled with fruit flesh. They also had an exceptionally strong sense of satiety. Eating one would clearly make you feel full. Too bad there are no scissors. Otherwise, we could achieve perpetual motion. What a pity, Cheng Lang sighed. At that moment, Yalata stood up and walked to the bow of the ship. What's wrong? I finally found those damn guys. Chapter 6. The first thing to do when going out is to go home. Cheng Lang gazed into the distance and saw a small black dot. He was curious about how Yalata could see it from so far away. The dot was tiny, but in less than half an hour, it was right in front of him. Yalata quickly found her ship. The former crew members of Yalata, upon seeing her, all turned into lovesick fools, hearts in their eyes. Faced with such subordinates, Yalata felt awkward. She was looking forward to seeing their regret after they spotted her. However, before she could say anything, they all crowded around her. Hey, beautiful, want to have some fun with us? We've been making a fortune lately. We can take you out to enjoy life. Who would have thought there would be such a beauty on Mary Island? Listening to their vulgar words, Cheng Lang frowned. She is Yalada. Cheng Lang's sudden remark briefly brought these lecherous guys back to their senses, but upon seeing the smooth-skinned, curvaceous beauty in front of them, they laughed. Ha ha ha, kid. You really know how to joke. How could Yalata, that fat pig, look like this? That's a funny joke. If Yalata looked like this, I could work on her ship until I die, even if she swings her spike club at me every day. A group of nonsensical pirates laughed, completely oblivious to the fact that Yalata was already wielding her spike club. A cold laugh finally escaped Yalada's lips. So you'll be willing to be swung at by me every day, huh? Although her voice had changed, the tone remained the same, the timbre similar. The crowd instinctively shrank back, feeling as if they had returned to Yalada's rule. They also noticed Yalata, holding the spike club, the familiar spike club, the familiar hat, the familiar cloak, and the unfamiliar face. A terrifying guess appeared in everyone's minds. However, before they could react, the spike club came crashing down. Suddenly, chaos ensued at the dock. Cheng Lang watched the scene and clicked his tongue. After a while, he said, I thought you were going to kill them all. Cheng Lang leaned on the edge of the ship, watching the dock recede into the distance. Kill them? That would be too merciful. I want them to regret betraying me. Yalata proudly tilted her head. Now I have both a good figure and good looks. Saying this, she took out a small mirror and admired her appearance. Like this. It's really pleasing to the eye. Cheng Lang felt speechless at Yalada's narcissism. She had been like this since earlier, but it was understandable. After being ugly for over 20 years, it was only natural to admire oneself after becoming beautiful. Just like Cheng Lang himself had not yet detached from the strangeness of crossing into the pirate world. Seeing Yalada rampaging around felt like watching a show. However, there was one thing Cheng Lang needed to consider: strength. Previously, due to the impact of crossing over in the Devil Fruit, as well as the expansion of the MC's power, he hadn't recognized the gap in strength. But after seeing Yalada's grand attacks, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be quite weak. Looking at his own not-so-muscular arms, he thought it might be time to strengthen his training, especially since the world of One Piece was not as stable as Blue Star Wagwa. But how could a blocky person like him get stronger? Can he even awaken Haki? He placed 2 pieces of wood on the ground, and a stone sword appeared in his hand. If this were a game, swinging at the wall wouldn't even reduce the sword's durability. In reality, Cheng Lang held the sword with both hands and struck the wood hard. The stone sword remained intact, but the durability decreased. Cheng Lang looked at his hands, his palms numb from the impact, and noticed cracks appearing in the wooden block. However, the next second, it healed. He had to admit one thing. He was not as strong as Yalada. Cheng Lang's actions naturally caught Yalada's attention. Are you a swordsman? She asked curiously. Sort of. Cheng Lang didn't deny it. By the way, why did you think of using a spike club? Of course it's hockey, to show off my great strength, Yalita said casually. Cheng Lang nodded. Indeed, Yalita had that kind of personality, admiring the strong. If she didn't admire strength, she wouldn't have sought out Luffy in the original story. Speaking of which, if Yalita continued to get stronger like this, would she become a combination of Kaido and Big Mom? That would be kind of cool. However, seeing Yalita narcissistically holding a mirror, Cheng Lang recognized reality. By the way, which direction are we heading now? The air suddenly fell silent. As captain, Yalita only needed to decide where to go. Naturally, there would be a navigator to steer the ship. Cheng Lang, a modern person, was setting sail for the first time. If you want to find a Straw Hat Kid, we could go to Lobetown. That's the last stop before entering the Grand Line, Yalita suggested. Do you know the way? Why don't we recruit a navigator? That makes sense. Set sail and turn back. They returned to the dock. After Yalita's rampage, the dock, which should have been in chaos, had transformed into an orderly scene, with dock workers coming and going. When the dock workers saw Yalita returning, they all ran away, familiar with her presence. The two of them didn't think much of it and set off on their own. Do we need to leave someone to guard the ship? No need. I've already dismantled all the entrance doors and blocked them with wood. The ship is also connected to the dock with round stones. It can't leave. And there's no way to steal anything since there are no entrances. As for the windows, they are naturally blocked from the inside. Are you sure you don't know navigation? Cheng Lang confirmed again. Yalita nodded. Why would you have the illusion that I know navigation? Cheng Lang scratched his head. I can't just say I watched the anime and know that you and Buggy can sail on the sea and precisely find Buggy's pirate crew. Can I? Wait, is it possible that Buggy can sense the location of his own body? That's why he can find his pirate crew accurately. After figuring this out, Cheng Lang understood why Yalita ended up with Buggy. After all, it must be said that even a one-piece crew member, even an intern, would have no problem with basic navigation after drifting at sea for so many years. At that time, Yalita, without a goal, happened to team up with Buggy, which was like finding a guide, and they could also find the Straw Hat Kid along the way. Naturally, they ended up sticking together. By the way, recruiting crew members requires payment, right? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Of course, otherwise it would work for you. Yalita replied straightforwardly. Cheng Lang's expression turned strange, but he also felt it made sense. Chapter 7 New Sailor. Speaking of which, as a pirate worth 5 million, why do you have so little money? Cheng Lang asked curiously. After moving away everything that had been stolen from the original crew, he found that there were only about 1 million berries. How should one put it? Not too much, not too little. If one had to convert it, it would roughly be less than 45,000 yuan, which is about the annual income of a worker. Relying on this amount to support a whole ship, it's no wonder these guys were thinking of quitting. Eureka, who had been pricked at a sore spot, looked at Cheng Lang with irritation. Consider my appetite and yours for a moment. You don't know the cost of living until you're in charge. How much would that roasted wild boar we ate yesterday cost if we had to buy it? About 200,000 berries. What? 200,000 for that wild boar? Eureka nodded. What did you think? That's still relatively cheap. After a simple calculation, it was equivalent to more than 10,000 yuan for a pig. Cheng Lang fell into silence. He recalled that in the original story, Nami's mother, Belle Ri, had savings of 100,000, enough to buy her life. If you look at it this way, the dragon charges a protection fee of 100,000 every month, which means every 2 months, he just needs to catch one wild boar. Saying it's expensive seems expensive, but saying it's cheap feels strange. What a distorted price level. So how much does it cost to recruit a navigator? Depends on the situation. Some require a share. If we go by my previous crew, it would be around 110,000 to 120,000 a month. Cheng Lang suddenly had a realization. No wonder the clown Buggy liked to search for treasures, and his subordinates were willing to follow him to the death, even trying to find a permanent log pose while being imprisoned and impelled down. It turns out he is a good boss for starting a business. Every month, they could share a lot of treasure. Boss, how much for this bag of rice? Is it 10-kilo bag? 5,000 berries. Do you want to buy it? Just asking. Boss. Converting 5,000 berries is about 254 yuan. It really matches the price environment of a certain country at that time. What did you say? Eureka asked, tilting her head. Are we not at the recruiting place you mentioned? We're there. The tavern ahead, is it? Eureka pointed with her chin. What came into view was quite chaotic. Inside, there were countless men sitting in groups, each with a rugged appearance. Eureka's arrival immediately attracted the attention of all the men. But a few bruised and battered men at one table immediately lowered their heads. Cheng Lang looked at the ugly faces in the tavern and was at a loss for words. Soon, the sounds of whistling and teasing filled the tavern. After all, what good people could come here? This was truly a den of iniquity. Rubbing his forehead, Cheng Lang felt annoyed. Meanwhile, Eureka was quite satisfied with the current situation. In the past, whenever she came here, the looks in the eyes of every man when they saw her were filled with contempt. I need a navigator, Eureka spoke up. Immediately, she was welcomed by a swarm of men. Beautiful lady, look at me. I have 10 years of sailing experience. Let me put it this way. In the entire East Sea, wherever you want to go, I can take you. Just as one side was boasting, the other side interrupted. Give her rest. Last time you went out to sea, you almost led the fleet into a whirlpool of death. How good can you be? Last time you led people straight to a sea king's nest. The tavern was in chaos, and 2 people had even started a fight, even though just moments ago they were laughing and drinking together. Everyone's attention was on Eureka, while Cheng Lang was squeezed to the side. He shook his head helplessly. He looked around, and many people avoided his gaze after making eye contact with him. This puzzled him. Was he really that scary? Then he saw the guys who had been beaten up by Eureka earlier. Cheng Lang understood. The news had already spread. He didn't care, after all. Causing such a commotion at the dock would naturally have such results. After surveying the area, Cheng Lang lost interest. Eureka, surrounded by people, also lost her interest. There wasn't a reliable one among these people. They either led people to disaster or directly pulled pirates into the Navy base. She had thought this place was full of talent, but how could they all show their true colors so quickly? The more she listened, the more her head hurt. So, Eureka directly walked over to Cheng Lang's side and grabbed him, heading outside. What's wrong? Cheng Lang asked, confused after exiting the tavern. These guys are all unreliable. The ones I sincerely invited before? Guess what? Their resumes are all fake. The more she spoke, the angrier she got. Cheng Lang found it amusing. If they were really reliable, her previous crew wouldn't have just left her behind and run off. Finding reliable people in an unreliable place was indeed somewhat unreliable. Just then, a timid voice came from behind them. I heard you're recruiting sailors. They turned around and saw a thin person with hair covering their eyes, standing there timidly. Eureka instinctively rolled her eyes at the scrawny figure. Do you know how to sail? With that physique of yours, I'm afraid you'll fall over with just a gust of wind. I can. I've read many books about sailing. Please, give me a chance. Eureka waved her hand impatiently, intending to chase them away, while Cheng Lang looked at the person in front of him curiously. You heard what we said in the tavern. You should know what kind of people go there, right? I know. The voice was still timid. Eureka impatiently asked, So what can you bring us? I can bring a navigator? Eureka felt her temper rising. Cheng Lang found it oddly amusing, like a freshly graduated college student facing an HR interview filled with naive foolishness. What is your name? Queenie, all right, you're hired. Cheng Lang made a decision right away. Eureka rolled her eyes, but didn't oppose it. This surprised Kuyami, as she had always thought this beautiful big sister was the leader. It made her feel strange. With her already low confidence, she suddenly felt even more awkward. Eureka didn't care about that. Since Cheng Lang had said it, she naturally wouldn't oppose it. After all, she had agreed to follow Cheng Lang, so she would dwell too much on those things. As she reached out to hold me, Eureka felt the other's body tremble and the unique characteristics of a woman. You're a girl? Why, yes, I'm sorry. Chapter 8, This is Fate the Girl. Kuyami timidly apologized. Her demeanor immediately annoyed Yalida. Look at you being so meek. What courage do you have to be out here? Wouldn't it be better to stay at home? To this, Kuyami mumbled softly with her head down. However, it was clear that her voice was not loud enough for the two to hear. What did you say? My friend went out to sea and hasn't come back yet. Although he sent a letter saying he was safe, I want to find him. Kuyami raised her voice slightly. The merchants won't look for me, and I can't go with the ship, so I came here to take a look. Just as she was speaking, she happened to see a beautiful older sister recruiting sailors, so she wanted to give it a try. Yalada was originally uninterested in Kuyami's explanation, but when Kuyami mentioned the beautiful older sister, it struck a chord with her. Not bad. You have potential. Although my fame at sea isn't very great, I might know the person you mentioned. Hearing Yalada's promise, Kuyami immediately became excited. His name is KB. He's a big boy with pink hair, and he's really nice. I'll learn my sailing skills from him. Let me tell you, even though KB seems weak, he's really smart. He can learn a lot just by looking at it once. He's amazing. Kuyami said with a smile, completely oblivious to Yalada's darkening expression. At this point, Cheng Lang, who was walking ahead, couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. Haha, this is fate. Cheng Lang sighed and then had to admit one thing. In the world of One Piece, there really seems to be such a thing as fate. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence to run into KB's childhood friend? This character clearly didn't appear in the original work, but now she did, with a strong connection to the future Navy hero. Suddenly, Cheng Lang felt like he had become a part of the world of One Piece. Or perhaps he had become part of the upcoming tide, and thus fate had given him a different weight? Finally, Cheng Lang felt the reality of this world. The world of One Piece isn't just about Pirate King Luffy. There are countless lives intertwined. What's going on? Kuyami looked at Cheng Lang, who was laughing out loud. Puzzled. Was what she said really that funny? Yalata, angry, reached out and slapped Cheng Lang on the back. Feeling the sting, Cheng Lang finally restrained himself. But he still couldn't help but chuckle. It's nothing, just lamenting how wonderfully intertwined the fates are in this world. Kuyami looked up at Yalata in confusion. As a result, she saw Yalata sighing and shaking her head. The KB you mentioned, I know him. Kuyami's eyes lit up. Really? Where is he now? Can you take me to see him? I don't know where he is right now, but he has probably joined the Navy. The Navy? So he really did become a Navy officer. You know? Yeah, KB really liked Navy heroes. When we were kids, he often said he wanted to be a Navy hero when he grew up, but he stopped saying that later. I don't know why. After hearing this, Cheng Lang fell silent for a moment. Is that so? In the original work, it seems he was talking about dreams with Luffy. And after being oppressed by Yalada for 3 years, he wanted to become a Navy officer to catch those wicked pirates, right? The world of One Piece he was in had changed so much, but that was normal to think about, after all. The world of One Piece 2 years ago, and 2 years later, is completely different. In the end, even the Gum Gum fruit had directly become the Nika fruit. After all the patches, the world was no longer what it used to be. Indeed, he might really become a Navy hero in the future. Cheng Lang nodded slightly. Although he had only seen the Dressrosa arc of One Piece, he occasionally came across many clips from the series, such as the Gum Gum fruit completely becoming the human fruit, mythical type, Nika form, and KB becoming the new generation of Navy heroes or something like that. It seemed the reviews were still quite poor. Hearing others recognize KB, Kuyami was very happy, as if she too had been acknowledged. To this, Yalata sneered disdainfully. In her impression, KB was just a softie, a guy who didn't speak a single truth. As for Cheng Lang's affirmation and Kuyami's thoughts, she wouldn't say much. After all, it was just comforting words. Bringing Kuyami onto the ship, Cheng Lang asked, by the way, is it okay for you to come out to sea with us? Won't your family worry? Kuyami shook her head. KB and I are both children who grew up in an orphanage. Our families were killed by pirates a long time ago. Cheng Lang fell silent again. In this fragile little girl, he saw a reflection of an era, and he also understood why KB still aspired to become a Navy officer. Even after witnessing the devastation of the 153rd branch at the hands of Monka, the roots of everything emerged. No wonder her family hadn't shown up in 3 years after she went to sea. If he and others hadn't appeared here, what would have been the fate of this girl named Kuyami? Would she have left like this, unable to find a way to go to sea, slowly developing in a small town, ultimately feeling happy for KB when he appeared in the newspaper? Or would she have found an opportunity to truly become a sailor and go out to sea to search for KB, only to die at the hands of unknown pirates? Would that only strengthen KB's resolve to eradicate pirates? Although he wasn't sure where KB was right now, Cheng Lang said, but I roughly know a place where you can get news about him. Really? Thank you. Don't be in such a hurry to thank us. There are some things we need to clarify with you. Cheng Lang looked at Yalada. To this, Yalada shrugged. She didn't mind. First, the KB you mentioned has been working under her for the past 3 years. Kuyami was shocked. But unfortunately, just yesterday, he quit. Whether he joined the Navy or is working under someone else, we don't know right now. But if we go to Lowtown, we might find out who he's working for. Kuyami was stunned, not expecting to run into KB's former boss on her first day at sea. For a moment, she felt a bit anxious. After all, she wasn't foolish. KB quitting would clearly not make Yalada happy. Swallowing hard, she asked, so right now, you have 2 options. 1, work under us, and if nothing goes wrong, you might see KB again, though the timing is uncertain. 2, when we reach Lowtown, we part ways, and whether you can find clues about KB there depends on whether fate guides you. Don't rush to give your answer. You can decide when we reach Lowtown. Now we can set sail. Chapter 9. The Joyful Little Town. Kuyami was brought onto the ship just like that. At first, she was a bit anxious and restless, but as time went on, she diligently took on the role of a sailor. It must be said that the little girl had some talent. She was able to sail across the sea with ease on her first voyage, showing no signs of awkwardness. Clearly, over the years, she had not just been reading books, but had probably been secretly observing and simulating her own sailing scenarios. However, there was one thing that worried Cheng Lang and Yalada. The little girl got seasick. At this moment, Kuyami was leaning over the railing, her face pale. You still want to be a sailor? Yalada found the scene somewhat amusing. Kuyami wanted to stand up, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she ended up throwing up again. Cheng Lang scratched his head. I feel like the ship is sailing smoothly. Yalada nodded in agreement. Compared to my previous ship, this one is much steadier. I'm not seasick, I just have a bit of social anxiety. Cheng Lang found it a bit baffling. Social anxiety makes you throw up? He guessed her mouth was probably the hardest part of her body. Yalada laughed out loud. There are only 2 people on the ship. What are you anxious about? Kuyami turned to look at the 2 of them, and the moment their eyes met, she hurriedly averted her gaze. After this little episode, they finally arrived at their first stop. Kuyami called out to the 2 who were still fast asleep. The sun rose, and the morning sunlight spilled into the room. Cheng Lang was quietly daydreaming in bed and was a bit slow to respond to Kuyami's call. It had been a week since he arrived in the world of One Piece, and he started to miss his old life and wanted to play games. It was really too boring. Although there were 3 of them, they could play Dodiju, but 3 people created a delicate situation. Even if Kuyami had a great hand, she didn't dare to play it or call landlord. The rest was just Cheng Lang and Yalada. As long as their hands were good, they could win. Playing a couple of rounds was fine, but after a while, it became really tedious. As for drawing lots or other card games, they had played them all over the past few days. There was really nothing fun left. Finally, they arrived at the island. Cheng Lang felt relieved. At that moment, he could empathize with Luffy's feeling of seeing the island. Kuyami saw the 2 come out and pointed toward the village ahead. Are you going to stock up? Thanks to Cheng Lang, they had plenty of fruit. But water resources were quite scarce. Moreover, with 2 girls on board, not to mention taking a daily bath, even 1 bath would make the fresh water resources tight. Cheng Lang stretched and said, I'll go mine for a bit. Yalada, you take Kuyami with you. Can I not go? Kuyami raised her hand to express her thoughts. Seeing the 2 like this, Yalada was quite speechless. She used to be a captain, so why did she have to do everything herself? In the end, she waved her hand. Cheng Lang jumped onto the ground. The soft earth made him a bit unaccustomed. Is there anything you want to buy? Yalada looked at Cheng Lang, who was eager to go mining. If possible, get some seeds. Oh, if you see any cows, you can get a couple. An iron. Watching Cheng Lang ramble on, Yalada cut him off directly. I can help you get the seeds, but for the rest, you'll have to figure out yourself. All right then. The 2 parted ways. Kuyami, who was observing everything on the ship, had a flicker in her eyes, but ultimately stayed honest and acted as the lookout. In this week, she had seen the 2 special abilities. Both were users of devil fruit, and with her thin arms and legs, she definitely couldn't fight back. There was no way she could set sail alone. Watching Yalada walk further away, she muttered to herself, Miss Yalada is so beautiful. Will KB be eaten clean? She slapped her face, deciding not to think about that. She went to the tool warehouse, took out a mop and a bucket, and prepared to clean the deck. This was the job she assigned to herself. In this week, neither Yalada nor Cheng Lang had arranged any work for her, nor had there been any tea serving or strange happenings. But doing nothing made Kuyami feel a bit anxious. In the end, she assigned herself tasks, even though the wooden floor was clean every day, and even if it got dirty from being stepped on, it wouldn't be long before it was clean again. On the other side, Yalata arrived in the village. At this moment, a celebration was taking place in the village. However, many of the surrounding houses had collapsed, yet the villagers were very happy, clinking their cups together. This puzzled Yalata. Her appearance naturally caught the attention of many villagers, who eagerly answered her questions. Are you saying that 2 days ago, a pirate named Buggy the Clown ruled here, but he was knocked away by a man wearing a straw hat? Yes. That clown Buggy seemed to have eaten some treasure from the sea. Wasn't he hurt, even when he was cut? It's simply terrifying. I heard the village chief say that Straw Hat Guy can stretch his body so long. Several villagers chattered away, laughing, and even invited Yalata to join the final bonfire party that night. After hearing all this, Yalata's expression became strange. If she remembered correctly, that Straw Hat Guy seemed to have said he wanted to become the Pirate King, right? Would a man wanting to become the Pirate King come to save these civilians? How interesting. Yalata didn't disturb the villagers' merriment. She briefly mentioned her purpose. Hi, just a few seeds. By the way, I have seeds for next year's spring plowing. After saying this, the man was pulled away by his wife, who had grabbed him by the ear. It was a bit funny and speechless, but in the end, Yalata still got quite a few seeds. When she was about to pay, the transaction was waived. This surprised Yalata. But then she saw the other person's eyes sparkling with love. She smiled charmingly, causing the seed shop owner to almost transform into a wolf. Or perhaps due to his old age, he collapsed on the ground. I really am the most beautiful woman on the sea. In a good mood, she still honestly left some berry. Humming a song, she walked down the street by herself. Although many houses were in ruins, the faces of these people were all smiling. Oh, Miss Yalata, are you really not going to join tonight's bonfire party? The village chief has vowed to perform his special skill. The man's enthusiastic invitation was met with a death glare from his wife. If I have time, I will come. Yalata responded generously. This was something she had never experienced. In the past, she would just show up and cause men to scream and scatter. The corners of her mouth had not dropped since then. When Yalata returned to the ship, she saw square stone markers appearing on the shore. At a glance, she knew this was Cheng Lang's handiwork. Curious, she looked in. To her surprise, the area below was exceptionally bright. A layer of stairs led straight down to the ground. At this moment, she saw Kuyami coming out from a corner, struggling to climb up while holding a box. Yalata was very familiar with the box. It was the one Cheng Lang had modified in the warehouse, capable of holding many items. Upon seeing Miss Yalata, Kuyami greeted her with a smile. What is this? Chapter 10. Mining just now, Brother Cheng Lang came out and was very excited, saying he had struck it rich. Then he went to chop wood and made a lot of boxes. I saw him running back and forth to the ship and looked so tired, so I helped him carry some. Yalata picked up the small box in Kuyami's hand. It felt slightly heavy. How'd you pick up this box? She asked. Can't you lift it? Kuyami tilted her head in confusion. Yalata didn't say much, opened the small box, and found it filled with the same kind of blocks. Although she didn't recognize them, it was clear that they were very important since Cheng Lang had filled them all up. I'll help too, Kuyami said excitedly, nodding. Then she led Yalata downwards. Aren't we going to that corner we just passed? It's already cleared out. Oh, I see. Yalata didn't mind and continued down. Although the blocks had sharp edges, surprisingly, they weren't sharp enough to cut the skin if one wasn't careful. They soon reached the bottom. What caught their eye was an unusually spacious flat area. In the distance, Cheng Lang was mining, and when the brightness got too low, he would stick a torch in the ground, which he did in a very orderly fashion, pleasing to watch for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Next to the entrance, there were rows of small boxes, not connected to each other. Kuyami picked one up and began to climb slowly. Yalata also came over, reaching out to pick one up. Earlier, Yalata had tried to lift a big box, but no matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't budge, as if it were embedded in the wooden planks. Now, she could lift it easily. Was it a size issue? The big boxes couldn't be moved? Opening the box, she saw it contained the same items as the previous box. The stones had khaki-colored speckles. Very strange. Closing the lid, Yalata picked up another, one in each hand, and moved swiftly. This made Kuyami very envious, but she still obediently moved them one by one. In the end, Kuyami lay on the muddy ground, exhausted and soaked, looking somewhat lifeless. Yalta, miss, not only beautiful, but also so strong it's really enviable. Yalta, a bit out of breath, heard Kuyami's compliment and lifted her head with a smile. All her previous fatigue vanished. You need to exercise a bit. You got tired after moving just too. I have high hopes for you, she said, walking down on her own. Encouraged by Yalta, Kuyami felt a surge of motivation. It was the second time someone had high hopes for her. The last was from KB. Gritting her teeth, Kuyami got up and started working unsteadily. They were busy until dusk, with the evening glow painting the earth in gold. Kuyami had long since collapsed on the ground. Yalta was also too tired to speak. Only Cheng Lang was completely satisfied. He had never seen such a dense vein of ore. What have you been busy with all day? Where are all these? He pointed to the small boxes piled up almost as big as the ship. Yalta was somewhat curious. There are iron ores and gold ores. This is the richest mine I've ever dug. I can't stop. Cheng Lang didn't say that there was still a lot of or below that could not be mined out. If it weren't for his insufficient wood to make boxes, he would have continued. Gold. Upon hearing the key word, Yalta pointed at the mountain of boxes. Are you saying all of this is gold? Well, just a little bit, Cheng Lang recalled. It barely fills 2 boxes. 2 boxes. Yalta felt her breath catch. She was well aware of the box's capacity. Although they looked small, each could hold 27 different styles of items. And if they were the same, they could stack up to 64. Although Yalta wasn't great at math, she was sure exceeded 500. How much gold could this gold mine yield? Not sure, but wait. Let me check, Cheng Lang said as he made a furnace and began to smelt the gold. Soon, a gold ingot appeared before the 3. Here, take it, Cheng Lang said, tossing it to Yalta. She fumbled to catch it, but found it wasn't hot at all. Yalta looked at it from left to right, finally biting it, leaving a tooth mark on it. It was real gold. Yalta felt dizzy with happiness. The gold ingot in her hand was small. A standard rectangular gold ingot, weighing about 25 pounds, which is a standard size for gold ingots. And this purity, converted to market value, meant this single gold bar was worth around 30 million, and that was a serious underestimation. Yalta had raided merchant caravans before, and most of the gold she got from them was just a thin layer on the surface and not very pure. But this one, the shiny gold ingot, she could tell was really pure. Swallowing hard, Yalta stared at the box full of gold, her eyes wide. Kuyami was also staring blankly at the gold in Yalta's hand. She had never seen such a large chunk of gold in her life. This. The two of them were speechless. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang began to worry. It was a bit slow to smelt the iron or into iron ingots, especially with that pile of iron in boxes. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. But fortunately, he had dug up a lot of coal on the last island, which would be enough to smelt these iron ores. Did he really need to make a furnace array? Rubbing his head, Cheng Lang was torn between doing it here or on the ship. Just as he turned around, he saw the 2 girls looking dazed. What's wrong with you two? This. Yalta pointed blankly at the gold ingot in her hand. You want it? Here, take it. It's not useful to me. Hiss. For a moment, Yalta felt like she was drowning in a sea of berries. Her mind about to explode. You're giving it to me? Just like that. Yalta stared blankly at the gold bar in her hand. By the way, is it okay if I modify the ship? No problem. Do whatever you want. Anyway is fine. Yalta replied without hesitation. Cheng Lang was a bit surprised. When he modified the small boat, he increasingly wanted to make it bigger. Of course, the result was that he was stopped. It seemed they said the sails couldn't carry a bigger ship. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Lang decided to reduce some unnecessary rooms. He had designed quite a few rooms initially. With that in mind, he began his work. But until Cheng Lang finished the furnace array and even connected it to the warehouse, Yalta was still in a daze on the shore. Oi, aren't you two hungry? At that moment, the 2 girls finally reacted. Their stomachs growled. Speaking of which, the 3 hadn't eaten all day. Cheng Lang went to the furnace, which had already produced 2 sets of gold ingots. So slow, he placed the 2 sets of gold ingots into his bag. Seeing Kuyami's envious little eyes, he smiled and tossed a piece to her. This startled her, and she hurriedly tried to catch it, but unfortunately, Kuyami's trembling hands from a day of hard work couldn't catch it at all. It fell directly to the ground, splattering dirt everywhere. Chapter 11 Bonfire Party. This made Kuya-mi feel heartbroken and kneel on the ground, prying out the gold ingot. With trembling hands, she carefully held it up, which made Cheng Lang find it somewhat amusing. Yalata didn't feel jealous. She looked at Cheng Lang with fluctuating emotions. Since she had followed him, she had gained a beautiful appearance, which was enough for her to stay by his side. Although she was troubled by money, it was not something difficult for her to obtain. After all, being a pirate meant they could directly plunder. However, it was clear that Cheng Lang was of the kind-hearted type. He obviously wouldn't take such actions voluntarily. But she wasn't in a hurry. After all, once they ran out of money, they would find a way. They couldn't just go work, right? Sooner or later, this era would force the man in front of her to take such actions, or perhaps he would come up with new ways to earn money. She just didn't expect that the man in front of her would take out wealth that she couldn't even dare to imagine. Just this box of gold was of immeasurable value. No wonder this man would give something as precious as a devil fruit to an outsider. Watching Cheng Lang transport supplies, she stepped forward to help. Where should I put it? On the deck. I've placed a hatch there. Just put these mineral resources inside one by one. Okay. Kuya-mi closely followed Yalata, ready to help. Although she was exhausted just a moment ago, seeing this large block of gold reignited her strength. Hold on. Let us eat something first. Cheng Lang stopped their actions. He wasn't a slave master. They still needed to eat. Saying this, Cheng Lang took out a cha-cha fruit. The mcf'd fruit had magical effects. After replenishing their hunger, it began to restore their health. Previously, Yalata's quick recovery from injuries was also thanks to this. Moreover, he had discovered hidden effects these days. Eating it not only healed injuries but also quickly restored stamina. This was why the two of them could work all day without feeling hungry. Taking the cha-cha fruit, the two didn't hesitate and started munching. Kuya-mi had a small appetite and was full after 3, while Yalata stopped after eating more than 20. Cheng Lang felt a bit embarrassed watching her finish. In One Piece, anyone powerful had to be a big eater. If it could be shown in data, Yalata's number of chicken legs would probably be more than twice Cheng Lang's. After they finished eating, the three of them began to work. Their transport speed was very quick. The moon hung high, and Cheng Lang's group finally completed all the harvest for the day. Most of the time, Cheng Lang and Yalata were transporting, while Kuya-mi was opening boxes and placing the items inside one by one. The items inside the box were not heavy when they shrank, and only after leaving the box did they return to their original size. However, the placement of boxes, exchanged by Kuya-mi, did not change in size, allowing for quick transfer. Cheng Lang occasionally went to the warehouse to combine all the iron ingots into iron blocks. If it were in a game, there would be mods to help, but there were no such conditions now. However, even so, after compression, they still managed to expand to more than 30 large boxes. Meanwhile, Kuya-mi's stomach growled again from hunger. In response, Cheng Lang took out a cha-cha fruit. Let us eat the fruit later, look over there. Yalata was already a bit tired of the cha-cha fruit. She had eaten too much in these 7 days. Cheng Lang curiously looked over. Sure enough, a bonfire lit up in the distant town. What is that? Their town was attacked by the clown buggy. Yalata briefly shared what she knew. Cheng Lang was surprised and then nodded in understanding. It made sense. If they wanted to go to Lowtown, their route would inevitably overlap with Luffy and the others, especially since they should have already encountered Nami, and their route was already set. Let's go take a look. The trio made their way to the town. At this moment, the town was filled with laughter and joy. Many people greeted Yalata warmly upon seeing her. Familiar faces began to offer drinks and food. Cheng Lang and the others were also treated well. The townsfolk were very happy, and soon the village chief arrived. Seeing 2 girls and a man, who didn't seem like bad people, he welcomed them warmly and began to boast about the deeds of Luffy and the others. Listening to the stories that matched his own impressions, Cheng Lang found it quite interesting. Kuya-mi, however, looked puzzled. So, are they still considered pirates? Haha, why not? This world has good people and bad people. Obviously, Luffy and the others are good pirates. The village chief didn't mind his praise. But Kuya-mi's expression was particularly complex, filled with curiosity and confusion. Seeing her expression, the village chief laughed. There aren't many good people in this world. Since you've encountered them, why care about their identity? Cheng Lang patted Kuyami's little head. The village chief is right. Just like the Navy isn't necessarily good, pirates aren't all bad either. It all depends on the person and the matter. Kuyami nodded, eating heartily from the banquet's food. That night, Kuyami ate a lot and listened to many stories. In the end, she was even invited to drink ale. Of course, she was eventually carried back to the ship by Yalata, while Cheng Lang stayed behind. Young man, you staying behind to ask the village chief if you have any cows, sheep, or chickens for sale. The village chief seemed troubled. It's not that we don't have them, but we do, just not many. Moreover, even with money, it's hard to buy these livestock. After all, due to Buggy's pirate crew, they not only looted a lot of treasures, but also slaughtered many livestock to replenish supplies. Although they are holding a banquet, most of it is actually consuming livestock that were previously slaughtered by Buggy's crew. Is there a problem? I can offer more money. It's not a matter of money, young man. You've seen how our town is now. Unexpectedly, there aren't enough businesses in the town, and many people have lost too much. The livestock needs to be distributed to them to ensure they can survive in the future. Cheng Lang understood the problem. After thinking for a moment, he provided an answer. How about this? I can offer you a safe place to take refuge, guaranteed to accommodate thousands of people for a short time, and I can also build a dozen houses. Are you serious? The village chief asked suspiciously. What Cheng Lang offered sounded too fantastical. Are you in the renovation business? The village chief certainly knew about Cheng Lang and the other's ship, but seeing that they didn't have a pirate flag, he didn't take it seriously. Hungry, not exactly, but close enough. So what do you think? What I need to pay? Still the same, a pair of cows, sheep, and chickens. Are you for real? The village chief couldn't believe it. Chapter 12. Amazing things happened, just a simple task, Cheng Lang replied with a smile. The village chief thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, completing these major projects would take at least several months, and he was confident he could find new cattle, sheep, and chickens in a short time. However, the reality left him stunned. Cheng Lang arrived at the ruins destroyed by artillery fire and produced a draft from his hand. After striking the ruins for a long time, suddenly, with a bang, all the debris vanished. This left the village chief completely dumbfounded. But the unbelievable continued. Cheng Lang began to construct a house. Soon, he visibly built the house as if stacking blocks. At first, he worried whether such a house would be sturdy. But no matter how he pushed, it was futile. In less than an hour, a dozen square little buildings were erected, complete with balconies and chimneys, even a second floor. Although there were no windows or some furniture, this had already saved them a lot of time. How about that? It's amazing. Unfortunately, I haven't found sand yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to worry about glass. That's enough. That's already enough. The village chief hurriedly interjected, fearing that the man in front of him might build several more buildings if he disagreed. The man not only cleared the ground, but also built the houses. This had saved them so much time. Now they just needed to buy some furniture, and the homeless villagers would be settled. It could be said that what Cheng Lang accomplished in such a short time was enough for ordinary people to work for 3 or 4 months. Ordinary people who didn't work for 3 or 4 months would definitely struggle to feed themselves. Even with the 5 million left by the Straw Hat Kid, it wouldn't support so many families. However now, all right, follow me. I'll take you to a safe place. Already done? Just a simple task. When the village chief saw the underground space, he was completely stunned. This. Our town actually has such a large underground space. No, it can't collapse. No way. The village chief immediately shook his head frantically. Cheng Lang scratched his head. Clearly, his abilities were far too advanced for ordinary people's common sense. It's simple. Just watch me. Then, Cheng Lang began to raise stone pillars one by one. In no time, the stone pillars were neatly arranged and took shape. Although he didn't calculate the volume, simply substituting in some math would suffice. Cheng Lang inserted a torch every 12 blocks. Perfectly vertical at 70 and horizontal at 131, calculating the area. It was roughly the size of 3,077 basketball courts. The village chief knelt down. This underground space was sufficient for 3,000 to 4,000 people to live. For a town with a population of nearly 1,000, this was quite ample. Not only did it solve housing issues, but it also resolved future refuge concerns. How much do you want? The village chief asked blankly. Wasn't it agreed upon? 2 each of cattle, sheep, and chickens. Are you sure? The village chief felt as if he were dreaming. Just 2 cattle, sheep, and chickens for such a huge project? Cheng Lang found his expression amusing. He had removed so much iron ore from beneath them. If it weren't for the ship being unable to carry more, he would have continued. However, after thinking for a moment, Cheng Lang smiled and said, if you feel indebted, just give me some of your village's specialty products. All right. Ultimately, the village chief agreed. Cheng Lang then created a passageway leading directly to the surface, so they wouldn't be blocked in and unable to escape. The next day arrived. The village chief led the promised 2 cattle, sheep, and chickens to Cheng Lang, accompanied by many eager villagers. Of course, they also brought their local specialty, oranges. By the way, what is your town's name? It's called Orange Town. The village chief replied proudly. Cheng Lang was taken aback. Wasn't Orange Town Nami's hometown? He scratched his head. You produce a lot of oranges here? Yes, on this land. Only oranges grow the best, and over time, they have become our specialty. Is that so? Do you know if there are other places selling oranges? Well, I really don't know, but I've heard from passing merchants that there seems to be such a place, but what? It seems like there are pirates stationed there, and many small merchants are afraid to do business there. I see, I understand. As Arlita watched basket after basket of oranges being moved to the warehouse, she didn't think much of it. The group left Orange Town, and Arlita was quite curious. Why does Cheng Lang want to get cattle, sheep, and chickens? You don't plan to raise them on the ship, do you? Arlita asked curiously. Yes. Are you serious? Leaving aside the chickens, which can just eat some rice, but cattle and sheep need to eat grass. Are you sure? Indeed, they're animals raised on ships at sea. Sheep can indeed be raised. After all, sheep are omnivores and will eat meat if they're starving. Some peculiar pirates even specially raise certain types of sheep. As for what to do with them, besides their use, they can also be eaten. But cattle, that's really impossible. Cattle can only eat grass. Let me show you something impressive. Cheng Lang smiled as he looked at the 2 cows. The cows were completely unaware of their impending fate. One even happily mooed because it saw wheat. Indeed, it was wheat. The reason Cheng Lang hadn't rushed to find wheat earlier was simple. He didn't have enough bone meal. While promoting fruit trees, he could also obtain wood. However, that was no longer necessary. Worried about insufficient bone meal, now that he had iron, he could make scissors. By trimming leaves, he could create compost, forming a perpetual motion cycle. Wheat could feed the 2 species of cattle and sheep, and even allow them to reproduce. Of course, that needed verification. The 2 cows approached Cheng Lang, staring intently, while the 2 sheep could only watch from the side, tied up. Cheng Lang nodded. It seemed that MC's wheat was effective on real cows. Then, he fed each cow a piece of wheat. The cows chewed, as if they had tasted something extraordinary, and they both displayed expressions of enjoyment. Then their bodies unconsciously emitted hearts. Then, something miraculous happened. The 2 cows huddled together, and then, with a pop, a perfectly square black and white cow appeared between them. For a moment, Arlita was stunned as she watched the black and white cow appear, and she was dumbfounded. This was bread? No way. These 2 cows are bulls. Chapter 13 Bull Milk Delicious. 2 bulls gave birth to a calf. Not to mention Yalita. Even the 2 awake bulls were particularly terrified. A reality-shattering event occurred right before their eyes. Kuyumi stared blankly, then seemed somewhat incredulous. She even ran to look under the bulls' bellies. Confirmed. It was 2 bulls. For a moment, both women looked at Cheng Lang, falling into a long silence. The 2 bulls rapidly gave birth, breaking their worldview. However, Cheng Lang was not done yet. He approached the 2 sheep. The 2 sheep were completely unaware of the issue, just staring at the wheat in Cheng Lang's hand, drooling. Then, a miraculous event happened again, and the 2 sheep also gave birth to lambs. Similarly, they were perfectly square. Finally, he came to the chickens. He exchanged the wheat for wheat seeds. Then another shocking event occurred. The oviparous chicks were born right on the spot. Yalita's expression became strange. The power of the devil fruit was indeed amazing. But could it be this amazing? Her own ability only made her skin smooth. But Cheng Lang's? It felt like there was more than one. Cheng Lang looked at the lambs and calves with satisfaction, stroking their square heads. They didn't shed fur, didn't poop, and only needed a small amount of food to survive indefinitely, making them perfect for extreme farming. However, it seemed impossible to stack them like in a game anymore. Abandoning the idea of pit farming, Cheng Lang simply planned the deck. Now, he hadn't obtained grass blocks, but fortunately, feeding them wheat was also feasible. Raising them like this? Yalada's expression was strange. Isn't it okay? Of course, it's okay, as long as you're not afraid of them falling down or being preyed upon by seabirds. In the world of One Piece, there are not only sea kings, but also even larger birds. After sailing at sea for a long time, there have even been giant bird attacks that took people away. Just putting animals on the deck, in less than 2 days, they would be gone. Cheng Lang understood. Then he thought for a moment and directly built a wooden awning over them. Looking at the drastically transformed farming area on the deck, Yalata couldn't bear to look. Meanwhile, Kuyami approached the chicks, stroking their angular bodies. Although they looked hard, they felt soft to the touch. She could feel that she was touching feathers. However, these feathers didn't T-split and couldn't be plucked off, seeming to be one with the body. So amazing. The newly born chicks showed no signs of resistance, allowing Kuyami to pet them, even revealing a look of enjoyment. Can I raise it? Kuyami looked at the little creature, very pleased. To this, Cheng Lang nonchalantly nodded. The cows, sheep, and chickens in MC won't attack people. After a couple of days, I'll see how stable they are. If there are no problems, I'll let you raise them. Thank you, Brother Cheng Lang. Kuyami was very excited. At this moment, Cheng Lang had already taken out the long-prepared bucket. He moved close to the bull by the fence. At this moment, the bull was still in shock, looking at the perfectly square calf, while the calf was rubbing against its father's. Yalada had a puzzled expression. You're not going to milk them, are you? They are bulls. After a painful scream from the bull, Yalata stared blankly at the milk being produced from the bull's body. She was stunned. Hiss! At this moment, the bull being milked felt its body being emptied. Just standing there, it already exhausted all its strength. Then its legs went weak, and it collapsed to the ground, its body still trembling involuntarily. The other bull looked at this scene in terror. Its eyes were shaking. What did it experience in these short 2 minutes? It saw itself and its good brother giving birth to a calf. And even its good brother was being milked right now. Is this man a devil? Moo! It retreated to the corner. The bull was very panicked. However, Cheng Lang stepped closer, finally reaching its side. With a painful moo, it was also quickly milked a bucket's worth. The 2 bulls collapsed on the ground. Meanwhile, the calf looked puzzled but continued to nuzzle happily. Do you want a drink? Cheng Lang looked at Yalada, who was wide-eyed watching everything happen. To this, Yalada shook her head frantically. Bull milk, just imagining it makes one know the taste, must be very rich. Cheng Lang looked at Kuyami. She was also shaking her head vigorously. Clearly, bull milk scared her a bit. Unappreciative. Cheng Lang was unconcerned, looking at the milk in his hand. He reached into the bucket to take a look. The result was that his hand touched the milk. However, when he pulled his hand out, not a single drop of milk was on it. Seeing this scene, Cheng Lang dug a hole in the floor. Then he prepared to pour the milk. The result, of course, was that it was impossible to pour it out. Whether he turned the bucket upside down or placed it directly with intention, it seemed he was currently in the original MC state. Cheng Lang pondered, looking at the milk in his hand. Although he could drink it directly, he had no negative status, so drinking would be useless. Thinking this, he ignored it. Instead, he casually shook 2 buckets of seawater and placed them in the previously dug hole. Cheng Lang stirred his hand in the water a couple of times. When he pulled his hand out, it was dry. Me, get a small cup. Ah, okay. Me quickly brought a cup from the kitchen. Cheng Lang directly scooped some out from the water source. A full cup of water was in the cup. Cheng Lang sniffed it. There was no smell. Then he took a sip and smacked his lips. No taste. It should not be seawater. Then Cheng Lang gulped it down, feeling refreshed. Indeed, there is no concept of the sea in MC. So even if he scooped seawater, when released, it was just ordinary water. Then he directly dug up 2 pieces of wood, poured the water on the far left, creating infinite water. Indeed, it worked. Yalada looked on curiously. What is this? A water source, an infinite water source, or fresh water? Is it real? Yalada was skeptical. Then Cheng Lang handed her the cup of water, signaling her to help herself. Without thinking much, Yalata squatted down and began splashing water outside the ship. But no matter how she splashed, the 3 slots of water never decreased. Kuyumi was also curious, but she brought a larger water bucket. Yalata directly took the water bucket, spreading her legs over the water channel, splashing water outside. 10 minutes later, she looked at the water that hadn't decreased at all. She fell into silence. Your devil fruit ability is too strong. Is it the legendary natural type? The kind the marine admirals have? Cheng Lang shook his head. My fruit is called MC fruit. MC? Yalata stopped saying more, thinking she was just inexperienced. Of course, even if the marine admiral came, they would only feel they were lacking in knowledge. So, can this water be used for bathing? Kuyumi was very curious. I'm not sure if it counts as washing. You'll have to try it, right? Cheng Lang also didn't dare to guarantee that this MC water could be used for bathing since there is no concept of dirt in MC. You can set up a bathhouse. Chapter 14, Unattainable Experience. Cheng Lang had already prepared the bathroom and made some modifications. It was more of a renovation that involved placing the water source on the ceiling. Then, he added 2 wooden steps where the water would fall, effectively fixing the water flow. He reached out to feel it. It was icy cold. He could still feel the water flowing down, but when he pulled his hand away, it was dry. Seeing this, Yalata took out a water bucket and placed it under the water flow, quickly filling it to the brim. After thinking for a moment, she poured the water into the bathtub. However, the water existed only until it touched the floor. Upon contact, it seemed to evaporate, disappearing without a trace. As expected, Cheng Lang had anticipated this. Although the water in MC could interact with regular water buckets and could be drunk without issues, it would disappear as soon as it left the container. There would still be some physical reactions, such as splashing when hitting the floor or creating waves at sea, but once things calmed down, the water would vanish. It was truly fascinating. Try using a wooden ladle, Cheng Lang suggested. Yalata took the wooden ladle in her hand and tried it out. The result was that the water could be poured, but it disappeared after splashing on the ground. Then Yalata's playful spirit ignited. She ran to fetch a bamboo tube, positioned one end towards the water source and the other end in the bathtub. However, the bamboo tube could not guide the water into the bathtub at all. Cheng Lang nodded to himself. It seemed reality also had to follow some of MC's characteristics. Any container that could hold water could indeed hold it, but couldn't draw water from the source. It's fine in summer, but in winter, it would definitely be freezing. Yalata commented, Can we heat it? Probably not, but I might have a way. What way? Don't you have a bathtub? Cheng Lang then leaned one corner of the bathtub against the water flow, and the continuous water eventually filled the bathtub. He then propped the bathtub up on half a brick and placed a campfire underneath. Soon, the water in the bathtub began to bubble and churn. So amazing, Kuyumi exclaimed, excitedly watching the scene and reaching out to touch the water inside the bathtub. It was quite hot. It's easy to extinguish. Just sprinkle some water on top. Cheng Lang let a little water drop onto the campfire, and in an instant, the fire went out. To relight it, just aim a lighter at the top. Yalata looked at the bathtub, noticing there were no burn marks, and surprisingly, the bathtub itself was still cool to the touch. It was somewhat unbelievable, but with Cheng Lang's actions, she immediately felt the temperature of the bathtub. However, after the campfire was extinguished, the temperature of the bathtub dropped to 0 instantly. How is this possible? After washing, you can just pour the water out like this. Cheng Lang tilted the bathtub, and the water inside vanished upon hitting the floor. Clean and hygienic. 0 pollution. Now it's up to you two to bathe. I'll step out first. With that, Cheng Lang left. Only the 2 women remained in the bathtub. At this moment, the 2 could no longer contain themselves. Soon, they immersed themselves in the joy of bathing. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang had begun to manually craft armor. He made a set of iron tools and armor. However, when he put on the iron armor, it didn't show any armor design on his body. Yet, he could clearly feel he was wearing something. It was snug and didn't feel heavy at all. He felt no hindrance while moving. Does this count as having an iron body? Should I say it's an iron body? He touched his clothing and found no iron breastplate. Should I get a try? Although MC didn't have the feature of self-harm with a sword since you couldn't hit yourself, reality wouldn't have that problem. He took out an iron sword, then switched to a stone sword, and finally reluctantly changed to a wooden sword. Cheng Lang was a modern person. Even killing a chicken was a struggle, so naturally, he was afraid of pain. Thinking about it, He aimed at his calf and began to press against it, applying a little force. At first, he only felt something pressing against his calf, but as he pressed a bit harder, he gradually felt a slight pain. It was bearable. However, when Cheng Lang applied more force again, suddenly, he felt his wooden sword hit something hard. It couldn't penetrate, no matter how hard he pushed. The feeling of pain remained constant. Quite intelligent, Cheng Lang understood how the armor he was wearing was activated. It wasn't visible when worn, but as soon as he felt a bit of pain, the armor began to respond. He looked at the durability of the iron leggings on his game panel and saw that it hadn't decreased at all. Clearly, his previous action didn't even count as an attack. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Lang swung the wooden sword forcefully. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Cheng Lang felt as if he had been whipped by a vine, with a slight pain and even a white mark appearing on his skin. Yet, the durability of his leggings remained unchanged. Clearly, he had intended to attack just now, but the result was similar to when he had pressed the wooden sword against his leg. As long as the force wasn't enough to bend or break the iron, the pain he felt would likely be minimal. In a sense, he truly had an iron body now. If only he could get diamond. Cheng Lang couldn't imagine how strong he would become, especially with a full set of protection for enchantments. However, speaking of enchantments, they required experience points. Up until now, he was still at level 1. He had no idea how to level up. He hadn't gained any experience from mining or smelting metals. Cheng Lang even doubted whether he could gain experience from killing monsters. As for spawning monsters, Cheng Lang had his suspicions. He estimated that monsters probably didn't spawn. If they did, monsters should have started spawning on the ship he built or in the underground mine when he initially didn't place torches. Of course, Cheng Lang also wondered if only blocks he placed would spawn monsters. He had experimented with this when he was mining. It didn't work. The cobblestone floor had not spawned any monsters without light, and while he was away. Finally, he arrived on the deck. He looked at the 2 cows that had become lively after being fed wheat, along with the calf. It was well known that killing cows also granted experience, but the calf didn't have any yet. After pondering for a moment, Cheng Lang took out bone meal to hasten the growth of the wheat. Soon, 10 pieces of wheat were fed to the calf. In an instant, the calf grew to the size of an adult cow. However, Cheng Lang did not take action. He looked at the 2 adult bulls nearby. Sensing Cheng Lang's death stare, the 2 bulls trembled. Moo! Translation: don't come over. After feeding them straw again, the 2 bulls produced hearts. The 2 brothers successfully birthed their second calf. To this, the bulls expressed, I'm tired. Let's end this. Chapter 15 encounter, there was no rush to kill. Instead, I fed the calf some straw to help it grow quickly into an adult. Then I began the breeding process. It seems that it takes about 20 minutes for cows to breed, following the time mechanics of MC. There are already 5 cows in the cool shelter on the deck. However, similarly, the native animals are very fearful of these newly born MC creatures, especially the 2 bulls, who are currently huddled in a corner, trembling. Meanwhile, I fed the calf some wheat, and after a moment, it transformed directly into an adult cow. I looked at the already frightened native animals in the shelter, and, out of conscience, I took the newly grown MC cow to a separate room. Looking at the MC cow that was close to me, I patted its head. I'm sorry to put you through this. Saying that, I jumped up and gave the MC cow a hit. As expected, the cow panicked and began to spin and run around. Eventually, after my second strike, the cow turned into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared, leaving behind 2 experience orbs and some beef. It really works. As long as it's an MC creature, then how did I level up? Could it be that killing animals in the One Piece world counts too? I looked at the 3 pieces of wheat I had. Relying on killing cows to level up is a long-term goal. So I'll take it slow. I gazed at the cows in the shelter. The 2 native cows were no longer useful. At that moment, the 2 girls had finished bathing. Cheng Lang, this water is indeed good for bathing, Yalata said with a smile. Although she had eaten the slippery fruit and could keep her skin clean, Kuyumi could not. After a thorough scrubbing, she had removed a lot of mud, making the water murky. However, when the water was poured onto the ground, it quickly disappeared, although dirt would remain. The MC wooden planks had a self-cleaning function, and soon enough, they were clean again. There's another cow? What are you planning to eat for lunch? How about a whole roasted cow? Just like that? Just like that? Kuyumi felt a bit reluctant. Then she excitedly waved 2 roasted cow legs. After that, I quickly processed the sheep and chickens as well. Now the ship was left with MC cows, sheep, and chickens. As it turns out, only MC animals can gain experience. Kuyumi also successfully obtained a soft little chicken that doesn't poop, doesn't need to eat, and has no strange smell. As for these MC animals, I placed them one by one in empty rooms. Unfortunately, there were no grass blocks on the ship, only dirt, so I couldn't let the sheep grow wool directly. However, I could still wait for baby sheep to grow up and then shear them. I made an MC version of a bed. Curiously, I lay down, but nothing happened. The MC bed wasn't hard. Lying on it felt just like lying on an ordinary bed. Could it be that it doesn't work during the day? I'll try it at night. Soon, night fell. I couldn't wait to lie down. The expected ability to skip the night didn't trigger. Instead, sleepiness washed over me. I barely touched the pillow for 3 seconds before sleepiness hit me. When I opened my eyes, dawn was breaking. I stared blankly at the wooden ceiling. So comfortable. I didn't dream, nor did I feel tired. I got up feeling refreshed. Walking to the deck, I found Kuyumi already busy, retrieving the anchor that had been thrown overboard the night before. Brother Cheng Lang, you woke up so early today. We're going to reach a new island today. There's a place called Zilabu Village on the island. Do we need to stop for supplies? Although we didn't buy much in Orange Town, with Cheng Lang's abilities, the 3 of us wouldn't go hungry. Zilabu? Isn't that the island where Luffy meets Usopp? Luffy and the others are 2 days ahead of us. I wonder if they've finished their business yet. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the only chance we get to meet Luffy and his crew before reaching Logtown, right? I began to recall and seemed to remember something. There's also the island of rare beasts. Never mind. Let's not think about it. We'll talk when we get there. Since we rarely come here, let us stock up a bit. I smiled and agreed. It was noon when we arrived at the shore. Looking at the gradually familiar scenery, I felt a surge of excitement. After so many days in the One Piece world, was I finally going to meet Luffy? I wonder how our meeting would go. The 3 of us got off the ship. Yalada was surprised that I came down with them. Aren't you going to mine today? Well, I want to be mining for a while, and besides, our ship can't carry too much, I replied directly. Yalada felt a bit disappointed. Although he had obtained a lot of gold, who would complain about having too much money? If every island could yield a massive amount of gold, just thinking about it made Yalada smile. You're coming too? Yalada looked at Kuyumi, who was a bit socially anxious. However, perhaps due to these days of getting along, the little girl had gradually opened up. At least she didn't seem shy anymore. Also, I didn't know if it was because the food was good or due to the characteristics of MC food, but the little girl had looked much better these days. I said it's possible we might meet someone who knows where KB went. Yalada looked at me in surprise, but didn't ask further. The 3 of us walked up the slope and saw a small town in the distance. Let us go take a look, I led the way. Seeing my enthusiasm, Yalada smiled and followed. On the small island, the air was filled with the sounds of birds and flowers. Occasionally, we could see farmers working in the fields. The style of this other world wasn't much different from modern times. Everything that should be there was present. I suddenly remembered something. The place where we landed seemed to be one of the only 2 ways to enter this island. In the original story, Usopp had placed a lot of props there because he got lost. Now, there was nothing, which might mean the plot hadn't started yet. Thinking about this, I reached the town. It seemed to be Destiny-esque guidance. The 3 of us just happened to run into Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp. Given the circumstances, it was clear that the situation with Kuro hadn't erupted yet, or perhaps it had already ended. When I first saw the 4 of them, I noticed they were all unharmed. However, before I could say anything, Yalata couldn't hold back. Cheng Lang. Okay. Reminded by her, I switched directly to the storage slot for Yalata as Spike Club and casually tossed it to her. Shtawat Keet. I didn't expect you to really show up here. Yalata's fierce words surprised all 5 of them. The 4 on the opposite side, along with Kuyumi, didn't understand why Yalata suddenly became aggressive. After all, in her impression, Yalata was quite gentle and would even help her scrub her back. Who are you? Luffy frowned at Yalata, looking somewhat confused. Usopp beside him had a strange expression, looking at Yalata with an odd gaze. Nami's expression turned serious as she looked at Yalata as Spiked Club. After drifting at sea for so many years, she had some ability to read people, and she sensed that this woman was strong. However, she teasingly looked at Luffy and said, "Could she be an old friend of yours?" Zoro watched this scene with great interest, though he focused more of his attention on me. After all, I had suddenly pulled out a spike club, which clearly didn't make sense and indicated that I was likely a devil fruit user. At this moment, Yalata smiled broadly. "It's normal that you can't remember me. I've just lost a bit of weight. After all, I've been thinking about finding you ever since you knocked me down with that powerful punch." Upon hearing Yalata's explosive statement, Nami's expression turned strange, while Luffy became even more confused. "Me," in Japanese, it's Comb, and in English, Kobe, who is the most beautiful woman in the world. Familiar words, but an unfamiliar title. Luffy seemed to catch a spark of inspiration. When Koyami was mentioned, she flinched at first, but then thought of Yalata's appearance. It should be Miss Yalata. Familiar phrasing, familiar name. Luffy instantly remembered. After all, it hasn't been long. "Ah, you're that fat woman Yalata. Beautiful." Luffy stepped right on the landmine, leaving Cheng Lang in awe. Chapter 16, a hasty beginning, and only Luffy had seen what Aurita used to look like. The others, hearing Luffy say that the stunningly beautiful Aurita, in terms of figure, skin, and appearance, was once a fat woman, looked at him with skepticism. Nami surveyed Aurita up and down, her eyes filled with doubt. Zoro was also somewhat surprised. After spending these days with Luffy, he could clearly sense that Luffy was emotionally clueless and not the kind to be swayed by appearances, so he wouldn't maliciously criticize a woman's looks. As for Usopp, he was an ordinary man who was immediately captivated by Aurita's beauty, so when Luffy mentioned that she was a fat woman, he couldn't even imagine what a fat Aurita would look like. "Hey, Luffy, this lady has nothing to do with being fat," Usopp directly complained. Nami nodded in agreement. Luffy quickly explained, "No, she used to look like this." As he spoke, Luffy took a breath and puffed out his stomach. Seeing Luffy's silly pose, Aurita touched her own waistline and admitted, "Indeed, I was a bit chubby back then." Aurita's nonchalant acknowledgement surprised Luffy even more. Back then, he just called her a fat woman and she had flown into a rage. "But you really have become beautiful now," Luffy affirmed. Aurita was pleased with Luffy's compliment. Holding her spike club, she said, "None of that matters now. After you knocked me away, I've been wanting to get revenge on you all the time." Luffy grimaced, clearly reluctant. Seeing his reaction, Aurita laughed. "Now you can't refuse." Saying that, she launched an attack, bringing her massive spiked club down. Luffy leaped back to dodge her attack, and the ground shattered, sending debris flying. Nami, Usopp, and Zoro all dodged out of the way. Given the current situation, the three didn't intervene. After all, it was clear that Aurita was here to settle a personal score with Luffy. Cheng Lang watched this scene with great interest. After all, in the original story, there was no second battle between Aurita and Luffy, especially since Aurita's fruit ability was the slip fruit, which made her immune to blunt and slashing attacks. Without Haki, it was uncertain how Luffy would respond. He was ready to watch, but Koyami was somewhat puzzled and tugged at Cheng Lang's clothes, asking, "Brother Cheng Lang, why does Miss Aurita have to fight this straw hat? Wasn't she just knocked away?" It was understandable that she thought this way. Ever since she boarded the ship, she had only seen Aurita's beautiful and powerful side, and she was also very easy to talk to. The other three perked up their ears, curious. After all, hearing gossip about Luffy was quite interesting to them. Seeing everyone as curiosity, Cheng Lang stroked his chin and said, "In a sense, that's true." After all, suddenly appearing in Aurita's home, smashing things up, and even insulting her, then knocking her away with a punch, and now appearing before her without recognizing her. Cheng Lang's acknowledgement changed the expressions of Nami, Zoro, and Usopp to one of amusement. "Wait a minute. You were the one who started it first and wanted to mock Kobe's dream." Luffy pressed his straw hat down with one hand while jumping to dodge Aurita's strikes. "But you hurt my feelings first," Aurita retorted, her expression serious as she quickened her movements. However, no matter how fast she moved, Luffy always managed to dodge from different angles. This made her feel frustrated. She simply couldn't hit him. Seeing that Aurita wasn't listening, Luffy simply stopped dodging and stood his ground. The spike club came crashing down, but when it hit Luffy, it felt like it was hitting cotton. The force was instantly dissipated, I'm a rubber man who ate the gum-gum fruit. Blunt attacks have no effect on me. Although he had expected this. Experiencing that strange sensation again made Alrita pout. Naturally, she had thought about how to counter Luffy's rubber ability while on the ship. The answer was slashing. However, she didn't know swordsmanship and had no weapons available. Yet, she still thought of a solution. Fire. This was a topic she had discussed with Cheng Lang when she felt bored on the ship, regarding the development direction of her abilities. The slip fruit's power was quite simple. It reduced the friction of her skin to 0, but only for herself. To put more plainly, it only worked on the areas covered by her skin. While it could only reduce friction and not increase it, that was sufficient. Alrita reached in her chest and pulled out a packet of powder. She sprinkled it on her spiked club, and before anyone could react, she rubbed her fair hand across the club. Instantly, flames ignited. Wielding the flaming spiked club, she swung it directly at Luffy. Naturally, Luffy wouldn't be foolish enough to take it head-on. TSK. Coward. Weren't you not going to dodge? Luffy said without a hint of shame. I won't be stupid enough to take on this fiery attack, but you're impressive. What was that? Luffy was curious. Alrita, seeing Luffy not preparing to attack her, felt somewhat helpless. In truth, her anger had already diminished significantly when he complimented her beauty. The reason she wanted to find Luffy was partly to prove that she was no longer the fat woman she used to be, that she had a fresh start. Of course, she also had a mischievous desire to see if Luffy would change his expression and show a goofy side, because she had become a beauty. As it turned out, Luffy maintained the same attitude as before, and even his lines were unchanged. As for the resentment she felt because of the straw hat causing her pirate crew to fall apart, she did harbor some grudge, but after meeting Cheng Lang, her fate had already changed, and her hatred towards the straw hat was not as intense. Cheng Lang saw Alrita give up after smashing the floor a few times and shook his head. Indeed, the slip fruit was merely a tool for Alrita to become beautiful while also allowing her to evade attacks. It was a type of passive use, with very limited improvements to her combat power. The flames from before were a brief explosion created by mixing gunpowder and magnesium powder, a concept he had provided. The hasty battle ended. Is that it? Alrita tossed the spiked club to Cheng Lang and shrugged, saying, I'm not as fast as him, and he hasn't attacked me yet. So clearly, my beauty has made him too embarrassed to hit me. However, noticing Cheng Lang's expression, she asked curiously, You seem disappointed that I couldn't defeat the straw hat? After all, she had seen Cheng Lang shake his head. I was shaking my head at your development of the fruit, Cheng Lang replied. Alrita didn't retort. After all, Cheng Lang's abilities were too strange and powerful, so she couldn't argue against his critique of her development. Chapter 17. The Girl's Choice After All. How long has it been? Yalida laughed and shrugged her shoulders. Cheng Lang then began to provide some ideas. Look, if you can minimize or even eliminate the friction on your whole body, leaving only the friction of your feet, wouldn't that allow you to move faster? Yalida looked a bit confused. Clearly, she didn't have any knowledge about air friction. Seeing her like this, Cheng Lang decided that he should take the time to explain what friction is to Yalida in the future. Koyami was somewhat impressed, but didn't fully understand. After all, Miss Yalida had directly set her mace on fire out of thin air, which was quite impressive. The group, including Luffy, immediately realized something from Cheng Lang's words. Yalida was actually a devil fruit user. Luffy, without any psychological burden, directly asked, Yalida, have you become a devil fruit user too? Yalida didn't hide it much. Yes, I ate the slippery fruit. Saying this, she approached Nami and, with a puzzled expression on Nami's face, brushed her fingers across Nami's cheek. Nami didn't even feel her cheek being touched. She only felt a slight pressure on her face. It was a very strange feeling. Unconsciously, Nami reached out to touch back. Wow, so smooth. Yalida didn't mind at all. Luffy just sighed and then didn't pay much attention to it anymore. Usopp, where was that restaurant you said had really delicious food? Obviously, Luffy was still more concerned about food. Soon, the 7 of them arrived at the restaurant. Why did you all sit down so naturally? Nami looked silently at the 3 who had become friendly so quickly. I guess it's a case of getting to know each other without fighting, Cheng Lang said with a smile. To this, Luffy cheerfully said it was no problem. Eating is of course better with more people. Luffy expressed his view, and Zoro didn't object. The group began to eat. Then Nami, Zoro, and Usopp saw Luffy, Yalata, and Cheng Lang eating faster and faster, until they started a competitive eating contest. This immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Of course, the first to drop out was Yalata. Although she had a big appetite, it was nothing compared to Luffy and Cheng Lang. Luffy could digest anything he ate quickly. As for Cheng Lang, he could eat as much as he wanted. He could keep eating even when he was full. Zoro cheered Luffy on from his side. In the end, it concluded with the restaurant owner running out of enough ingredients. Ha ha, I didn't expect you to eat so much too. Luffy, who had already eaten to the point of looking round, smiled happily at Cheng Lang, whose figure hadn't changed at all. Meeting a like-minded eating companion made Luffy very happy, reminiscent of 2 years ago when he and Ace would compete on who could eat more. You're not bad either. The two were happy, but the one who was worried was the owner. At that moment, the owner was very conflicted. Usopp had grown up in front of him, and theoretically, when his friend came, it would be fine for him to be generous, but they had just finished eating all the food for the day. Being generous like this really hurt his wallet. Cheng Lang didn't want to put the owner in a difficult position, so he directly threw out about 100,000 berries. The owner happily accepted it and went to get change. Luffy, who had been treated to a meal, was increasingly satisfied with Cheng Lang. After all, what kind of bad person would treat him to a meal? I'm Luffy. What is your name again? Cheng Lang. This is me, our navigator now. Speaking of which, she should have something to discuss with you. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Luffy oddly. The previous issue with Yalata was still unclear, and now another one came up? Koyami, who was suddenly mentioned, shrank her neck, clearly feeling socially anxious, but she still spoke up. Do you know Kobe? Without thinking, Luffy nodded, and Zoro looked over curiously. Koyami was delighted to see him nod. Where is he now? He should have become a Navy soldier by now. I don't know how he's doing at that naval base. Luffy couldn't help but think of that pink-haired kid without any muscles. Are you looking for him? Can I ask which naval base he's at? Luffy scratched his head and thought. Naval Base 153, Zoro said, stating the address. Koyami immediately opened the nautical chart, looked at it, and found that it wasn't far away. It would take about 2 days of sailing. Koyami was delighted, but then she seemed to think of something and scratched her head shyly. She didn't say anything. However, both Cheng Lang and Yalata understood each other's thoughts. Yalata was the first to speak. Are you eager to find your little crush already? No, it's not like that. Koyami hurriedly waved her hands, embarrassed. Zoro and Luffy both cast curious glances. After all, Kobe was familiar to both of them. She is? Kobe's childhood friend. She went to sea for Kobe. Yalata introduced with a smile. To this, both Zoro and Luffy sighed in amazement, thinking that even someone like Kobe had such a childhood friend. Luffy couldn't help but recall memories from his childhood. He wondered how Yuta was doing lately. Similarly, Zoro thought of Kuina. Cheng Lang found it amusing. Nami and Usopp hadn't met Kobe, so they couldn't chime in. But they were very curious about who could make a little girl risk her life to go to sea to find him. They soon learned about Kobe from Luffy. They were surprised to hear that he had accidentally boarded the wrong ship while fishing and was forced to be a pirate's errand boy for 3 years. It all seemed absurd. However, the fact that a girl would go to sea for someone like that was even more surprising, especially since after gaining freedom, he didn't return. Nami provided an answer. Kobe is really too much. Before anyone else could say anything, me quickly stepped in to explain. You can't blame Kobe because I'm quite timid. When Kobe talks to me, I rarely respond, so he probably doesn't even consider me a friend now. She spoke the last part in a smaller voice. This caught Luffy and the others off guard. Cheng Lang and Yalata were relatively familiar with this situation. After all, me had been silent after boarding the ship, often not being able to say a word for a long time. In the end, it was simple. Just talk more, and once you got used to it, it would be fine. Now, the situation was much better than before. Do you want to take you to Naval Base 153? You should be there, barring any accidents. Luffy asked directly without thinking. Koyami looked at Cheng Lang and Yalata, then firmly said, I promised Cheng Lang and Sister Yalata that I would take them below town. The little girl was very determined. Cheng Lang waved his hand. There is no need to take it so seriously. Originally, the decision was made because he would most likely be there. Now that you've accomplished your goal, you can choose freely. Yalata also agreed. Chapter 18. Thinking about the future. Kuya Mi scratched her head. She thought it would take a long time to make a decision, so she hadn't given it much thought. The girl fell into silence. There was no need to rush. After all, we would stay on this island for a while and could make a decision when we arrived at Lowtown. However, once we get to Lowtown, if you want to run back here, it would take over a month by boat. Are you also going to the Grand Line? Luffy asked curiously, as he naturally knew about Lowtown. After all, it was the birthplace of the Pirate King and also his final resting place. It was a very famous island. Naturally, he wanted to see the site where the Pirate King was executed. Cheng Lang pondered for a moment and hesitated, saying, "Actually, we haven't decided yet." "What's there to hesitate about? As pirates, we should definitely check out the Grand Line," Luffy said confidently. Cheng Lang shook his head and pointed to himself and Alita. "Although she's a pirate, I am not, and with how Alita looks now, who would recognize her as a pirate anyway?" "Huh, you're not a pirate?" Luffy exclaimed in surprise, looking at Alita. When he learned that Alita had changed to this appearance, he immediately thought that Cheng Lang was also a pirate, and that he was Alita's sidekick, just like the former Kobe. In response, Alita shrugged. She actually didn't care much about being a pirate anymore. Previously, she became a pirate because she needed to be one to survive at sea. Now, seeing Cheng Lang's box of gold, it wasn't obtained through robbery or hard labor, but rather through ability. And the amount was enormous. To be honest, with just this gold, they could live comfortably for the rest of their lives. If Cheng Lang wanted, he could even continue to acquire more. It could be said that it was an endless source of wealth, which didn't require competition or much labor to obtain. So why rob merchant ships? Why search for treasure? Cheng Lang himself was an infinite treasure. At this moment, not only was Luffy surprised, but Kuya Mi was also shocked. "Huh, Miss Alita is a pirate. After staying on the ship for so long without raising a pirate flag or engaging in any robbery activities, she thought the two were just on a honeymoon at sea." Kuya Mi's shock made the expressions of Luffy and the others quite strange. "Aren't you three already familiar with each other?" Zoro, seeing this scene, felt a great sense of humor and burst out laughing, slapping his thigh. "Ha ha ha, you guys are quite the interesting combination," Luffy couldn't help but exclaim. Nami also found it amusing. Her impression of the three improved significantly. Afterward, the group chatted about other topics, such as what happened in Orangetown. After a meal, the two parties bid farewell. Kuya Mi and Cheng Lang both needed to think about their future. Since arriving in the world of the Pirate King, Cheng Lang had not really had any goals. Or rather, knowing the future's direction gave him many choices, which left him confused. However, after meeting Alita, he set aside this choice and planned to follow Alita to find Luffy and see the protagonist of this world. He thought he would only meet again in Lowtown, but they had already encountered each other now. Not only did Kuya Mi need to make a choice, but he also had to make one. Back on the ship, Kuya Mi returned to her room while Cheng Lang went to the bottom of the ship to check on his source of experience, the cattle, sheep, and chickens. He skillfully fed them some wheat and watched as they were about to burst from the food. He took out his iron sword and started cleaning up. In the end, there were 2 cows, 2 sheep, and 2 chickens left. Seeing their levels rise to 3, he sighed. This level up was too slow. If it were a game, he wouldn't have to worry about space. He could directly engage in intensive farming, especially with chickens. In the game, the simplest crafting could cause the whole game to lag. He smashed the collected eggs against the wall, and immediately 4 chicks scattered. What luck! Cheng Lang sighed and left the breeding area, heading to the deck. At this moment, Alita was lying leisurely on a deck chair in a bikini, her graceful figure accentuated by the sunlight, and her fair, translucent skin reflected a pearly glow. After sipping some orange juice, she noticed Cheng Lang's arrival and without any shyness, took out some sunscreen. "Do you want to help me apply it?" Cheng Lang didn't hold back and walked over. He didn't know when it started, but Alita had developed a habit of sunbathing and often liked him to help her apply sunscreen. Knowing that the slippery fruit could directly eliminate skin flaws, Alita, who was not originally fair-skinned, became very pale after eating the slippery fruit. For her, sunscreen was really optional. "You know, should I become a pirate?" Cheng Lang casually began to ask Alita's thoughts. "Become a pirate?" "Sure." Alita didn't say anything against it. Cheng Lang explained, "I didn't mean that. I thought I would meet Luffy in Lowtown, so I was just enjoying the scenery at sea while considering what I should do in the future. Alita understood Cheng Lang's meaning. She fell silent and began to think about the future as well. People think differently when they have money and when they don't. Just like when a person is hungry, they only think about filling their stomach, but after eating, they start to think about more. Similarly, when one is broke, the only thought is how to make money, but now suddenly becoming wealthy with a box of gold. Selling it would at least bring in a few $100 billion, which may not be much in front of some big countries. But for some small countries, that amount could be enough to cover their debts. Such immense wealth in one person's hands means living a life of eating, drinking, and having fun wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, the direction of thinking changes. With all of this, is there even a need to become a pirate? It's even possible to establish a country. At that point, becoming a noble and enjoying a lavish life wouldn't be bad either. Who wouldn't want to be a noble in this era? To be blunt, the celestial dragons are a model and a symbol, promoted all over the world, with rumors that they can directly command admirals. If given the chance to become a celestial dragon, who would refuse? And now that there's money, establishing a country and becoming a noble without the celestial dragons. What is the difference between local nobles and the celestial dragons? As Alita thought about this, she felt excitement. The more outrageous her thoughts became, Cheng Lang continued. What do you think would happen if you joined a revolutionary army? Chapter 19. What do you think of this world? What? Are you crazy? Are you really going to oppose the world government? Alita looked at Cheng Lang in disbelief, her eyes filled with confusion. As a pirate, she was occasionally chased by the Navy, and each time it terrified her. That was already hard enough to bear. But if she were to face the world government, she couldn't even imagine how dark her world would become. At that point, she wouldn't even be able to spend her money. Cheng Lang silently looked away, awkwardly smiling. I said it was just an idea. But Alita shook her head vigorously. Don't think like that. That's the world government. Not something we small fries can afford to offend. Cheng Lang didn't expect Alita to be so agitated. Seeing him like this, Alita felt helpless. She lay back down and said, Don't think about anything. Just go be a revolutionary. I don't know if you know about the child of the devil. I know. The child of the devil, Robin, right? Cheng Lang was surprised by what Alita said, but still responded. Although he didn't know how she offended the world government. She was indeed an example of being chased by both the world government and the Navy. Is her fame that great? Can news about her even reach the East Sea? It's not a matter of fame. Alita smiled and said, There's a rumor that if you hand over the child of the devil, Robin, alive to the world government, you can get rid of your pirate identity. Is that true? I don't know. Cheng Lang continued his actions with a puzzled expression. After all, it seemed that there were no messages regarding this in the original work. However, there were indeed many brief snippets showing Robin being betrayed, but many of them were about bounties or the Navy coming after her. I don't know, but regardless of whether it's true or not, if I encounter the child of the devil, I would probably contact the world government immediately to hand her over. I could earn some money and get rid of my pirate identity. For many small pirates, that would be a rare opportunity. Cheng Lang realized that this was a form of public opinion. Regardless of its truth, it would push most pirates to stand against Robin, making it impossible for her to trust pirates, let alone anyone from any country. In other words, whether in the underworld or the law, it would be hard for Robin to find support. By the way, why do you want to be a pirate? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Alita stretched, and her eyes drifted far away. This is a long story. Alita began to introduce her past. In summary, her parents were just ordinary farmers. But because the country required them to pay a tax known as heavenly gold, every family had to contribute money and effort. The result was that a family with little savings had to cut back on everything, and ultimately, her parents starved to death at home, leaving her an orphan. She started stealing to survive, and because she had experienced hunger, she loved to eat. In order to fill her stomach, and due to her physical condition, she quickly became a fat woman. However, her strength also increased because of her eating. As her weight increased, so did her power. At this point, stealing could no longer sustain her. She became a bully, started collecting protection fees, and within a few years, she was wanted, leading her to go out to sea. She became a pirate. Everything happened so naturally. There was no so-called choice, only the pressures of life that ultimately led her to become a pirate. Cheng Lang immediately saw the crux of the problem. The beginning of the collapse was the heavenly gold. Many people in various countries were likely starving and suffering because they had to pay this tax, and when many couldn't survive, they could only resort to evil. As the population decreased, the heavenly gold didn't decrease, leading to increased pressure on others and entering a vicious cycle. The final result was that those who resisted became pirates, while those who didn't starved to death, leading to a population decline and the country no longer being a member state, ultimately being destroyed by pirates. Other countries witnessing this would naturally want to firmly become member states. Thus, pirates on the sea would never cease to exist, and with the disturbance of pirates, more countries would want to become member states to avoid being wiped out. The so-called Great Pirate Era, attributed to Roger, might actually be more of a phenomenon that erupted when accumulated grievances reached a threshold. This is indeed reminiscent of dynastic changes. What? It's nothing. I applied sunscreen. Cheng Lang clapped his hands, walked to the railing, and gazed at the distant sea. Yalata turned her face to look at Cheng Lang, and in the sunlight, his gaze seemed to look toward the future, but Yalata could feel his oppression. After all, everything she had just narrated was not an interesting story. Don't worry, we have so much gold. What I mentioned won't happen. Yalata believed that it was the lack of money that led to her family's tragedy. Cheng Lang didn't say much. After all, in this world, there is no such thing as basic education. Yalata was considered lucky. At least she could read. Many people in this world can't even recognize their own names, let alone think about why they ended up as pirates. They only know that they became thieves because they were poor, and eventually, they became pirates. Step by step, it seemed like their own choices, but in reality, people in this era never had a choice. One Piece tells a story of freedom and adventure. And it is precisely because of this background that the value of freedom can be highlighted. Just like in the dark of night, as long as there is a glimmer of firefly, it shines brightly, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Cheng Lang clarified many thoughts and gradually realized the path he should take. Become a revolutionary? He abandoned that idea. After all, that was a place you only went to when you had no other choice. In cases where there are options, joining the Revolutionary Army would be tantamount to blocking all of his future paths, forcing him to walk a dark road to the end. However, he had to admit that his abilities were indeed very suitable for the Revolutionary Army, and if the timing were right, he wouldn't mind providing some help. So, become a Navy officer? That was indeed possible. He was currently in a clean position, and joining would be quite easy. Unfortunately, Cheng Lang wouldn't choose that. The reason was simple. The Navy's ideals of justice were good, but their actions were not. Yalata, I plan to become a pirate. Why? Yalata was puzzled. With Cheng Lang's abilities, he could join a country and become a noble, or even establish a country and become a king. At the very least, he could be a wealthy man. She wouldn't even be surprised if Cheng Lang planned to join the Navy. After all, through their time together, Yalata understood Cheng Lang's character. He was an innocent person with a kind heart. She could also sense that he actually didn't want to be a pirate. Why? What do you think of this world? Chapter 20. What experience did Yarlita have with this world? For the first time being asked this, Yarlita hesitated for a moment and then frowned. What aspect are you referring to? Everything. Of course, you can also simply share your view of this world. For example, that the world is beautiful. It's obviously terrible. Yarlita answered matter-of-factly. What makes you feel that it's terrible? Cheng Lang continued to ask. Yarlita fell silent for a moment, starting to recall in her mind. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't pinpoint a key moment that made her feel the world was terrible. She just felt that way. Seeing her silence, Cheng Lang smiled and provided an answer. You can't answer, can you? The reason is simple. It's because you feel that the world is terrible all the time. Cheng Lang's words made Yarlita nod. Indeed, since her birth, she had never had a stable life after growing up, having gone hungry as a child. However, ever since she met Cheng Lang, it seemed the world had changed. Not only had it become beautiful, but she had also gained wealth. This made her want to experience comfort and even often think about becoming a noble, as that would make her feel good, allowing her to escape the mire of being a pirate, not having to worry about not having enough to eat. Just as you said, Yarlita nodded, then asked in confusion, what does this have to do with you being a pirate? Although Cheng Lang's question made her think from a new perspective, she still felt puzzled about the essence of the question. Suppose I become a Navy officer. With my current abilities, what do you think I could achieve? That. Yarlita began to ponder. Up to now, Cheng Lang's strength was a mystery to her, but judging by his physique, it was clear he wasn't a combat type. He looked handsome, but lacked lethality. A Navy major? This was still a relatively high evaluation Yarlita offered. What if I become a noble? Then you could become the greatest noble in the country. If you wanted, you could even establish a country directly. And with your abilities, you wouldn't be afraid, even if you encounter pirates. Seeing that Yarlita thought so highly of nobility, Cheng Lang shook his head. What's wrong? Why did your crew leave you? What does this have to do with it? Yarlita frowned. Cheng Lang began to use a metaphor. A country is like a pirate ship. You are the captain, representing the king. Luffy is the king of another country. He defeated you, but didn't destroy your country. However, your country abandoned you, and your citizens sold out the country, preparing to live in a new one. Clearly, the country wasn't destroyed, so why were you abandoned? Because I was defeated? In other words, the foundation of your country is based on military strength. And since your military strength has been denied, your citizens left you. So, what is the foundation of a great nation? Yarlita was unable to answer this, as it was beyond her understanding. It's also military strength. Huh? The 4 emperors. The Big Mom pirates. You know about them, right? Yarlita nodded. What if Big Mom announced she no longer wanted to be a pirate and promised to pay the heavenly gold? What do you think would happen? Hiss. So, establishing a country relies on military strength, maintaining it with money. Right now, we have gold bars, which indeed makes it seem like we are wealthy. But it's like a child who has received a crown. Do you think other adults would not deceive or rob them? They would definitely. So, establishing a country or becoming a noble is an unattainable problem for us. We're like that child wandering the streets with a crown. But one could also not be a pirate, for example. Become a merchant. What did you rob before? A merchant. So, military strength is still required. Hiss. Yarlita felt Cheng Lang was making a lot of sense and found herself unable to refute him. In fact, her view of being a pirate had elevated to another level. At the same time, she realized that the reason she hadn't seen the beauty of the world was that she was simply too weak. Suddenly enlightened, Yarlita stood up and walked over to Cheng Lang's side. This startled Cheng Lang, leaving him unsure where to look. What are you doing? I understand now. The reason I feel the world is terrible is that I am not strong enough and not standing high enough. Once I become a big pirate like Big Mom, the world will appear beautiful to me. It can be said that way. Cheng Lang looked at Yarlita, who had become somewhat strange. Oh no, did I instill too much of a concept in Yarlita? Yarlita's eyes were filled with fire. At this moment, she regained her confidence and found her goal. In the past, her goal was actually very simple, to be praised for her beauty, just like a hungry person wanting to eat until full. Her method was to suppress with force. She indeed received compliments, but she knew she wasn't truly beautiful. When called a fat woman, her anger was real. After eating the slippery fruit, she achieved her goal, but she also lost it. What remained was to enjoy the success that beauty brought, and at the same time, to see what kind of person this man was who made her beautiful, as well as his strength. She didn't mind following this man for a while like a crew member until he was defeated, just like her former self. At that time, she might also leave this man like her previous crew did. But now, her thoughts had changed. The man before her thought in dimensions different from hers. And she also determined that Cheng Lang was a man she could follow. In the moment she made up her mind, Cheng Lang saw countless experience orbs suddenly burst forth from Yarlita. This scene stunned Cheng Lang. He was puzzled what was going on. But the experience orbs didn't wait for him to react and directly surged into his body. In just a moment, his level rose to level 8. He was not far from level 9. However, this left him very confused. What was happening? Why did Yarlita suddenly burst out experience orbs? How'd she do that? Could she continue to burst them? Cheng Lang began to ponder this question and the logic in between. At the same time, he thought about how he had leveled up to the first level in the beginning. What commonalities did he see in Yarlita now? Now Yarlita looked at herself, seemingly in recognition. Was she recognized? It was a mental recognition. So did this mean she had somewhat submitted to him? Then the first time he stood in front of Yarlita was a kind of indirect submission? It's just that the experience gained was small because it wasn't a true submission, but just enough to level up. Had he not noticed at the time? This needed verification. Chapter 21 Coach, I want to... Yarlita noticed that Cheng Lang was staring at her with a dazed expression. And only then did she realize her own gaffe, but she remained calm. She didn't mind being admired by Cheng Lang for her charm. She put on a bikini. At that moment, Cheng Lang also snapped out of his thoughts about the experience orbs. Since you are ready to be a pirate, what are you saying now? Are you going to go on a plundering spree? Yalada was curious. After all, that's the inherent impression of pirates. Plunder what? Money? Not lacking. Supplies and food? Beautiful women or alcohol? Yalada answered again. Cheng Lang found it amusing. Being a pirate doesn't necessarily mean plundering or doing evil. Then what kind of pirate? Yalada didn't understand. Think of Orangetown. Yalada was stunned, then understood. Indeed, this man is still the kind-hearted guy. She thought he had changed. So it doesn't really matter whether to be a pirate or not. Yalada teased, but she didn't intend to continue the topic. So, are you planning to join that Straw Hat Kids crew? If you have this idea, what do you think? It's fine, I don't mind. And there are plenty of examples of defeated foes being welcomed in the pirate world. Yalada stated indifferently. Just then, Kuyumi walked out. She approached Cheng Lang and Yalada. I've made my decision. Oh, what kind of decision? Kuyumi looked at the two seriously. Thank you for taking care of me these days. I want to go to Branch 153 and meet Kobe. Just to meet him? Kuyumi fell silent. To this, Cheng Lang waved his hand. You must have heard our previous conversation, right? Yes. The little girl has learned to lie. Yalada shook her head with a smile. In response, Kuyumi lowered her head and remained silent. What was your previous thought? I wanted to follow. Kuyumi gave her answer. During this time at sea, Kuyumi could feel their kindness, and she also sensed that her social anxiety was gradually improving. She had been very happy on this journey. Compared to the past 10 years, she finally understood what freedom was. However, she also heard Cheng Lang's words. Strength. She didn't have the strength of Miss Yalada, nor the miraculous abilities of brother Cheng Lang. She was just an ordinary girl with a rough understanding of navigation. If she followed them, she would probably hold them back. Just thinking about that outcome and facing their disappointed expressions made her feel it would be better to leave voluntarily. So she made her choice. Yalada sighed and shrugged. You convince her. After saying that, Yalada returned to her lounge chair. Cheng Lang ruffled the girl's hair. He lifted the black hair that covered her eyes. It must be said that there are very few unattractive young women in One Piece. Of course, being overweight ruins everything. Whether it's Yalada, Big Mom, or the young Shinobu from Wano Country. The girl's face, no longer as thin as it was at first, now had a standard oval shape, with water blue drooping eyes and a forced smile, making her look endearing. Kuyumi's face flushed red as her hair was lifted, but she still tried to look at Cheng Lang as much as possible. Haven't you noticed that you've been eating more and more lately? Yalata, who had just laid down, nearly fell off her chair, and Kuyumi's face, no, her entire head was turning red, even steaming. Why yes, I'm sorry, I'll eat less next time. After saying that, she looked like she was about to cry. Cheng Lang, you. Before Yalata could finish, Cheng Lang interrupted her. Don't get me wrong. I hope you can eat more. This is a characteristic I've discovered about my abilities. How so? The more of the food affected by my abilities that you can eat, it represents not just your appetite, but also relates to that person's strength. This point was noticed in me. At first, she could only eat 3 cha-cha fruits. But now she can eat about 5, and this trend is continuously rising. Similarly, you are the same. Cheng Lang explained. Then looked at me. You are now much stronger than when you first boarded the ship. When you first boarded, you were seasick, throwing up everywhere. And even cleaning one room made you feel tired, but now? Kuyumi thought for a moment. Now she could clean the whole ship without much problem. It seems. That's really true. The food produced by my ability not only fills your stomachs, but also quickly restores your condition and alleviates fatigue. This means as long as you keep exercising, you don't need to consider resting or adjusting your state. The effects of such training are already several times better than others. If you put in several times the effort compared to others, can you imagine how strong you will become in the future? Kuyumi envisioned it, and then her eyes became firm. Indeed, her goal for going out to sea was to find Kobe, but during these days at sea with Cheng Lang and Yalada, she had seen a world she had never experienced before, and she wanted to see this vast world. Me was very clear that she was a small person, with a low sense of presence. Since leaving the orphanage, she had tried many jobs, and without exception, she failed in all of them due to her personality, which made her not good at socializing. If it weren't for the occasional relief from the orphanage, she might have starved to death on the street. So she desperately wanted to change herself. At this moment, she thought of Kobe, who was also weak but was working hard to change himself. She learned from Kobe's notes and books when she found out he had gone to sea, but the results were not satisfactory. She was a woman, and she understood the expressions of those merchants very well. Or rather, because of her personality, she was very good at observing others' facial expressions. So, she protected herself, but the merchants who had no other thoughts about her still found her abilities lacking. After going around in circles, she took a risk and came to a tavern where pirates gathered, preparing to take on black jobs. At that time, she dressed very plainly, even androgynously, to protect herself. But in the end, she still hit a wall. Pirates indeed didn't care about experience, but she was too small. Just when she was about to give up, she saw Cheng Lang and Yalita recruiting. She wanted to eagerly sign up in the tavern, but unfortunately, she was pushed to the very back and couldn't even speak. Fortunately, she finally mustered the courage. Now what is your decision? I want to go out to sea. I want to be a pirate. Kuyumi said those words firmly. Crash. Cheng Lang once again saw experience orbs bursting out from his body, but the number of experience orbs was clearly not as many as Yalita's. However, it still raised him to level 9. Chapter 22, The Little Butterfly Effect, looking at the experience bar that was about to break through to level 10. Cheng Lang felt a bit speechless. Goodness, he was just a quarter away, making him want to directly go to the warehouse and solve the stored experience points. In the end, he didn't take action. After all, finding cows, sheep, and chickens was quite troublesome. Moreover, the main point was that even if he killed all the ones below, it probably still wouldn't fill a quarter of level 9. After all, in MC, the experience needed increases with each level, and since Cheng Lang came to this world, the experience gap for each level was much larger than the game. He stopped focusing on levels and looked at Kuyumi, rubbing the girl's head. Very good, full of spirit. Yalita, seeing that Cheng Lang had persuaded Kuyumi, felt quite gratified. At the same time, she sighed, realizing there was now one more reason to stay close to the man in front of her. When Yalita learned that she wasn't strong enough, she had already begun to think about how to become stronger. Naturally, her first thought was the devil fruit, after all. It was a treasure of the sea. Now that she considered herself immune to physical attacks, that was passive. She was preparing to actively think about how to develop her abilities. As for improving her stamina, she had to admit one thing. Women's stamina has its limits, and improving it wasn't something that could be done overnight. However, things are different now. One could only say that even ordinary people following Cheng Lang had a promising future. Cheng Lang and the others had already made their choices. Meanwhile, beside the right side of the reef on the island, Zhang Ao walked out of a cave he had been hiding in for the past few days. Since that's the case, I'll return to the Black Cat pirate crew. Captain Kuro, we will arrive by tomorrow morning. I told you not to call me that. My name is Clabatel now. The butler of Miss Kuya, Kuro, also walked out, pushing up his glasses with his palm. I look forward to your arrival tomorrow. Zhang Ao lowered his hat brim and left without answering. However, perhaps because of Cheng Lang, none of this was noticed by Usopp. At this moment, Usopp was in a tree telling Kuya about the interesting things that happened today, casually bragging about a giant goldfish's poop being as big as a continent. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others were already discussing at the village entrance. Luffy, if you really want to go to the Grand Line, you must get a big ship, but don't forget, your 500,000 berries have already been given to the villagers of Orangetown. Right now you are broke. Nami said. Luffy, with his hands behind his head, replied, even if I take out the 500,000, I still can't buy a decent ship. Yeah, that's true. How about we ask the young lady there? Do you think she will give us a ship? Luffy answered with a smile. Nami sighed, face-palming. Although they had met in Orangetown, she could still tell that Luffy was a kind-hearted person, which was one of the main reasons she followed him. If he were an ordinary pirate, she would have already stolen treasure and run away. After hearing Luffy's suggestion, Zoro laughed. Maybe it could work. ISNT Usopp in there right now. Given their good relationship, they should agree. Should we go take a look? Luffy suggested. Zoro stood up. Nami rolled her eyes at the two. Do you two not know what honor and shame are? Have you not considered other methods? Oh, Nami, do you have a plan? That girl named Yalita used to be a pirate, right? Yeah, but they aren't pirates anymore. Should we directly buy their ship? Nami showed a scheming expression. believing she was quite skilled in bargaining. Besides, looking at the three of them, everyone except Yalida seemed easy to fool, especially that Cheng Lang, who clearly looked like a fat sheep. After all, paying so readily without needing change surely meant he was rich. With Yalida and Luffy's relationship, perhaps a heartfelt approach could persuade them. Of course, I'll front the funds, and you must pay me back when you have money, Nami proposed with a smile. Luffy thought for a moment, hesitating. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Seeing Luffy's hesitation, Nami was baffled. You're bold enough to ask strangers for a ship, but you're shy to ask someone you have a relationship with. What is going on? Zoro seemed to resonate with Luffy's thoughts. Indeed, it's not appropriate. Huh? They aren't planning to be pirates anymore. So what do they need a pirate ship for? Besides, they will likely go to branch 153 to find Kobe afterwards. This is just convenient for us, Nami confidently argued. In the East Sea, which is the weakest sea, it's actually quite difficult to get a pirate ship. It's not that there aren't buyers, but finding pirate buyers is very challenging. If it's sold to ordinary ship traders, they would offer much less once they find out it used to be a pirate ship. If the trader isn't scrupulous, they might report it to the Navy, leading to losing the ship and being captured. After all, such things are quite common in the East Sea. After all, they just said they weren't sure if they would become pirates. What, they were just saying that. Moreover, didn't Cheng Lang say he wanted to check out Loketown? If we buy their ship, how will they sail? I don't mind giving them our 2 small boats. What do you think, Luffy? Zoro looked at Luffy, waiting for the captain's order. Then let us go find Cheng Lang and the others first. After all, Usopp won't run away from here. Luffy gave his answer. Clearly, without a ship capable of long voyages, Luffy made his choice. I saw them walking that way just now. Zoro naturally started pointing the way. Luffy didn't doubt it, and Nami, who hadn't spent much time with Zoro, felt a bit strange but didn't question it. After all, with such a confident tone, it must be fine. 2 hours passed quietly. The three returned to the village entrance where they started. Nami rolled her eyes. What road are you pointing to when you don't even know the way? Zoro scratched his head and remained silent. Luffy simply burst into laughter, unable to close his mouth. At this moment, Usopp walked down the street looking dejected. Seeing this, Luffy curiously asked, "What is wrong? Did you have a fight with the young lady?" Usopp shook his head but then nodded, briefly explaining what had happened to the three. Because Luffy and the others weren't there to cause trouble, Usopp prepared to run as soon as he noticed Kuro. This was his habit over the years. However, this time Kuro acted unusually, previously just scolding him to stop bothering Kuya. But just now, for some reason, he chased after him, scolding him as a notorious liar. The most crucial part was that he insulted Usopp's mother and father, which he couldn't tolerate. Thus, he ended up arguing with Kuro. Of course, he couldn't help but hit Kuro in front of Kuya, and the final result was that he was chased away by Kuya. That was why he was feeling so down. What could be worse than being driven away by the girl he liked? Well, being driven away because of another man. Chapter 23. 144 is not Luffy's limit. After the double strike buff, Usopp was downcast. Then he was taken aboard Cheng Lang's ship by Luffy and his crew. Luffy looked at Cheng Lang's large ship and exclaimed, "This is amazing. It's even possible to grow trees on the ship. And the trees are so square. How strange." Not only was he curious, but others were also looking around, as Cheng Lang's ship style was indeed very peculiar. Usopp, who was feeling gloomy, suddenly felt better as he touched a vine-like plant on the deck. What kind of plant is this?" "Pumpkin vine," Cheng Lang replied with a smile. "Huh? A pumpkin vine that thick can stand up without a support?" Usopp was stunned. He wasn't someone who couldn't tell grains apart. As a person who had survived to this day, he wasn't just living off the charity of the villagers. He had farmed before. Of course, he had grown pumpkins too. So it couldn't possibly be like this. It seemed to prove itself as a pumpkin vine. With a bayou, the vine bent and produced a large, square pumpkin. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. It looked like a pumpkin based on the texture, but it couldn't be a pumpkin. Cheng Lang took out an axe and chopped the pumpkin. "Hey, such a big pumpkin." Luffy looked at the pumpkin that had merged into Cheng Lang's body, incredulous. "Are you also a devil fruit user?" Everyone except Zoro was shocked. Luffy being a rubber man was already surprising. Then they met Buggy, and then they encountered Arlita, but those were all understandable. However, Cheng Lang's ability left everyone in awe. This square tree and the special pumpkin. Yes, it's a somewhat special ability. Cheng Lang nodded with a smile. Others marveled at the wonders of the devil fruits. Cheng Lang then took out a basket of cha-cha fruits. Here, have some fruit. This is cha-cha fruit. It's so sweet and not sour at all. Usopp was surprised. The cha-cha fruit in his hand looked very similar to an apple. But normally, cha-cha fruits have a shape somewhat like a gourd, and when eaten, they are very crisp and refreshing, able to be stored on the ship for a long time. However, they often start to turn sour after 3 days. But they're a good choice for brewing fruit wine. This is also a fruit that many pirates buy when they go to sea. It stores well, is edible, can be brewed into wine, and when dried, can serve as portable food to fill hunger and supplement vitamin C. Everyone began to eat without hesitation. It's really sweet, Nami exclaimed after taking 2 bites, and then quickly finished eating. However, after eating, she was astonished. There are no seeds, just full of fruit flesh. What new variety is this? If it could be sold, it would definitely make a huge profit. As someone whose family sells oranges, Nami was well aware of the value of the cha-cha fruit. Luffy, on the other hand, didn't care about that and kept eating without stopping. Until under the astonished gaze of Kuyami, he finished a basket of more than 30 fruits. Before he could speak, Cheng Lang smiled and took out another basket. Luffy didn't hold back, thanked him, and continued eating. Then a shocked expression appeared on Arlita's face. Zoro, curious, asked what's wrong. They had seen Luffy's appetite before. And this amount of fruit, to be honest, looked like a lot, but most of the fruit is water, so it doesn't take up much stomach space when eaten. So why were they so shocked now? Cheng Lang was counting 144. After saying this, Luffy also stopped eating and patted his belly, puzzled. Was his appetite not good today? Why did he feel full? Hiss! Arlita gasped. She realized the gap between herself and Luffy. She could only eat about 30 at most, and that was her limit after a day of hunger. To know that Luffy had already eaten a meal earlier. His stomach was already round, which meant that those 144 were not Luffy's limit. What's wrong with you guys? Usopp asked in confusion. Cheng Lang had no intention of hiding. These fruits were born because of my ability, so they have a certain uniqueness. They're special foods that can directly provide energy to people. Did you feel a strong sense of fullness after eating just now? Now that you mention it. Indeed, I felt full after eating one. Usopp rubbed his belly. Having already eaten enough, he thought he was just too full before. But now he realized the magic of the fruit. Zoro picked up another one and ate it. Then his eyes brightened. It's true. Everyone looked at Luffy in surprise. You were full and still managed to eat 144. You must not have been full at all, right? Nami looked at Luffy incredulously, feeling once again the monstrous nature of his physique. 144. Even if it weren't for the special fruit, Nami believed she couldn't finish that much. I feel even stronger after eating, Luffy exclaimed, jumping up and down, feeling great. TSK, TSK. As expected of Nika, Cheng Lang couldn't help but marvel. Huh? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Cheng Lang smiled and waved his hand. You've eaten. Now tell me what you're here for. Luffy scratched his face, looking hesitant. Naturally, Nami took over the conversation. Earlier, we heard you weren't planning to be pirates anymore, so we wanted to ask if your ship is for sale. Oh, about that. This ship was made using my ability. If you need it, I can help you modify the ship, Cheng Lang responded with a smile. Luffy's eyes lit up. Really? You're so nice. Cheng Lang waved his hand. It's just a casual thing, but some conditions need to be agreed upon first. Is it about money? Although we don't have much, we can still offer 2 million berries. Nami immediately chimed in when she heard there were conditions. But she was publicly exposed by her captain. Huh, don't we have 5 million? That's mine. Nami was furious and gave Luffy a smack on the head. Turning her head, she saw Cheng Lang's slightly amused expression and awkwardly scratched her head. We still need to replenish a bit of supplies. And we need some reserve funds. Nami rubbed her hands together, smiling very forcefully. Cheng Lang found Nami's current appearance amusing. He waved his hand. What I need is not money, but to briefly explain my ability. First of all, my ability cannot directly float on the water's surface. Don't be fooled by how large our ship looks. In essence, it's a small ship that has been expanded. If the small ship breaks down, my ability won't fail. But it will prevent you from sailing on the sea. So you should find a good base ship. And by the way, there's also a limit to the expansion. Cheng Lang had tried laying wooden boards directly on the sea, and just like the original, they would float on the surface but not move. Newton would probably be unable to contain himself if he saw it, but it was very much in line with MC. Chapter 24, Conspiracy or Confession? After Cheng Lang finished speaking, Luffy and Zoro began to ponder over the two small boats. To be honest, even if they were expanded, they would probably just barely be usable, and as for heading to the Grand Line, that seemed a bit unlikely. As a result, the question returned to square one. Can I ask what the original size of your boat was? Cheng Lang scratched his head and looked at Yalata. 6 meters long and 5 wide, she replied. A medium-sized boat, converted into a large boat of 24 meters long and 20 meters wide? Nami estimated Cheng Lang's boat and provided an answer. Are you guys willing to make do with it? It might be able to be converted into a medium-sized fishing boat around 17 or 18 feet. Luffy, your boat should be the small one that sailed away from my side, right? Yalata seemed to remember Luffy's arrival, clearly noting that he didn't have a ship. She didn't want her pirate ship. At the time, Yalata was too lazy to come over. After all, Cheng Lang's modified boat was indeed very comfortable, clean, and hygienic. And she wanted to chase after the Straw Hat Kid, so she didn't want to waste time selling her pirate ship for money. Yeah, Luffy replied without caring. Then don't think about it. I know the condition of that small boat. It's quite worn out. It can serve as a spare boat for going ashore without any problem, and it can still be used with some patches, but with these days of long-distance sailing, don't you feel like it's slowed down a lot? Luffy didn't feel it, but Nami did. Indeed, that small boat was very slow. The wood itself wasn't good, and coupled with aging and long-term soaking in water, the hull became heavier, which naturally slowed it down. It was fine to sail on the calm waters of the East Sea, but if they really went to the Grand Line, that small boat would definitely break down. Yalata shrugged. She didn't have much money back then. Everything was about frugality. If a spare boat could be used, who cared about quality? After all, pirates were good swimmers. If the boat capsized, they could just swim back. This is troublesome, Luffy said. Though he hadn't heard the earlier part, he understood Yalata's later words. It would break down. So even if they modified it, they couldn't go to the Grand Line. Nami sighed as well. She wanted to suggest modifying the small boat they got from Buggy, but imagining the similar hull. She had also read some books related to the Grand Line, and just the incident with Reverse Mountain was enough to eliminate some poorly made boats. This small boat's resistance would definitely be lacking. Even if modified, it would be about the same. Cheng Lang didn't speak, letting the few of them ponder. After all, at this time, it wasn't just Usopp boarding the ship. There was also Mary. He didn't want his appearance to cause the Golden Mary to disappear. However, seeing Luffy so troubled, he decided to skip this topic for now. By the way, haven't you encountered anything else today? Anything else? What else could there be? Nami asked, puzzled. Usopp also looked over with curiosity. Looking at the sunset on the horizon, was the timing off? The plot in the anime and manga always seemed continuous, as if time passed in just a day or two, but ever since Cheng Lang arrived in this world, he could clearly feel one thing. The anime and manga needed to trigger the plot coherently, but in reality, it had been nearly a month since he came to this world, and Luffy had only recruited Usopp. At this rate, Cheng Lang was very suspicious. Would a year be enough to reach Sabeti Archipelago? To know, back in Blue Star, even with a modern steam cruise ship, it took about 79 days to circumnavigate the world. It seemed like a short time, but that was with a steam cruise ship. And most of the time was spent sailing with very little time spent at any given place to observe local customs. However, in the world of One Piece, it was sailing ships, and they also had to consider supplies. The key was that once they reached the Grand Line, they also needed to store magnetic force to head to the next island. With the back and forth time, could a year be enough? This didn't even account for the time spent dealing with conflicts. Moreover, the construction of wooden boats in Water 7 also required time. Although the physical conditions in this world allowed for faster forging, it still took a month or two, such as for wood processing and polishing decorations. Completing the first half of the Grand Line journey within a year seemed unreasonable from any angle. So now that the timing was off, Cheng Lang didn't dare to guarantee whether it was a normal phenomenon. If there was something else, it would probably be about Usopp. Nami pondered and recounted Usopp's situation. After listening, Cheng Lang immediately understood that it was likely the butterfly effect caused by his appearance. He and Luffy had spent too long eating and chatting, while in the original story, Usopp had run away halfway through eating. Clabatel, when something happens, there must be a demon. Your interaction with Kaya is beneficial to her illness in some sense. In your story, her depressed personality has become cheerful. If this Clabatel really wants Kaya to get better, he would certainly try to prevent you from being close to her, but more like the butler of Mary. He would turn a blind eye and strike a balance, ensuring you wouldn't lead Kaya further astray. Instead of directly driving you away, such an outcome would likely backfire, pushing the already melancholic young lady into a deeper depression. So, does this Clabatel really have Kaya's best interests at heart? Cheng Lang provided his reasonable reminder. Luffy obviously didn't understand. Usopp immediately became alert. Cheng Lang's words indeed hit the nail on the head. Nami frowned after hearing it. She hadn't thought much of it before, but now that it was brought up, it was indeed filled with many suspicious points. However, it was clear that suspicion alone couldn't convict someone. If nothing unexpected happens, something is likely to occur tonight, Yalada speculated aloud. What? Think about it. Usually the other party just scolds you and drives you away, but today they are relentless. Enduring to the limit? But what have you done to Kaya? Nothing, as always, and even in the end, the other side actively allowed you to punch them. Could it be that we are overthinking? Nami provided another answer. Cheng Lang shrugged. If you ask me, this Clabatel is probably in love with Lady Kaya. Seeing Usopp gradually make the melancholic young lady cheerful. Even her condition has improved a bit. He must have felt unbalanced long ago. Today, he revealed his true colors. And perhaps because Lady Kaya's condition has improved significantly, he finally can drive you away from her. He probably intends to confess to Lady Kaya tonight. Changing the wording immediately made everyone accept it. Soon, all eyes were focused on Usopp. After all, it had turned into a war between rivals. At this moment, Usopp's face turned red. He remained silent, clearly in a battle of thoughts. I'll go take a look. A group of people burst into laughter. Chapter 25. Cats are nocturnal animals. The night quietly descended. Because of Cheng Lang's words, Usopp hurried to the entrance of Kaya's mansion. The mansion was particularly quiet at night. However, when he arrived at the door, he hesitated. The words Kaya had used to drive him away during the day lingered in his mind, making it hard for him to let go. Moreover, it was his first time coming to find Kaya at such a late hour, which inevitably led him to overthink. What if Kaya misunderstood him? Scratching his head, he still skillfully moved aside the disguised leaves and slipped inside. As soon as he entered, Usopp heard a scream and the sound of shattering glass. This startled him, and he turned to look at the source of the sound, which was a male voice that sounded somewhat familiar. Could it be that Cheng Lang's words were coming true? Usopp cautiously walked into the room from which the sound had come and carefully peeked in. Inside the room, Butler Mary lay on the floor, blood flowing on the ground. Usopp had mentally prepared himself, but he was still frightened. He involuntarily began to breathe heavily. This was bad. Kaya was in danger. Usopp immediately rushed to the big tree, climbed up a few branches, and reached a spot where he could see through the window. The window was tightly closed, but the curtains were not drawn, and Usopp saw Kaya sleeping soundly. At that moment, she did not wake up at all despite Mary's scream. This was clearly suspicious. Before Usopp could take any action, he saw the door to Kaya's room open. It was Chloe, who at that moment was wearing black gloves on one hand, with 5 silver blades resembling claws attached to the gloves, and blood dripped to the floor. This situation told Usopp everything he needed to know. Mary lying in the hall had been attacked by Chloe. Naturally, Usopp immediately crouched down, not daring to show himself. Being timid by nature, he was at a loss for what to do. His mind went blank. But thinking about the possibility of Kaya being harmed, his eyes began to struggle, and he quietly reached for the slingshot he always carried with him. The sound of blades scraping against each other reached Usopp's ears through the window. No, Kaya must not be harmed. Determined, Usopp raised his slingshot and aimed at Chloe by the bed. Obviously, Chloe did not expect Usopp to suddenly appear outside the window. The iron ball pierced through the glass. Just as it was about to hit Chloe, it was deflected by his claw knife. The crisp sound of shattering glass mixed with the clang of metal. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Usopp jumped directly into the room, continuing to fire projectiles from his slingshot, forcing Klo to defend himself instinctively. Fatal. Smoke star. In an instant, countless clouds of smoke exploded in the room. However, it was not over yet. Amidst the smoke, projectiles continued to accurately shoot towards Klo, giving him no chance to counterattack. When the smoke dissipated, Usopp was already holding Kaya and had left the small courtyard. Klo touched the bloodstains on his cheek, veins bulging on his forehead. He had been careless. 3 years of a comfortable life had lowered his vigilance significantly, so much so that he was caught off guard just now. Fortunately, his well-trained body allowed him to withstand the iron projectile shot at him, but he still couldn't avoid all the smoke bomb's effects. Fearing that he did not know where the projectiles came from, he did not pursue. Usopp, huh? I didn't expect that damn liar still had this kind of strength. On the other side, Usopp was quickly fleeing while carrying Kaya. Yet even so, Kaya did not wake up. Clearly, something was off. If it weren't for the clear warmth and breathing he felt from Kaya while carrying her, he would have suspected that she was already dead. Fortunately, his years of deception had given him some authority over his running speed. But not long after he started running, he saw a group of people approaching. It was Luffy and the others. As Usopp left, Cheng Lang suggested they follow and see what was happening, in case Usopp was mistaken for an intruder. They could quickly explain, "Hey, you just kidnapped Miss Kaya?" Your leader joked. However, Usopp was not in a joking mood. That Klo Batel is really problematic. He killed Butler Mary. He was about to attack Kaya, but luckily I arrived just in time. Usopp briefly recounted the events. Nami's eyes widened as she rushed to Kaya's side, first checking for a pulse and discovering she was still breathing. But her unusually deep sleep was indeed very concerning. "Kaya, wake up." No matter how Usopp shook Kaya, she maintained her even breathing. This is a massive dose of sleeping pills. Usopp suddenly remembered Kaya had been unable to sleep due to her parents' death, which had gradually weakened her body. But she should have taken such a large dose of sleeping pills. It was strange that she couldn't be woken up. If that Klo Batel wanted to kill Kaya, why go to such lengths? Nami didn't understand. Just as she was about to voice her question, the answer came not from Usopp or Cheng Lang's group, but from Klo. The reason was simple. Miss Kaya must stay alive, at least until she finished writing her will. Luffy and Zoro looked at the newcomer. At that moment, Klo was impeccably dressed in a suit. If he were to remove the claw blades from his hands, he would indeed appear to be a talented elite. However, the blood-stained claw blades under the moonlight looked particularly sinister. Cheng Lang, observing that the plot was clearly off, found it particularly interesting. In the original story, Luffy and Zoro did not confront Klo immediately for various reasons. However, now, due to his changes, Luffy and Zoro encountered Klo right away. He wondered how long Klo could last in this situation. But now that the plan had been exposed, Kaya's life or death no longer mattered. Klo adjusted his glasses. Under the moonlight, his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zoro. At that moment, Zoro had drawn his twin swords to block Klo's charge. "Oh, you are the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, a well-known pirate hunter in the East Blue over the past 2 years. Indeed, with some strength, Klo sincerely evaluated. So fast." Zoro stared gravely at the retreating Klo. He had sensed a strong killing intent from the beginning, which was why he drew his sword and prepared for battle. If he had hesitated, he might have been cut down. Luffy also looked serious. Klo's explosive speed was astonishing. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang rubbed his eyes. He truly hadn't seen clearly, so it was only when Klo and Zoro clashed with the sound of clanging metal that Cheng Lang realized they were already in combat. Under the moonlight, the sword blades reflected a faint glow. Do you know? Cats are nocturnal animals. Chapter 26, The Gap. Kuro's escape. Do you know that cats are nocturnal animals? As the words fell, Kuro vanished from the spot, leaving only an afterimage due to the darkness. Cheng Lang squinted his eyes and could barely see Kuro's figure while trying to follow. It was like playing badminton at night, with the white feathered shuttlecock leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Without any sound of footsteps, Kuro disappeared from Cheng Lang's sight, and when he reappeared, he was already behind them. Yalta exclaimed, "Cheng Lang, give me your weapon." When Cheng Lang turned around, he saw his cloak slashed with 5 deep cuts. Yalta, dressed lightly, was filled with rage. She had been ambushed, but fortunately, Her fruit's passive ability made her immune to slashing attacks. Otherwise, she would have likely been injured by now. Cheng Lang didn't hesitate and immediately handed his wolf fawn club to Yalita. At this moment, Cheng Lang felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Although the original story had Kuro defeated by Luffy, the method was quite crude, as Luffy ultimately took Kuro down with an exchange of injuries. That was during the day, surrounded by sunlight. But now it was nighttime, and with the added stealth of a silent step, there were no footsteps and it was hard to see. This was bad. They were up against Kuro, who was fighting on his home turf. Cheng Lang felt a sense of unease. He had thought of Kuro as a small pirate who mastered a technique similar to shave, and with Luffy and Zoro around, it was 2 against 1, giving them the advantage. But now he realized he had taken things for granted. Without saying a word, he first protected Kuya-mi with blocks. After all, Mi and Kuya were likely the weakest here, and these two needed to be protected first before he could start building more blocks. Just as he finished protecting Kuya-mi, Usopp let out a scream. He had been slashed on the back, leaving 5 bloody wounds. At that moment, Usopp was desperately protecting Kuya. Luffy, damn it. If you have the ability, come at me, Luffy shouted indignantly. Zoro frowned. Under the moonlight, capturing a fast-moving enemy with no sound of footsteps was indeed quite difficult. Moreover, the opponent was likely attacking indiscriminately, which made things even trickier. Zoro couldn't protect everyone in such a situation. After all, protection was passive. He would have to react after the enemy struck, which required a faster reaction speed than the enemy. If it were daytime, Zoro could have managed, but it was nighttime, making the difficulty exponentially greater. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as the wooden blocks protecting Kuya-mi showed signs of severe cracking. Another hit like that, and the wood would likely explode. Kuro's attacks were no joke. They had at least triggered the minimum threshold for breaking wood, and it seemed he had hit 5 times. Fortunately, the frequency of his attacks wasn't too fast. Cheng Lang immediately rushed to Usopp's side, ready to build blocks as well. But before he could start, he caught a glimpse of a white flash out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, a sharp metallic scraping sound erupted from Cheng Lang's body. He felt 5 blades strike his chest. Hiss! That really startled me. Cheng Lang touched his chest. His clothes were undamaged, but 5 white marks were left on his skin. At the same time, his chest armor's durability dropped by 1. Terrifying. Cheng Lang looked towards Kuro, who also seemed surprised. I didn't expect both of you to be devil fruit users, Kuro said with a hint of surprise. He knew about the treasures of the sea, the devil fruits, and had even seen them. The Colonel Smoker from Lowtown was said to be a user, and he was one of the hurdles for those from East Blue wanting to enter the Grand Line. Before Kuro could finish his words, Luffy attacked immediately. Got you. It hurts. Luffy, who had just grabbed Kuro's wrist, was immediately scratched by Kuro's claws, leaving 5 bloodstains on his arm. Fortunately, when his arm retracted to its original size, the long wound appeared to shrink into 5 small cuts. Ding! Zoro also seized the opportunity and attacked directly. In the end, having more people was an advantage. At this moment, Cheng Lang had also wrapped Usopp and Kuya in blocks. Sensing that Kuro couldn't break through his defenses, he became bolder. He took out his iron sword, narrowed his eyes, and prepared to confront Kuro. Although he knew how to use shave, which involved stepping out a dozen times in an instant to create a powerful burst, knowing it was one thing, but executing it was another. It was like brain, I got it. Eyes, easy. Hands, I have hands. Feet, are you kidding me? Kuro had no intention of clashing directly with Zoro. After quickly dodging Zoro's slash, he retreated. 3 devil fruit users? At this moment, Kuro felt a bit of unease. One was hard to hit, another couldn't be injured, and the last one seemed to be unaffected by his attacks. Before Kuro could make another move, Zoro charged at him again, not wanting to experience another silent attack. At the same time, Luffy had already moved to Kuro's side, preparing for close combat, determined not to lose sight of him. The 2-pronged attack left Kuro flustered, unable to utilize Silent Step in time. Yalita, holding the Wolf Fawn Club, looked at the scene with a complex expression. I can't see that guy at all, but those two clearly can, yet their movements can't keep up. However, if the opponent gets close, they can still resist, Yalita said, tightening her grip on her weapon. If it weren't for her devil fruit ability making her immune to slashing attacks, she would have likely been injured by now, and without the ability to fight back. Cheng Lang scratched his head. He hadn't seen anything either, especially after getting close. He had time to react. If it weren't for his iron armor, he would probably be injured now. The gap was so obvious, Cheng Lang sighed. The two were talking, while the three in combat experienced some changes. After taking Luffy's punch and Zoro's slash head-on, Kuro broke away from their entanglement. Without hesitation, he used Silent Step again. Oh no, he's going to escape. Yalida saw this and rushed forward to help, but unfortunately, her speed wasn't fast enough. Luffy and Zoro tried to chase after him, but Kuro's speed was ultimately too much for them. Damn it! Luffy angrily waved his hands. Zoro frowned deeply. In terms of raw strength, Kuro was definitely not his match, but his speed was just too fast. That strange footwork, although it hadn't been fully displayed during close combat, still showed a significant increase in speed, especially at night. The cat claws were likely specially polished to reflect and refract the moonlight, causing them to flicker during rapid swings. At first, it was manageable, but after prolonged observation, countless afterimages would remain in their eyes. It was like seeing a flash of light in the darkness. Even with eyes closed, the remnants of the light were still visible. The longer they fought, the more uncomfortable their eyes became with the light, leading to increasingly blurred vision. This was also the reason why the two had yet to defeat Kuro. Chapter 27 Invitation. Map unlock after being on high alert for a full 10 minutes. Cheng Lang finally dismantled the blocks he had built for protection after constructing a simple wooden box. However, seeing Nami, who had come out with Koya without him noticing, left him speechless. When did you start hanging out with her? While building the blocks, Cheng Lang had not noticed Nami's absence, and now he recalled that she had disappeared. Nami shrugged. It's just the self-defense capability of a weak and pitiful girl. Cheng Lang waved his hand dismissively. He then took out Usopp and Koya. Koya was still unconscious. Usopp was grimacing, but only grimacing. There were 5 wounds on his back, but they hadn't penetrated too deeply. Cheng Lang took out a steak. Eating this should help you recover. Usopp picked it up and started to munch on it. Delicious. Hey, meat. Luffy immediately rushed over. Cheng Lang helplessly pulled out 2 more pieces, which had dropped from the MC cow. He had originally planned to enjoy them himself. Luffy began eating. This is beef, right? So tender and delicious. Luffy laughed as he ate. After both had finished, a change quickly occurred. Usopp's wounds visibly healed. Luffy's injuries did as well. Clearly, the characteristic of MC chicken legs, which allowed for continuous health recovery after eating, was still in effect. As Luffy looked at his arm, which had been cut, but was now as good as new, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Eating can heal my injuries. This is amazing. Cheng Lang, do you want to be my partner? Sure. Cheng Lang did not refuse, but Yarlita and Koya have to join too. Luffy looked at Yarlita and then at Koya, smiling as he issued a team invitation. Do you want to join my pirate crew? Yarlita looked at Luffy. Are you sure you want to invite me? I laughed at Kobe's dream. Luffy revealed his signature smile. But you're different now, aren't you? Indeed. Then I want to hold back, Captain Luffy. Koya looked at Cheng Lang with a strange expression. What's wrong? I thought you were going to be the pirate captain. Me? Cheng Lang scratched his head. To be honest, he did have that thought, but he was very aware of his situation. He had spent the first half of his life in modern society, and suddenly becoming a pirate captain was a bit hard to adapt to. Of course, the most crucial point was that his current strength was not strong at all. He didn't even know how to defeat Kuro, a character from the early stages. I'm just starting to decide to become a pirate too, and besides, this guy is a good person. The benefactor of Orange Town is these guys, so joining them isn't a problem, right? Koya recalled Orange Town and the cheerful bonfire party, and she nodded with a smile. Well, then I'll join too, but is it really okay for me? By the end, Koya seemed a bit self-conscious again. Luffy, however, didn't care about that at all. Yash, we've invited 3 new partners. Zoro and Nami shook their heads in amusement, not opposing it. At this moment, Usopp, however, showed no signs of happiness. He sat on the ground in distress. What do we do next? That guy's speed is too fast and unpredictable. We can't just stay here forever, right? Everyone fell silent. It was just getting dark, and there was still a long way to go until dawn. You 4 can stay here. This little matchbox is still quite sturdy. If the opponent tries to break in, you can use the slingshot to fight back. I'll make a few modifications. Cheng Lang reinforced the structure again, but the second layer wasn't fully covered. There was one gap in the middle. This way, if the outside was damaged, they could notice it immediately and counterattack. Cheng Lang didn't believe the opponent would dare to rush in. Usopp's firing speed was still quite fast. They would have to take out the enemy with consecutive headshots. Should we go out and lure them around? Cheng Lang asked Luffy and the others. The other three had no objections. Cheng Lang dug a small exit in the ceiling. The four of them looked in different directions. In the night, the distant small village was silent. Cheng Lang jumped to the ground and went to the place where Kuro had previously escaped. Ding! The experience orb merged into his body. Instantly, Cheng Lang leveled up to level 10. What? Experience drop? Why? Who dropped it? It was clear it wasn't Luffy and the others. Otherwise, he would have seen it. There was only one possibility left: Kuro. Why? Was it because I defeated him? But I didn't even attack him. I was the one being attacked. And he just ran away. Wait, at the beginning, it seemed Yarlita had intended to attack him, but she didn't because of her injuries. Was that considered a defeat? Or a concession? However, Cheng Lang didn't dwell on that. He was curious to see what he could unlock at level 10. A map? Not this, right? Didn't I already have this? Then Cheng Lang saw the familiar items. A small map in the upper left corner and a large map that he could unfold at any time. However, the area around the large map was completely black, but when zoomed in and out, he found that the avatars of Luffy and the others were marked. However, Cheng Lang quickly noticed another feature of the map. It displayed the coordinates of other creatures. He then opened the hostile coordinate prompts and immediately saw Kuro's avatar. Although this map wasn't the kind that allowed for direct, large map teleportation, this feature was already very powerful. He fixed his gaze on Kuro's direction. Clearly, after taking a punch from Luffy and a slash from Zoro, Kuro was also injured. Should he notify the others? Cheng Lang hesitated for just a moment before striding forward. Sure, but it's unnecessary. Right now, it seems the enemy is in the dark while I am in the light, but with the map, they can't escape my search. Bruce, I want to see my full strength. Of course, the main reason was that he knew Kuro couldn't hurt him. Seeing Cheng Lang take the lead in choosing a direction, Luffy and the others exchanged glances and started moving in different directions. Cheng Lang headed straight toward Kuro's hiding place. Should I act cool? No need. Cheng Lang already had his iron sword in hand as he approached Kuro's hiding spot. Although he couldn't see where Kuro was hiding, the icon showed he was right there. The area was surrounded by bushes. This was the front yard of a mansion. Come out and face me. If you win, I'll let you go. No one responded. This is my ability. I can track you down. Hiding is useless. Former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro. Cheng Lang wasn't surprised. If Kuro could be easily forced out, he wouldn't be described in the original work as having intelligence comparable to Ben Beckman. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Cheng Lang was startled as he touched his neck, only to find a white mark had appeared on his neck. Wow, that was fast. Chapter 28, I am not interested in money. Cheng Lang squinted at Kuro, who had appeared beside him. He showed no signs of panic. After all, the MCS iron suit provided full body protection, eliminating any concern about vulnerable areas like the neck. In contrast, Kuro looked quite grim, yet he showed no fear of the man before him. After all, he was fast, especially now in the dark. It was nearly impossible for the opponent to catch him. Let me go. You think you can capture me? Cheng Lang raised his iron sword and shrugged. As long as you're still on the island, I can find you. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. But a friendly reminder, Luffy and Zoro, those two are very strong. The reason they couldn't take you down is due to the night. Once it's daytime, you won't have any advantage left. Cheng Lang's reasoning was sound. Kuro touched his abdomen, where Luffy had punched him. He had to admit that the opponent's punch was heavy. If nothing unexpected happened, internal bleeding was a certainty. If he truly had to wait until daytime and was found, he would be in real danger. However, he sneered dismissively. While daytime might not be his home turf, he still had his pirate subordinates. He had intended to smirk and say a few words, but Cheng Lang didn't give him the chance. He attacked first. The result? Slow speed, an awkward grip on the sword, and excessive movements. He was only using his arm to exert force, and even if he did manage to land a hit, it would probably only be a flesh wound. Compared to Zoro's strike that nearly severed bones, it was simply incomparable. Kuro easily dodged and swept his cat claw blade across. The sound of metal scraping rang out. TSK, what kind of ability do you have? Why is your body so hard? Is it the iron fruit? Cheng Lang squinted. The reflection of the blade in the moonlight was quite uncomfortable. Kuro's attacks left after images, making evasion impossible. One could understand that Cheng Lang had no intention of revealing his information. He swung his hand to attack again. This time, Kuro did not evade, but instead used his cat claw blade to block. He wanted to see how strong this man's attack was. Clang, clang, clang. Indeed, he was an amateur, Kuro sneered. Cheng Lang wasn't angry. Having spent most of his life in modern society, the most exhausting activity he had done was probably morning exercises. In contrast, in the world of One Piece, Luffy and Zoro had been training hard since childhood, and Kuro was a notorious pirate with a bounty of over 10 million. If he were to be defeated by a modern person who had just crossed over, that would be a real spectacle. I'm quite curious about how you managed to move silently at the same speed as Shave. Shave involves stepping on the ground dozens of times in an instant, which completely eliminates the concept of silence. Some powerful characters even stomp hard to increase speed, causing the ground to shatter. However, Silent Step, as a similar technique to Shave, is something I can't imagine. Although he was speaking, Cheng Lang did not stop moving. He swung the iron sword as much as possible while gradually adjusting his body's power. He understood the mechanics. Legs move the waist moves the arms, and finally the wrists. He was experimenting little by little. Do you think I would tell you? Kuro said, now that you've been exposed, 3 years of effort have gone to waste. You might even have to go back to being a pirate. However, I can offer you enough gold to distance yourself from this whirlpool. You could find a small village and live a prosperous life. After saying this, Cheng Lang produced a gold ingot from his hand. Kuro stopped his movements, fixated on the standard gold ingot. What do you mean? A gold ingot, if nothing unexpected, was 9,999 pure gold. He didn't know the exact price, but it was definitely worth over 50 million. Kuro adjusted his glasses, appearing calm, but his trembling hands betrayed his thoughts. Tell me the difference between Silent Step and Shave. Why would I? Before Kuro could finish, the gold ingot flew in front of him. He fumbled to catch it, his eyes filled with disbelief. The moment he touched it, he felt its weight. It was clearly gold. Even if it wasn't the 99.99 pure gold Cheng Lang mentioned, it was still incredibly valuable. He looked up at Cheng Lang in disbelief. You just gave it like that? So generous? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have fought you. Aren't we all just after money? He wanted to say something threatening, but in the end, he honestly stated the differences between Silent Step and Shave. Shave is faster than Silent Step. As far as I know, the minimum standard for Shave is stepping on the ground 10 times in an instant, which indicates mastery. Silent Step is a weakened version of Shave, requiring 6 quick taps with the toes on the ground, which is the frequency I often use. But it's limited to that. If it reaches 10 taps, it's likely to result in directional deviation. Although you can generally determine the direction, the stability is poor. Kuro dutifully explained the comparison and issues between Silent Step and Shave. After hearing the differences, Cheng Lang nodded. It's another development direction of Shave. It can be considered downward compatible. Good. Let us continue. Cheng Lang charged forward again with his sword. This made Kuro frown. At that moment, he was holding the gold ingot, hesitant to let it go. He was momentarily frozen, unsure whether to drop it or hold on. I think we can talk. There are many assets left by Ya's father. Before Kuro could finish speaking, Cheng Lang interrupted him. I am not interested in money. With one sentence, he cut off Kuro's words. Gritting his teeth, Kuro tossed the gold ingot into the bushes and continued fighting Cheng Lang. However, the more they fought, the more frustrated he became. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't break through Cheng Lang's defenses. Regardless of the angle of his attacks, the result was always the same. He couldn't inflict any damage. In contrast, Cheng Lang grew more and more vigorous, attacking without defense, engaging in pure reckless behavior. A normal person would have died 7 or 8 times by now. Kuro was also surprised to find that Cheng Lang's attacks were becoming increasingly fierce. Whether it was his sword strikes or footwork, there was gradually a sense of order. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, He noticed Cheng Lang's smirk becoming more pronounced. Clearly, the opponent was getting into the groove of battle. On the other hand, due to the previous punch and sword strike, Kuro's fighting strength was steadily declining. If this stalemate continued, he might really be exhausted by this kid in front of him. Considering this, he gritted his teeth and retreated, then disappeared from the spot. Cheng Lang, losing sight of his target, was momentarily stunned, then realized that Kuro had run away, which made him very unhappy. How could someone just run away in the middle of a fight? It was as if they were just fooling around. At that moment, Luffy and Zoro approached. Chapter 29. Take off. Let him run away. Luffy and Zoro had actually arrived a long time ago. After all, the sounds of the battle on Cheng Lang's side could be heard even from a distance. The reason they hadn't intervened was that they saw Cheng Lang looking very happy during the fight. Of course, Zoro also noticed that Cheng Lang was actually using Kuro as a sharpening stone, which is why he didn't step forward. It's fine if I want to find him. I can actually find him anytime as long as he's still on the island. Cheng Lang waved his hand dismissively. He then checked his own condition, specifically looking at the durability of his iron armor. He found that it had already worn down by 1/3, especially the durability of the headpiece, which had turned yellow. If it continued for another half an hour, it might really break down. You can find him? Zoro asked curiously, as Cheng Lang's tone was too confident. Well, my ability can just lock onto him. Zoro didn't ask any further. Yalta came to Cheng Lang's side, sizing him up. There was no damage on him, and he wasn't even out of breath. If she had experienced such intense attacks, she definitely wouldn't be as calm as Cheng Lang. So are we still chasing? Yalta asked. Just then, Usopp ran over. The butler Mary was cut by Kuro. Should we go check it out? Also, Kaya has woken up and is having a hard time accepting the situation. At that moment, Kaya was in a matchbox, pacing back and forth. Soon, the group returned and headed towards the villa. When Kaya saw Mary, tears uncontrollably fell. Butler Mary was someone who had watched her grow up, and the only elder left after her father's death. At this moment, Mary was not dead. Although he was covered in blood from the cat's claw sword and had bled all over the place, he was already tending to his own wounds. Seeing Kaya unharmed, Mary also breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Kaya, Mary, it's really great that you're okay. This is Kiribatel. Through Mary's explanation and Luffy's recounting, a clear narrative soon emerged. This so-called Kiribatel was actually the infamous Kuro, who had a bounty of 16 million berries. For a moment, Kaya found it hard to accept that the gentle and accommodating Kiribatel was a pirate. But reality was ultimately cruel. At the same time, she felt extremely grateful that Usopp was there to help her. The sky gradually brightened with the first light of dawn. Luffy's group had finished organizing themselves, and Mary's injuries were nothing to Cheng Lang. With 2 pieces of steak, he was instantly healed, much to Luffy's envy. I need to remind the villagers to get ready. Mary said seriously. That shouldn't be necessary. A group of pirates has gathered by the seaside, probably the Black Cat pirates, his former subordinates, in that direction. Cheng Lang pointed towards the eastern seaside. Nami stared at that direction, her mind momentarily blank, but in the next moment, she thought of her treasure. Wait, that place seems to be where we docked. No, my berries. Nami seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. Luffy, hurry, we need to get over there quickly. Otherwise, those pirates will take our treasure. When it came to treasure, Nami was serious and could unleash her latent power, pulling Luffy to run. The others also quickened their pace. The more one wanted to prevent something from happening, the more likely it was to happen. Kuro did not lead his Black Cat pirates to invade Syrup Village, as in the original story. Instead, he prepared to leave by boat. Of course, Cheng Lang could see on the map that 1 or 2 pirates were heading towards Luffy's ship. Although he couldn't see exactly what was happening, it was likely that the 500,000 berries would be gone. This could be bad. They are preparing to leave by boat, Cheng Lang reminded. Nami's expression changed from panic to anger. Luffy, fly us over. Fly? Luffy, being pulled along, nodded. Then you all better be ready. A sense of ominous premonition enveloped him. Cheng Lang watched as Luffy stretched out his arms to grab the trees by the roadside. No way. Luffy took Zoro, Nami, Cheng Lang, Yalta, Usopp, and the panicking Kaya, and they flew up into the air. What the hell? Amidst the curses, the group was about to reach the coast. At the coast, Zhang Ao was a bit confused. Are we really leaving like this? Kuro remained silent, tossing a gold brick from his arms. Looking at the gold brick, Zhang Ao was surprised, then touched it to verify its authenticity. Wow, this gold brick must have a very high purity. If sold on the black market, it could be worth around 70 to 80 million. This is a standard 5 kilograms, 9,999 pure gold. What? That value could reach 2 billion. Berry yen, 196 million. Zhang Ao carefully held the gold brick. There were many gold bricks on the market, but most of them were not pure. After all, the refining techniques varied from island to island, and compared to pure gold bricks, gold products made from other metals not only had a much higher price, but also looked better. Of course, there were issues of wear and difficulty in trading, but in terms of liquidity, gold bricks were definitely top-notch. Let's go. There's nothing we need here anymore, Kuro sighed. If everything went smoothly over 3 years, he could actually have around 5 billion in total assets. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. With those guys around, his plans would definitely be impossible to execute. 3 ability users. It was indeed quite unfortunate. Although he was displeased, Kuro couldn't think of a way to solve the problem. Should he wait for them to leave and then come back? No doubt, in a couple of days, his bounty would reappear on the sea. Did you hear that strange noise? Kuro asked in confusion. Zhang Ao nodded. The sound is getting louder. Before he could finish, there was a loud crash. The deck shattered. A guy wearing a straw hat burst in, and on his belly were a few people looking utterly lost. I thought I was going to fall into the sea. Luffy patted himself down, grinning widely as he stood up. Safe landing. Where's safe? Nami trembled as she stood up. Cheng Lang also got up, feeling like his whole body was about to fall apart. Even though Luffy had inflated himself as a cushion, the impact was just too strong. Watching the anime didn't feel like much, but experiencing it in reality was. Cheng Lang felt a bit helpless, then shook the dazed Kai awake. Seeing the few people who had broken through the wall, Zhang Ao was so scared he didn't know what to do. Kuro was slightly calmer, but just a little. His jaw dropped to the ground. No way, man. I was about to leave, and you still want to chase me down? Chapter 30. Are you Tsundere? Cheng Lang looked at the landing point. It was indeed precise. He skillfully sealed up Kuyami first, then took out his iron sword. Facing the former and current captains of the Black Cat Pirates, as well as the countless crew members rushing in, the atmosphere was tense, and a great battle was about to break out. Luffy faced off against Kuro. The Cat brothers, Bujia and Sam, were the first to confront Zoro, while Cheng Lang confronted Zhang Ao, and Usopp and Arlita faced the incoming Black Cat Pirates. As for Nami, she had already rushed off to be with Kuyami at the first opportunity. The battle started quickly and ended just as fast. Already injured and without the enhancement of the Cat Claw Blade, Luffy was no match for his opponent in a fist fight. The duel between Zoro and the Cat brothers was also unremarkable, ending with one using Ghost Slash and the other Tiger Hunt. As for Cheng Lang, after taking a punch from the opponent's Iron Ring Gauntlet, he directly stabbed the opponent with his sword. There were no flashy moves. Surprisingly, after a piercing scream, the opponent fell to the ground and did not get up. Cheng Lang was somewhat puzzled. It seemed he hadn't delivered a fatal blow, just a hit from shoulder to chest. How did that knock him out? He poked the opponent and lifted an eyelid. The eyes were really rolled back. It didn't look like an act. Could it be that the weapon's attack power had an effect? Speaking of which, iron swords do have such effects on MC original creatures, but it should apply to creatures in the world of One Piece. This was something he had concluded while hunting cows and sheep. After all, he no longer had the setting where a jump slash could deal critical hits, whether it was MC creatures or One Piece animals. But Cheng Lang didn't dwell on that. Whether the opponent was feigning death or truly injured and unconscious, he couldn't be bothered. However, he did collect the experience points that burst out from the opponent. Then he joined Usopp and Arlita's team, and one by one, they all burst out experience orbs. Even the pirates who had entered yet turned and ran after witnessing all this, leaving behind experience orbs. Clearly, defeating or surrendering would yield experience orbs, but it seemed everyone only had one chance to burst experience. The quantity and experience points were roughly the same, at least for the minions. Zhang Ao's was significantly higher, but it was only double, similar to Kuro's from before. Kuro, having been defeated again, no longer dropped experience orbs. His experience had reached level 12. Cheng Lang rubbed his chin. If this were 2 years later at Fishman Island, Luffy could directly use Conqueror's Haki to clear out 50,000 soldiers. 50,000. It would be impossible to collect them all. Lost in thought, he pulled out Kuyumi. But seeing Nami inside too, he was speechless. When did you go in? This is the basic ability of a weak and pitiful girl. Go find your treasure. It's probably in. Before Cheng Lang could finish, Nami disappeared like the wind. Kuyumi looked at the pile of bodies on the ground, swallowing hard. When will I ever have such strength? Cheng Lang rubbed the girl's head. Don't worry, everyone needs time to grow. With the dust settled, Cheng Lang pointed at Kuro and his crew tied up. So what should we do? Should we send you to the Navy? By the way, you guys aren't wanted yet, right? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Kuro was not dead. At this moment, he was tied up, looking despondent, feeling that life was so bleak. Do you believe me if I say I want to come back to Syrup Village? He said. The people present exchanged glances, and their final gaze fell on Kuya, who had just arrived not long ago. She approached Kuro, her eyes complex. Everything had happened too quickly, leaving her unable to believe that the Kuro who had been so loyal in her home and took care of her meticulously was actually trying to seize her family as fortune. Was it you who caused my parents' death? Kuro let out a long sigh, fixing his gaze on Kuya's face. Your parents died of illness. His voice was cold, simply stating the facts. Upon hearing this, Kuya instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, but her expression was complex. She didn't know whether to believe Kuro's words. After all, if your parents hadn't died, perhaps I would have removed them at some point. Kuro gave a different answer. Upon hearing this, Usopp stood up, ready to punch Kuro. After all, how could he say such things in front of Kuya? This guy was simply a beast. However, Kuya stopped him. Kuya, you. Yes, just proving that he didn't kill my parents by saying such things. Kuya's expression was complex. She looked at Kuro and finally asked 3 words. Why? Kuro looked at Kuya with a puzzled expression. What is there to explain? I'm a pirate, a ruthless pirate. I pretended to be good in the village for 3 years, gaining the trust of countless people. Everyone thought I was a good person, and at that time, I could obtain your family's vast inheritance, allowing me to live freely and gain true peace. You. Kuya looked at Kuro in this way, her eyes filled with confusion. The 3 years of memories echoed in her mind, making it hard for her to imagine why the devoted and attentive Kurabatel would turn into this. His demeanor and tone were like that of a stranger. Cheng Lang furrowed his brow, paying attention to Kuro's expression. Suddenly, it seemed he figured it out. Kuro, you're not at Sundara, are you? As soon as Cheng Lang's words came out, the air in the room fell silent. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp didn't understand at all. The girls, such as Kuyumi and Kuya, were stunned, their expressions quickly turning strange. What are you talking about? Kuro's eyes widened in confusion. Kuya's parents had died about a year ago, right? Cheng Lang looked at Kuya, waiting for confirmation. She nodded. In a year's time, if you really wanted to take action to seize the inheritance, you would have had many opportunities, right? Kuya's parents died of illness, and her daughter also fell ill. Such things are quite common. After all, families can infect each other when they meet. If you truly intended to do so, you could have managed it, especially since she had been weak and sickly since childhood. But you still took meticulous care of her until someone else appeared. Cheng Lang looked at Usopp. Usopp was stunned. Then his expression turned serious as he understood too. Faced with your comfort and care, the young lady didn't improve, but under the lies of a wild boy. She miraculously got better, and her condition was controlled. You became jealous. Yet you repressed your jealousy because you hoped for the young lady to be healthy. But watching her smile in front of that wild boy and discussing his lies, the feelings of jealousy flooded your mind, but you didn't want to admit it. In the end, you gave up and wanted to destroy everything, leading to such a decision. But in reality, you didn't want Miss Kuya's life. You just wanted to deal with that wild boy. And you had planned from the start that after the Black Cat Pirates finished everything, you would eliminate those former subordinates, so no one would know your identity, right? Thus, you completed the cleanup of the past, while also getting rid of your rival. As for Miss Kuya, you indeed wanted to use hypnosis to make her write a will, but there should have been other conditions afterward, such as forgetting part of her memory. Your plan is really good, but unfortunately, I'm a pirate, and it's impossible for me to be moved by a willful and temperamental little girl. Kuro laughed wildly. What others heard was just the stubbornness of a loser. After hearing this, Kaya lowered her head, then looked up seriously at Kuro. I'm sorry, Clabbeter, I actually have always regarded you as an older brother. After all, there's a 16-year age difference between us. Kaya delivered the most ruthless blow in a gentle tone. From that moment on, Kuro fell silent. If this charade continued, and if Usopp hadn't appeared, it might have ended with Kuro providing meticulous comfort to Kaya during her weakest moments, eventually marrying her and becoming a son-in-law. As for the Black Cat Pirates, they would definitely need to be dealt with. How to handle them would be another story. Of course, there's also the possibility of incorporating them and using them as muscle for his future business. If anyone has a different opinion, I apologize in advance. But feel free to write it out so that more netizens can see your ideas. Chapter 31, Iron Puppet. The final outcome was that Kuro left with his crew. However, there were some minor issues along the way. The betrayal of the Black Cat Pirates. After Kuro was defeated, some wandering pirates were not completely captured by Luffy and the others. During this time, Zango played dead and successfully escaped with the help of the wandering pirates, and naturally, they had no intention of taking Kuro with them. Over the course of 3 years, Zango became the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, and the relationship and recognition from the crew were naturally different. In contrast, Kuro not only failed to bring benefits to his crew, but now seemed to want to fight for the captaincy of the Black Cat Pirates again. The old members might gladly accept him. After all, they had witnessed Kuro's strength, which was certainly much stronger than Zango's, while the new members could not accept it. The result was a battle between the two sides. Zango was utterly defeated. The ship and crew were taken away. Cheng Lang was not surprised at all. It was impossible for a current captain and a former captain to coexist peacefully on a ship. If they could, it would only be a temporary measure. And as a smart person, Kuro naturally understood this, so he acted decisively. As for why Luffy and the others did not completely deal with the Black Cat Pirates, the reason was simple. Kaya chose to forgive. After Cheng Lang exposed all of Kuro's thoughts, Kuro could not face Kaya at all. Was he angry and ashamed? Planning future revenge? Kaya's response was that if needed, she was willing to give all her family wealth to Kuro, as a way to repay him for his dedicated care after her parents passed away. What do bad people fear the most from smart people? A sincere heart. Cheng Lang witnessed all of this with a rather strange expression. This might be the characteristic of One Piece, where even small characters have their own stories. However, Cheng Lang did not care about that. He summoned the iron puppet in Kaya's small courtyard. After obtaining the pumpkin seed, he had long wanted to give it a try. And the reason he didn't try it on the ship was that he was genuinely afraid that Iron Brother would sink the ship due to its weight. In MC, Iron Brother has no weight limit, but reality is not necessarily the same. The moment the iron puppet appeared, it looked exactly like the style in MC. However, the first thing it did was give Cheng Lang a poppy. Sigui, Sigui. Cheng Lang, is this a robot? Luffy looked at this scene with stars in his eyes. Usopp was the same, reaching out to touch Iron Brother's body. The cold touch felt just like real iron. This. Usopp could only repeat these words. Zoro, on the other hand, examined the iron puppet. To be honest, its nearly 3-meter-tall figure was quite imposing, but its gaze had a kind of clear foolishness that left him at a loss for words. As for sensing its danger level, no. He felt no threat from the iron puppet. Zoro, do you want to try its weight? Don't worry, it won't team mind. Cheng Lang smiled and invited Zoro to give it a try. Zoro, who had a habit of lifting heavy objects, curiously approached and then grabbed the iron puppet's waist. He exerted force suddenly. However, Zoro's face turned red, and he couldn't lift the iron puppet even a little. So heavy. Zoro stopped in disbelief. Cheng Lang nodded. It seemed to be as he thought. The iron puppet was made from 4 1-cubic-meter iron blocks, and 1 cubic meter of iron weighs 68 tons. 4 of them. You can imagine. In the future, Zoro would definitely be able to lift it, but during the East Blue period, that was not guaranteed. At that moment, the iron puppet handed Zoro a poppy. Zoro was taken aback, not understanding what this meant. Just take it. He thinks you're playing with him. Zoro silently accepted it. Looking at the pixelated poppy, and his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Cheng Lang then simply tested the iron puppet's intelligence by issuing a few commands. For example, running, patrolling, and so on, it could clearly understand. Even some complex commands it could execute. such as bringing the Scarface bodyguard wearing a hat from the front gate. Since the iron puppet couldn't speak, it directly carried the scar-faced bodyguard over. Clearly, it could distinguish appearances. Cheng Lang directly appointed Kaya as the second master. From the iron puppet's disappointed expression, it was evident that being abandoned by Cheng Lang had a significant impact on it, but soon it presented Kaya with a poppy, indicating its acceptance. Of course, Cheng Lang could still order the iron puppet to work. Naming it? You can decide. After all, it was created to be your bodyguard. Cheng Lang waved his hand, throwing the question back. Kaya looked at the iron puppet and then gave a name she thought was quite good, Big White. The iron puppet raised its arms, and its iron head nodded wildly, looking left and right with clear joy in its eyes. It seems you accepted it, then Big White. Please take care of us in the future. Kaya smiled and patted the iron puppet's body. The iron puppet extended its two straight arms and gently stroked Kaya's head. Cheng Lang, why does it have moss on its body? Can I wash it? Kaya asked curiously. You can give it a try. Kaya and Luffy's group were drawn away by the iron puppet. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang was pondering another matter. Could the iron puppet determine if a person was an enemy? Would it only retaliate if attacked? However, it was currently difficult to find an enemy. Nevertheless, it was clear that the iron puppet could clearly distinguish human appearances and was very obedient. If Kaya commanded it to attack, it could actively do so. At that moment, Mary walked over to Cheng Lang. Thank you very much for your help. Now, I'm the only old man left in Kaya's family, and I must work harder than before. No need to say that. Besides, this is just a byproduct of my experiment. It definitely can't be taken on the ship. So it's better to make good use of it here. Cheng Lang waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. By the way, you should be a fur tribe, right? Being injured like that, and still fine. An ordinary person would be dead. Mary touched his sheep's horn and replied, I'm not very clear about my ancestry, but my father said my mother was once half fur tribe, and I should have a quarter of fur tribe blood. However, as you can see, I only have these few characteristics left. Full moon, does it have any effect? If I must say, I probably felt restless during the full moon, but that was when I was a child. Now it's gone, Mary replied with a smile. As for his differences, only Kaya's parents were indifferent, which was also why he was willing to serve as a butler in Kaya's house. Chapter 32, Going Down the Mine. I guess your next generation won't even have the characteristics of the fur tribe, right? There are still some, but it's limited to having white hair, Melly replied with a smile. After confirming his previous guess, Cheng Lang chatted a bit more, and then Melly went off to do her own thing. Unsurprisingly, Melly was preparing the Melly ship, but it was obvious that the ship should have been built long ago. Should I modify it now? But after thinking about it, Cheng Lang gave up. She hadn't even spoken yet, so why was he in such a hurry? It would seem like he was trying to repay a favor. Just then, Koya walked over with a silver-white iron puppet. Clearly, after cleaning, the green vines on it had disappeared, and some rusty areas had been polished. The iron puppet looked exceptionally clean. Is this not a bit unattractive? Koya examined it from top to bottom. Then, as if she thought of something, she immediately ran back into the house. A group of women was called inside. While men were puzzled, Koya came out wearing pants and clothes made from black cloth. The iron puppet was also very willing to be dressed up, quietly acting as a clothes rack. After a moment, an iron puppet dressed in a black suit appeared. To be honest, it really did look like a double-door security guard. If we ignore that head, it's so handsome, Luffy blurted out without thinking. Usopp felt the same way. Cheng Lang, however, thought it looked worse than before. In the end, the iron puppet presented everyone with poppies. Clearly, it was in a good mood, and when praised, it would bashfully scratch its head with its straight iron hand, looking exceptionally cute. However, it's strange that the iron puppet, which should weigh 31 tons, walked on the ground without any sensation of tremors, and the ground didn't collapse. But the weight was similar to what he had estimated. He didn't know if it was a characteristic or if the world of One Piece was just like that. If it was a characteristic, Cheng Lang wouldn't have to worry about the ship sinking. He could just have the iron puppet watch the ship in the future. While having fun, Luffy came to Cheng Lang's side and said, Cheng Lang, I want one too. I want him to come on the ship as my partner. Cheng Lang helplessly replied, Zoro can't even carry it. Are you sure it won't sink our ship? Luffy was momentarily stunned, then frowned. The ship was indeed a big problem for them now. Can we make it smaller? Cheng Lang shrugged it. Luffy frowned in displeasure, but he looked like he wanted it but understood, His worries were written all over his face. If the ship could carry him in the future, he could just build another one later, and this one could be left for Koya to protect her. Luffy stopped dwelling on it. The story was progressing in an orderly manner. Cheng Lang rubbed his chin, wondering if he should go down the mine again. But not to dig for iron or gold. He wanted to continue down to see if he could find lapis lazuli or diamonds or something. He felt a bit insecure with his iron armor. In the safety of the EC, he could still manage, but once he reached the Grand Line, he couldn't guarantee that his iron armor wouldn't become garbage. As he thought, he looked at the ground. Should he dig a cellar? As a shelter? He asked Koya for her thoughts, and she naturally agreed. So, Cheng Lang went to the warehouse on the first floor, which was also set up based on Koya's idea. After all, if they really encountered danger, it wouldn't be possible to dig a shelter outside. Cheng Lang then went down to the mine like a real man, digging downwards. Now he was a man with a bucket. Even if he encountered magma or underground caverns, he could ensure his safety. After a while, he had dug about 1,000 blocks down. The reason he didn't continue further was that his backpack was full, with coal all around his feet, and there weren't enough blocks to fill in to go back up. At the same time, he was also a bit puzzled. Why was it all coal? After digging down about 600 blocks, it was all coal. Above 600, most of it was stone and a small amount of iron ore. Is this it? Ultimately, his backpack limited the depth he could mine. If only the backpack could stack to 1,000. Would all his future mods be these kinds of small functional mods? Cheng Lang's expression was strange. The first one he unlocked was chain mining, the second was the map. And if the third was auto-organizing, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, when playing games, he really needed these mods, especially auto-organizing and more stacking. These two were his essential mods. But now he felt a bit uncomfortable about it, especially the auto-organizing. As for stacking 1,000, it was still somewhat useful. If he unlocked it, he wouldn't mind. But he still hoped for other mods, preferably a conversion table. Talking to himself, Cheng Lang decided to go back. If he continued going down, he might not be able to come back up. However, when he reached about 5 meters underground at Koya's house, he started digging the cellar. He simply made a space of 2023 and threw all the coal he had in one corner. The MC world has a refresh function, but the real world does not. The things dropped will always exist, and they won't float but will be piled up layer by layer. Bring it back to the ship? Not necessary. There are still 6 large boxes of coal blocks on the ship, which are far from being used up. He then placed a furnace nearby. This thing he could use, and others could too. However, it was impossible to open an interface. Instead, you just throw coal into the bottom of the furnace, and the stuff to be smelted goes in the opening at the top. Naturally, the bottom opening didn't have to be coal. For example, normal firewood could also be used. But the smelting time would be similar to that of sticks, and it wouldn't last as long as coal. After finishing all this, as soon as Cheng Lang came up and set up a trapdoor, he saw Yarlita waiting there. When she saw Cheng Lang come up, she looked excited. Cheng Lang waved his hand. There's only coal down there, no gold. Well, but it's normal. The vegetation around Orangetown is sparse. So the geology is obviously not suitable for plant growth, and naturally, there would be less coal underground. Looking at Xylob village, the vegetation was dense, and they made a living by planting rice. Cheng Lang said this, which was also a suspicion he had when he hit 1,000 blocks and still found coal. Games are games, and reality is reality. In games, minerals are evenly distributed, but reality is different. Otherwise, some countries wouldn't rely on selling iron or to maintain their status as member states. However, as long as you dig deep enough, you can still find different ores. It's just that his backpack definitely couldn't hold that much. And with too many dropped items piling up, it would be hard for him to find footing. But fortunately, he still had a harvest of 3 or 4 groups of iron ore, so it wasn't a loss. Cheng Lang was quite open-minded about it. Yarlita nodded and then changed the subject. Melly's butler said there's a surprise for us, and Luffy and the others said they want to wait for you to join. Now it's just you. Let's go see. Chapter 33. The Formation of the Straw Hat Pirates. After Luffy saw Cheng Lang and Yarlita, the group headed majestically towards the seaside. At this moment, the Mary was already there. Mary smiled and began to introduce the Mary. The Mary is 13 meters long and 11 meters high, a triangular sailboat. The internal space is actually not large. There are 3 rooms on the deck. The room at the bow holds the cannon. Opposite is the storage room, and above the storage room is the kitchen and meeting room. Below is under the deck. There are a total of 3 rooms. Near the bow is the men's dormitory. In the middle is the bathroom, and at the stern is the women's dormitory. 6 rooms, not too big or too small, are suitable for 5 or 6 people. But now the number of members has reached 7. The male members are Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Cheng Lang. The female members are Nami, Yalata, and me obviously. This lineup can still barely fit, but it might get a bit cramped with more people. Naturally, at this moment, all members of the Straw Hat crew focus their attention on Cheng Lang. Can it be modified? Cheng Lang looked at Mary. Of course, this is already your ship. Mary replied without any dissatisfaction. After all, how much can be modified? It can't be torn apart, right? Then he watched in astonishment as Cheng Lang really took apart Mary piece by piece. A major transformation was directly made based on the original structure. In the end, although it still resembled Mary, it was no longer the same shape. The originally 13-meter-long Mary was inexplicably expanded to 32 meters. If it weren't for the sails not being large enough, he could have continued to expand it. How about it? Cheng Lang looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Although he wasn't a builder, he was quite pleased with his technique at this moment. Mary looked at the square-shaped Mary and felt it was quite square. Are you sure this can sail? Don't look at how much bigger the ship is, but in fact, the blocks created by my ability don't feel that heavy. If you look at the bottom of the ship, it hasn't sunk much, has it? Mary was a bit confused. After all, according to Cheng Lang's abilities, as long as the design was in place, he could completely create a ship larger than a warship without being limited by materials. No. Let me give you a simple example. Cheng Lang directly stacked 2 wooden boards and then removed the one below. An unscientific floating wooden board appeared in front of Mary. Mary touched it in shock and then jumped on it. Despite the space below being empty, he could not make it sink no matter how he jumped. If I built it directly, the result would be a ship that couldn't move in place and would have to rely on other ships. So the only downside of proportional enlargement is that decorative items are prone to misprints. As Cheng Lang finished, Luffy and the others had already boarded the ship. By the way, I still need to get some glass. Saying this, Cheng Lang began to dig a lot of sand on the beach to make glass. Mary stared blankly at the angular Mary and shook his head with a smile. Angry? How could I be? I'm just feeling a bit emotional. He then prepared for the next step of work. He planned to decorate the ship since it had been proportionally enlarged, and what he designed naturally needed to be proportionally enlarged as well. Wait a moment, I'll gather some people to process the ship. As for how non-MC items would connect with the blocks, as long as Cheng Lang handled it, it would be fine, and it wouldn't even need nails. The effect would be better than nails. Even if Luffy pulled with all his might, he couldn't tear it apart, as if these things had grown together with the wooden boards from the start. And the same wooden boards could also be painted and wrapped in iron sheets. In the end, the proportionally enlarged Mary officially came into being, with the only drawback being that the bottom of the ship was relatively weak. After all, the bottom of the ship had to touch the water surface. If wrapped in blocks, it wouldn't be able to move. Time passed busily. The next day, the supplies from Cheng Lang's previous ship had been completely moved, and even the whole ship had been dismantled. Usopp had already bid farewell to Koya. The Straw Hat Pirates were just missing Sanji in the East Blue chapter. On the shore, Koya stood there, not holding back, but smiling as she watched Usopp. Koya, wait for me to travel around the world and come back to find you. I'll tell you my adventure stories then. No more stories made up from bragging. Okay, I'll wait for you. Similarly, Usopp's 3 little brothers waved their hands excitedly. Luffy stood next to Usopp, reluctant to part. Don't get me wrong, I'm not reluctant about that iron puppet. It turned out that Cheng Lang's idea was correct. The iron puppet was too heavy, and the moment it boarded the ship, the entire ship sank. Moreover, once on board, the whole ship began to tilt. The port of Syrup Village was getting smaller and smaller. Koya and the 3 little ones gradually became invisible. Since we have about the right number of people, we should officially raise the pirate flag. Luffy proposed his idea. However, after Luffy finished speaking, he looked at Yalata. After all, there was a former pirate captain on board. Yalata tossed her hair and smiled charmingly. I have been defeated by you, so naturally, I will follow the winner's arrangements. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates were officially formed. When the flag symbolizing the Straw Hat Pirates was raised, Cheng Lang looked at the people around him. Naturally, his final gaze fell on Yalada. Originally, Yalada should have encountered Buggy, who was sent flying by Luffy not long after eating the fruit. Then the two would sail together, discovering they had both been beaten by Luffy and prepare for revenge. But now, Yalata had been recruited by him in advance and had even become a member on Luffy's ship. What would happen to that clown Buggy? Would he end up dead in the sea because of his change? In the original story, it seemed that Yalata saved Buggy. However, Cheng Lang quickly stopped thinking about that. With Buggy's luck of the Conqueror's haki, he could not easily meet his end. What are you looking at me for? Now my captain isn't you. Yalata teased with a smile. In response, Cheng Lang shrugged. I'm not cut out to be a captain. All right, let's celebrate our official becoming pirates. Luffy proposed with a smile. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Then an awkward situation occurred. Who has cooking? A banquet needs delicious food, right? We can't just drink and eat fruits, can we? Don't look at me. I can only provide some food that comes with my ability. Cheng Lang spread his hands. After going around, everyone shrugged, indicating they couldn't cook. At this moment, Nami smiled and said, if you're willing to pay, I can cook, but I can't guarantee it will be delicious. Wait, you want money? Usopp exclaimed in shock. Not only him, but Yalata and Koya, who had just boarded the ship, were also taken aback. Nami, however, showed no sign of shyness, looking completely reasonable. It seems we still need a cook, Zoro suggested. Since sailing with Luffy, they had basically been eating bread or other dry rations. They thought that with Cheng Lang joining, they would have delicious food to eat. In the end, it was still Cheng Lang who took out cooked beef, cooked chicken, cooked lamb, and some fruits. As for making cake, there was no sugar at the moment, so it couldn't be made, and the same went for pumpkin pie. Chapter 34. Running the moon hung high, casting a cool, silvery light over the deck. At this moment, the lookout of the Mary had been widened by Cheng Lang and transformed into a panoramic skylight. Cheng Lang and Kuyami were sitting there, gazing at the night view of the coastline. Occasionally, a gigantic sea creature leaped from the water in the distance. First, you need to determine one thing: your own thoughts and direction. This can also be understood as the direction of your efforts. A person's energy and time are limited. You cannot fully develop every single aspect, just like the comparison between Zoro and Usopp. If the former is asked to play with a slingshot and hit the bullseye from 40 meters away, for Zoro, this requires familiarity and long-term practice. What is the final result? Not only does his swordsmanship fail to develop properly, but he also cannot use the slingshot as well as Usopp. Conversely, if Usopp practices swordsmanship, he will also end up in a similar situation. Therefore, you must determine your future direction and then strive tirelessly toward it. Listening to this, Kuyami fell into deep thought. Finally, she picked up the wooden sword made by Cheng Lang. She swung it for a moment, then recalled Usopp's slingshot. As she pondered, she couldn't help but think of the Black Cat pirates. Although she had been protected by Cheng Lang, after feeling safe, what she saw was devastation and cries all around. This made her feel a bit heartbroken. In fact, it seemed she had never faced an enemy directly. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Although she had made up her mind, when it really came to the crossroads of choice, she felt lost. What should I choose? Kuyami looked at Cheng Lang, hoping he would help her make a choice. The choice I help you make may not be what you truly like. So you need to ask your heart, do you really like it? If you encounter setbacks in the future, will you have the conviction to persevere? If you're still confused, I'll teach you a method, the questioning method. First, list the questions. 1. What are you striving for? 2. If you put in effort but can't gain anything, will you continue to work hard? 3. If the results of your efforts are unsatisfactory, can you accept it? 4. Can you take immediate action? 5. After gaining unexpected rewards, can you continue to strive? These are just simple questions. Everyone's answers will vary. In the future, when you encounter confusion, you can voice your doubts. For example, before you met me, you asked yourself internally, do you really want to go out to sea? If you go out to sea and don't find Kobe, what will you do? You don't have to answer these questions. You can start taking action while answering them. By the time you arrive at your results, you may have already reached your desired outcome. Cheng Lang smiled and shared something he had seen online. Kuyami listened quietly, reflecting in the end. What am I striving for? The answer is simple. She wants to change herself, inspired by seeing Kobe's transformation. Although there were some misunderstandings in between, such as her thinking that Kobe was out at sea, changing himself through his efforts. It was proven that he ultimately made a change, achieving the dream he once spoke of, to become a Navy officer and capture pirates. And what about herself? What does she really want to change? It's her inferiority and timidity. She wants to break free from the vicious cycle of the past. To change these, what does she need to do? Be cheerful, sunny, confident, and beautiful like Miss Yalida. After arriving at the first answer, she looked at the next one. If effort does not yield results, will she still be an inferior and timid person? Kuyumi was stunned for a long time. Cheng Lang seemed to sense her thoughts. Can it really get worse than now? Kuyumi froze, then smiled. Yes. Can it really get worse than now? At this moment, she realized that she was already on the path of change. As for the results in the future, they certainly wouldn't be worse than now, right? The second and third questions seemed different, but in fact, they addressed the confusion about the future. Can she take immediate action? Looking at the sword in her hand, she could indeed start right away. As for the fifth question about rewards, after gaining rewards, she would only work harder. Seeing Kuyumi's eyes filled with determination, Cheng Lang smiled. Clearly, she had solidified her conviction. Next is another choice for you. This is not a question, but rather what you are good at. Good at? I don't seem to have anything I'm good at. Kuyumi shook her head. Have you never had anything you're good at since you were little? Cooking, singing, medicine, sailing, swordsmanship, martial arts, physical agility. There are many options to choose from. Kuyumi lowered her head, biting her lip. I might be good at running away. Running away? This unexpected answer made Cheng Lang smile. Indeed, not a bad answer. Huh? Cheng Lang said with a smile. What's embarrassing about that? Being able to run away is also a skill, right? If the Black Cat pirates had strong escape abilities, perhaps Kuya and Mary would be sleeping poorly right now. But can this really work? There's nothing you can't do. Running away when you're outmatched is not shameful. You can challenge them again when you're stronger. If you can't escape even when you're outmatched, that would be a real tragedy. Do I really not have to be like the members of the Black Cat pirates? Do you see any overlap between your impression of pirates and the current situation? Those good at fighting go to battle. Those skilled in navigation steer the ship. What's wrong with that? You're good at escaping. If we encounter someone we can't match, you can lead us to escape together. And that's the right answer. Moreover, once you run, you can also distract and hinder the enemy, which is still a contribution, isn't it? Cheng Lang's words stunned Kuyumi, who then nodded. Then how do I train? Of course, running is about training your legs, squats, stretching. Cheng Lang briefly explained some running techniques from the previous world. On the ship, you can perform weighted exercises. Let me give it a try. Saying this, Cheng Lang took out a gold bar and placed it on Kuyumi's instep, then found some rope to tie it. That's about it. Tomorrow, I'll ask Usopp to make some weighted equipment. Just gradually increase the weight. While he was talking to Kuyumi, the sound of climbing the ladder soon came. It's Zoro. You guys go to sleep. I'll keep watch for the second half of the night. Okay. X2 the two left the lookout, while Zoro looked at the moonlight and picked up the dumbbells that had been placed there for a long time, beginning his nighttime workout. The two returned to their dormitory. Although the ship had expanded a lot, there were still only 2 dormitories, one for boys and one for girls, just with slightly larger rooms. Originally, the boys' dormitory on the Mary had hammocks, while the girls' dormitory had beds. But after Cheng Lang's arrival, everyone naturally got their own bed, and wooden boards were used to divide the spaces, resembling small rooms in a capsule hotel. As for the snoring issue, there was no need to worry at all. With the MC's bed, as soon as you lay down, you'd fall into a baby-like sleep within 3 seconds, and you wouldn't even hear any snoring. Chapter 35, The Effect of Milk the Next day. In the restaurant, I feel we should find a chef as soon as possible. Cheng Lang expressed his thoughts first. Although there are animals raised by my abilities on the ship, they can't meet our consumption needs at all, and the fresh ingredients we bought shouldn't be wasted, right? Eating different kinds of fruits, even though they have already been MC'd. The others nodded in agreement. Although the food produced by Cheng Lang's abilities is quite good, it's rare to have a kitchen, so hiring a chef is still necessary. We also need a musician. Luffy proposed as well. To this, Usopp was speechless. Luffy, you're the captain. You should actively consider such matters. Well, then let's recruit a musician as a partner. Luffy turned his need into a definite statement. This left Usopp stunned. Why are you so obsessed with a musician? Kuyumi asked, seemingly puzzled. as if she had never heard of pirates who could sing. Because pirates who can sing are very romantic. When I was young, I really liked the pirate Shanks, who had a guy who could sing on his ship. Luffy explained while munching on roasted beef. The others nodded in realization. Nami looked at Luffy's hat. By the way, your straw hat was given to you by that person? Yeah. And Yalata poked Cheng Lang beside her. What's wrong? Shanks sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere. That's normal. After all, that's the name of the 4 emperors. Red-haired Shanks, Cheng Lang calmly revealed. This left the others, who hadn't reacted yet, dumbfounded. Is that the 4 emperor? Usopp exclaimed in surprise. Zoro beside him was also astonished. Nami stared at the straw hat on Luffy's head in shock. She never expected that Luffy knew such a big figure, her expression complex. Yalata opened her mouth and then shook her head with a smile. No wonder you're so strong. Usopp, why are you surprised? Isn't your dad a member of the red-haired pirates? Really? You didn't know? I didn't know. I only knew my father went out to be a pirate when I was very young. Usopp honestly expressed his thoughts. Didn't your mother tell you? No. I see. Cheng Lang nodded. But that makes sense. If Jesus Burgess's son were discovered, he would probably be captured by the Navy or the world government. In the world of One Piece, there's no saying that misfortune doesn't affect family. If you want others not to know, you have to hide it, even from your own people. I suppose Usopp's mother considered this, and didn't mention it. For a moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant became a bit strange. What was supposed to be a sea adventure with a group of background-less young boys and girls unexpectedly included 2 second-generation pirates. Nami curiously asked Luffy, the 4 emperors. Didn't that Shanks leave you any precious treasure? Yes. Where is it? Well, this. Saying this, Luffy raised a straw hat. This sentence left Nami speechless, and Zoro burst out laughing. With Zoro starting, everyone on the ship soon laughed. In the afternoon, Cheng Lang was chopping trees and collecting leaves for compost. Kuyumi was exercising her muscles with several iron ingots tied to her legs, of course, tied inside her pants. One couldn't help but admit that Usopp's craftsmanship was really good. He made it in just a few moves. Sturdy and durable. The fact that it didn't use gold was not about not showing wealth, but simply because Kuyumi didn't have the leg strength. A little increase in weight was enough. Yalata was swinging a wolf-tooth club in the training area created by Cheng Lang, smashing it against 2 wooden blocks. Zoro was sound asleep. Nami lay on the deck at the back of the ship, sunbathing while reading a newspaper. Meanwhile, Luffy and Usopp were fiddling with the cannon. Boom! The cannon fire echoed throughout the Mary. It briefly attracted the attention of others, but soon everyone returned to their own tasks. After all, they had seen Luffy and Usopp busy for a long time. One couldn't help but admit Usopp's talent in shooting. Even though it was his first time operating the cannon, he accurately hit a rocky island over 1,000 meters away. Thus, the Sword Saint Johnny and the Knife God, Joseph, officially made their appearance. Although the big story didn't deviate, clearly, there was no scene of Johnny being knocked down by Luffy's punch. After all, Johnny saw Zoro first. What happened next was that, after Luffy and Usopp apologized, Joseph was brought over. Looking at the extremely pale Joseph, Cheng Lang naturally knew his condition. So he took out the milk. These 2 buckets of milk had not been used yet, so it was better to try if it could eliminate the negative status of vitamin deficiency and malnutrition. Although Johnny didn't understand why he needed to feed milk, he wouldn't ask too much. However, he was somewhat curious if Joseph could really drink anything in this condition. But a miraculous thing happened. The milk flowing into his mouth didn't spill a single drop. It didn't even seem like Joseph swallowed it. The milk slowly descended as if it was being drunk. Joseph's bluish face improved, and the wounds and gums stopped bleeding. His tightly closed eyes also opened. Am I still alive? Joseph. Johnny joyfully hugged his good brother as soon as he saw Joseph was clear-headed. But Cheng Lang frowned at this scene. Good news, the milk is effective. Bad news, it seems the effect is not obvious. Could it be that the effect is weakened for those other than him? If that's the case, he wouldn't be able to understand. But just a few minutes after waking up, Joseph tilted his head and fainted again. This. Cheng Lang curiously looked at Joseph's state. Soon he confirmed one thing. His milk indeed had an effect. It had successfully worked. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have been able to wake up. Meanwhile, Nami, who witnessed everything, took out a cha-cha fruit from the warehouse. This is something common at sea. Septicemia, lack of vitamins in the body. You should have been unable to eat vegetables and fruits for a long time at sea, right? It seems so. Just give him some fruit. Saying this, Nami threw a cha-cha fruit over. After eating one fruit, Joseph's bluish-purple face eased a bit. Cheng Lang took out the milk again. Then a miraculous thing happened. With the help of the cha-cha fruit and the milk, Joseph, who was lying on the ground, weak and gasping for breath, directly stood up. The bleeding state on his body naturally disappeared. It really works. Cheng Lang nodded. The milk can indeed eliminate the status, but this is different from the game. In the game, the status has a duration issue. It would naturally end. However, in reality, the milk did solve the complications caused by septicemia, which was the bleeding state. But septicemia itself was not resolved. Eating the fruit replenished satiety and vitamins, and the body had recovered. And the milk, when taken again, resolved the complications that were about to reappear. It seems one cannot directly eliminate internal pain. Chapter 36, The Legendary Island. The 2 barrels of milk were gone. However, Cheng Lang went to the breeding area and fetched 5 barrels of milk to keep for emergencies. Although it couldn't solve the problem of illness, there were still other issues. As for directly soaking in water while drinking milk to relieve weakness, he hadn't tried it, but it was likely that the weakness would be temporarily lifted, only to return shortly after soaking in water for just a few seconds. Johnny and Joseph, former subordinates of Zoro, heard that the ship lacked a chef and immediately recommended the Bartai restaurant. Everything developed just like in the original story. Cheng Lang felt reassured about this. He didn't want his presence to cause the original members of the Straw Hat Pirates to miss the ship. However, upon hearing that the travel time would be 7 days, Cheng Lang was stunned. 7 days? That's so far. After all, that was a well-known shipping route that all allied countries would pass through, and there were abundant resources nearby. Johnny explained with a smile. Cheng Lang scratched his head. He thought the distance to Lo Town was quite close, especially since after Sanji's chapter. It was Cocoa Village with Nami, and then Lo Town entering the Grand Line. He opened the map and saw that their course was heading directly toward the top of the map. Although the other areas of the map were dark, from his observations these days, he could deduce one thing. The red line was on the west side of the map, and they were currently sailing in the opposite direction. It seemed that Luffy and the others had been sailing in the East Blue for quite a while. With this slow pace, it would take at least 3 or 4 months. Cheng Lang decided not to dwell on those thoughts anymore. Having ample time was better than facing Crocodile immediately. Arriving at the breeding area, he simply fed the cows, sheep, and chickens. Although he had expanded the breeding area as much as possible, it was still a bit difficult to quickly reach level 20 with just this. Cheng Lang then turned his attention to the others. Nowadays, there were 3 ways to gain experience. The first was through cows, sheep, and chickens. The second was defeating enemies. Even if they surrendered ideologically, it could count. The last one was perhaps the hardest, gaining recognition. This recognition was triggered in a strange way. Alvida and Koya had triggered it before. So far, it could only be said to be recognition. However, since boarding the ship, Luffy and his crew had not gained any experience. Of course, it might also be related to not having received recognition. But for Luffy, giving him food was the best way to show recognition, and being invited aboard was already enough to express that recognition. Yet still, nothing happened. The last resort might be to give Nami gold bars. However, the result of that might not be what Cheng Lang wanted, as Nami had not truly recognized herself as part of the Straw Hats at this point. Clearly, directly showing the gold bars might significantly affect the plot. Considering all this, Cheng Lang felt a bit of a headache. Wait, the plot? Could it be that it has changed the life trajectories of these 2 characters? In the original story, Alvida was part of Buggy's pirate crew. The plot said it was important, and indeed it was, but it was also true that even when Alvida reached the New World and became one of the 4 emperors, there was not much more description about her. If it weren't for Buggy being one of Oda's favorite characters, Alvida might not have had much screen time at all. And with his changes, the plot trajectories of others had altered, resulting in a significant amount of experience gained. As for Koya, she had not appeared in One Piece at all. Changing her story might have no impact on the world of One Piece. So, the experience was limited. This could also explain why Alvida yielded more experience while Koya's was minimal. One character had screen time, while the other did not. If that's the case, should I invite more original characters onto the ship, like Joseph and Johnny? Cheng Lang was a bit confused and scratched his head. However, in the end, Cheng Lang couldn't think of more, as all of this was still just speculation. Time passed quietly. On the third day of sailing, Joseph pointed to a distant island shrouded in dark clouds, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Is that the legendary Treasure Island? Upon hearing the word treasure, Nami immediately thought of this place. Yes, just like in the records. It's a small island, but it's surrounded by dark clouds, and it's said to hold treasures. Johnny immediately chimed in. Luffy, who had no resistance to adventure, instantly became curious. Let's go to that island. Prepare for adventure. Usopp was equally fascinated. But I heard there are gods on the island, and many pirates have faced divine punishment for angering them. Alvida looked towards the distance, as this rumor was quite popular among pirates. Many claimed to have seen gods and were cursed, facing all sorts of misfortunes. Cheng Lang, however, didn't think much of it, as he knew what was on that island. A person trapped in a treasure chest. Wait, what if I release this person trapped in the treasure chest? Would that count as changing the plot? With a mix of anxiety and curiosity, the group arrived at the legendary Treasure Island. Cheng Lang observed the environment of the island and had to say that compared to the plants outside, the plants on this island were quite distorted. They resembled the twisted patterns of devil fruits. Usopp cautiously walked ahead, but was startled when a corn-like plant opened its mouth at the roadside. This plant could even stick out its tongue. Is this an animal? Cheng Lang curiously approached. He reached out to touch it, only to be bitten. However, rather than being bitten, it felt more like it was being held. Cheng Lang had a bold idea. Dig up the root and see what was inside. But before he could act, the plant's roots began to writhe. Then Cheng Lang saw the plant slither away like a snake. This scene left Cheng Lang and the others speechless. Was this a hybrid of a snake and a man-eating flower? Cheng Lang stared blankly at the writhing plant. His eyes filled with curiosity. It seemed ordinary in the animation, but seeing it happen in reality made Cheng Lang very curious about how this was accomplished. Was it a plant or an animal? Could it be a hybrid of both? Just then, a god voice rang out. Get out! Get out! But as soon as the voice spoke a couple of words, Cheng Lang grabbed the person from the bushes. The group was stunned at this scene. A person grew out of a treasure chest. Luffy looked on in surprise. The others were equally dumbfounded. Luffy curiously leaned in closer, looking left and right, then laughed. Are you the child of a treasure chest and a human? Yes. I've been stuck in here since I was a kid. What the heck? How could a person possibly have a child with a treasure chest? I can't even get out of this box. It's been 20 years. But just as the words left his mouth, Cheng Lang's hand rested on the treasure chest. And in the next moment, the treasure chest disappeared. Chapter 37. Animal System Illusory Beast Type Chimera. The sudden sense of liberation left the treasure chest man in a daze. He looked down in disbelief. After years of being squeezed in the chest, his body had long since adapted to the environment, but now, at that moment, a surge of experience points, equal to the amount exploded by Yalata, burst forth from the opponent's body. Instantly, Cheng Lang reached level 17. As expected, watching this scene, Cheng Lang understood that his way of gaining a large amount of experience might be to change the fate trajectories of the characters in the original plot. However, this also had its pros and cons. As long as Luffy and his crew faced no setbacks, they could reach the final island. If he changed the plot, he could indeed gain a lot of experience, but he also had to bear the risk of future changes. While he was contemplating his own matters, the treasure chest man was both surprised and anxious. Having survived for over 20 years under the protection of the chest, he now felt somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden freedom. After a while, the group arrived at the place where the treasure chest man usually lived. I really have to thank you all. My name is Cayman. I have spent a full 20 years inside that treasure chest. To be honest, I even doubted whether my body had merged with the chest, but now it seems. Then Cayman began to recount his story. 20 years ago, he had come to this legendary island with the captain to search for treasure. Upon learning that the captain found a treasure chest, but discovered it was empty, he, not believing in fate, decided to search one last place that had never been explored, which was a bare, protruding rocky mountain. There he saw several treasure chests, but in the next moment, the rock he was holding cracked, and he fell down, fortuitously getting stuck inside a treasure chest and fainting. By the time he woke up, his teammates had already left. After Cayman finished his story, Luffy's group was curious about whether the treasure still existed. However, after hearing the tale, they urged Cayman to climb that bare rocky mountain once more. Cayman smiled and nodded in response. I didn't expect that upon hearing about the treasure, your first thought wasn't to claim it for yourselves, but to let me fulfill my dream. You are truly rare good people. The group arrived at the foot of the rocky mountain. Although Cayman's body had been trapped in the treasure chest for 20 years, the bodies of people in the world of One Piece are miraculous. If it were the real world, he would have at least suffered from skeletal deformation and would be unable to walk upright. But Cayman was already able to stand and walk normally. After 20 years, as Cayman climbed the path he had taken before, everything felt surreal. Each climb made him feel as if his body was returning to his youth, and he was going back to the past. When he reached the summit, he stared blankly at the treasure above. 5 treasure chests were neatly placed at the top of the mountain. He trembled as he approached and touched the chest. 20 years, the treasure he had missed every moment for was right in front of him. But when he finally arrived, he did not feel the joy he had imagined. Click! Luffy and the others remained silent for a while, which made them curious. Just as Luffy and the others were considering whether to go up, Cayman appeared, holding the treasure chest with an expressionless face. How is it? Luffy was the first to speak, but in response, Cayman flipped the chest over, revealing it to be empty. Yalta shook her head helplessly. This is normal. Many treasure maps circulated among pirates are like this. In fact, the treasure here was discovered long ago. But greedy pirates sell the treasure maps again for a good price. The deceived pirates, in order to mitigate their losses, fabricate all sorts of reasons to add value to the treasure map, until some foolish pirate reveals the truth. Cayman sat on the rocky mountain, looking at the azure sea. Although he had expected the treasure to be empty, the chest the captain found might have been the one above, just not disclosed to him as a minor member. Yet he wasn't as sad as he had imagined. The treasure he had guarded for 20 years ended up being an empty promise. A strange sense of relief spread from his heart. This made Luffy and the others think he was contemplating ending his life. Uncle, don't think like that. The treasure is gone, but there are many other treasures in the world. Usopp comforted him. Luffy echoed. Yeah, Uncle, there's still many fun things on this sea. Cayman smiled and waved his hand. Thank you. You are indeed good people. As they descended from the rocky mountain, the group no longer discussed the treasure. However, one person was different. Cheng Lang stared blankly at the rocky mountain. What's wrong? Zoro curiously looked at Cheng Lang, who was still looking around the rocky mountain. Actually, I suspect there's still treasures hidden here. Zoro looked puzzled but waved his hand. Isn't it good to leave it for Cayman? I'm not talking about the ones above. I'm talking about inside this rock. Don't you think this protruding rocky mountain was man-made? Cheng Lang said. After hearing this, Zoro looked around. Indeed, the island was lush and green, but this rocky mountain was completely bare, not even covered in moss, which was clearly abnormal. Moreover, treasures are rarely left exposed on mountain tops. They are usually buried underground or hidden in some concealed corner. Thinking about this, Zoro also felt something was off. Cheng Lang's feeling of unease was not due to suspicion or logical reasoning, but simply because the small map showed a treasure chest icon. And that icon was precisely located at the rocky mountain. I'm going to dig a bit. Cheng Lang directly took out a pickaxe and began to work. The small rocky mountain was quickly excavated by Cheng Lang. Naturally, the 5 treasure chests above fell to the ground. Just as Cayman had said, they were empty. Looking at the stone rock in his backpack, Cheng Lang looked down at the ground with a different soil texture. He didn't think much and continued digging. His actions soon attracted the attention of others. Cayman was very curious. Soon, after digging down 3 or 4 meters, something new appeared. A devil fruit that was almost fused with the rock. Cheng Lang reached out and touched the devil fruit. In the next moment, the devil fruit disappeared. When Cheng Lang casually flipped his hand, a complete devil fruit appeared in his palm. It looked quite strange. The top was a red apple color, the middle was yellow, and the bottom was green, resembling a traffic light. But when flipped over, the back was purple. It felt like a colorful platter. This is a devil fruit, Yalta exclaimed in surprise. Those who had eaten devil fruits recognized it immediately. Usopp curiously leaned in to look, This is a devil fruit. It looks so bizarre. It has feathers on top, but the bottom looks like scales. Nami's eyes lit up. I heard a devil fruit can sell for 100 million berries. Cheng Lang, can you give me this devil fruit? Cheng Lang waved his hand. If you're going to eat it, I can give it to you, but if you plan to sell it, then forget it. Hey, good brother Cheng Lang, don't you think in our team Chapter 38. Conversion Table? Black Market. Nami was still planning to act cute and charming, but was interrupted by Cheng Lang. This fruit, if I'm not mistaken, is a Zoan-type devil fruit, a mythical beast called Chimera. According to market value, this devil fruit is worth at least 1 billion. Have you seen the devil fruit encyclopedia? Of course not. Cheng Lang was just repeating the name of the item he saw. 1 billion. Cheng Lang's words shocked everyone present. In fact, something unusual has already appeared on this island. Didn't you notice how strange these animals are? Some look like pigs, others like lions. It's all because of this devil fruit. Over time, it is almost fused with the stone, and if I had to describe it, it's like the stone has eaten the devil fruit, but the stone has no intelligence, and eventually, its abilities spread out. Cheng Lang's explanation made everyone feel enlightened, especially Cayman, who could really understand. He has lived on this island for 20 years. What is most abundant here? Not just strange animals, but also plants he has never seen before. Moreover, their reproduction does not follow biology. They mate whenever they want, could be viviparous or oviparous, and the offspring often have no connection to their parents. For example, a pig and a sheep could crossbreed and produce a chicken. It's quite peculiar. This would be shocking on any island in the sea. Now, Cheng Lang's explanation has unraveled a major mystery in his heart. However, when Cayman looked at the devil fruit, there was no desire in his eyes. Does anyone want to eat it? Cheng Lang looked at everyone present, and naturally, he didn't overlook Cayman. By the way, just to mention, a person can only eat one devil fruit. I, Yalata, and Luffy have all eaten devil fruits. Me. Nami immediately raised her hand. Are you sure? If you plan to eat it, you must do it in front of me. Can I just go back to the ship and enjoy it slowly? Looking at Nami, whose eyes were already shaped like berries, the expressions of the others were speechless. Cheng Lang scanned the room and found that no one had spoken up to claim it. This puzzled him. Usopp, aren't you going to eat it? This is a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Usopp scratched his head. It's indeed tempting, but it doesn't feel suitable for me. Really? Cheng Lang looked at the others, his gaze landing on Zoro, who shook his head. My goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman. A simple answer, but Cheng Lang understood. Eating a devil fruit would compromise the purity of a swordsman. He then looked at Kuyumi and Cayman. Cayman was surprised. Do I get a share too? But, no thanks. Finally, his gaze fell on Kuyumi. At that moment, Kuyumi saw Cheng Lang looking at her. Her expression was conflicted. She wanted it, but also didn't want it. What's wrong? Cheng Lang naturally noticed her strange expression. I've heard that the Chimera embodies fear, evil, and disaster. Cheng Lang had also heard some legends about chimeras. A lion's head, a goat's body, and a serpent's tail represent different meanings. Lion, fear, goat, evil, snake, disaster. However, later on, chimera was more often used to describe fused, deformed animals, and it could also describe organisms with incompatible features. Legends are just stories. Eating a devil fruit won't necessarily mean being affected by it. Cheng Lang fell silent at this point. His sudden silence puzzled everyone present. What's wrong? Usopp didn't understand Cheng Lang's silence. Cheng Lang waved his hand. Eating a devil fruit shouldn't be influenced by the devil fruit. Just now, Cheng Lang saw Luffy and Nika behind him. He didn't know if it was because of Luffy's personality or if he was influenced by the gum fruit to become Nika. At the same time, Cheng Lang recalled something. It was once a popular saying online that devil fruits have consciousness. They choose their own masters. In the original work, the supernovas showed compatibility with the abilities of the fruits they would eat in the future. Kid liked robots since he was little and ate the magnet fruit. Capone Beej liked fortresses since he was little and ended up eating the fortress fruit. Apple liked music since he was little and ate the sound fruit. So, it's not a problem if the fruit chooses the person. Now a fruit that didn't appear in the original One Piece has appeared, and whether Kuyumi, who also didn't appear in the original, Is the devil fruit's choice is something Cheng Lang pondered. Cheng Lang looked at Kuyumi, and she looked at the devil fruit in his hand. Finally, she cautiously took it. Can I really eat it? Cheng Lang looked at the others. The others shrugged. No one had any objections. Ultimately, Kuyumi took a bite of the devil fruit. Then her expression changed to one of pain. What is wrong? Everyone asked with concern. It's so disgusting. Kuyumi swallowed the piece of fruit. You have to finish it. Cheng Lang smiled as he watched the scene. Don't believe me? Just ask Luffy. He finished all the devil fruits, and so did Yalata. The two nodded. Kuyumi looked serious. Then, with a face of resignation, she finished the mythical Zoan Chimera fruit. After a while, she didn't seem to have any issues. However, Cheng Lang noticed that apart from Anka, everyone else's bodies were emitting a large amount of experience. In an instant, Cheng Lang leveled up to level 30. This left him stunned. Goodness, this means that the former Kuyumi had only slightly changed her fate, but didn't change the predetermined fate of the Straw Hat Pirates. However, now, it was clear that a lot had changed. Whether this is good or bad remains to be seen. However, Cheng Lang looked at the two new unlocks. One, as he expected, was the increase of stacking limits from 64 to 1,000, which included those in the boxes. The third one was exactly what Cheng Lang thought it would be, the conversion table. However, this didn't need to be crafted. Next to the panel, a classic image of the conversion table appeared. In the game, the left side is the charging slot, and the right side is for item conversion. There is also an EMC value at the bottom left. However, at this moment, there was a change. EMC is still EMC, but the charging slot also changed, with repair conversion written on it. Just a glance told Cheng Lang what it meant. Repair, as the name suggests, restores durability, and conversion, presumably, should convert items from the world of One Piece into MC items. Thinking this, he directly sold 640 cobblestones into it. Naturally, the EMC value below changed to 640. Clearly, the pricing for stones was similar to what he had experienced in the conversion table in the game. He sold everything on him except for his armor and weapons. Then he placed the iron helmet with low durability in the repair slot. The EMC value visibly decreased, but fortunately, the EMC required for repairs wasn't too much. It only cost about 30 EMC. This surprised Cheng Lang, but felt reasonable. After all, this isn't the MC world. One has to consider the difficulty of the game and the difficulty of obtaining items. However, this is the world of One Piece. And if he continues to apply the game logic, he might be in for a tough time. However, when Cheng Lang took out the desired item from the conversion table, he was stunned. Originally, selling the cobblestone that could only yield one EMC value, taking it out actually required double the price, and other items were the same. Directly selling back at double the price. What the heck? Black market. Chapter 39, The Guess of Chimera. Cheng Lang had a lot to say about the price of the transformation table, but soon he stopped caring. Those who have used the transformation table know that it is not really about the price. If there's no loss in the process, then it is essentially a huge backpack, or even a small creation. Of course, the main purpose is to avoid repetitive and meaningless time wastage and to replicate some scarce items. In the current world of One Piece, even if the price doubles for a round trip, it doesn't affect its main value at all. As long as he gets one diamond, he can directly replicate more diamonds infinitely. That's enough, even if the price doubles. The group returned to the ship. Joseph and Johnny curiously looked at the suddenly appeared scruffy man, puzzled but not asking, more curious about whether the legendary treasure island had any treasure. Upon learning that the treasure was empty, but they found the legendary devil fruit of the mythical beast type, they all congratulated him. Uncle Cayman, are you really not planning to leave? Luffy asked, confused and feeling a bit regretful. They had only spent less than half a day together, but Cayman was very much to Luffy's taste. He was interesting and had once been a pirate, protecting the island for 20 years for his dream. Cayman shook his head. Thank you for your invitation. For these 20 years, I have been guarding the treasure, but as time goes on, I have discovered my true treasure. Saying this, he waved to the back. Strange creatures began to emerge. It was obvious from their eyes that they were reluctant to part, affected by the devil fruit. These animals were not only peculiar, but also very spiritual. After 20 years of companionship, calling them my family is not an exaggeration. If I leave, they will be sad. Cayman rubbed one of the animals that had the body of a pig, but a mane of a lion. Seeing how well Cayman got along with the animals, the group did not continue to persuade him otherwise. However, Cheng Lang casually created a small boat. It was MC's boat, not large, just enough for 2 people to sit. He placed the boat on the sea and then threw out a small box. Some items that were difficult to store were placed in the box for longer storage. This small boat could allow you to leave the small island whenever needed, whether to buy daily necessities or for any new ideas in the future. The group bid farewell to Cayman. On the Mary, everyone's attention was focused on Kuyumi. After all, they were very curious about her new ability. Moreover, this was a mythical beast type, not inferior to the natural type devil fruits. Under everyone's gaze, Kuyumi lowered her head, feeling a bit socially anxious, but still mustered the courage to summon the power within her. Then a miraculous scene occurred. Kuyumi's head began to grow fur, and her face gradually took on a lion-like form. But this was limited to her head. Her body remained the same, small and slender. This scene left everyone stunned. Is this it? This is the mythical beast type. A lion's head? Could it be that she got a low-quality devil fruit? This thought crossed everyone's minds. Kuyumi's cheeks turned red, and without asking why a lion's head could be seen, her entire head was flushed, and she was steaming. In the corner, Kuyumi looked dejected. Aha! Devil fruits also depend on the situation. A lion's head could be very useful, Nami comforted her. At the same time, she shot a glare at Cheng Lang. The others also began to comfort her, then looked at Cheng Lang with strange expressions. Cheng Lang was confused by their glares. What do you mean by that look? It's not strange for the devil fruit to be hard to control in a short time after eating it. What's weird about having a lion's head now? Just ask Luffy and Aurita if they could control their abilities well after getting their fruits. The group instinctively looked at Luffy and Aurita. After thinking for a moment, the two nodded. Although Luffy had eaten the gum-gum fruit since childhood, he could only say that he often flew himself away when he tried to use the fruit's powers. Aurita recalled her confused expression when she first ate the slippery fruit. If Cheng Lang hadn't reminded her, she might have taken a long time to realize she could use the slippery fruit to slide away freckles and fat. Then the two nodded in agreement. Only then did the group stop ignoring Cheng Lang. Cheng Lang felt helpless. Meanwhile, Kuyumi's body was also gradually changing. Or rather, saying it was out of control would be more accurate. She crouched in the corner, her legs occasionally turning into hooves or a pair of wings sprouting from her back, and even a tail growing out. Her body was covered in messy fur that looked like fluff, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into scales. Finally, feathers sprouted directly. Her appearance was indescribable. As for her own changes, Kuyumi was also panicking and full of confusion. Calm down, me. The Zoan-type fruit will change because of your emotions, Cheng Lang said, not surprised by this change. After all, a chimera is a composite monster, so it's impossible for it to have only one type of beast change, at least at ISNT constant. If it were constant, then the fruit's name should be Zoan-type, cat fruit, mythical beast type, chimera form. Without this kind of fruit name, it means that the chimera's transformations are inherently diverse. It's probably one of the hardest fruits to control. That is also why Kuyumi's body is constantly changing now. To be honest, Cheng Lang suspected that this fruit should have been prepared for Blackbeard in the future, as Blackbeard is known to have an abnormal body structure, and his pirate flag has 3 skull heads. After eating the nature-type dark fruit and the paramecia-type quake fruit, the only remaining option to avoid conflict would be the Zoan-type fruit. So many people speculate it could be the 3-headed hellhound. But Cheng Lang felt that the person would eat the chimera fruit, as it fits Blackbeard's image perfectly, bringing fear, evil, and disaster. While considering these things, Kuyumi had adjusted her emotions and returned to her human form. But in the next moment, she underwent a transformation. In an instant, her body turned into a lion, then into a sheep, and then into a snake, and this transformation did not stop. In that short time, Kuyumi executed a complete transformation into countless animals. This is simply as if she had eaten all the Zoan-type fruits without exception. However, Cheng Lang felt a bit disappointed about this. The reason why any mythical beast type is considered mythical is because it can bring about changes from the realm of fantasy. For example, the phoenix, as the name suggests, can revive even if its heart is destroyed by flames. The azure dragon can breathe fire control wind, and manipulate flaming clouds. But can the Chimera only change into animals? Compared to ordinary Zoan types, it is indeed much stronger, but that's all. Chapter 40 Fishing Competition. Me control these animals to fuse, growing eagle wings, snake eyes, a lion's face, a honey badger's body, horse legs, gorilla arms, and a cat's tail. If possible, she could also control the growth of cow legs. Cheng Lang's series of words not only surprised me, but left everyone else in a daze. Can you really do that? But moments later, others found it quite reasonable. After all, this was a chimera, a mythical beast, so growing these body parts seemed acceptable. Kuyami also tried hard. She grew eagle wings and formed snake eyes, but her body and head involuntarily transformed into that of a snake. Strangely, the snake's body even grew fur. In the end, through Kuyami's relentless efforts, she became something unrecognizable, an extremely abstract existence. Overall, she looked like a winged snake, and bizarrely, this snake had fur and horse legs. I didn't control it very well, said Kuyami in her soft voice. It's okay. It's not your fault. Cheng Lang set the difficulty too high. Nami comforted with a smile. However, when she tried to reach out and pat the other's head, she hesitated, finding the appearance too abstract. Exactly. It's not me's fault. It's all Cheng Lang's mistake, Luffy echoed first. Then Usopp joined in, followed by Johnny and Joseph, all nodding in agreement. For a moment, the ship was filled with laughter, dispelling much of the atmosphere of failure. Seeing this scene, Kuyami's lost emotions also turned into laughter. After a moment of playful banter, Cheng Lang sighed. Setting such a high difficulty from the start is indeed tough, but we can break it down step by step. First, you control your body to grow wings. Kuyami followed his instructions, growing a pair of wings on her back. Maintain this state, don't change. Also, try to learn how to fly. Once your body gets used to it, we can gradually add more body transformations. By the way, chimeras in mythology can breathe fire, so feel free to research that. After arranging this, Luffy and the others had already gone off to play elsewhere. After all, everyone knew about Kuyami's situation, and excessive attention would be counterproductive. However, Usopp, out of concern, tied a rope around Kuyami's waist to prevent her from accidentally losing control while practicing flying. Cheng Lang then turned to study his own transformation table. He found Usopp and asked, "Do you have any line?" "Yeah, here you go," Usopp replied, rummaging through his treasure bag to pull out a roll of line. "Where are you going to sew?" he asked curiously. "You'll see in a moment," Cheng Lang said. Then Usopp watched as Cheng Lang fiddled for a while before pulling out a pixelated fishing rod. "Is this a fishing rod? A rod that doesn't need bait?" "Huh?" Usopp was a bit incredulous. "Hey, Luffy, want to have a fishing competition?" Cheng Lang called out to Luffy with a smile. Johnny and Joseph also came over, expressing their desire to participate. Cheng Lang then made 5 fishing rods. "Really doesn't need bait?" Johnny was still a bit shocked. He already knew how impressive Cheng Lang's abilities were. "Of course, you don't even need fish down below." Joseph was even more shocked. "How can you catch fish if there are none below? That's impossible." Cheng Lang then began his demonstration. He swung the rod forward, and somehow the fishing line extended about 5 meters. In less than a few seconds, the bobber started to bob up and down. Cheng Lang noticed the bubbles on the water surface, and as he watched them disappear and the bobber sink, he quickly reeled in. "Got one," Cheng Lang exclaimed excitedly, while the others stared in disbelief. "Wait, you caught a fish already? But there are no fish in the sea." Then a book hit Cheng Lang in the face. He looked at his bag, where an enchanted book lay quietly. Durability 3, curse binding? Hiss. If you consider it lucky, starting off with an enchanted book, especially with durability 3, is great, but it's not so good with cursed binding. "How is it?" Luffy asked curiously, looking at the dazed Cheng Lang. "I caught some treasure, and you might encounter something like this too, even fishing up shoes or seaweed," Cheng Lang replied. Half a day later, Cheng Lang looked with a face of disbelief at the rotten meat and pairs of leather shoes in the box. "No way. Did I just use up all my luck at the start?" Meanwhile, Usopp, Johnny, and Joseph were catching fish like crazy, but had not found any treasure. Luffy was the same as Cheng Lang, catching everything except fish like water lilies, leather, shoes, line, and any rubbish that could be caught in MC fishing. However, Luffy found it very novel and was quite pleased. After all, he saw meat, albeit rotten, but being able to fish meat from the sea was satisfying for him. Naturally, Cheng Lang also told Luffy that rotten meat could be eaten, but the more you eat, the hungrier you get, and it probably doesn't taste great. If he had to eat it, it was best paired with milk. Saying this, he even placed 2 buckets of milk in Luffy's box, just in case he really wanted to eat it. Night fell, and the fishing 5-man group finally gave up fishing. The ultimate winner was Usopp, who had caught over 500 fish, while Johnny and Joseph caught about 400 each. The difference of over 100 was because they occasionally caught rubbish too. As for treasure, besides the enchanted book that Cheng Lang caught at the beginning, they hadn't seen any throughout the day. Cheng Lang also confirmed one thing. Whether it was him, Luffy, or Yarlita, as long as they had eaten a devil fruit, they wouldn't catch fish while fishing. Most catches would be rubbish, with only a very small chance of treasure. However, Luffy was very happy. He had caught over 300 pieces of rotten meat, which delighted him. Even though Cheng Lang wouldn't let him eat it yet, that didn't stop him from being happy. Luckily, Luffy's uniqueness occasionally allowed him to catch line. So Cheng Lang wouldn't have to pay double the price to exchange for line to make fishing rods. Ha ha, from now on, call me the Fishing King, Usopp said proudly, eating the roasted fish he caught today. You're impressive. Cheng Lang gave a sincere evaluation. Usopp's nose lifted in pride. Meanwhile, Luffy, carrying his box, looked directly at Cheng Lang with eager eyes. Hey, Cheng Lang, when can I eat? Clearly, Luffy was concerned about the rotten meat. Chapter 41. Spoiled meat spicy strips. In the end, Cheng Lang let Luffy start eating spoiled meat. Just to be clear, if it tastes off, you have to spit it out, got it? Luffy nodded and excitedly took the spoiled meat out of the box. Looking at the clearly spoiled meat strips, he wrinkled his nose, but didn't smell anything unusual. He opened his mouth and tossed the spoiled meat in. Of course, Luffy didn't spit it out, but instead smacked his lips, looking deep in thought. How is it? Delicious, but it has no flavor. Cheng Lang was puzzled. But then Luffy took out more spoiled meat and tossed it into his mouth again, making a crisp crunching sound. It feels like eating crunchy bones, Luffy said, continuing to munch. Cheng Lang scratched his head and eventually took a piece of spoiled meat to eat himself. Sure enough, the texture was like eating crunchy bones. But it reminded Cheng Lang of a snack from his past life, cat treats. If you remove the spiciness from spicy strips, it might just be the current texture. It really is. Spicy strips. After finishing, Cheng Lang felt full for a short while, but the hunger buff indeed appeared in his status bar. Fortunately, it lasted about half a minute. At least it's not poisonous. However, Cheng Lang still took out some milk. Speaking of which, he hadn't drunk the milk from MC until now. After tasting it, it was just the standard milk flavor. Plus, the bucket of milk he drank didn't take up any space in his stomach, and didn't even quench his thirst. Seeing Luffy munching away, the others' curiosity was piqued, and they all wanted to try a piece. The texture was good, but it was limited to just that. If it could be made into a dish, it might taste great, Alita commented. After all, she really liked the texture of the spoiled meat. She then helped herself to 3 or 4 dozen pieces of spoiled meat from Cheng Lang's box to snack on. Others nodded in agreement, confirming that the texture was indeed good. It just had no flavor. Cheng Lang decided not to impose any restrictions. If they liked it, they could eat it. However, he went to the kitchen and found some chili powder in the cupboard. He sprinkled it on, and it had flavor, but unfortunately, it didn't taste as good as he remembered the human cat treats to be. But it was indeed a decent snack. For several days, Usopp, Luffy, and the others spent their time fishing. After all, the sense of achievement from fishing in MC was quite high. As long as you cast your rod, you would catch something 100 of the time. Cheng Lang was responsible for collecting the trash and exchanging it for EMC value. During these days, the floating restaurant bar tie arrived. Just like in the plot, encountering a warship, and then Luffy accidentally bounced a cannonball into Chef Zeph's room. For a moment, Cheng Lang suspected that Luffy did it on purpose. However, the story still unfolded according to the original plot. Luffy was left behind as a handyman and had to pay for medical expenses. As for the repairs, Cheng Lang voluntarily helped fix the house. And although the result was that the whole room became very square, it didn't affect its use. During this time, Nami, Alita, and Kuyami on the ship were given free meals, courtesy of Sanji, the lecherous chef. Night fell. Cheng Lang went up to the deck. At that moment, Nami was gazing into the distance. "What's wrong? I've seen you staring at the sea since this afternoon," Cheng Lang asked with a smile. Nami turned her head and saw Cheng Lang looking relaxed. "Why do you want to become a pirate?" The question caught Cheng Lang off guard. "Why do you ask that? You must be the son of a wealthy family or a noble, right?" Cheng Lang felt confused. No matter which world he was in, whether this one or the one before he crossed over, he was always at the bottom. How could both Alita and Nami ask that? Seeing Cheng Lang's bewildered expression, Nami said, "I've seen too many wealthy people and noble sons during my years at sea. Your poor disguise can't escape my eyes at all." Cheng Lang scratched his face. "What makes you think I'm a wealthy person or a noble? Your behavior, speech, and even your habit of taking a bath every day are cleaner than most women." "Huh?" Nami pointed at Luffy, who was still working at Bartai. Neither Luffy nor Usopp nor Zoro would bathe unless they smelled too bad or got dirty. And the key point is that you use chopsticks except when eating noodles. There are many small details. For example, even if your hands are clean, you wash them before eating and you rinse fruit with water. You should know that these small habits can't be developed overnight. They require living in a wealthy or noble family from a young age. Nami listed Cheng Lang's various small habits to prove he was a wealthy person or noble. Cheng Lang could only scratch his head in response. "These are just habits, and then there are your speech, knowledge level, and literacy. You don't seem like an ordinary person." Cheng Lang could only helplessly admit it. Since he came to the world of One Piece, he found that the illiteracy rate was too high. For example, Luffy, if asked to recognize characters, he could manage a small part, like his name or the names of food. But he couldn't read the entire newspaper. Math was even worse. He could handle addition and subtraction from 1 to 10, but beyond that, he couldn't manage. Currently, on the ship, only Cheng Lang, Nami, and Kuyumi could read and do math. The others were just managing their daily lives without any problem. Cheng Lang wasn't surprised. The knowledge dissemination rate in the world of One Piece was never going to be high. "You say I'm a wealthy person. I can accept that, but I'm not a noble." Cheng Lang had to admit it reluctantly. To explain why he had these habits and an above-average literacy rate would require going back to his otherworldly origins. "So, to answer your previous question, why am I staring at the sea? Because I'm short on money. Without money, I can't return to my hometown, nor can I escape." Nami sighed deeply, not continuing. "You need money? I can give it to you. How much do you need?" Cheng Lang decided to take the initiative. If it were before, he might have let things develop slowly and allowed Luffy to handle it, successfully getting Nami onto the ship. But now, knowing he needed to change his fate to gain experience, it was a different story. Nami looked at Cheng Lang strangely. Chapter 42, Launching a Financial Offensive. Nami was surprised, but then she waved her hand dismissively. "No need, and the amount I need is quite large." "Large amount? How much? Hundreds of millions?" "Hundreds of millions. You know, a box can hold tens of millions, so..." Before Nami could finish, she saw gold ingots appear in Cheng Lang's hand. "I don't know how much these can sell for, but at least they should be worth 60 to 70 million, right? If it's not enough, I have more." Hiss. Nami, stunned by the sudden display of wealth, began to breathe rapidly. Her body instinctively leaned toward the gold bars. She had seen many treasures and could immediately tell that the gold ingots in Cheng Lang's hand were very pure. Moreover, if they were indeed standard gold ingots, their value would be astonishing. Swallowing hard, Nami's eyes had already taken the shape of gold ingots. "Are you really willing to give me this?" "This, if sold on the black market, the price would exceed 100 million. I saw the clown buggy had a lot of shiny jewels and gold coins. Does that mean I'm already at 100 million? That's different. Those are already my treasures. The jewels and coins are mostly just a layer of gold on the surface, mixed with many other metals to maintain hardness. Your gold." Saying this, Cheng Lang directly threw the gold ingots to Nami. Flustered, she caught the gold ingot. The moment she held it, she knew it was very pure. She bit down on it, leaving a mark with her teeth. It's a gold bar with no impurities. Only gold like this would be so soft. The purity is so high. If that's the case, then the price could reach 200 million. "Do you have a mind at home to give this away so casually?" As she spoke, Nami's expression became strange. Cheng Lang shrugged. saying the gold ingots could only be converted to 432 EMC value, which is roughly equivalent to 2 iron ingots. Even if he had to buy them back at double the price, it would only be 864. In just a few days, with Luffy and the others fishing, he had already exchanged at least a dozen pieces. Is that enough? If not, I have more. Cheng Lang threw out 3 more gold ingots. In an instant, Nami couldn't withstand such a financial offensive and collapsed weakly on the deck. Seeing Cheng Lang was about to continue, Nami hurriedly stopped him. No, if you throw more, I won't be able to hold on. With a complicated expression, she looked at Cheng Lang. Perhaps the problems that troubled her were not problems at all in someone else's eyes. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she took 1 gold ingot. Just 1 is enough. I will repay you slowly later. Cheng Lang looked at Nami expectantly, but she did not reveal any experience due to his financial offensive. Now, tell me what's going on. Is it that your mother is seriously ill at home? Or do you have a baby waiting to be fed? Do you need to go to sea and struggle alone? Nami hesitated for a moment, but thinking about how this gold bar would be enough for her, allowing her to relieve her burden, she looked at Cheng Lang and said, I can tell you. Nami briefly mentioned the matter of the dragon, but it was obvious she was withholding some details. Moreover, one could hear from her words that she was intentionally portraying the dragon as a fishman who keeps promises. Seeing the girl trying to stay positive, Cheng Lang only gave 1 response after listening. Are you sure they will keep their promises? At least in the past 8 years, they have never honored an agreement. Have you considered asking Luffy and the others for help? Don't be fooled by their playful demeanor. They are quite powerful. You should know that Buggy and Crocodile are strong guys. It's different. You guys are devil fruit users but fear seawater. If those fishmen do not confront you head on, and Luffy cannot always stay in Cocoa Village, then the ones who will suffer in the future will only be the ordinary people in my village, right? Besides, I just need to exchange this for money. My village will gain security. At that time, I can still be a navigator, right? Nami said with a smile, envisioning her future freedom. Cheng Lang listened quietly. Similarly, Zoro on the lookout and the other members downstairs also listened clearly. However, they all remained silent. At this moment, Luffy was still cleaning the table, albeit at a slower pace. The night at sea was very quiet, as if it were a volcano about to erupt. The next day, Luffy immediately found Zeph and straightforwardly expressed his desire to invite Sanji onto the ship. So sudden? That brat won't easily go with you. Zeph naturally understood that Luffy was trying to recruit Sanji. After all, the ship was only so big, and Luffy's invitation to Sanji was not hidden. Yesterday, while Sanji was delivering food to Akin, they talked about the legendary sea, all blue. Zeph had heard a lot of their conversation. Just as he was marveling at how Sanji had grown up, the next day, the Straw Hat Kid came to discuss this with him. He really is impatient. However, Zeph didn't dislike this aspect of him. I know, so I want to ask for your help. Oh, what help? Before we return, don't let Sanji be lured away by other pirate crews. Luffy said seriously. Zeph was puzzled. Are you going somewhere? Just to solve some troubles. Luffy grinned. Seeing the sudden change in the other party, Zeph pondered. But before he could agree, there was a commotion downstairs. It's Click. That East Blue overlord commanding 5,000 men and 50 pirate ships? God, how could he come here? Didn't he head for Grand Line? In an instant, the restaurant was in chaos. At that moment, Sanji had already brought out a plate of seafood fried rice. Cheng Lang and the others on the ship naturally noticed this scene. Cheng Lang nudged Zoro with his shoulder. Can you break his armored shell? Black steel armor. Zoro pondered. I might only know by cutting it. The subsequent developments were just like those in the original story. Picking up the bowl to eat, then putting it down to start fighting. Witnessing all this, Cheng Lang shook his head. Letting things continue to develop? He didn't want to do that. As for Sanji hoping to have a full meal, defeating Click and then delivering food to those half-dead pirates was also an option, wasn't it? Cheng Lang moved, and the others naturally followed suit. After all, Luffy had invited Sanji onto the ship, which meant he was a reserve member. Now that a reserve member was being attacked, how could they not take action? But Luffy acted first, not like in the original where he just watched. You scumbag. Sanji is the one who feeds you. Cheng Lang witnessed all of this, stunned, then felt it made sense. After all, this was reality, and Luffy valued Sanji, who treated him to free meals. How could he just stand by while Sanji was attacked. Chapter 43. Captain versus Captain, Great Swordsman versus Three-Sword Style. The battle is about to begin. However, the others had no intention of intervening. After all, this was a fight between captains. It was clear that Clique did not possess the good sportsmanship of a one-on-one duel. The moment he realized that Luffy was a devil fruit user, he immediately ordered Ajin to jump into the sea with Luffy. The reason he didn't unleash his full firepower was simple. He simply didn't want to damage the ship. Ajin, whose bones had just been crushed, showed a moment of pain upon hearing the command, but he still coldly got up. Hey, Ajin, there's no need to listen to that bastard. He even beats the person who feeds him, Luffy said angrily, continuing his assault. However, he obviously couldn't unleash his full potential inside the shop. His usual method of stretching his arms to increase damage with elasticity was not applicable, and Clique's black armor was too tough for Luffy to break through. But before Ajin could make a move, Cheng Lang was already standing in front of him, blocking his path. Now is the time for the captains to duel. Interference is not allowed, Cheng Lang said with a smile. He was well aware of Ajin's foolish loyalty. Even knowing that Clique wanted him dead, Ajin could accept it calmly and was even willing to leave with the defeated Clique in the end. To be honest, Cheng Lang had admired Ajin at first glance, but encountering him in person was another matter. Ajin, blocked, had a conflicted expression for just a moment, but then his gaze became firm. On the surface, he seemed to have given up, even showing a sense of relief. But in the next moment, he accelerated and prepared to charge toward Luffy, who was entangled with Clique. Unfortunately, Cheng Lang had already predicted his next move. Just as Ajin rushed out, he slammed into a wooden wall, because he charged forward without holding back. He didn't slow down at all. Bang! That's a nice sound, Cheng Lang thought, shaking his head as he silently watched Ajin, who had knocked himself out. Zoro, too, sheathed his sword at this scene. Clique naturally saw this unfold, his expression darkening. Useless trash. After cursing, Clique took Luffy's attack head-on and threw a punch that sent Luffy flying. He then removed the weapon on his shoulder and attached it to his wrist. Luffy, I'm going to throw a gas bomb, Cheng Lang reminded him and fell silent, watching quietly. After all, being poisoned meant nothing to him. Clique, not angered by being called out, knew that using gas bombs was not a secret in the EC. Watch me bounce it back. In the next moment, Clique threw a gas bomb right at his feet. Ridiculous. Clique sneered disdainfully, pulling the trigger while pulling out a gas mask. Boom! An explosion erupted, releasing a massive amount of toxic gas. For a moment, everyone in the restaurant panicked and tried to escape, but there was no time. Everything happened too quickly. The gas began to spread, but in the next moment, all the toxic smoke converged in one direction. Luffy inhaled all the gas into his stomach. Visibly, Luffy's body and expression turned a shade of purple. This scene shocked not only the people in the restaurant, but even Clique himself. If Luffy held his breath and dashed out of the restaurant, he wouldn't be surprised, as the toxic smoke was inhaled through the respiratory system. As long as he held his breath and broke a window, he could escape. He had prepared to fire a barrage when the other party fled in embarrassment. But instead, he sacrificed his life to save others? What kind of saint was this? Clique was baffled, but it didn't stop him from laughing. I thought I was dealing with a tough opponent, but is it really this? Sanji immediately opened a window. Luffy, spit it out from here. Badi, Garn. Go find the antidote on the ship. Hurry. Luffy, now a ball, quickly moved to the window and spat out all the poison. However, at the same moment, blood began to seep from Luffy's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. You idiot. Didn't you dream of becoming the Pirate King? What are you going to do now that you're poisoned? Sanji was shocked by Luffy's actions, feeling complicated at this moment. Many crew members were pirates. He had no prejudice against pirates and was even willing to help them. As in this era, many had to turn to piracy to survive. Upon realizing that Luffy was not a conventional pirate, but a dream-chasing adventurer, he also spoke of his own dream as a chef, all blue. However, he never expected the other party would choose to sacrifice himself to save others. After spitting out all the toxic gas, Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He glared at Clique, showing no concern for his poisoning. Just then, Cheng Lang came to his side and pulled out some milk. Luffy naturally didn't hesitate to drink it. In an instant, Luffy's darkened face improved. This scene left both Sanji and Clique stunned. No way. Is this the antidote working already? Chef, I might have to damage the ship a bit," Luffy said as he swung his hands back. A rubber rocket cannon directly hit Cleek's abdomen. In an instant, the black armor shattered, and Cleek flew away. However, he landed right on a small boat. Instead of falling into the sea, Cleek was smashed back onto his own pirate ship by a casual swing of a sword from someone on the boat. The person was none other than Dracula Mihawk. However, very few noticed this. At that moment, the restaurant erupted with applause and cheers. The diners were celebrating Luffy's victory, and many were also thanking him for saving their lives. If he hadn't absorbed the poison, all of them might have been poisoned, and the result would have been unimaginable. Luffy, however, had a strange expression regarding the cheers and praise. Sanji noticed this scene. "What's wrong?" Luffy put his straw hat on his head and revealed his standard smile. "Sanji, come on my ship." "Huh? How did the topic jump to this?" Sanji couldn't make sense of Luffy's train of thought, but he didn't directly refuse. "Wait a bit." But before Sanji could finish, a loud noise erupted outside the ship. Everyone turned to look at the source of the noise. They saw Zoro, wearing a bandana, now embedded in Cleek's large ship. "What's going on? Wait, is that Dracula Mihawk? The world's greatest swordsman?" A diner recognized Mihawk, his mouth agape in shock. With his reminder, everyone else caught on. The world's greatest swordsman. Chapter 44. Sanji boards the ship. Diamonds acquired Cheng Lang watched as Zoro was effortlessly knocked away by a simple strike. This left him somewhat confused. "Wait, what is going on? Shouldn't Zoro be challenging Mihawk and then getting defeated, declaring that he wouldn't lose again? And because of this battle, he was even acknowledged by Mihawk, right? How could he be sent flying with just one encounter?" The story was unfolding in a way that was too unexpected. But in the next moment, he understood why. The ship that should have been shattered by Mihawk's strike was intact. With no place to land, what would Zoro choose to do? Would he start a fight on Mihawk's ship? And Mihawk would certainly not agree. What if his ship was damaged? As it turns out, Mihawk indeed did not want to damage his ship, as he leaped on Click's large ship. "Your swordsmanship is too violent. My small ship can't withstand your destruction," Mihawk said casually. Zoro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just 2 minutes ago, he had met Mihawk and naturally knew that the other was the world's greatest swordsman. He issued a challenge, and Mihawk accepted, only to pull out a small knife from his chest. "Sorry, I don't have a smaller knife than this." Those words directly ignited Zoro's anger, and he charged forward. Then he experienced what it meant to be powerless. No matter how he attacked, Mihawk merely used his small knife to block him. Zoro's 3 sword attacks were completely suppressed. On that tiny ship, Mihawk stood there, unmoving, shattering all of Zoro's pride. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to increase his strength, only to be knocked away by a single strike from the small knife. Though it was powerful, he wasn't actually injured by that blow. The control of force was remarkably skillful. The blood at the corner of his mouth was entirely due to humiliation from biting his gums too hard. "The world cannot be this far from me. Pathetic weakling, can't you see the gap between you and me?" Mihawk said these words calmly, without a hint of anger. In contrast, Zoro was already panting, sweat dripping from his nose. Gritting his teeth, Zoro crossed his arms and used the ghost slash. With a clang, at the point where the ghost slash crossed, Mihawk easily blocked it with his small knife. What? Unable to advance an inch. He had completed all his movements. But this wasn't on a small ship, and yet he still couldn't make Mihawk budge even slightly. His feet drove his legs, twisting his waist. Coordinating with the body's rotation, he evaded the small knife on the side and continued to attack. Mihawk simply swung his small knife downward. Zoro's offensive was once again neutralized. This was a crushing defeat in both technique and strength. It was frustrating. If it weren't for the small size of the opponent's ship, perhaps he wouldn't even deserve to make Mihawk move half a step. Zoro recalled the promise he made in childhood to become the world's greatest swordsman and to make his name resound throughout the heavens. Yet now, in terms of technique and strength, he had lost, and even in speed, he had lost as well after all. Mihawk had so far only been receiving his attacks without countering. Unwilling to accept this, Zoro gave up his defense and prepared to end this farce with pure offense. Mihawk naturally noticed this scene. His small knife stabbed straight towards Zoro's heart, forcing the swordsman before him to defend. But the result was that Zoro had no intention of stopping, still leaving his center wide open. Mihawk had seen this too many times. He merely adjusted the direction of his knife slightly, avoiding Zoro as hard. Why not avoid it? Do you want to be pierced through the heart like this? I don't know, but I just feel that if I retreat, everything I've insisted on in the past will disappear. Yes, this is the feeling of failure. Then I can't retreat even more, even if it costs my life. I would rather die. All right, kid, what is your name? Zoro lost. The same outcome as in the original story. Cheng Lang witnessed all of this. Although he knew this would be the result, experiencing it in reality felt different. Go up and spar with my hawk. He couldn't do that. This was purely a clash of swordsmen, and besides, he wasn't a swordsman, nor did he know swordsmanship. Going up would just be embarrassing. He approached Zoro and took out a grilled fish. Zoro didn't hesitate and started eating. 10 minutes later, Zoro was able to stand up. However, the ghastly scar on his chest remained vivid. The scar would never heal. It didn't matter. This wound was a reminder of his failure, something he needed to remember. Zoro looked gravely at the ship that had already drifted far away. In the restaurant, Sanji also witnessed everything. He too was shocked by the battle between the two. He approached Zoro, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Aren't you afraid of dying? For just a mere dream and promise? I went to sea for my dreams and promises. If I die on this journey, I won't regret it, Zoro said, removing his headband and calmly expressing his thoughts. Won't regret it? Sanji repeated the last sentence. Meanwhile, Zeph watched everything unfold. Sanji, from today on, you're fired. Huh, you old man. What nonsense are you talking? I'm not leaving this ship, Sanji retorted. Bartai resumed business after a brief chaos, but this time, Sanji's position was gone. The dishes that used to require him were replaced. In the end, Sanji was driven out. The plot continued to develop. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang approached Click, who had been knocked away and embedded in the ship. At this moment, both Click and his crew were in a half-dead state. Cheng Lang approached him. So it's diamonds after all. Cheng Lang directly took off Click's gloves, which were adorned with 1 large diamond and 4 small ones. However, in his inventory, they didn't show up as usable diamonds. It didn't matter to Cheng Lang. He pried off the diamonds and tossed them for conversion. After spending around 500 EMC, Cheng Lang ended up with 5 diamonds in his hand. This surprised him. He didn't expect that the 4 smaller ones also counted as diamonds. It's worth noting that Nami's 5 million treasure actually included diamonds. But those diamonds were pitifully small, the largest being around 2 carats. Cheng Lang tried to convert them, but in the end, he only produced a ring with an MC art style. The diamond on it indeed grew larger, but was unusable. Clearly, conversion also had basic conditions. However, these 1 large and 4 small diamonds met those conditions. After selling a transaction record, Cheng Lang immediately began to purchase, clearing his EMC value. Only then did he exchange for 24 diamonds. Why are these diamonds so expensive? Looking at the EMC value of 1236, he felt somewhat helpless. This was the selling price. Purchasing would double it. However, this was already much cheaper than in the game. But seeing his EMC value of around 60,000 cleared felt quite uncomfortable. Forget it. It was just about the price of a full set of diamond gear. Chapter 45, The Damaged Ship and the Disheartened Man. With a major equipment overhaul, Cheng Lang was quite satisfied. The difference between the iron set and the diamond set in MC seemed to be just 1 level, but in reality, it was an essential difference. In the world of One Piece, diamonds can withstand Mihawk's slash from a distance. This level of defense, to be honest, as long as one doesn't encounter an admiral, one of the 4 emperors or their subordinates, there shouldn't be any life-threatening issues. At least in the first half of the Grand Line, there shouldn't be a problem. He directly sold the damaged iron set with half its durability. Looking at the recovery price of less than 1,000, Cheng Lang's lips twitched. It's too black. You have to know that an iron piece costs 216. 24 of them is about over 5,000. The recovery price this time is simply too black. It doesn't even amount to the price of a diamond. After cursing a few times at the black market, Cheng Lang took out the food Sanji had given him. Pirates, if you can move, come get the food. After saying this, Cheng Lang left. The weak pirates looked hopefully at the food that had been thrown down, filled with disbelief. After all, they had noticed everything that had happened before. They were already in despair. Captain Kuro was sent flying. What could they do as the remnants? Wouldn't they just be waiting to die? One by one, Their eyes were filled with tears, but instinctively they moved toward the food. It was really too delicious. Being alive was truly wonderful. The pirates were all teary-eyed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the knocked-out Akin woke up, only to find himself lying in the corridor of the kitchen. "You're awake?" Sanji was leaning against the wall, smoking. "Captain Kuro failed?" Akin finally spoke these words. "Yes, but he probably isn't dead yet." "Is that so?" Akin's eyes dimmed. Although he had fainted, he still vaguely heard a lot of things. For example, the enemy released gas bombs while he was unconscious. "You accepted your defeat so calmly?" Sanji was surprised. He was here partly because he was driven here and partly to keep an eye on Akin. After all, one couldn't be sure what irrational actions the other might take. In response, Akin smiled self-deprecatingly. 50 pirate ships entered the Grand Line, and now there's only this broken ship left. Although we've luckily crossed through the doldrums. The fact of failure is already set in stone. Being alive now is already a stroke of luck. Looking at the dispirited Akin, Sanji took out a cigarette from his cigarette case. "Want a smoke?" "Thank you." Akin took the cigarette, but just took a puff and was immediately choked. "If you can't smoke, don't." Sanji chuckled. Akin held his forehead, tears unconsciously flowing from the corners of his eyes, unsure if it was from choking or something else. After a long while, Akin calmed his heart. "Thank you." Akin got up, ready to leave. Sanji reached out, unsure of what to say, hesitating. But looking at Akin's desolate back, Sanji finally spoke. "What do you plan to do afterward?" "Afterward?" Akin stood there, looking at the blue sea. "Maybe I'll live incognito on some island." Akin ultimately left, returning to that broken ship. Once the overlord of the East Sea, now a failure of the Grand Line, he departed from Bartai on a dilapidated ship. Cheng Lang, who witnessed all this, had a complex expression. This little butterfly of his had already stirred up a different future. Just now, Akin had exploded with experience, directly bringing him to level 32. Just the fact that Akin did not continue to sail to the Grand Line could elevate his experience by 2 levels. Clearly, Akin, who appeared early on, still had his share of stories in the future New World chapter and must have participated in the main storyline. But it seemed that he was completely disheartened and had left the sea. Whether that was good or bad was uncertain. At least in the plot that Cheng Lang knew. Akin had never appeared. "Sanji, have you made your decision?" Luffy jumped to the railing, his eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety. "Yes, I've thought it over. I'll be the chef on your ship, but let me say goodbye first." Saying this, Sanji directly opened the door to the kitchen and walked in. Sanji knelt in front of Zeph. "Thank you so much for taking care of me all these years." The sudden kneeling surprised the other chefs, but then one by one, they let out a sigh of relief. They finally didn't have to pretend to dislike Sanji anymore. "Ah, this beautiful Miss Arlita. May I ask what flavor of drink you would like?" "Your knight Sanji is here to serve you." With hearts in his eyes, Sanji knelt beside Arlita, as if proposing. Arlita rested her chin on one hand, looking at Sanji with interest. "Just bring me a glass of fruit wine." "All right." And the beautiful and spirited Nami. "What flavor of drink would you like?" "Orange juice." "Ah, lovely angel, miss me." Watching Sanji start chatting up as soon as he boarded, Zoro rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Perverted cook." "Exactly. Perverted cook, we want drinks too." Usopp immediately echoed. "I want meat." Cheng Lang joined in. "I want meat too." "All right, let me show you my skills." For a moment, the ship was filled with laughter and joy. Next stop, Cocoa Village. In the orange fields, Nokigo was trimming the orange trees, selecting the best oranges for sale. Akin arrived by the orange grove. "Akin, what's wrong?" The rebellion in the neighboring Kasha town was destroyed by Arlong, and many people died. The skilled Nokigo paused for a moment while trimming the orange trees, then continued to work methodically. "How many towns has been destroyed already?" Akin sighed deeply. 8 years, oppressed by Arlong for a full 8 years. The island, once famous for its fruits, now had very few people left, with some dead and others fled. Cocoa Village might not have many years left before it faced annihilation. After all, the merchants coming to collect fruits were decreasing, and business was getting harder. If this continues, they wouldn't be able to pay the bounty of 100,000 per month. "You don't have to worry anymore." The sudden voice made Akin freeze. He turned around to see Nami. "You don't have to worry anymore." Nami smiled as she approached Akin, repeating her previous words. "Nami, you're back?" Akin lowered his head, hiding his expression. I saved enough money. 100 million. Nami shook the suitcase in her hand. Nokigo walked out from the orange grove, and seeing Nami's happy expression, she also smiled. Looks like you made a big profit this time? Chapter 46 Foot, Keeping Promises. Arlong hummed with a mysterious smile. Seeing the other party's state, Noki laughed and changed the topic. It's rare for you to come back. Let's have a meal together. Recently, the oranges have had a bumper harvest, and I'll make your favorite orange dishes. Sound great. Nami happily returned to her own room, and Akin, looking at Nami who had put down all her burdens, also breathed a sigh of relief. The promise was about to be fulfilled. At the same time, he was happy for Nami. The years of endurance were worth it. The sky gradually darkened. The smoke from cooking quietly rose. Arlong Park, what to do? Nami has really saved up 100 million berries. With bruises all over and a protruding mouth, Chu looked at the evil dragon. The moment Nami returned, the evil dragon pirates knew about it. Likewise, the money she held and the news she had discovered all proved one thing. She had made a lot of money this time at sea. Haha. So is she now bringing the money before me? It's too late to notify the Navy now, said Crocodile, puzzled. After all, as long as Nami brought the money tonight, the evil dragon would have to acknowledge it. Just in time, we haven't gone to Grey Village to collect this month's taxes yet. Let's go. Saying this, the group of fishmen jumped into the sea. They swam out of Arlong Park. Night fell. Nami arrived alone at Arlong Park. The park, which should have been brightly lit, was now empty of fishmen. Nami witnessed this deserted place. She clenched her hands. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into her workspace. Looking at the room full of drawn maps, she brushed over them one by one. 8 years' time, countless days and nights echoed in her mind. The next morning arrived as scheduled. The Navy also arrived at the Orange Grove. Leading them was Colonel Mouse. Search thoroughly. This is all stolen treasure from the pirates by the little thief cat Nami, which should be confiscated. As a Navy, when did you start catching thieves? Noki stood at the door, her eyes filled with anger. Colonel Mouse chuckled twice. First, let us correct one thing. We are not here to catch thieves, but to take away what rightfully belongs to the Navy. We have brought rewards for the little thief cat. A plaque with 4 characters, impartial law enforcement. This is an extraordinary reward, rarely granted within the Navy base. You are indeed lucky this time. Not only are you not guilty, but you also receive commendation. Truly. Envy-inducing, Colonel Mouse said with a pious smile. You. Noki adjusted her emotions and looked fiercely at Colonel Mouse. As a family member of someone who has made a contribution, will you take action if I report a pirate? Of course. Then I report that there are pirates stationed in the southwest of the island. Please send the Navy to exterminate them. Noki responded with a smile. Colonel Mouse nodded seriously and then took out his notebook. In the southwest corner of the island? All right, we will go. He then put away the notebook and continued to leisurely watch the Navy searching in the Orange Grove. Search more carefully. Why don't you go exterminate the pirates now? Noki suppressed her anger. Colonel Mouse looked innocent. We have to do things one at a time, right? We are currently searching for and confiscating the stolen goods. Once we verify that this money belongs to the pirates, we will take the next step. Fine. I believe in you, Navy. Search away. Noki laughed in anger, but she truly had no way to stop these Navy men. Seeing that Noki showed no sign of resistance or obstruction, Colonel Mouse felt uneasy. Could it be that they have already hidden it? Just as he was thinking this, a subordinate from the Navy came to report to him. Colonel, we found a total of 83 million berries. Among them, there are jewels. Hearing his subordinate's report, Colonel Mouse finally relaxed his tense heart. He grinned as he looked at the berries in the box. Although many were stained with blood, he didn't have to worry about their value. Since we have found the stolen goods, we won't stay any longer. Let us wrap it up. A group of Navy men left in a flurry. Noki and Akin, witnessing all this, had grim expressions but did not stop anyone. Was this situation really happening? Noki sighed deeply, her expression grim. Akin's clenched fist trembled. Want to go up and give that guy named Mouse a good beating. I hope everything goes smoothly. On the military ship, Mouse, along with a few of his trusted aides, took a small boat to Arlong Park. At this moment, the members of the evil dragon pirates had long been waiting. How is it? The 83 million berries are already in hand, all here. Is it 50-50 as we agreed before? Of course, when have I ever broken a promise? The The evil dragon waved his hand with a smile. Colonel Mouse also nodded with a smile, rubbing his hands. Then I want to be polite. Just then, Nami pushed the door open and walked in. She witnessed the scene of the two doing a shady deal. Arlong, don't you have anything to explain? Huh? Explain what? I'm just simply negotiating with the Navy. What's the problem? Arlong shrugged with a confused expression, as if the money before him did not belong to Nami. Colonel Mouse chuckled even more sinisterly. The evil dragon pirates are the most law-abiding pirate crew within our jurisdiction. If all pirate crews could be as stable as the evil dragon pirates, the world would have been at peace long ago. Listening to the two colluding, Nami took several deep breaths, trying her best to keep her tone steady. Arlong, are you planning to break your promise? I will naturally keep my promise. Is the 100 million berries you prepared enough? Arlong smiled meaningfully. Not only was Arlong smiling now, but the other fishmen also began to laugh. Nami said nothing but silently walked to her workspace, then came down holding a briefcase. In front of all the fishmen and the Navy, she opened the briefcase. 100 million berries, count them. For a moment, laughter in Arlong Park ceased. Only the sound of wind blowing over the waves remained. Colonel Mouse stared blankly at the 100 million berries, then looked at the blood-stained berries in front of him. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. This was 183 million berries. How did this little girl earn this money? Moreover, if nothing went wrong, this 100 million berries was the money she had made recently at sea. He was shocked, but the others were not shocked. They were in a daze. All the fishmen and the evil dragon pirates had the same expression, unable to believe it. This was 100 million. Arlong's bounty was only 20 million berries. Did Nami steal it from the country? After all, there were no pirates in the East Sea who could save up over 100 million berries. If there were, it wouldn't be something Nami could steal. What? Don't you acknowledge it? Nami's tone was very calm. Chapter 47. The defeat of the dragon pirates. Nami's calm voice echoed throughout Arlong Park. For a moment, the air fell silent. All the fishmen turned to look at Arlong, a scene that had never been imagined before. Now Arlong was faced with only two choices: accept the 100 million berries handed over by Nami and acknowledge that the other party had bought his village, or Arlong's gaze shifted away from the box of 100 million berries and landed on Captain Mouse's face. Captain Mouse felt that predatory gaze and couldn't help but shiver. He looked down at the money in his hands, and then as if he thought of something, he stood up and cleared his throat. With a shocked expression, he pointed at the box in Nami's hands. Isn't that the money taken from my worship? Little thief cat Nami, I advise you to return the 100 million berries you stole from us right now. Otherwise, even if you are part of the dragon pirates, I won't let you go. Nami looked at Captain Mouse with disdain in her eyes. Shameless. That's what I should be saying to you. Little thief cat Nami. It was one thing to steal from pirates, but now you even want to steal from the Navy. Arlong, is this your crew? Please give me an explanation. Hand over that 100 million berries, and I can generously let it go. Her words were grandiose and righteous. The other fishmen couldn't help but laugh out loud at this mockery. Hearing their derisive laughter, Captain Mouse's face turned a bit red, but he managed to endure it. On the other hand, Arlong understood the implication and didn't hide his contempt. However, he naturally took the berries from Nami's hands and threw them to Captain Mouse. This is my problem. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. That's more like it. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Captain Mouse said, satisfied as he prepared to leave with the box of 100 million berries. Indeed, a bunch of scum. A sudden voice interrupted the laughter. Then a square hole appeared in the ground, and a man jumped up. You, who are you? All the fishmen became alert, and the atmosphere grew tense. But Cheng Lang ignored them, walking over to Nami's side. Ready? Uh-huh. The two spoke to themselves. In the next moment, the ground began to crack. The fishmen were momentarily stunned as the cracks spread beneath everyone's feet. Crash! The ground shattered, and all the fishmen, along with the buildings of Arlong Park, fell into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss was a square passage where a group of people stood, none other than Luffy and his crew. They really fell down. Devil fruit users are truly amazing, Sanji exclaimed, surprised as he smoked. The others, however, took it in stride. The fishmen who fell stood up after a brief daze. A drop of less than 30 meters was not enough to kill them. Arlong immediately noticed the Straw Hat crew, along with the man who had suddenly appeared in Nami, who had jumped down with him. Nami, is this the helper you found? Arlong, I'm going to knock you away. Luffy glared fiercely at Arlong, and as soon as he finished speaking, he launched a rubber rocket. The two began to fight. As soon as the other fishmen noticed Arlong being attacked, they also prepared to join the battle. Little 8 faced Zoro, Kruby faced Sanji, and Ju did not immediately go for Usopp. His gaze remained fixed on Cheng Lang. Ju, water bullets shot straight at Cheng Lang. Smack! The water bullet hit Cheng Lang's head. Who is so unhygienic? Cheng Lang said with disgust as he wiped the water off his face with his clothes. Ju stared in shock at this scene. His water bullet's damage was higher than that of a gun, yet hitting the head had no effect at all. What is this person's head made of? Nami was equally shocked by this scene. It all happened too fast for her to react, especially since they had just fallen from a height. But in the next moment, Ju's head also exploded. Ultimate move, gunpowder star. Usopp exclaimed after a brief shock, finding Ju. Arlita, carrying a spiked club, teased, I knew your body was tough, but I didn't expect it to be this tough. Koya asked with concern, Cheng Lang, are you okay? This fisherman really doesn't have hygiene. Cheng Lang said angrily. That fisherman is called Ju, right? Usopp, leave that guy to me, you all deal with the other fishmen. Cheng Lang was filled with rage. He wasn't angry about being ambushed. What he couldn't accept was the saliva. Usopp heard Cheng Lang's words and no longer targeted Ju. He turned his attention to the other fishmen. Swallowing hard, Usopp thought, falling from such a high place, these guys are all intact. They are truly monsters. He sighed and then pulled back his slingshot to start shooting. It was his duty as a sniper to shoot from a high position and cover the others. Then let's go too. I heard fishmen are 10 times stronger than humans. Arlita leaped down. Koya hesitated for a moment but still followed suit. Finally, only Nami and Usopp remained at the square opening, witnessing everything. Cheng Lang stepped closer to Ju. So you're called Ju, huh? Despicable human. Huh? I am despicable. You ordered people to steal Nami's money and then publicly handed Nami's 100 million berries to the Navy in front of everyone. And you call me despicable? Cheng Lang expressed his shock at the double standards. Huh? Water bullets were shot out. Cheng Lang pulled out an iron sword and sliced down. The water bullet shattered. Cheng Lang then moved in, ready to engage head-on. But as soon as he got close, Ju was cut down multiple times by Cheng Lang and lay on the ground. This made Cheng Lang frown. Wait, is he this weak? It wasn't just him. On Sanji and Zoro's side, Kruby and Little 8 were also no match for the two. The only one who was somewhat difficult was Arlong himself. As for the other small fries, even Koya could handle them. The gap from the original work was huge. Cheng Lang scratched his head. Of course, if Ju, lying on the ground, could speak, he would definitely be furious. Why don't you try falling from 30 meters high? In perfect condition, I would have full body fractures. Just being able to stand up and fight already shows their strong physique. If it were a human, a fall from just 30 meters would be GG. Arlong also noticed this scene. He rushed into the Arlong Park building, took out his weapon, a large saw blade, and broke through the wall. However, his target was not Luffy, but the wall. Huh, human, knocking us down to the ground is your biggest blunder. Although they had fallen over 30 meters, the fact that the sea was right next door hadn't changed. He exerted force, wanting to smash that stone wall. But the shattering scene he expected did not occur. Only a few cracks appeared on the wall, and then, under Arlong's gaze, the cracks disappeared in an instant. Nanny, how is this possible? Arlong couldn't believe it. But the next second, he was met with a torrential storm of rubber machine gun fire. Arlong was sent flying through the air, experiencing the same treatment as Crocodile. In the end, Arlong, bruised and battered, fell back into the deep pit. Chapter 48, Xiaoba, who knows everything but does nothing. At the moment, the evil dragon landed. Cheng Lang watched as all the experience points dropped from the fishmen directly leveled him up to level 36. A 4-level increase is quite good. This is really easy. Cheng Lang scratched his head, thinking it would be a tough battle, but unexpectedly, they achieved a complete victory. Zoro and Sanji didn't even get hurt. They crushed Xiaoba and Kruby with overwhelming force. As for Luffy, perhaps due to his full anger meter, he came in with a combo, not giving the evil dragon a chance to resist at all. The outcome was completely different from the original story. But that makes sense. If it weren't for Luffy, the unreliable captain, falling into the water first, Sanji and Zoro wouldn't have been distracted and thinking about saving Luffy. They were completely unfocused on the battle. Without Luffy as this unstable factor, how could the already strong group possibly lose when all the enemies were under the Broken Bone buff? In summary, it's all Luffy's fault. However, Cheng Lang felt a bit troubled by this. Up until now, he hadn't truly experienced a battle. Crocodile had escaped last time. Now, fighting against Geo was completely like bullying weaklings. Nami looked at the evil dragon's group lying on the ground, her expression complex. She had never thought that the evil dragon pirate group, which had ruled Cocoa West Village for 8 years, would be defeated like this. The speed of their defeat was so fast that it felt unreal to Nami. Just then, she spotted Captain Mouse's figure. At this moment, he was still tightly holding onto the 100 million berries she had previously taken out. Seeing him, Nami's eyes filled with anger. If it weren't for this man as protection, Cocoa West Village wouldn't be in this situation now. She took out her 3-section staff from her dimensional pocket and walked straight up to Captain Mouse. Captain Mouse panicked. "You can't hurt me. I'm a Navy officer. If you hurt me, you will face the Navy's revenge. Right? Now that the evil dragon pirate group has been defeated, I can give you their bounty. If you want, you can even join the Navy directly. With my support, you can go to headquarters, and with your strength, you could even be promoted to the rank of colonel there. In the future, you will all be Navy heroes." Captain Mouse desperately tried to persuade them. Unfortunately, seeing Nami approaching step by step, he panicked. "You, don't come any closer." In the end, Captain Mouse didn't resist at all. He never even pulled out the gun at his waist. Usopp, who had been on guard the whole time, also put down his slingshot. Clearly, the other party had been scared out of their wits by Luffy and the others, completely forgetting to resist. Cheng Lang shook his head at this sight. "Don't let them." Cheng Lang made a gesture across his throat. Nami finally shook her head. The reason the evil dragon pirate group could act recklessly for these 8 years is not just because of this mouse. From what I heard from Xiaoba, the evil dragon is a brother of Jinbei, one of the warlords of the sea. If we deal with them, Jinbei will probably come to Cocoa West Village. By then, she didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood her meaning. Cheng Lang wanted to say that Jinbei might not even know what happened here. If he did, he would probably come to resolve the issue immediately, but in the end, he remained silent. At this moment, Yerlita spoke up. "Actually, the smoker from Lowtown that I mentioned earlier is a good Navy officer. I've heard he's a bit of a rebel in the Navy, exiled to the East Blue because of his obsession with justice. If we hand the evil dragon and his crew over to him, it might be a good choice." Sanji took a deep breath of his cigarette. "I've heard of that smoker too. Indeed, there are many bad rumors about him, but he is a righteous Navy officer. Handing the evil dragon's crew over to him should be fine." In the end, everyone's gaze focused on Nami and Luffy. After all, one was the captain, and the other was the party involved. Luffy clapped his hands and directly shot out of the pit. The purpose was clear. He wanted Nami to make a decision. But just then a weak voice came from the bottom of the pit. "Inen, Sori, Nami." The speaker was Xiaoba. At this moment, he had an X-shaped scar on his chest, but he still managed to sit up. Zoro turned around, placing his hands on the handles of his swords. "Inen." Xiaoba quickly waved his hands. "I concede. Actually, even if you hadn't defeated the evil dragon, I plan to leave soon." Zoro was a bit surprised by Xiaoba's honesty and looked back at Nami. At this moment, Nami didn't refute anything. "And last night when you came back, I didn't say anything, but this is probably our retribution." Xiaoba saw that Zoro was no longer on guard, and he let out a breath. At this moment, he looked up at the sky. "Inen, don't worry. Even if Jinbei knows all of this, he probably won't come. He might even come to apologize to you. What the evil dragon did is exactly what Jinbei hates the most. If he finds out, he will probably come right away to take him away. This is also why the evil dragon gives the mouse a lot of money every year. The purpose is not only to hide our actions, but also because the mouse's main duty is to write false reports for Jinbei. I actually tried to stop it." Xiaoba sighed, looking down at the unconscious evil dragon, finally fixing his gaze on Nami. "And I know that saying too much now is useless, but I still want to apologize to you. I'm really sorry, Nami." The sudden apology from the enemy left everyone except Nami with strange expressions. They all knew what had happened before. At this moment, Xiaoba actually said he saw everything last night. Last night, They were openly discussing matters with the evil dragon pirate group, which meant Xiaoba knew everything, but still chose to remain silent and wait quietly. Everyone had strange expressions about this. Nami's expression was also very complex. If one had to say who was the best in the evil dragon pirate group, it was indeed Xiaoba. It was precisely because of his personality that he could only stay at home to guard while he was out collecting money when Xiaoba was not there. Cheng Lang was not surprised by this. In the original story, Zoro had cut down all the fishmen in Arlong Park. And what was Xiaoba doing at that time? Fishing. Being so close, it was impossible for him to not make any noise, but Xiaoba still selfishly didn't let Zoro speak and took him away. Now that he thinks about it, he probably knew everything back then, but chose to do nothing. Clearly, the original story designed this segment for humor, but reality adapted. And it turned out like this. Cheng Lang was considering all this. Meanwhile, the others were surprised by Xiaoba's situation, and their expressions were particularly complex. Nami slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, her internal frustration dissipating somewhat under his sincere apology. Don't expect me to let you off. You are also an accomplice. I'm sorry. Take them away to Logtown. Chapter 49. The Banquet, the Spread of Smiles. Soon, the evil dragon and his gang were tied up and carried onto the ship. The special prison where they were held was made by Cheng Lang, using his abilities to connect to the ship's hull, wrapped in 3 layers of stone blocks on the inside and outside. For convenience of observation, iron bars were also used. However, there was one exception. Xiaoba was held separately, simply tied up on the ship without anyone around. Luffy and his crew were in the village in the orange grove. Noki laughed as he looked at the Straw Hat crew. Luffy, that is my orange pie. Ha! Whoever eats it first owns it. Damn it. Usopp gripped his fork. Then his eyes moved, and he directly stabbed into Cheng Lang's bowl next to him. Of course, the result was that he missed. Did you think I wouldn't be prepared? Tuna ve. Cheng Lang scoffed as he picked up his bowl. Meanwhile, when he wasn't looking, Luffy's hand stretched out and grabbed the food from the bowl. Puff! Seeing Usopp laugh, Cheng Lang felt a sense of foreboding, and when he looked up, he found that the bowl was already empty. Luffy, Cheng Lang, and Usopp rushed over to tug at Luffy's puffed cheeks. It's going to spill. Luffy covered his mouth, chewing desperately. Sanji at this moment brought out more dishes. There's more. But the next moment, the newly served food also disappeared from the plate. Sanji was taken aback. Wow, this eating speed is really shocking. On the other hand, Yarlita wasn't slow either, devouring her food without any semblance of a lady. Sanji wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looks like I need to change my cooking style. This speed of consumption is hard to keep up with. Nami, you've joined a pretty good pirate crew. Noki looked at Nami, who was chatting and laughing with Kuyumi. It had been a long time since he had seen Nami smile so freely and unrestrained. The joyful sounds spread out from the orange grove. Aegean led the other villagers to the scene as well. Laughter quickly spread from the orange grove to more places. When night fell, the whole village began the banquet. Naturally, the news of Arlong's defeat also spread to the neighboring village. Smiles began to spread like a virus. The moon hung high, and the village was brightly lit. The joy never ceased until the next day when the sunlight began to fade, gradually calming the festivities. A group of people lay on the ground, sound asleep. But there was one exception. Nami had come to the clinic's exterior. The doctor, wearing sunglasses, rubbed his head and got up. You've come? I want to get this removed. Nami touched her shoulder, looking at the tattoo symbolizing the evil dragon. This. Nakao was troubled. Removing the tattoo was possible, but the large area would inevitably leave a mark. It can also be altered according to this design. Nami smiled as she took out a piece of paper. Nakao looked at the combination of a windmill and an orange on it, smiling, but as he smiled, tears welled up in his eyes. Nami, you've really worked hard all these years. All right, I know. Aegean talked to me a lot last night. This time, let's make it look good. Nakao nodded with a smile, recalling 8 years ago when little Nami found him with the evil dragon's flag, asking him for a tattoo. 8 years had passed in a flash. The little girl had grown up, and Belmare would be proud of you. Are you sure you want to erase everything, allowing me to completely transform it? Cheng Lang looked at the golden orange grove, feeling a bit regretful. In response, Noki raised the MC transformed orange in his hand. I've never eaten such juicy oranges without seeds. Although they look strange, they will definitely become our village's specialty. Noki smiled as he peeled open the MC-transformed orange and took a bite. Cheng Lang scratched his head. It wasn't that he was unwilling to help, but he was unsure if the orange tree produced fruit only once or continuously. I still suggest keeping half. By the way, you could try this first. Cheng Lang handed the iron hoe to Noki. Huh? Noki tilted his head in confusion. Try using this to till the land. Noki was somewhat puzzled, but still accepted it. The hoe, which was not large in Cheng Lang's hands, instantly grew to more than half a person's height in Naka's hands. The style remained consistent with the MC style. Cheng Lang was not surprised. After all, he had tested on the ship, giving MC tools to others. For example, pickaxes, hoes, and axes would all scale proportionally to fit the height standards of the user. Simply put, if a giant race got Cheng Lang's MC tools, they would also scale proportionally. Give it a try. After a brief moment of surprise, Noki began to plow the land. The ordinary soil showed no change under Naka's efforts. But soon, the raised soil disappeared in an instant, turning into arable land, albeit dry arable land. Try planting the orange sapling. Noki reached out to touch the somewhat dry soil. He simply dug a hole and planted the orange sapling. However, the orange sapling showed no change. Is it not possible? Cheng Lang scratched his head. What's wrong? Cheng Lang briefly explained his concerns. Is the orange tree only capable of producing fruit once? This is indeed a big problem. Noki understood why Cheng Lang had her do this. Cheng Lang touched the small sapling, and out of curiosity, he used bone meal on it. In the next moment, the orange tree began to visibly grow. This, in less than 10 minutes. The orange tree grew from small to large, then blossomed and bore fruit. Of course, this fruit was not the MC-transformed orange, but a regular orange. Noki picked one and tasted it. It's very sweet, just like the variety I planted, and the yield is very high, even saying that 100% are good fruits. This is amazing. Cheng Lang looked at the arable land and the hoe that had lost 1/10 of its durability. As expected, Cheng Lang nodded. His tools were no different from the original version in his hands, but if given to others, durability would deplete quickly, though the effects would be 100% realized. The hoe could till the land, the axe could chop trees directly in a chain, and the shovel could also directly dig out a 1x1 soil block. Of course, ordinary people picking it up wouldn't have a backpack. They could only hold it in their hands. If they placed the soil block on the ground, it would just be placed down, and the same went for the pickaxe. However, when ordinary people picked up stackable blocks, they wouldn't feel the weight of the stacks, nor would they place them all down at once, as their hands were deemed to have 2 slots. The upper limit was 64 instead of Cheng Lang's 1,000. Now, let us try the compost bin. Chapter 50. Does MC food cooking have buff effects? It really doesn't work? Cheng Lang scratched his head. The compost bin only works for him. For others, it's just a plain bucket. Cheng Lang can compost some kitchen scraps, but for Noki Gao, it's the same no matter what he throws at her, even if it's just a bunch of leaves. In the end, Cheng Lang handed the bone meal to Noki Gao for her to use, trying to see if it would work. However, nothing happened. Cheng Lang scratched his head. If others could use bone meal, he would have a solution. Just set up an automatic bone meal stacking machine. But if even bone meal couldn't be used, then there is no point in making it. This thing can't be like fertilizer, can it? Yes. Can I just bury it in the soil? Hiss. That should work, right? Cheng Lang said uncertainly. Then Noki Gao directly buried the bone meal in the tilled soil. After a while, there was no response. Not working? Cheng Lang wasn't surprised. Noki Gao, however, raised her hand to stop him. It seems to have an effect. Look at the speed at which this branch is growing. Although slow, there is noticeable progress. Cheng Lang observed carefully and found that a flower bud was quietly growing. How should he put it? It was very slow, but still noticeably faster than normal. Noki Gao dug up the soil and found that the bone meal had turned into speckled bits, as if it was being decomposed. Cheng Lang understood. When he used it, it worked instantly at 100% efficiency. If it encounters non-MC plants, it can still work, but at a relatively slow rate. However, the process should be completed within 10 minutes, and the effect would not be diminished, just much slower. If buried directly in the soil, it could also speed up the effect, but it would take even longer. Cheng Lang then tried it outside of the tilled land. The result was even slower, to the point where it was no longer visible to the naked eye. It was like 0, 5x speed, 0, 25, 0, 125, 0, 062, 5x speed. Moreover, it was clear that planting outside of tilled land would also reduce effectiveness. The reason is simple: soil fertility. There is also the issue of non-MC plants aging and pest damage, but if managed well, ordinary orange trees can live for 50 to 200 years. However, now that they are being hastened to mature, it's uncertain whether they will age and die prematurely in the future. Nevertheless, for a tree that can bear fruit in 10 minutes, it should not be a big problem. I've left you 2 boxes of hose as spares, and I also made you an automatic composter. This thing can only take in plants. Fruits and meat can also be put in, but not in whole pieces. Anything larger than a fingernail size won't work. For cleaning, look at this funnel. If you see speckles, you can just reach in and take them out. Cheng Lang quickly made a simple automatic composter and taught Noki Gao how to maintain and use it. There is no problem with using it in MC mode. It's just that if the funnel gets clogged, you only need to open the panel. But for non-MC items, if there is a blockage, it will directly reflect outside the funnel, and ordinary people can clean it out. Just then, Sanji came out spinning. "Ah, beautiful Miss Noki Gao. Would you like to taste the drink I just made?" "Thank you." Noki Gao smiled as she accepted it. After handing Noki Gao a glass of orange juice, Sanji curiously approached the composter. "You mean this thing can handle kitchen scraps?" "Yes, want to get a try?" Sanji didn't hesitate and pulled out 2 large bags of kitchen scraps from the kitchen, tossing the entire garbage bag into the composter. The bag visibly shrank and then settled into the wooden box. Then, a crunching sound was heard. The gray-brown substance inside the compost been slowly increased. Similarly, the funnel showed signs of oil and white speckles. The pile kept growing until the funnel overflowed and then stopped. "What is this?" Sanji quickly cleaned out the funnel, and the machine started running quietly again. "It's pretty useful, but it can't handle oil or bones. Plastic bags won't work either." Cheng Lang pulled out a large plastic bag from the funnel, which looked like a black pixel. "It's really convenient, Cheng Lang. Let us install one on the ship too." "Sure. By the way, you mentioned yesterday about using your ability to create food for cooking. I've already made it. Do you want to see?" "Really? Let us go, let us go." Cheng Lang was particularly curious. In the kitchen, Cheng Lang looked at the fried noodles in the dish, examining it closely. "Is there really food produced by my ability in here?" "Yes, don't worry." Cheng Lang stopped thinking too much and began to show off. 5 ants. Cheng Lang quickly finished the fried noodles in his hand. At the same time, he looked at his hunger level. It rose dramatically. "Can I have 8 drumsticks?" How exaggerated. A regular grilled steak can restore 4 drumsticks and 6 hunger bars. And now with 8 drumsticks and 12 hunger bars. Wait. Cheng Lang looked at his status bar. And at that moment, a miraculous text appeared. Strength 1 duration 59. 59 health recovery 1 duration 59. 59 how is this possible? Cheng Lang stared blankly, unable to believe there was actually a buff effect. Sanji took a puff of his cigarette, thinking it was just a fullness effect, and he was excited. "I must use the wheat and beef you gave me along with fruits, starting from scratch, grinding the wheat into flour, then mixing it with water, and finally chopping the beef into a paste, reshaping it twice before marinating. If I just use the wheat or beef you gave me to make food, it will still have some effect, but the taste will be strange, with a very obvious flavor layering. However, it's still a different experience." Cheng Lang listened, nodding while eating. Soon, Luffy and Yorlita seemed to have caught a whiff of the aroma and rushed in to grab food. "Bastard! Luffy, that is from my bowl. Go get your own." Yorlita didn't care about her image and started fighting Luffy for food. For someone who loves to eat, Sanji's cooking is simply irresistible. Luffy even hugged the bucket and started to drink from it. Then, after drinking less than half, Luffy stopped with a face of constipation. Sanji curiously asked, "What is wrong?" "I'm full." Luffy scratched his head, somewhat troubled. Not just Luffy, Yorlita felt the same way. It was a strange experience, clearly feeling there was still space in their stomachs, and even wanting to eat more. The feeling of fullness made it hard for Luffy to swallow, as if the food was stuck in his throat. Continuing to eat was possible, but it felt like he would throw up. For Luffy, who cherishes food, it was quite painful. Cheng Lang couldn't help but laugh out loud, never expecting that one day Luffy would utter the words "I'm full." It's clear how valuable MC food is. Hearing Cheng Lang's merciless mockery, Luffy felt greatly insulted. Then, as if remembering something, he took out some spicy strips, rotten meat, from his pocket and took a couple of bites. Just a moment later, the feeling of hunger struck again. Cheng Lang was stunned and yelled, "I can't believe it! You're bugging out." After eating a couple of bites, Luffy was once again full, and the fullness effect clearly outweighed the hunger buff. Chapter 51. Luffy's Thinking in the End. Luffy managed to finish a whole bucket of fried noodles thanks to the hunger buff from the stinky tofu. Cheng Lang rolled his eyes at this. After a while, Luffy rubbed his belly. Although the hunger buff from the rotten meat didn't stack, its duration quietly increased with each use. "I told you, Luffy, this is real food waste. The buff from the rotten meat doesn't enhance your digestion. Look, you're hungry again." Saying this, Cheng Lang threw a few cha-cha fruits to Luffy. Feeling ashamed for being called wasteful, Luffy lowered his head. However, he was conflicted. With food in front of him and unable to eat, it was pure torture for him. Of course, there was also the sense of shame from being questioned by his companions about wasting food. Cheng Lang ignored Luffy's dilemma and looked at Yurita, who was preparing to fight him. "Have you made up your mind?" "Yeah, I haven't had a moment of rest these days." Yurita, holding a wolf fawn club, had a flicker in her eyes. Ever since Cheng Lang pointed her in the right direction, she had been thinking about getting stronger. But the result was that she encountered Kuro and was completely overpowered, not even realizing it. Although she had fought against a half-damaged fishman, it hadn't posed any pressure on her. But all this was not due to her becoming stronger. It was because Cheng Lang had weakened them. When Cheng Lang was not fully engaged in battle, neither was Yurita. Sanji stood nearby. "Damn Cheng Lang, don't let Miss Yurita get hurt. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." Cheng Lang was speechless at Sanji's hopeless situation. Ignoring him, he took out an iron sword and a set of iron armor. "Put this on. How do I wear it?" Yurita looked at the small iron armor, puzzled. Even with her good figure, she couldn't wear a palm-sized iron chest plate. "Just press it against you and give it a try." Yurita took the iron chest plate and pressed it against her body. Then, the iron chest plate disappeared. Yurita touched her body and indeed felt something was on her. "So it really works." Cheng Lang nodded. The reason he hadn't given it to her before was not that he was unwilling, but because he hadn't thought of it. The previous test subject was Kuya-mi, and he had discovered that tools like axes, hoes, and sword could be scaled up on other people. But the iron armor remained mini-sized when held. Cheng Lang had tried various methods, like using it on Kuya-mi or letting her think about using it. The result was that it didn't work. As for wearing it directly, it was only palm size, so it was impossible to put it on, and he had given up. But just now, with Nokigao's operation of burying bone powder in the soil, the bone powder also worked, which inspired Cheng Lang. Watching the iron armor merge with Yurita's body, he then saw Yurita seemingly take off a hat, and a tiny iron head appeared in her hand. How amazing! Invisible armor? This is the key to your toughness. Yurita felt curious and amazed. Without the ability to bend or break the iron, you can't harm me. Cheng Lang acknowledged. Great, it can finally go all out. Yurita was excited. Cheng Lang rolled his eyes. "I can't even hit you right now." Yurita didn't deny it, instead smiling as she raised her wolf fawn club, her aura changing quietly. "Then I have nothing to fear." The two locked eyes and then charged at each other. The clash of the iron sword and wolf fawn club was intense. Cheng Lang could clearly feel his hands starting to ache. Yurita already possessed great strength, and her continuous practice of smashing during these days had increased her physical capabilities. As for himself, although he had trained, he hadn't worked as hard as Yurita. Yurita sensed Cheng Lang's strength, her eyes sparkling. "Can you keep up, skinny dog?" "Who says I can't?" Cheng Lang gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength. But after several clashes, he had to admit one thing. His strength was indeed inferior to Yurita's. Moreover, the more they fought, the stronger Yurita's battle desire became. Her wolf fawn club swung faster and faster. Cheng Lang eventually found himself exhausted from defense. At this moment, Zoro arrived in the backyard and saw their battle. He shook his head as he watched Cheng Lang wielding the sword. "Your grip is unsteady, your steps are unbalanced, and you are not using your waist strength at all." Cheng Lang naturally noticed this and retorted, "How long have I been using a sword? Not even 2 months in total. How can I use my waist strength?" Cheng Lang stepped on the ground continuously, trying to use the shave technique. Naturally, he couldn't pull it off, but he still burst out at decent speed, momentarily escaping from Yurita's relentless attacks. Waist strength isn't just about twisting. It's about moving your body while twisting your waist, not just purely twisting your waist. If you do it that way, you won't be able to exert all your force and might even lose power. At this moment, Yurita was also listening and did not pursue. Although there was a difference between using a sword and a club, the way to exert force fundamentally wouldn't be wrong. "I'll give it a try." Cheng Lang and Yurita continued to fight. Meanwhile, Zoro was giving pointers from the side. It had to be said that Zoro, who had been guided by a famous teacher, was a good teacher compared to the two who were self-taught. At this moment, Nami also returned from getting a tattoo. Seeing the two fighting in her backyard, she was a bit puzzled. What is wrong with them? Are they fighting? Sanji smiled as he brought out a drink. They're training. That guy Zoro is giving them pointers. What about Luffy? Nami looked at Luffy, who was sitting in a chair in a daze, a bit confused. He has trouble because Cheng Lang said he was wasting food. Wasting? Luffy? Nami found it hard to believe. After spending these days together, Luffy was the type who finished everything he ate. How could he waste food? Sanji then explained the issue with the rotten meat. Got it. Nami stopped thinking about it and changed the topic. It's about time. We need to set sail. On the Mary at this moment, the bound Shirohige still sat quietly with his 6 arms tied. In the stone cage behind, Arlong's group had naturally woken up long ago. The guards were Johnny and Joseph. But both were currently fishing, using the MC-style fishing rods that Cheng Lang had prepared for them. Since they got these fishing rods, they couldn't adapt to the old ones at all. "Shirohige, deal with these 2 humans and let us out," said Chu. In response, Shirohige just pretended to be asleep, making no move. This scene had already happened more than once. Chapter 52, Little 8. It's not me who has changed, but Aaron. At first, Johnny and Joseph were quite nervous, but seeing Little 8 tied up and unresponsive, eyes closed, they gradually got used to it after a while. The fishmen in the stone prison initially felt hopeful, but as time passed, their disappointment grew. Kirby looked at Little 8 and finally shook his head. "Forget it, Gio. That guy can't move." Gio glared angrily at Little 8. "Little 8, are you planning to betray us? Become a human's dog?" However, the response was still silence. A dead silence. Just as Little 8 once remained silent towards humans, now he only responded to his comrades' cries for help with silence. Filthy words spewed from Gio's mouth, and soon other fishmen followed suit. Yet, there was no reply to them. Finally, the evil dragon spoke up to stop it all. "That's enough, Little 8. Have you thought it over? Have you forgotten how Captain Tiger died? Do you still believe in humans?" After a brief silence, the silent Little 8 finally opened his eyes and even got up to the edge of the ship, looking at the evil dragon in the cage. "No, I haven't forgotten how Captain Tiger died. It's just that, Brother Aaron, you have become more and more like those guys from the Shambard Islands over the years." This statement directly rendered the evil dragon in the stone prison speechless. Of course, this was not a self-realization through a silent rebuttal, but rather anger. "What nonsense are you talking about, Little 8? You followed Brother Aaron to the East Sea. Didn't you do so because you agreed with him? Now you suddenly realize? You were already an accomplice when you watched the human village get destroyed." Gio spoke, looking down on Little 8 at this moment, or rather, he had long been displeased with Little 8. If it weren't for Brother Aaron's tolerance towards his comrades, he would have wanted to kick Little 8 out of the evil dragon pirate crew long ago. Little 8 sighed at this. He couldn't refute this point. When he followed Aaron away, it was mostly out of anger over Captain Tiger's death, anger towards humans. But over time, 8 years had passed, and he had witnessed everything happening on the island, and the last straw was naturally the incident with Nami. Although Aaron once hated humans, and during his time with the Sun Pirates, he opposed humans boarding the ship after Captain Tiger's death. When Aaron came to Cocoa Village, he still kept his promise. As long as humans paid taxes, he would not make things difficult for them. However, over time, that promise-keeping Aaron gradually disappeared. Whenever he was unhappy, he would look for trouble. Even if the other party was not at fault, he would find an excuse to go crazy and directly kill to set an example. Yet, When facing the Navy, he became increasingly friendly, from initial threats to now cooperating with laughter. It was obvious that the Navy was the one that led to Captain Tiger's death, and Aaron hated the Navy and humans so much that he looked down on them. But now it had changed. No, you are right. I am an accomplice, but it's not me who has changed. It's Aaron. After saying this, Little Eight no longer spoke and returned to his cell. As for Johnny and Joseph, they scratched their heads, understanding but feeling like their brains were a bit itchy. The evil dragon pirate crew was notorious in the East Sea with a powerful background, and they were considered a so-called superior race. But listening to their words, it seemed like they were the victims, and now they were just retaliating. They had always been the ones discriminating against humans. Just then, Johnny and Joseph saw the Straw Hat crew. The two waved their hands madly. From a distance, they could hear them arguing. What happened? Sanji asked curiously. The two then repeated their previous conversation. Except for Nami, everyone in the Straw Hat crew fell silent. In the East Sea, the only way to learn about the outside world was through newspapers, but those newspapers wouldn't write about these things. Especially now that the Gora CEI intentionally wanted the Fishman Island to participate in the World Conference. They were even less likely to write about it. Cheng Lang naturally understood the plight of the Fishmen, and he had also learned a lot about the current worldview of One Piece in these days. There was no slave trade in the East Sea, at least Cheng Lang hadn't seen any so far. But there was a distinction between nobles and commoners. Moreover, the newspapers entering the East Sea had been filtered through different levels. After all, this world was not only controlled by Morgan's kind of newspaper. Any member country would receive official news reports issued by the world government. For non-member countries, there was no such treatment, but Morgan's was different. He not only provided newspapers to non-member countries, but also to pirates, which is why Morgan's is known as the king of news in the dark world. Morgan's newspapers are illegal. Because he dares to say everything, his newspapers are very popular and have become a representative of credibility. However, such newspapers were not widely circulated in the East Sea. Cheng Lang had no intention of bringing this up. After all, saying more was not as good as witnessing it firsthand. Moreover, the mistakes made by the evil dragon crew would not be mitigated by the experiences of other fishmen. By the way, didn't Sister Nami come? Johnny awkwardly changed the subject. Joseph also nodded, as this topic was too heavy. She let us come first. She might be saying goodbye to the villagers, Koyami said with a smile. She had been with Nami these days, not only because they were the same age, but also because they got along well. And Koyami was asking Nami for some nautical knowledge. As her voice fell, they heard Nami shout from afar. Set sail. Everyone looked in the direction of Nami's voice and saw her being chased by a group of people. Although confused, everyone still began to move and started the ship. Then a memorable scene unfolded. Nami leaped onto the ship. The villagers behind all stopped. Then they saw Nami lift her clothes, showcasing her slim waist. Of course, the next second, wallets fell to the ground one by one. In an instant, the chasing villagers burst into laughter and scolding. In the end, it turned into blessings. Cheng Lang witnessed all this and curiously asked, "Did you leave all your berries in the village? Is that not okay?" Nami looked at Cheng Lang with a pitiful expression. After all, the money earned from gold was all given by Cheng Lang. It was about 700 or 800 million. That's right. Nami sold the 4 gold ingots Cheng Lang gave her. When it came to money, the other party had that neighborly little sister's expression. If Cheng Lang were Sanji, he would probably be showering gold coins by now. But unfortunately, Cheng Lang was not moved. It wasn't that he was not interested in women. He simply understood Nami's character. Anyway, it's for you. How you use it is your business. Cheng Lang shrugged. He had plenty of gold. Then can you give me some more gold, Brother Cheng Lang? Nami smiled and reached out, looking like she was about to explode with gold coins. Cheng Lang. Chapter 53. The Encounter of Zoro's Destiny. In Rogue Town, Zoro was walking down the street with a long line of captured pirates. Is that a fishman? In front of him was the leader of the Arlong pirates, Arlong, with a bounty of 20 million. Oh my god, he actually got captured. Behind him were Karubi with a bounty of 9 million and Chu with 5 million. So, the entire Arlong pirates have been taken down? Many people on the street were discussing this. In Rogue Town, one could often see bounty hunters capturing pirates, but most of them had bounties of hundreds of thousands, at most 1 million. Pirates with bounties over 5 million were rare, let alone the situation where an entire pirate crew was taken down. It's the bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro. Oh my god. He actually took down the Arlong pirates. No way. I heard he was executed. What outdated information do you have? The bounty hunter Zoro hasn't been executed for over a month. He caused chaos at base 153. And Colonel Monka was thrown into prison. Huh? Are you even speaking human language? You don't know. My aunt's second uncle's next-door neighbor's childhood friend's guest wife's lover has reliable sources. At base 153, when Zoro was about to be executed, thunder roared, and the wrath of the heavens smashed Monka's statue. Then everyone rebelled against Monka's tyranny, and under Zoro's leadership, they completed the purge. Countless rumors spread through the streets. Meanwhile, Zoro was becoming increasingly lost. Just then, he saw a crowd gathered ahead. He curiously approached, ready to ask for directions. But as he got closer, he heard two screams. Amidst the cheers of the onlookers, a path was cleared. At that moment, Dasky greeted with a smile. But she tripped over a stone and fell forward. Zoro instinctively reached out to help. Naturally, since his right hand was still holding a rope, he could only free one hand. After a soft touch, Zoro froze. He instinctively withdrew his hand, causing Dasky, who hadn't steadied herself yet, to stumble and fall to the ground. Her glasses fell off. Ah, my glasses. Dasky didn't pay attention to that, and instinctively began to look for her fallen glasses. Ah, I am sorry. Zoro realized his mistake and squatted down to help. Just as he picked up the glasses from the ground, Dasky looked up with a smile. It's okay, it's an accident. Crack. The sound of shattered lenses rang out. Zoro stared blankly at Dasky, while she looked at the broken glasses in his hand, her cheeks puffing up. What's wrong with this guy? Not only did he take advantage of her, but he also broke her precious glasses. Zoro immediately realized that his childhood friend, Kuina, was no longer around. The person in front of him just looked similar. At that moment, he blankly stared at the shattered glasses in his hand. His expression complicated. I didn't mean to. Do you believe me? Those were designer glasses I bought with half a month's salary. You owe me. Dasky glared angrily at the somewhat blurry figure. Fine, but I don't have cash on me right now. I need to go to the Navy base to exchange some bounty. Zoro didn't argue, since it was his fault. Dasky squinted and looked back. However, due to her nearsightedness, she could only see a long line of pirates being dragged along behind her. Did you take down an entire pirate crew? You must be a very strong bounty hunter. Then come with me. I need to take them back to the base. Dasky stood up. As an apology, help me take them too. Dasky pointed at the two little pirates holding knives on the ground. Okay. Zoro didn't say a word, quietly executing the task, though his expression grew more complicated. The similar appearance and the sword at her waist clearly indicated that she was also a swordsman. It's surprising to find someone so similar in the world. Zoro felt somewhat conflicted. Meanwhile, Dasky, walking ahead, had other thoughts. She was in a bad mood after being taken advantage of. Although it wasn't intentional, that incident with the broken glasses was clearly deliberate. Angrily, Dasky didn't express her emotions but digested them herself. Soon, the two arrived at the Navy base. Dasky said, Sergeant, did you find the pirates who just came to the island? Hey, this is the Arlong Pirates, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 20 million. The receptionist looked in surprise at the long line of pirates behind. At that moment, Dasky was stunned when she heard the bounty of 20 million. She turned around in shock, realizing that this guy had such strength without noticing it all along the way. It's not me. It's this bounty hunter, sir. Dasky took the initiative to explain. The receptionist was also surprised and began recording, instructing the soldiers responsible for receiving to start counting. A moment later, looking at the 5 million berry obtained, Zoro looked at Dasky. How much are your glasses? 50,000 berry. At this moment, Dasky had already switched to her spare glasses, but was looking at Zoro with a complicated expression. During this time, she had already figured out who this rude person was. The famous bounty hunter of the East Blue, Roronoa Zoro. However, he was supposedly active near the 153 branch in the southeast. According to reliable sources, he and a certain straw hat-wearing kid exposed Monka's crimes, leading to Colonel Monka being imprisoned. Locally, many rumors about Zoro's bad reputation circulated, but there were also many good ones, like how he accepted Monka's conditions for a little girl which would allow her to be pardoned for her disrespect. It's settled. Zoro took out 50,000 berry and handed it to Dasky, preparing to leave. He found it hard to look directly at the woman's face in front of him. Roronoa Zoro, aren't you planning to join the Navy? With your strength. Zoro interrupted her directly. Forget about the Navy. I can't stand that kind of restriction, and I have promises to fulfill. The Navy would only hinder my progress. Dasky silently watched Zoro walk farther away until he disappeared from the Navy base. Finally, she sighed. She knew that Zoro had already refused to become a Navy member. After all, any bounty hunter would be invited by the Navy. Now, she just wanted to give it a try. Just then, the receptionist walked over with a complicated expression. Sergeant Dasky, during the inspection, we found that one of the captured pirates is Colonel Rat. What? What's going on? Currently, he hasn't regained consciousness. Then why didn't you notify me sooner? Dasky questioned in confusion. The receptionist soldier, sweating on his forehead, replied, "It's just that his face was so swollen that we couldn't recognize him. The doctor just performed a simple treatment to reduce the swelling, and that's how we recognized him. By the way, there's also a note that was stuck in Colonel Rat's collar. It says to let Colonel Smoker see it. Here, take a look." Dasky took it over. Without paying much attention, she opened the envelope and began to read. However, the more she read, the worse her expression became. Then she tightly gripped the paper, breathing rapidly. Lock up Colonel Rat. Treat him as a serious criminal. Huh? Chapter 54, 3 Generations. Isn't this inappropriate? The other party has the same title as our base commander. We have no right to detain him. The receptionist was a bit troubled. He didn't want to offend a base colonel for no reason. After all, he was just a small receptionist. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Dasky ordered coldly. The receptionist didn't say more and issued the command. However, at that moment, he was very curious about what was written on the note that could make the good-natured Miss Dasky so angry. Dasky took the note to her direct supervisor's office. At that moment, Smoker was stacking stones in a smoky room. Huh? Who made Miss Dasky angry? Dasky ignored her superior's teasing and handed the note to Smoker. This surprised Smoker, but he still began to read it. The more he read, the worse his expression became. Although he was the colonel of the Roadtown Navy branch, his jurisdiction only covered Roadtown and a few nearby cities, and he couldn't go out to sea for patrol without orders. Yet, a pirate crew that had been firmly established near Roadtown for 8 years had not come to his attention at all. All of this was because of this mouse colonel from the 16th branch. Where's this person? Already in a high-security prison, but probably not for long. The higher-ups would definitely find out. Although Smoker was the branch chief of the Roadtown Navy, for various reasons, he was not favored by the higher-ups. To detain a colleague of equal rank, he would have to go through an examination. If he detained him privately, the Navy responsible for reporting to the higher-ups could not keep it secret. At most, he would have half a month before the news got out. If this examiner had any connections with a mouse, he might report it in advance. However, he also couldn't use extrajudicial punishment since he was a colonel. That's enough. Dasky, you go write a report. If it's true, when I return, I will report it. Even if it means taking the skin off my back. I won't let this bastard off easy. Smoker put down the paper and prepared to go out to sea. Let's take a look after all. Just looking at the note doesn't prove anything. Prepare the warship. I'm going out to sea. But there are no buts. Go prepare immediately. Yes. Dasky watched her superior leave, only to sigh. Going to look would probably just be a tragedy. Just from those few understated words and crimes on the note. She could already sense the anger of those people. 8 years. She couldn't imagine what kind of hell that was. On the shopping street, Sanji and Cheng Lang were walking. Do you think Zoro can find his way? Although he hadn't spent much time with Zoro, he had heard too many complaints from others about him, like being able to walk off in a straight line. To this, Cheng Lang shrugged. If nothing unexpected happens, he will probably run into someone similar to an old acquaintance. How do you know? You know Smoker, but you don't know anything else? Sanji asked, confused. Smoker is quite famous in the East Blue. After all, he's a Logia user. What else is there? Sanji took a puff of smoke and asked curiously. He has a beautiful subordinate or something. Huh? Really? Damn. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Otherwise, I would have gone to escort the dragon crew. It's fine. You'll soon meet a beautiful. Just then, a voice interrupted Cheng Lang. A woman dressed in red, with peonies blooming at her waist, made a grand entrance. I finally found you. Sanji. Sanji, interrupted by the voice, looked curiously at the newcomer and instantly froze. I wanted to see you again for 10 years. Looking at the woman who resembled a peacock spreading its feathers, Cheng Lang shook his head with a smile. I'm looking for you, Sanji, so I'll take my leave now. Remember to be a gentleman. Saying this, Cheng Lang left, leaving a bewildered Sanji standing there. However, in the next second, his mind was filled with the beautiful woman's figure. Ah, this beautiful lady, have we met? Cheng Lang watched the plot develop as usual and confirmed one thing. This world indeed develops according to a combination of anime and manga. After all, the manga didn't have this segment, but the anime created a beautiful chef named Carmen, who was entangled with a 10-year connection. If that's the case, Cheng Lang had to suspect one thing. The theatrical versions do exist. Characters like Gold Lion Shiki, Golden City Tesoro, and Navy Admiral Zifa, which Oda personally handled, indeed exist, as there are newspapers to guarantee it. But for others, like Barrett and the red-haired diva Yuta, he currently has no information. Then there are other theatrical versions that Cheng Lang didn't have any particular impression of. There seems to be something called Pure Gold, a Demon Blade, and oh, there was a Sea Race too, but then he couldn't remember. Yuta is easy to confirm. Just ask Luffy, and for the others. While Cheng Lang was lost in thought, he bumped into someone. Cheng Lang rubbed his nose. Sorry. When Cheng Lang saw the person, he instantly froze. If there's nothing else, can I leave now? Cheng Lang scratched his head awkwardly. The man wearing a dog-head hat smiled and squeezed Cheng Lang's shoulder. Ha ha ha, kid. You have a good physique. How about joining the Navy? Kapu smiled and invited him. To this, Cheng Lang awkwardly scratched his head. Ah ha ha. Thanks for the invitation, but I've already made plans with someone, so I won't be joining the Navy for now. Is that so? What a pity, such a rare good seedling. Kapu patted Cheng Lang's shoulder earnestly. He left while eating sunbae. Watching Kapu leave alone without any followers, Cheng Lang felt a sweat on his forehead. Wait, why did this guy come to Road Town? Speaking of which, shouldn't he be going to the 153rd branch to pick up Monka and then take on the future Navy King? Kobe, as his apprentice? Surely, it can't be. That my small action caused a shift in Kapu's journey? Then can the future Navy King still become Kapu's apprentice? But speaking of which, what is Luffy doing right now? If the two met, what kind of chemical reaction would occur? Wait, could it be that the iron fist of love directly leads to Luffy becoming the Pirate King here, turning into the Navy King? Then Cheng Lang shook his head. That's impossible. If it were really like that, then my experience bar should be full now. After all, turning the Pirate King into the Navy King is not just a slight change in the fate line. But since Kapu is here, Dragon should be here too. Then can that guy Buggy still appear here? Could he still create such a famous scene? Executing Luffy in front of two big shots. Just thinking about it feels no less than the Marineford War. Chapter 55, Carp's Swing. On the other side, Usopp was walking down the shopping street with a big bag. And of course, Luffy was beside him, lost in thought. Hey Luffy, what's wrong with you these days? Didn't you want to come to Road Town to see the execution platform of the Pirate King a long time ago? Usopp, who had finished shopping, was quite puzzled. Ever since leaving Cocoa Village, Luffy had been like this, looking troubled. At first, everyone thought Luffy was just still angry since the Dragon crew was following them. And it was understandable to be in a bad mood, but now it was clearly not Luffy's character. I was just thinking about what to do after eating enough. Usopp looked confused. What kind of ridiculous problem was that? Many people wish they could eat enough, but had no way to do so. Forget about that. Look, up ahead is the place where the Pirate King Roger was executed. At this moment, Luffy finally came to his senses. Oh, is this the place where the Pirate King was executed? Seeing Luffy regain his spirit, Usopp breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the towering execution platform. It's really plain and unremarkable. Usopp couldn't help but sigh. He had heard many legends about Pirate King Roger and had wanted to see this place many times. But seeing it in person did not evoke the surprise and emotion he had expected. Hey, Luffy. Usopp was just about to pull Luffy away when he saw Luffy's arms stretch out and fly up to the execution platform. Ah, so this is where I can see it more clearly. The Pirate King was executed here. Luffy laughed as he stood on the execution platform, looking at the scene below. Because of his actions, the already crowded square attracted countless discussions and gazes. The crowd below was noisy. But this did not affect Luffy as he gazed into the distance. I can see the sea. There's Zoro. Luffy looked at the end of the road. Hey, Zoro. Luffy called out from the execution platform. Naturally, Zoro noticed and turned to see Luffy waving to him from the execution platform. He was momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a smile, but he continued walking towards the execution platform. Meanwhile, nearby, Buggy and his crew saw this scene. Machi, holding a piece of meat with bones, stared blankly out the window. Captain Buggy, I think I saw the Straw Hat Kid. Buggy, who was eating and complaining about the hardships of the past few days, looked in the direction Machi pointed. He then spat out the drink in his mouth. What does that Straw Hat Kid think he's doing? He's crazy to stand there in public. Buggy couldn't believe it, but he watched the scene with a complicated expression. It reminded him of the time with Captain Roger when he stood with Shanks at the foot of the execution platform. It was raining heavily that day. Countless memories flooded back. During his silent reflection, a tall figure stood up and walked to the window. He fixed his gaze on the figure wearing the straw hat. Before heading to Grand Line, I want to settle this. Besides, didn't you have a grudge against that kid? Why not just execute the Straw Hat Kid there? After all, he is the man who declared he wants to become the Pirate King, and now he can have his wish. Buggy smiled at this plan. Sounds good. I also want to settle this. At the same time, on the rooftop directly opposite the execution platform, a man covered in a cloak stood there, with a gentle breeze swirling around him. You brat, it's been so many years. Aren't you going to come down and acknowledge me? For a man about to set sail, it makes no difference whether we acknowledge each other or not. Then, with a thud, a fist the size of a sandbag struck the man's head. Stop talking nonsense. None of you are making it easy for me. The cloak fell away, revealing a tattooed dragon rubbing his head, which was now swollen. Are you planning to stop Luffy from going to sea? Are you trying to force him into the Navy's irreversible path? What do you mean by irreversible path? Also, who asked your dad? Carp laughed a couple of times and then sat cross-legged on the ground. That's better than becoming a pirate. Really, it's all Shank's fault. While I was away from the EC, he instilled the idea of becoming a pirate in my grandson. If I catch him, he will definitely taste my iron fist. Dragon remained silent. The gentle breeze around him increased, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. He felt Carp's wavering heart. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. Even if you bring him into the Navy, so what? He will eventually head towards the vast sea. You brat, now you're lecturing me. Dragon silently handed a piece of paper to Carp. If Luffy doesn't exist, I might pay attention to this matter later. Carp took it and noticed a few lines of understated text on the paper, all describing cannibalism. The paper detailed the atrocities committed by the Dragon pirate crew over the years, as well as the cover-up by Captain Mouse, stating that countless people and towns have been destroyed by the Dragon pirate crew over the past 8 years. A few lines left Carp silent, questioning its authenticity. No need, because Dragon wouldn't lie about these matters. The Navy had long since rotted. Dragon spoke calmly, aware as a former Navy man, even an eyewitness. Below the execution platform, Usopp waved his hands anxiously. Luffy, come down quickly, the guard might come. However, his voice was drowned out by the numerous voices of the crowd. At this moment, the square was bustling. After so many years, no one had dared to step on that execution platform again. There were those who cursed and those who curiously watched. Just then, behind the execution platform, Kabeji was standing there with handcuffs. Beside him was another person. Seeing so many people, Luffy instinctively reached for a straw hat, a surge of anger brewing in his heart. At that moment, from the building behind the execution platform, Kabeji jumped down with prepared handcuffs and directly cuffed Luffy on the execution platform. A tall figure also landed on the execution platform. I heard you want to become the Pirate King? Then now you can enjoy the same honor as the Pirate King. The tall figure, with a face hidden by an overcoat, raised an axe high, proving he was none other than the former subordinate. Monka, once a Navy captain. Luffy, handcuffed on the execution platform, was a bit dazed, but when he saw Monka and the raised axe, he asked, "Do you have any last words, Straw Hat Kid?" Chapter 56. Horns on the head. Luffy was pinned to the execution platform. Many people below witnessed this scene, left in a daze. After struggling for a moment, Luffy realized he could not break free from the specially designed restraints. A last word, perhaps. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the straw hat to sway uncertainly. Luffy recalled his dream and the man who had made a promise with him. His eyes firm, He shouted the iconic line that runs throughout the entire manga. "I'm going to be the king of the pirates." At that moment, a unique aura of a king emanated from Luffy, albeit faintly. The onlookers below were stunned to hear this declaration from someone about to be executed. Was this destiny? Among the crowd, some were shocked while others shook their heads in disdain, but without exception, they all felt their hearts racing inexplicably. Some physically weaker individuals seemed paralyzed by the aura, their legs giving way as they sat on the ground. "Now, it's time for your execution." Although King of the Pirates Monka felt his heart racing as well, he did not pay it any mind, nor did he deny the other's dream. Instead, he felt excited at the prospect of being able to sever the head of this future king of the pirates. As Luffy saw the axe suspended in midair, after a brief moment of hesitation, he seemed to accept his fate with calmness, then grinned and said, "Sorry, everyone, it looks like I'm going to die." At that moment, Zoro, who was rushing over, also noticed this scene and his expression turned grim. He immediately quickened his pace, preparing to rescue Luffy. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang was also present in the square, looking at Monka in confusion. Wait, wasn't the one being executed supposed to be Buggy the Clown? Why is it Monka now? Cheng Lang also thought of Carp and seemed to have pieced together some things. Because of his changes, Buggy did not encounter Alvida, and instead ran into the fleeing Monka. Speaking of which, wasn't Monka a Navy officer? How could he accept becoming a pirate? What about Buggy the Clown? Cheng Lang looked around and soon spotted Buggy the Clown. At that moment, he was standing beneath the execution platform, his face displaying a conflicted expression. Conflicted? How could Buggy have such an expression? Just then, a breeze blew by, and the straw hat, representing the Straw Hat Kid about to be executed, was blown off and fortuitously landed in Buggy's hands. At that moment, Buggy seemed lost in thought. Although it was not the first time he had held this straw hat, his state of mind was different this time. "Shanks, it seems your choice was wrong." Cheng Lang could no longer watch idly and prepare to take action. On the execution platform, Monka's right hand, which was replaced by the axe, was already raised high. If my changes really lead to a head rolling, that would be a divine development. Just then, Usopp fired a gunpowder star that directly hit Monka. However, it was clear that Monka's tall figure was not just for show. He took the explosion head on, and his hand holding the axe did not slow down in the slightest. It was only at the moment when the axe was about to touch Luffy's neck that countless black lightning bolts flickered. A dense wave of Conqueror's haki surged forth. On the platform, both Kabaji and Monka's eyes turned white in an instant. Then, dark clouds gathered in the sky, followed by a lightning strike that hit the execution platform. Seeing this, Cheng Lang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Dragon was here, but Cheng Lang looked at the ordinary people lying on the ground. They were not struck by lightning. They were shaken by the Conqueror's haki. Cheng Lang turned his head to look at the rooftops. Soon he spotted Dragon and Carp. After all, the mini-map clearly showed them. At this moment, Carp jumped down directly, heading straight for the billowing smoke of the execution platform. In the square, everyone, including Usopp, had been knocked out by the Conqueror's haki. However, Cheng Lang and Zoro remained awake. Of course, Zoro's expression was dim, clearly not in good condition. Cheng Lang only felt the scene in front of him was somewhat distorted, causing dizziness. He checked his status bar. Dizziness 1, duration, 29:59. After drinking a bucket of milk, he felt much better. At that moment, amidst the ruins of the execution platform, Luffy got up. He laughed out loud, "Haha, I almost got executed. You can still laugh." A crisp sound of a head being knocked echoed. "It hurts." Luffy covered his head and saw the person approaching, instinctively retreating in fear. "Oh no, it's Grandpa." Carp grabbed Luffy, who was trying to escape, pinching his cheek. "Luffy, do you know you almost had your head chopped off just now?" I'm sorry. A few small fries almost killed you, you little brat. No matter what, you're coming with me to the Navy headquarters today. I need to properly train you, you little rascal." On the other side, Zoro, who was ready to intervene, was also stunned to hear that it was Luffy's grandfather. In contrast, Luffy was currently struggling fiercely. "No, I want to be the king of the pirates." "What did you say?" Carp's expression grew increasingly fierce, even raising his fist high. "I'm sorry, but I want to be the king of the pirates." Luffy struggled painfully between fear and his dream. Although his expression and body were filled with fear, His mouth refused to back down. Carp's expression became increasingly serious, and although his raised hand did not fall, the grip on Luffy's face had quietly relaxed. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy quickly broke free from Carp's side. At the same time, he saw Zoro and Cheng Lang run. Just then, a fierce wind began to blow. A strong hurricane swept through, causing both Luffy and Cheng Lang to involuntarily lift off the ground. My Stahlhut. Luffy frantically searched for his straw hat. Just then, the straw hat fortuitously flew onto his head. In the square, the fierce wind swept through, but only took Luffy and his companions away. The others remained peacefully lying on the ground. Your identity is not suitable to be seen in public and interact with pirates. Dragon's voice came. Carp glanced at Dragon. Little brat, call me Dad. He walked over to Dragon and gave him a punch in a non-injured spot. Now, both of them had perfectly swollen faces. Dragon did not speak. Just then, the distant navy began to assemble. Bring the fugitive Monka. After Carp finished speaking, he left. The newly arrived navy saluted and began to take action. Buggy, who had been lying on the ground the whole time, was sweating from his forehead. What did he just hear? No, he absolutely cannot be discovered to still be awake. He would die. Silently, he activated his ability, splitting into pieces, and then slowly moved into the building. Along the way, he also dragged out the already zapped Kabaji. As for Monka, it wasn't that he didn't want to save him, but it was simply impossible, especially since Carp had called him out in front of everyone. In the alley, Buggy sighed in relief. Captain handed the straw hat to Shanks. And now Shanks, you handed the straw hat to a kid named Luffy. Are you just going to let the next generation's king go like this, Shanks? But that kid actually has the potential for Conqueror's Haki. Still, he is Carp's grandson. I wonder how happy the captain will be to find out. Buggy could naturally sense the faint haki that emanated when Luffy shouted that line. It was very weak, but as an intern on the Pirate King's ship, he had encountered too many top-tier, strong individuals. It wasn't just him who noticed Luffy's potential for Conqueror's Haki. Carp, who was walking, also sensed it. As expected of my grandson, a king's potential. Bogart stood at the front of the port. Are we heading back to headquarters? Mission accomplished. By the way, where are those two kids? They're still cleaning the deck. Let's go. Oh, did you bring the rice crackers I bought? Bogart took out the specialty rice crackers from his pocket. Carp snatched them away and started munching on them. The rice crackers from Logtown are still the best. Chapter 57. Johnny, Joseph getting off the ship? On the ship, Luffy's crew gathered together. What happened? Sanji, smoking a cigarette, looked at the four people descending from the sky. Luffy scratched his head, while Zoro remained silent. Usopp seemed a bit confused. His memory stuck on when Monka almost beheaded Luffy. And Cheng Lang knew everything, but wasn't sure whether to speak up or not. Seeing the varied expressions on the four faces, Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. Forget it. Hey, Zoro, did you get the money? Zoro took out some berries from his pocket, and Nami counted them, then looked puzzled. Didn't you spend any money on swords? At this moment, Zoro already had 3 swords at his waist, having obtained Sandai Kitetsu and Shusui, just like in the original story. As for why he didn't use the iron sword made by Cheng Lang, the reason was simple. Zoro was used to using swords, and he wasn't accustomed to dual blades. Due to certain circumstances, these 2 swords were gifts from others, and Zoro didn't explain further. Nami didn't mind as long as they weren't plundered. Watching Nami excitedly count the money, Alrita felt a bit speechless. The ship didn't lack money, after all, with Cheng Lang's 2 chests of gold. Saying they were as rich as a nation wouldn't be an exaggeration. Supplies were also nearly purchased, so should they set off now? Alrita curiously asked. Nowadays, her appearance was vastly different from that on the bounty poster. As long as she didn't actively admit to being Alrita, no one would suspect her of being a pirate. So, shopping openly was quite a nice experience. If possible, she wouldn't mind staying in Lowtown a bit longer. For a moment, the ship fell silent. Eventually, everyone's gaze focused on Luffy, as it was his responsibility as the captain to consider this. However, Luffy looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Sanji's mouth twitched, but he patiently explained. Are we setting sail now? We haven't been bounty hunted yet. We can still stay in Logtown. Oh, I see. You should have said so earlier. Let's go. To the Grand Line. The crew was momentarily speechless. We've been talking about this from the beginning, Nami sighed. Well, Lowtown is the last island in the East Blue where we can resupply before heading to the Grand Line. By the way, did you buy the record pointer for the Grand Line? Mi handed over the record pointer from her wrist to Nami. This pointer feels just like a compass. There's no difference. Alrita curiously looked at the record pointer. At this moment, the pointer's direction matched the angle of the compass on the table. Before entering the Grand Line, this record pointer was no different from an ordinary compass. It would only work once they entered the Grand Line. By the way, Mi, did you ask which route it is? I don't know. Mi shook her head. It wasn't that she didn't ask. It was just that these pointers were random before entering the Grand Line. After all, the East Blue was different from other seas. In other seas where pirates were rampant, those who made record pointers would be a bit more specific, but in the East Blue, it was already good to have this merchant. This was also thanks to her using her fruit ability to gather information. After hearing Mi's explanation, Nami couldn't help but doubt the record pointer on her wrist. Could it be that I ran into a scammer? As a navigator, Nami had been part of the Arlong pirates and had heard plenty about the Grand Line over the past 8 years. However, she had never paid much attention to record pointers since she had been busy thinking about making money all these years. Forget it. I'll just use it for now. Nami gave up on probing whether it was a scam and took out a mapping she had drawn before, which was a map of Reverse Mountain. She had only seen this thing in books and had never actually gone to see it. She placed the map of Reverse Mountain on the table. Just to clarify, once we head to the Grand Line, it's nearly impossible to come back. Is that so? Didn't Kuro and the others come back from the Grand Line? And Hawkeye too? Zoro asked curiously. Nami began to explain the specifics of the doldrums and the Grand Line. Cheng Lang listened. He had actually prepared to enter the doldrums, as this plot point existed in both the original story and the manga. However, now it was reality, not anime, and Nami's reliability as a navigator exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Cheng Lang felt that it made perfect sense. Having drawn maps for 8 years and being part of the Arlong pirates, Nami must have gathered some information. How could she not know the basics about record pointers? The anime and manga included these scenes to explain the worldview to readers. Therefore, once they headed to the Grand Line, wanting to come back would have a probability close to 0. So had they really thought this through? Especially Luffy. The Grand Line was extremely dangerous. Just then, before Luffy could speak, Johnny and Joseph, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Zoro, Luffy, everyone, it's time for us to part ways. Luffy looked surprised. Huh? Aren't you coming with us? The two had been with the ship for so long that everyone assumed they had become part of the crew. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances, then sighed. Johnny looked seriously at everyone. We really want to continue sailing with you, but we don't have ambitions like Zoro to become the world's greatest swordsman, nor do we share Luffy's dream of becoming the Pirate King. Joseph added, so, as brothers, we don't have a compelling reason to go to the Grand Line. If we keep following you, it's bound to cause too many problems in the future. Rather than making things difficult later, it's better to end it here. Johnny and Joseph's eyes were sincere. Is that so? Zoro wasn't surprised. He was the most familiar with their situation on the ship. He had thought they would quietly follow along, but Luffy felt reluctant. After all, the two got along very well with him. They laughed and joked during meals and could mess around together. Luffy sat up straight, unusually serious. Is it really just ending here? The two looked at each other, then bowed at a 90-degree angle. Thank you all for your care these days. If we could, we would also be willing to continue following you. But it seems we can only stop here. Cheng Lang witnessed this entire scene. To be honest, the reason the two were still on the ship was partly due to Cheng Lang's intentional planning. In the original story, they realized their weakness during the battle with Arlong and, upon leaving Cocoa Village, bid farewell before long-term staying there. However, without the same development as in the original story, they didn't even participate in the final battle, which was also arranged by Cheng Lang. The reason was that the items on the ship were more important, and at that time, they had relied on the MC wooden ship made by Cheng Lang to land on the island, so someone had to control the ship. Naturally, that responsibility fell to Johnny and Joseph. Initially, it was thought that this would change their fate, but now it seemed the outcome remained unchanged. Chapter 58, Cheng Lang's Dream. The decapitation of Fate. Cheng Lang spoke. Actually, if you're just afraid of being weak, then you two have already seen my abilities these days, right? Johnny and Joseph both nodded in response. You are destined to become great pirates in the future. And Joseph and I actually have our dreams too, which is to become powerful bounty hunters, just like how an unknown bounty hunter once saved my hometown. So, in the future, we might have differences. Rather than making it difficult for the older brothers, it would be better to part ways here. Joseph nodded in agreement. This was the result of careful consideration by the two of them. Well, there's really no other way. Luffy gave up on the invitation to continue. After all, this was their dream. Speaking of which, what are your dreams? Luffy turned to the others on the ship. Zoro, the world's greatest swordsman. Sanji, all blue, the place where all fish from the four seas gather. Nami, to chart all the islands on the sea. Usopp, I want to become a brave warrior of the sea. After the original 5 shared their dreams, it was Cheng Lang and the others' turn. Aryalita, to be the strongest and also the most beautiful woman. Kwame, I want to change myself and become the most noticeable person. Finally, it was Cheng Lang's turn. Is it my turn? My dream. Cheng Lang recalled a lot. Before his journey, he actually had no dreams, or rather, just some small hopes, like a person who is hungry, wanting to eat to be full, thoughts that existed just to survive. As for dreams, he didn't have any even after coming to this world. But before joining Luffy, he hadn't considered those things, yet gradually, during this journey, he developed some. My dream is change. Change. Yes, change this world. Because this world shouldn't be like this. Although people are not absolutely equal, at least more people should have the choice of how to live, instead of becoming pirates for no reason, and there shouldn't be children born without parents. People should live more freely, shouldn't they? Cheng Lang finished expressing his thoughts. For a moment, everyone on the ship was stunned. This dream was too fantastical, rivaling even the dream of becoming the Pirate King. Ha ha ha, this dream is amazing. I love it. Yes, people should live more freely. Luffy clearly only understood the last sentence. Meanwhile, the others showed smiles. Aryalita and Koyami had complex expressions, but soon smiled as well. The former had inexplicably become a pirate, while the latter, having been born in an orphanage, was timid and unable to communicate normally. If she had parents, she would have been a happy child now. Your thoughts? You should really join the Revolutionary Army, Aryalita said with a smile. Cheng Lang shrugged. Who said only the Revolutionary Army can change the world? Can't pirates do it too? Johnny and Joseph both shed tears. Brother Cheng Lang's dream is truly magnificent. Joseph nodded. Yes, if such a dream can be realized, perhaps the world will be better. And maybe that could truly end the era of great pirates. In the end, Johnny and Joseph disembarked. Cheng Lang gave them their final gear, a small MC boat for each, and a box containing an MC fishing rod and 2 sets of 1,000 cha-cha fruit. Take care. Luffy waved with a smile. At the port's edge, Long quietly left through an alley. Change. Set sail, heading towards the Grand Line. In less than half a day's sailing, thunder rumbled in the sky. In the distance was the red land that reached the sky. At the entrance of Reverse Mountain, there were door columns carved with dragon totems. So high. Is that the red land? Luffy exclaimed in the storm. Nami frowned, looking in that direction. Something's not right. Steer slightly to the right. Usopp was currently at the helm, gritting his teeth. I'm doing it. Noticing Usopp's struggle, Sanji went over to help. But when Sanji took over, he unexpectedly found that the helm was really hard to turn. With their combined efforts, just like in the original story, the ship's helm broke. Not good. Cheng Lang, who had anticipated this, immediately stepped forward and placed a railing above the broken helm. Quick, steer. The 3 pushed with all their might, and finally, the Going Merry was back on course. Phew, that was scary. Usopp was sweating, unable to imagine what would have happened if they had crashed. This was just the first step into the Grand Line, and this step alone could eliminate pirates whose ships were not up to standard. Nami wasn't surprised at all. Cheng Lang, however, felt somewhat disappointed. Not because he was sad they didn't crash, but because it meant missing out on the dragon storyline. He was still very curious about the Whispering Fruit and the Scythe Fruit, and of course, he wanted to see if he could obtain the Scythe Fruit and if the transformation table could sell it. If he could sell it, wouldn't that mean he could supply devil fruits infinitely? Then he could directly form a lineup of users of the Scythe Fruit, waving at enemies to create a massive whirlwind. As for the Whispering Fruit, if controlled properly, wouldn't it grant a power similar to the voice of all things? Moreover, if further developed, could the fruit hear the whispers of non-living things? If it could even hear the whispers of enemy muscles, wouldn't that be similar to observation hockey? If exaggerated a bit, hearing the whispers of the wind would allow one to know who was where, right? What a pity, Cheng Lang sighed. Meanwhile, the Going Merry was already sailing through the canal, passing through the clouds, and reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters. Sunlight poured down. Woo! Luffy sat at the bow, waving his arms, extremely excited. Usopp was hugging the railing, his legs trembling, but he was equally excited. Zoro stood calmly on the deck, watching. Sanji silently lit a cigarette. Nami took off her raincoat and excitedly waved as well. Aryalita spread her arms to feel the wind passing through her body. Koyomi tightly closed her eyes and hugged Nami. The Going Merry, propelled by the canal and the wind, gradually adjusted its direction. Finally, it naturally aligned to the canal leading to the Grand Line. Here we go. A strange feeling of weightlessness came over them. Everyone grabbed onto the nearest objects. The descent from Reverse Mountain was even faster than the ascent. In less than half a minute, the Going Merry had crossed through the clouds. When the sunlight shone on everyone's faces again, Usopp stared in shock at the front. What is that? A mountain? No, it's a whale. A whale taller than a mountain. Quick, stop the ship. We're going to crash. Aryalita panicked. Meanwhile, Nami wore a face of despair. It's not the sea. How can we possibly stop? We're going to die, we're going to die, we're going to die. Usopp seemed to see his great-grandmother waving at him. Cheng Lang, however, was not surprised. He simply took out some round stones and started stacking them, not to create a shield, but purely to connect the ship with the outside stones. Just as they were about to crash, a cannon fired. It was Luffy, but unfortunately, the ship's speed did not slow down. How could the mere recoil of a cannon stop the inertia of falling from 10,000 meters? Noticing this scene, Cheng Lang directly placed down the last block. The impact hit them. Cheng Lang could hear the creaking of the wooden boards. Fortunately, the blocks Cheng Lang was connected to were all MC style. Otherwise, they would have definitely cracked. But in the next moment, the connected stone broke apart. Clearly, it couldn't withstand it either. Perhaps it was the pull of fate. In the end, the head of the Merry fell onto the deck. Chapter 59. Isn't Baroque Works a criminal organization? I'm still alive. Usopp touched his head, feeling dazed at the moment. The other members shared the same thought, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Row quickly. This isn't the time to reflect on being alive. Zoro reacted the fastest. However, before everyone could respond, Laboon, affected by the cannon fire, opened its mouth, and countless seawater rushed in. Similarly, Luffy's cruise ship was also swept away. There was no scene in the original where Luffy punched Laboon's eyeball. Suddenly, the world turned dark. Huh? Is it dark? Luffy asked a brainless question. He had just come out of the cannon room at the bow of the ship. Nami, with a face full of despair, replied, "We got eaten." Who? Us. You got eaten? That's really bad. Of course. Nami responded with a punch to his head. We all got eaten by that whale bigger than a mountain. Just as this commotion was happening, a light appeared ahead. Soon, everyone saw the blue sky, white clouds, and a small island floating in the middle. Is this heaven? Have we been digested? Usopp stared blankly at all of this. Koya transformed into wings and flew up. However, just after taking off, she hit the ceiling. Is this painted on? Koya touched the soft wall. At that moment, a huge giant squid burst out of the water below. But before everyone could prepare, iron hooks shot out from the island and pierced the giant squid. Just like in the original story, Cheng Lang felt puzzled. Isn't this perfectly replicated? He should have caused some changes in the world. At least a day or two of difference, right? Yet now, the bow of the Merry had broken, and the standard giant squid appeared before them. The next moment, Kuroka's walked out from a small room. He stared at the Straw Hat crew with dead fish eyes, then confidently sat down on a lounge chair and leisurely opened a newspaper. Everything was just like the original. Kuroka successfully broke Sanji and Zoro's defenses. Then came Laboon crashing into the red line. Kuroka's went to inject Laboon with a tranquilizer. However, a little accident occurred along the way. The two, Makita and Mr. Nine, who were supposed to be directly knocked into Laboon's stomach by Luffy, approached to attempt a kidnapping when Kuroka's opened the small door. But the result was that the two were no match for Kurokas at all. One hit each, and they were directly thrown into the sea of stomach acid. That old man is so strong. Usopp, with a telescope, naturally noticed this scene. Hey, are those two coming over here? What should we do? Usopp turned to ask, only to see Sanji had already lowered the rope ladder. Hey, you're just going to lower the rope ladder without knowing if it's good or bad. Usopp was startled by Sanji's action. Sanji, however, said matter-of-factly, how could I let such a beautiful lady be digested? Evaporated, chef. Huh? What did you say, seaweed head? The two began to angrily spray each other. Clearly, they had started to not see eye to eye. But soon, both of them got on the ship. You scare me. I thought I was going to die. Mr. Nine wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This was their first time infiltrating inside a whale. They thought the whale's stomach acid would be very strong. Vivi also echoed, feeling lingering fear. However, when they looked up, they saw the Straw Hat crew sizing them up. Mr. Nine immediately put on a flattering smile. Thank you, gentlemen, for saving us. If it weren't for your help, we might have perished in the sea of stomach acid. Thank you. Vivi also smiled in gratitude. Why did you attack that old man? Luffy asked, confused. Then he heard Mr. Nine start to tell a long story about how the island's residents were constantly harassed by the whale and extorted by that old man under various pretenses. So he really is a bad guy. Luffy believed him. It all sounds like a lie, Luffy. Usopp directly exposed the other's lies. Yeah, this lie is too clumsy. If that old man were really as you say, you should be dead by now. Yorlita also shook her head disdainfully. She had heard too many lies. Hey, are you the bad guys? Luffy looked at the two in disbelief. Vivi sighed. Mr. Nine just said, your set of rhetoric wouldn't fool anyone. Mr. Nine seemed puzzled. Where's the flaw in my story that links everything together? You guys are definitely the bad guys. Luffy was convinced. Zoro, meanwhile, spoke up speechlessly. Enough, Luffy. Mr. Nine, with that code name, you must be from Baroque Works, right? Who are you? How do you know our organization's name? Mr. Nine was somewhat surprised, then looked at Zoro. Oh, I remember now. You're the infamous devil of the East Sea, Roranoa Zoro. The organization invited you to join, but Mr. Ten and his partner Mississippi Tuesday were cut down by you. Zoro shrugged. Don't make it sound like I killed them. Those two are just fine. They should still be in some hospital in the East Sea recovering. Zoro, you know them? Nami asked curiously. It was just a while before I met Luffy. I was planning to catch 2 pirates to earn some meal money because I was broke. Then 2 of them insisted I join Baroque Works. I refused at the time, but who would have thought those 2 kept insisting? I told them I could join, but I wanted to be the boss. Then they attacked me. So what does this organization do? I remember it's a bounty hunter organization, right? What benefits do you get from joining? Zoro pondered, clearly not caring about these details enough to remember them. You can get more information about pirates and access to better weapons. If you become an organizational officer, you can even have your own logistics team. Mr. Nine explained. Right? That's it. But the most important point is that you have to obey the organization's arrangements. I was asked to become their subordinate, which is why I refused. Zoro remembered. Sounds like an ordinary pirate hunter mutual aid association. Nami was surprised. I didn't expect an organization from the Grand Line to reach the East Sea. Yorlita stroked her chin. Now that you mention it, I've encountered a few pirate hunters who said they were from Baroque Works. I didn't pay attention at the time and just knocked them away, telling them to wait for revenge. Cheng Lang felt a bit strange listening to this, isn't it? The more he listened, the stranger it got. Isn't Baroque Works a criminal organization? Cheng Lang felt that the more he listened, the more it seemed like this organization was on the side of justice. He then felt somewhat speechless. The original was the original, and reality was reality. Pirate hunters were at least people who fought against evil. After all, their target was pirates, and it wasn't unreasonable for them to claim to be just. And in this era, pirates like Luffy, who adventured in the name of adventure, were rare. Vivi elbowed Mr. Nine, what's wrong? Vivi pointed with her chin above. At that moment, the pirate flag was hanging above. Suddenly, Mr. Nine froze. Then his expression changed dramatically. Just when he said he was a pirate hunter, he ran into pirates. Everyone, we're actually not really from the Baroque Works. We're just ordinary people. And we're not bounty hunters either. Mr. Nine chuckled awkwardly, still grinning, but his hands were still moving. Miss Wednesday. In an instant, he aimed the rocket launcher behind him at everyone on the ship. But he hadn't fired yet. Both of their heads received a knock on the head. The attacker was Zoro. Such a blatant lie. Sanji, on the other hand, looked at Vivi with concern. Green algae head. Can't you be a bit gentler when dealing with ladies? He then went to the ship to look for the medical kit. Chapter 60 Agreement. The problems on the ship were resolved. Kuroka's returned to his island-style boat. Subsequently, everyone heard different answers from each other. In other words, were they targeting this whale? Indeed, if that was the case with Laboon's size, it would be no problem to feed hundreds of people for 2 or 3 years. Nami nodded in relief. However, with so many sea kings in the ocean, why did they have to focus on this whale? Sanji was curious. Mr. Nine had now woken up and found himself on the small island. He helplessly said, "You should know very well." Everyone was puzzled. We are bounty hunters, making a living from bounties. But because of this whale, many pirates have perished at the entrance. That's fine, there are still many pirates in the sea, and some have been lucky enough to reach our base. At first, it was manageable, but recently I don't know what's going on. This whale has been blocking Reverse Mountain for months, and not a single pirate has made it through. The town has run out of money to buy food. Mr. Nine complained. Kuroka's was also speechless. Knowing this, he had not killed the two. He had let them leave every time. Kuroka's then began to tell the story of Laboon. For a moment, everyone was captivated. 50 years. I didn't expect this whale to have waited here for a full 50 years. Luffy was directly moved. Cheng Lang, observing all of this, felt a strange clash in his mind between the story and reality. Has the world adapted to this extent? If this continues, Luffy might not be able to get past Crocodile, right? After all, Crocodile had fought with Barrett when he was young. It was impossible that he didn't have hockey. Moreover, in the Marineford War, Crocodile also participated. He had always complained about the Navy's actions. Then, during the war, he had taken out 2 executioners, delaying the execution time, and then fought with Doflamingo, even stopping Admiral Akainu, indirectly saving Luffy. To say he didn't have hockey? If this goes on, will Luffy end up dead? After all, Luffy had been killed once, and had another time when he was drained of water. If it weren't for his luck when the water ball he spat out rebounded and landed on him, he would have been dead again. Cheng Lang felt the pressure. After all, he knew this was not the world of anime anymore. The world had already adapted, as could be seen from Baroque works, which had turned from a criminal organization into a bounty hunter justice organization. After Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday Vivi heard the story, they were also moved to tears. Damn. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to your stories. How can I complete my mission now? The people in the town will starve. Mr. Nine held back his tears. Vivi covered her mouth and remained silent. Kuroka's sighed. Unfortunately, I've already received accurate intelligence. That group of pirates seems to have sailed away from the doldrums. Or perhaps, because of my news, Laboon has become increasingly agitated, recently crashing into Reverse Mountain more frequently. Cheng Lang was puzzled. If it wanted to, it could just go back to the West Blue via Fishman Island, right? No need to crash into Reverse Mountain. Kuroka's shook his head. It firmly believes that the pirates will come back to find it through Reverse Mountain. That was the promise they made. So, it is waiting here. Cheng Lang nodded. It seemed he didn't need to dig through Reverse Mountain directly. Clearly, the heartache was not about returning to the West Blue. A promise, Luffy pondered. Also looking at his hat. It was also a promise. Kuroka's glanced at the pressure gauge in the room. Laboon was almost surfacing, and you should be preparing to leave. After a series of mechanical movements, the iron door quietly opened. Sunlight poured in from the outside. This was very different from the space inside its stomach. By the way, how did you manage to let Laboon's stomach have light? Cheng Lang was curious, as he had never seen a glowing object. The sun was just painted on. It's a kind of paint I mixed, Kuroka's replied. Do you have any left? Kuroka's nodded, then went into the house and took out a large bag. This is what I prepared, non-toxic and very durable. Cheng Lang smiled and took it, then directly threw it onto the conversion table for conversion. After consuming 300 EMC, 2 items appeared. One was white paint, and the other was luminescent powder. As expected, how much is this, old man? Take it, it's free. Just consider it a gift for keeping me company. Kuroka's generously gave it away. Cheng Lang still secretly kept 100,000 berries, as he didn't lack money and didn't need to save it. As for whether the luminescent powder was useful, he would just keep it. Who knows when it might come in handy. That was a transaction process. Luffy directly took the main mast of a ship and charged at Laboon's scar, then unleashed a double strike on the wound. This directly angered Laboon, while Kuroka's was somewhat baffled. Wasn't he just immersed in the sadness of the story? How did it turn into a fight? Cheng Lang was not surprised. As expected, it happened. Subsequently, Laboon and Luffy made a promise, the same content, after sailing a circle. Come back to find it. Kuroka's was surprised and then chuckled, shaking his head while staring at Luffy's straw hat, lost in thought for a while. It seemed that it was the little guy that Shanks spoke of. After drawing a large and distorted skull wearing a straw hat on the whale's head, everyone started the feast. They used the elephant tuna that Sanji had obtained in Lowtown. However, during the processing, they used Cheng Lang's furnace. After all, ingredients heated in Cheng Lang's furnace would inherit MC characteristics, making them extremely filling. At least, Luffy wouldn't be able to eat it all in one go. Mr. Nine and Vivi looked at the Straw Hat crew, and Mr. Nine curiously asked, "Are you really pirates?" Although their time together was short, who dealt with pirates every day, could clearly feel that this group of pirates had a completely different atmosphere from those ambitious individuals who entered the Grand Line. It was more like an adventure group. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Luffy, covered in paint, was eating grilled fish, but he didn't care at all. Vivi looked at this scene and laughed. "You are so strange. What kind of pirate acts like this?" The others just laughed. Indeed, if Luffy were a real pirate, how could the group have gathered together? Zoro wouldn't even agree to board the ship. Kuroka's, eating the elephant tuna, had his eyes light up. What is this dish? Why is there such a noticeable feeling of fullness, and I feel like I've become much younger. Chapter 61. Luffy's Life Return? Classification of the Paramecia. Kurikasu is curious. Cheng Lang, on the other hand, is looking at his status bar. Vitality 2 duration. 3:59. 58. 4 hours of duration. Speaking of this vitality, what effect does it have? Soon, Cheng Lang noticed that his health, representing the limit mode, had changed. It had always been 10 hearts, but now it had become 12 hearts. This means he currently has 120% health. The increase in health surprised Cheng Lang, as he had conducted some experiments on his body. Although the health display showed the appearance of hearts in limit mode, it actually represented the percentage of his current status. When health is full, he can exert 100% of his strength, and, just as Cheng Lang had told Kuyami before, being full would lead to a slow recovery from fatigue and a refreshed state. Similarly, during exercise, health would gradually decrease. After being full, bodily injuries and fatigue would be completely cleared. This is also the fundamental reason why Cheng Lang said he could help others become stronger quickly. However, no matter how much stronger he becomes, the health limit would not change. But now there's been a change. Not only has he recovered from fatigue and felt refreshed, but he might even be described as being exhilarated. It feels like he has taken a stimulant. At this moment, not only Cheng Lang feels this way, but others do too. The most obvious is Luffy, who already has endless energy every day. Now he is even more exhilarated. However, after just finishing a meal, he can't eat anymore. That feeling of fullness has filled Luffy to the brim. Luffy, who was originally very exhilarated, suddenly became silent. But this is not the first time it has happened. Over the past few days, every time Luffy eats to his fill, he experiences this situation. However, for others, this is actually a good thing. But this time, Luffy seems to have thought of something. He thought of it. The others who were still chatting looked at Luffy in confusion. What did he think of? Is he thinking of adding something else on top of Laboon? For example, my nose. Usopp, who was eating, subconsciously chimed in. Luffy stood up. I finally thought of a way to continue eating delicious food. Although the people present didn't quite understand, Luffy was already taking action. They saw Luffy's body starting to swell freely, and in just a moment, Cheng Lang saw Luffy gradually getting bigger. This scene truly stunned Cheng Lang. Isn't this awakening? You just enter the Grand Line and you want to become Nika? The concern is no longer whether Luffy can defeat Crocodile, but whether this sand crocodile can withstand the impact of freedom. Looking at Luffy's hair and body, they had turned white, which relieved Cheng Lang. At this moment, Luffy was excited, because that feeling of fullness had disappeared. Ha 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 ha. It works. I can eat to my heart's content again. Luffy, now as tall as an admiral, picked up the food on the table, and began to show off. As Luffy continued to eat, his size was quietly increasing. Ah, this. Cheng Lang stared blankly. Luffy, how did you do that? The others were equally curious. After all, Luffy was gradually reaching 4 meters tall now. That could be considered a small giant. How'd he do it? Luffy thought for a moment, and then grinned as he began to describe. It's like a tugging, thumping, and hissing feeling coming from my body, and then I spread those feelings throughout my body, and that is how I did it. Speechless. Everyone felt it was inexplicable. What do you mean by tugging, thumping, and hissing? What an abstract concept. Who could understand that? Kuyami's eyes lit up. Luffy, do you have that feeling too? There are experts. This abstract description can actually be understood by someone. At this moment, Kuyami also began to dance. But I have one more feeling than you. It's a crackling feeling. In the end, Nami couldn't help but laugh. Watching the two clowns tugging and swaying in the wind was truly amusing. Cheng Lang sighed at this. If only he could feel it too, but after thinking it over, it seems that currently in One Piece, there are only 2 possibilities for achieving such a state. Chi or life return. What? Zoro, hearing this, became curious. In the West Sea, there is a flower kingdom, where there's a practice that allows one to feel chi. And when trained to the extreme, one can master a power called life return. However, chi is chi, and life return is life return. Even without mastering chi, one can still master life return. This life return is a very magical ability that allows one to inject their will into their hair and then control the hair to change shape and fix it. There is a naval captain named Ghost Spider, whose fighting style is to use life return to control his hair to transform into countless black hands, which at first glance look like spider legs, hence the name Ghost Spider. What Luffy has mastered is very similar to life return, controlling his body and then increasing his will, which causes his rubber body to grow larger. If Luffy wanted, he could actually shrink back right now, right? Luffy nodded, but when he returned to his normal size, he started to become round and couldn't help but roll his eyes, then immediately covered his mouth, almost throwing up. Luffy immediately grew larger again. That was close. I almost ate for nothing. You care about this? Usopp couldn't help but retort. Cheng Lang looked at Kuyami. Can you do it too? I'm not sure, but I should be able to, just like I'm trying to control my multiple transformations. Kuyami said as her wings began to stretch and grow larger. In just a moment, her wingspan reached 4 to 5 meters wide, and at the same time, her legs gradually transformed into goat hooves, and her eyes became vertical pupils. However, there was still some lack of control over her body. The hair from her goat hooves gradually spread to her abdomen. If this form were to add a whip-like tail, it wouldn't be a problem to call her succubus. Naturally, Sanji's eyes sparkle with hearts. Ah, the cute me has turned into a sexy me. This is simply amazing. But within less than a minute, me returned to her winged form. Phew, maintaining 3 forms is still somewhat challenging. Me wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. At this moment, her stamina was clearly insufficient to maintain long-term changes, especially with her wings expanded to that extent. This. Are you 2 devil fruit users? Zoan type? Vivi asked curiously. I'm a rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. I'm a Zoan type. Mia Seaka Y nodded. Because Cheng Lang had warned her not to learn from Luffy and reveal her trump card, Mi only introduced herself as a Zoan type. However, as a Zoan type, there should only be 3 forms, right? Human form, beast form, and hybrid form. I'm currently in hybrid form. In fact, I've been maintaining my hybrid form to exercise my abilities so I can help as soon as possible. Mi smiled as she retracted her wings, returning to her normal girl appearance. Vivi nodded in response. At the same time, she marveled at the magic of the devil fruits. As for asking what type of devil fruit the other person had, that would be too impolite, especially since she couldn't fully utilize her hybrid form. It must be very tiring. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang began to ponder. I didn't expect that the first to master the return of life would be me. However, the stacking of multiple animal abilities is surprisingly difficult. It can be achieved under such circumstances. Although devil fruits are developed through imagination, in reality, without a certain foundation. Even if one thinks of it, they may not be able to develop it. I really want to try other devil fruits. Cheng Lang sighed. He had such thoughts when watching the anime back then, imagining how he could develop a devil fruit for himself. Like how Buggy the Clown's disintegration awakening could directly cause the world to fall apart. The slippery fruit could deal damage by slipping, similar to the concept of Bear's development. But in reality, while disintegration is uncertain, the slippery fruit indeed cannot achieve the same development as Bear. After all, the essence of the two is vastly different. Similar to the classification of animal-type devil fruits into ordinary, ancient, and mythical types, the superhuman type is also categorized into different types: self-abilities, external abilities, and creation types, roughly divided into 3 categories. Of course, it can be further subdivided, but these are the main distinctions. Self-representatives: Luffy, Buggy, and Yarlita. External representatives: the pawpaw fruit, the tremor fruit, the door fruit, etc. Creation-type representatives, such as the wax fruit, the poison fruit, and the string fruit. Yarlita's slippery fruit is likely developed in a direction similar to Luffy's, influencing the external world and making everything it touches smooth. Simple, yet very powerful. If Yarlita had the strength of an emperor right now, her speed would definitely be the fastest. After all, before speed reaches a certain threshold, friction will not hinder her from exerting power. But once that threshold is reached, which is the critical point of breaking the sound barrier, if friction is eliminated, the air will have no resistance, and whatever force is applied will be completely delivered to the opponent. Ordinary, yet immensely powerful. However, Yarlita currently does not possess this ability. After reflecting for a moment, Cheng Lang shifted his gaze to Luffy, who is now about 4 meters tall and mimicking a robot. Usopp and Mr. Nine cheered. The relationship is warming up so quickly. In just a little while, has Mr. Nine already been assimilated? Cloacus also laughed heartily. Then Luffy began to perform the dance of sticking chopsticks up his nose that he learned from Joseph. Cheng Lang, you join too. How embarrassing, I won't. Wait, I'm doing the nose chopstick dance. Joyful moments quietly passed by as night fell. Nami took out the recording pointer she bought in Rogue Town. It turns out that the red line also has its own magnetic force. How long does it need to be stored? Nami curiously asked Cloacus. 1 day. But by the way, did you buy the recording pointer in Rogue Town? Yeah. Is there a problem? Cloacus looked at the sleeping crowd and pointed at me and Mr. Nine. Then you'll have to ask them. Currently, the only force capable of radiating from the Grand Line to the East Sea is their family. And the next stop is likely their base, Whiskey Peak. Casual Time added another chapter. Chapter 62, Kuroka's Notes. Nami immediately understood the key point. It really is making money in 2 ways. Speaking of which, what would happen if pirates came directly to the Grand Line without getting a log pose? The voice speaking was not Nami's, but Cheng Lang's. Cheng Lang knew that there were 7 routes in the Grand Line, but he was curious. If Luffy and the others had not encountered the whale Laboon at the beginning, they would not have met Vivi, and therefore would have no way to obtain the exact direction to the island. What would happen then? There were quite a few. Not long ago, there was a group of pirates, probably from East Blue, called Click. They rushed in without any preparation. And it was their luck that I had just injected Laboon with a tranquilizer. And in the end, I don't even know where they drifted off to. Kuroka shook his head while speaking. They probably either died in a storm or from food shortages. Click. Nami was surprised. Do you know them? Not really. They returned to the East Blue with only a dilapidated ship left. Cheng Lang replied with a smile. Well, they are really lucky. The probability of an ordinary ship passing through the doldrums is almost 0. Kuroka sighed. Indeed. In a sense, it's quite fortunate. Cheng Lang nodded in agreement. After all, encountering someone as strong as Mihawk right after entering the Grand Line is a stroke of luck that no one can argue with. Old man, from the stories you told before, you must have gone to sea and looked for some information about that group of pirates, right? Yes, what is up? Do you want to go find them? Kuroka asked in confusion. Cheng Lang shook his head. You must have a way to train hockey, right? After all, being able to directly throw an anchor to take down a giant squid means you're definitely quite powerful. Seeing Cheng Lang's curious expression, Kuroka stroked his chin, then went into the lookout tower. After a brief search, he came out holding a book. I don't have that much energy. This is a little diary I wrote during my time at sea. It contains what you want. Cheng Lang happily took the somewhat dusty notebook and opened it. The contents were somewhat different from what he expected, The beginning contained a lot of medical knowledge, with many records of pain-relieving and delaying medications. Clearly prepared for Pirate King Roger. Looking at the densely packed, different types of painkillers, Cheng Lang asked, "Old man, why do you have so many records on sedative painkillers? Who needs so many pain relief and sedatives?" Kuroka's was questioned and couldn't he help but recall the past. The story from over 20 years ago felt like it had just happened yesterday. A nearly dying guy couldn't he move without pain relief and sedation every day. What kind of illness did he have? So severe. It was a lung disease, one that could actually be treated in about 10 years. Kuroka sighed and shook his head, saying that with the development of the times, diseases are gradually being conquered, but time waits for no one. Lung problems? This is also common in adventures. Every island you visit has different types of plants, climates, and even different animals. The more islands you visit, the more likely you are to encounter problems that your immune system can't handle. At first, it might just be a small cold, but over time, it can become irreversible. I see. Cheng Lang began to ponder, but he was just asking out of curiosity. After all, even a powerhouse like the Pirate King can get sick, obviously indicating an internal problem. Even someone as strong as Whitebeard was plagued with ailments in his later years. And these were the results of a lack of systematic medical care. Unlike Garp, who had strong medical support because he was backed by the Navy, even in old age, he still had good physical fitness. Quietly flipping through the book, he soon found the content he was looking for. About hockey. However, the way it was recorded was quite strange. It contained more descriptions of training hockey and parts related to hockey against devil fruit abilities. To summarize, armament hockey can touch Logia types, and strong armament hockey can eliminate the negative effects brought by devil fruit abilities. He already knew this, as it was explained in the anime. After flipping 2 more pages, he finally found insights and experiences on training. This part clearly reflected Kuroka's own process of mastering hockey, specifically observation hockey, as it allows for better perception of the fluctuations of life. The descriptions here were very detailed, different from what Cheng Lang knew. Observation hockey, abandoning the 5 senses, is felt with the heart. It's indeed an abstract concept. It can also be called the 6th sense, intuition. In any case, it is not perceived by the organs that inherently have sensory attributes like the eyes, ears, throat, and nose, Kuroka's explained. Cheng Lang thought to himself that he had indeed felt something like this 6th sense before. When he was young, he often walked alone and liked to take shortcuts through small paths. But one day, he suddenly didn't want to take the small path. The next day, he learned from the director's casual talk that a child's body had appeared on that path. At that time, he had inexplicably avoided it. If he thinks about it now, he had already sensed something back then. After that, there were records about armament hockey, but it was clear that Kuroka's had only just begun to grasp it. Not a level that could cover hardening, but attaching it to hands or objects was no problem. It described it as an addition to life force. It was similar to chi, but also somewhat different. Hockey requires stronger physical fitness to master, while chi exists in everyone's body and can be guided and felt through movements, while hockey can be considered a higher level application of chi. There were also records about qigong. Yes, when I was young, I went to the Flower Kingdom to learn about it, as at that time, qigong therapy was said to be very mysterious. Cheng Lang silently took notes. At this moment, Nami, who had been watching for a long time, curiously pointed at an abstract human figure in the notebook. Is this the basic movement diagram of qigong? Kuroka's nodded. It's a basic movement to guide qi, which can exercise the body. It's a good health exercise. I do it every day. As he spoke, Nami began to practice on her own. Cheng Lang was somewhat surprised. You're interested? Not really. I just feel that since your Alita and Kuya are training every day, I can't just watch them do it. Nami replied, while stretching her waist. Cheng Lang was surprised, but also felt it was reasonable when the people around you are working hard. The atmosphere always motivates those who don't want to move to exercise. Of course, the reverse is also true, but it was clear that Nami was influenced by the 2 girls. Thinking of this, Cheng Lang also moved his body, preparing to give it a try. And he was also very curious. After completing his set, Cheng Lang felt a continuous flow of energy surging from within his body. He felt no fatigue and even felt more energetic. In contrast, Nami was sweating profusely and breathing a bit heavily, but she was looking at her hands at that moment. Is this chi? So amazing. Nami closed her eyes to feel carefully, then frowned and looked at the sky. It seems like there's going to be a hurricane over there. As soon as she finished speaking, a storm brewed in the distance. Chapter 63. Guiding Development. Luffy, in his second gear, looked shocked at Nami. How did you do that? I just felt it. The wind over there is off, Nami replied matter-of-factly. Kaloka sighed. Your talent for weather is extraordinary. With a navigator like you, this journey should be relatively smooth. After all, the greatest danger in the Grand Line often isn't the enemies but the weather. One careless moment could pull you into a storm or a whirlpool, and you could end up at the bottom of the sea. Don't say such scary things, Nami complained. Kaloka shook his head with a smile. This sea is dangerous like that. 40% of pirates and merchant ships vanish mysteriously in the ocean. He then looked at Cheng Lang. You kid, your vitality is too strong. It's like there's a furnace inside you, constantly providing energy. Cheng Lang felt a bit confused. Was it due to the MC fruit? After all, he doesn't feel fatigue when his hunger value is full. But it was clearly unrelated to his state. I think I know the reason, Cheng Lang pondered. He had always been curious about where the food he continued to eat after his hunger and fullness were maxed out went. Did it disappear in a thin air, or was it stored in a way he couldn't see? Now he understood that the excess fullness was stored in his body in another form and did not disappear. Feeling the surging energy within him, Cheng Lang concentrated and directed his energy to his left hand, throwing a punch forward. Bang! The air exploded with a sound. Cheng Lang's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, he vanished from his spot. Nami was puzzled, while Kalokas looked up at the sky. At that moment, Cheng Lang had soared over 10 meters into the air. Bang! Cheng Lang created a shockwave in the air. Moonwalk! Kalokas was astonished. Then, he saw Cheng Lang using the moonwalk to ascend straight up, eventually disappearing from Nami's view. He flew up. Nami finally reacted, but in less than a minute, Cheng Lang quietly fell back down. I didn't expect the moonwalk to consume so much energy, Cheng Lang lamented. How'd you do that? Nami asked curiously. Not just her, but others also woke up due to the sound of Cheng Lang walking on air. Among them, Yarlita and Kuyami were particularly intrigued. It should be a form of life return. I concentrated my power in my hand. Bang! The air exploded again. Like this, striking the air to create an air burst, and I used the reaction force to lift off. Because it's in the air, it requires some skill and a high level of control over the body. I took a shortcut. I guess you could say I learned to run before I learned to walk, Cheng Lang explained. The others gathered around, curious to experience the energy sensation. Soon, the Straw Hat crew began drawing a big watermelon on the left and pushing cards on the right. Luffy and me had already grasped the basics of life return and quickly adapted, while the others were somewhat at a loss. Although they felt the energy, they only sensed it and needed to learn how to use it. Of course, me benefited the most, as the energy greatly helped her transformations. However, the price of Cheng Lang's shortcut was that he got hungry exceptionally fast. That night, he was hungry again and went to the ship to eat fruit. Seeing Cheng Lang eating, Luffy also grabbed a lot and started eating. Speaking of which, Luffy, you also felt the energy and life return. You should be able to make this energy flow faster in your body, right? I think so. Want to get a try? Under Cheng Lang's guidance, Luffy's body began to turn red, and wisps of steam started to rise from his surface. So it's true. In the original story, Luffy achieved his second gear by compressing the ends of his limbs, creating a second heart-like effect to speed up his metabolism. However, the downside of high temperature and fast-flowing blood was a reduction in lifespan. The principle behind shortening lifespan is similar to how a high fever can damage the brain and lead to organ failure. Human cells suffer varying degrees of damage when temperatures exceed 40 degrees Celsius. This is exhausting. I have to keep controlling it, making it hard to do other things. Use your rubber abilities like compressing your arms and legs to passively speed up your metabolism. Luffy didn't think much and began experimenting. Soon, Luffy successfully developed his second gear, but it wasn't quite like the original. Can I really do this? And I feel so much faster. Luffy was delighted. Cheng Lang observed Luffy. The steam coming from him was significantly less, but his skin was slightly red, resembling the second gear Luffy developed 2 years later. which was more refined and less harmful to the body. Clearly, this had to do with the active versus passive aspect. Cheng Lang thought back to when Luffy first developed his second gear. He could hardly control it, forcing it to work. Now, because of Cheng Lang, Luffy was actively considering how to consume more and began to explore his rubber body and inner vitality, making significant progress. It was evident that Luffy was serious about eating. Looking at the nearly empty fruit, Cheng Lang felt a bit helpless. It seemed he would have to spend countless days ripening fruit and trimming leaves again. The next day, the group prepared to set off. Naturally, to repay the notes given to them, Cheng Lang made several boxes and fishing rods, and he dug out a 30-34 space within the red soil continent. It was that Cheng Lang didn't want to expand further. But Coloca's indicated it was necessary, since he spent most of his time inside Laboon's belly. Therefore, Cheng Lang had to make more fishing rods and left behind many MC processed fruits. As for modifying the Iron Ship Island, he only added a few platforms. No other changes were needed. Then we're off. Luffy waved his hand at the ship's bow. Laboon and Coloca's saw the group off. What a warm-hearted guy, Laboon said. Yeah, Laboon nodded. The sea is going to get lively. And the Straw Hat crew officially entered the Grand Line, experiencing the wonderful and bizarre weather changes. One moment it was sunny, the next it was hailing, and before they could recover, it was snowing heavily. The temperature swings were so drastic that they didn't know whether to wear short sleeves or winter coats. This was the key to the different climates on each island in the Grand Line. It was just this stretch of sea that behaved this way. As the magnetic fields of the 7 islands interacted and interfered with each other, creating such conditions. Afterward, the sea became relatively calm, Vivi explained with a smile. Nami sighed. On the deck, the men were having a snowball fight and building a snowman. These guys just can't settle down. Haha, I think it's great. Want to join in? Vivi invited. Nami, annoyed but still went outside. Watch out. Just as Nami stepped out, she was hit by a snowball the size of a human head. Luffy immediately tensed up. Not good. You guys are going to face retribution. Nami laughed and began throwing snowballs back. Chapter 64. Kilogram vs. Slick Whiskey Town. A town composed of pirate hunters, whose main livelihood appears to be brewing, but in reality, it is hunting pirates to earn bounties for survival. Farming doesn't exist here. Or rather, because the island is small and mostly consists of saline alkaline land, farming is difficult to sustain. Even if it could sustain life, due to the location. Pirates visit daily. Compared to farming, hunting pirates for bounties is much easier for survival. Over time, it has transformed into the current whiskey town. Mr. 9 narrates the birth and origin of the town. Initially, this way of survival was unstable, as this is the Grand Line, and the climate can be quite perilous. Going out to buy food was too dangerous. However, since the establishment of Baroque Works, they promised that as long as the town joined Baroque Works, they would provide stable shipping routes and stable prices for treasures. Over time, Whiskey Town truly transformed from a brewing town into a gathering place for pirate hunters. You are good people, but if you swagger into town with a pirate flag, even without a bounty, you will still be attacked. After all, robbing pirate ships and treasures isn't considered a crime, Mr. 9 advises. Having spent 2 days on a ship, he knows the temperament of this group well. Calling them pirates is more like calling them adventurers. Vivi nods in agreement. Yes, as long as you don't admit to being pirates. You can enjoy normal treatment on the island. Although the food reserve in the town are low, they are willing to exchange for money. The two's advice might have convinced an ordinary person, but unfortunately, they encountered Luffy. At this moment, Luffy shakes his head. We are pirates. We want to lower our pirate flag, just to avoid trouble. This is a matter of pride as a pirate. You, Mr. 9 looks at the Straw Hat Boy speechlessly. Luffy, have you thought this through? You are facing a town full of bounty hunters. Even if you are strong, you should consider your other partners. Will they agree? Mr. 9 tries to get the other crew members to persuade this stubborn captain. However, what he receives is silence from everyone. Vivi is confused. Nami? To this, Nami sighs, pats Vivi's hand, and then shakes her head. Usopp is trembling. We are brave warriors of the sea. How could we lower the pirate flag, just because of a small town of bounty hunters? It would be better if he didn't shake his legs while speaking. Sanji smiles and teases him. Mr. 9 stares in amazement at this scene. You guys really are Inspiring babies, this is how men should be. After saying that, he gets a knock on the head from his partner. How did you get infected by them? Mr. 9. Ah. Seeing that their persuasion was fruitless, Vivi has no choice but to give up. Since you have chosen this, we must part ways here. Oh, you all take care. Luffy waves with a smile. This straightforwardness leaves Vivi speechless, and she finally smiles and waves. Ahead is Cactus Mountain. As enemies, we'll take our leave first. Mr. 9 and Vivi jump off the ship and swim back. Zoro looks at the two with some confusion. These two guys aren't going to tip off the others, are they? Cheng Lang witnesses their departure, and his expression becomes strange. He feels something is off but can't pinpoint it. Then he freezes, suddenly recalling a question he saw online. Vivi already knows Crocodile's identity. So why is she still staying with Baroque Works? After all, in the original work, it was someone sent from above that exposed Vivi's identity, meaning she must have learned the identity of Baroque Works' boss. So why does Vivi continue to stay with Baroque Works? It can't just be to deliberately wait for Luffy, right? Not understanding it is fine, as the world will adapt. When the time comes for the reveal, he will naturally know. However, this time, unlike the original work, when Luffy and his crew arrive at the town, there is no welcome ceremony, as Mr. 9 mentioned. In fact, there isn't a single person there. What's going on? Luffy stands at the bow of the ship, puzzled. At that moment, a series of explosions sound. Everyone on the ship looks up. They see Mr. 9 and Vivi from the pirate ship running away, followed by two people, a man and a woman. Cheng Lang is familiar with them, the booger guy and Kilogram sister. Both devil fruit users. Me, save them. Cheng Lang calls out. Kuyami instantly spreads his wings, extending to 4 meters, and quietly takes flight. But it's not just him acting. Sanji has also jumped to the shore, charging straight at the booger guy, Mr. 5. By the time Cheng Lang and Luffy's group disembark, Vivi and the others have already been rescued. However, Sanji finds himself in a delicate battle. It's not that he can't defeat the booger guy, but the Kilogram sister beside him is causing chaos, making it particularly difficult for Sanji, who wants to attack women, to handle the attacks from both. That curly-browed cook, Zoro rolls his eyes and decides to step in to help. However, he is interrupted by Arlita. Leave that woman to me. Saying that, Arlita charges up quickly, evidently using Shave and her devil fruit ability. The explosive speed combined with her frictionless body makes her even faster. In less than 2 seconds, she reaches the battlefield, swinging her spike club directly at Kilogram Girl's abdomen. However, the anticipated scene of her being sent flying doesn't perfectly occur. Floating in the air, Ms. Valentine's Day, Machida clutches her abdomen and frowns at Arlita. Who the hell are you? Having eaten the heavy light fruit, she can manipulate her body freely, becoming as light as 1 pound or as heavy as 10,000 pounds. If she hadn't reacted quickly to lighten her weight, minimizing the damage, she might have been sent away by that hit. Arlita frowns, looking at the spike club, then at Machida. It felt like she hit something, but it seemed as if she struck a piece of paper. The damage was there, but it wasn't much. So you're a devil fruit user. Naturally, I'm a woman who has eaten the heavy light fruit. Right now, my weight is only 1 pound. Your attack should be heavy, but unfortunately, just the wind pressure from swinging that big spike club could blow me away. Right now, you can't hit me at all. So that is how it is. How unfortunate. Arlita smiles and slams the spike club down onto the ground. Then she throws off her cloak. At this moment, she is dressed only in a bikini, and with a push from her legs, Machida is puzzled about what Arlita is doing. But in the next instant, the opponent has already appeared in front of her, silently, without even stirring a breeze. This, answering her, is Arlita's slender arm, which also doesn't create any wind. That thin arm, seemingly devoid of strength, wraps around her, but then an immense force strikes. She is slammed hard into the ground. Even though her body only weighs 1 pound, at the moment of impact, it cracks the ground beneath her. Chapter 65. The explosive fruit in hand on the other side. Without Machida's interference, Sanji quickly gained the upper hand. Even though the opponent could explode all over, unfortunately, Sanji's kicking speed was too fast. Even if he exploded, the opponent had already been kicked away and embedded into the wall. Cheng Lang couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. Clearly, both were devil fruit users, yet they were really weak. It's important to note that these two fruits are actually quite strong. The explosive fruit goes without saying. Calling it a human-shaped nuclear bomb wouldn't be an exaggeration, provided it's developed well and not just picked at. Then there's the weight fruit, which is a lower-tier version of the ton-press fruit. In the anime, it seems to only reach a maximum of 10 tons, while the ton press can reach tens of thousands of tons. The apparent gap is large. However, in Cheng Lang's understanding, these two fruits have some differences. One can only increase weight, while the other can make the body lighter. This difference is quite significant. After all, making the body lighter, when combined with a skill like paper drawing, would make it incredibly difficult for any attack to hit her. Even if hit, a large portion of the damage wouldn't be absorbed by the body. At the moment of the attack, the body can instantaneously adjust. For example, at the moment of kicking, the body can become heavier to whip out an attack. At that time, 10 tons is just a surface value. How much weight can be produced really depends on personal strength. If awakened, whether it has a range effect or can increase the weight of other materials like Kid's ability, either way, it's very powerful. Thinking this, Cheng Lang approached the explosive man. He placed one hand on the opponent's body. It seemed it wouldn't work. Cheng Lang just wanted to try if his conversion table could directly sell the devil fruit ability from the enemy's body through contact. In fact, one could have guessed this. After all, his conversion table can only sell MCFE'd items. Non-MCFE'd items cannot be sold, let alone the devil fruit abilities still within the enemy's body. Cheng Lang was somewhat unwilling to accept this. He thought about conversion. Unfortunately, the result was also a failure. Looking around at the others, he found that Luffy and the others had already gone to find Vivi. After pondering for a moment, he took out various MCFE'd fruits and placed them aside. Speaking of which, I seem to have never killed anyone. As soon as the words fell, a sword pierced the man's neck. Cheng Lang witnessed it, and his heartbeat inevitably quickened. After a moment, he fell into calmness. The anticipated guilt of killing did not appear. At that moment, the opponent's body exploded with experience, directly raising Cheng Lang's level to 38. And just at the moment of the opponent's death, the MCFE'd apple he had placed down changed. It quietly transformed from red to black. Layers of spirals appeared, and the apple stem also changed, becoming something very similar to a fuse. At a glance, it looked like a bomb that could be ignited with a match. Is it really like this? He dug 2 dirt blocks, then threw the silent mister 5 into the pit, and directly covered it with debris from the building, burying him for peace. Cheng Lang held the explosive fruit, placing it in the sales section, unable to sell. Then he placed it in the conversion section. Seeing the price of 80 million EMC, he fell silent. So expensive, but since it can be converted, doesn't that mean one thing? After conversion, it can be sold. But 80 million, and that's just the conversion price. What about the selling and buying prices? The price couldn't be seen before conversion. However, it might also be very expensive, at least not less than 80 million. If purchased, it might start at 100 million. Just thinking about it made him feel a pang in his liver. Nowadays, the daily guaranteed income comes from Luffy, Usopp, and him fishing together. It's about 3,000 a day. Basically, it's all garbage caught by Luffy and Cheng Lang. Usopp has great luck, mostly catching fish, very rarely any garbage. But for some reason, neither Usopp nor Luffy has ever caught treasure-type items, including Cheng Lang. When will they be able to convert? Cheng Lang leisurely returned to the Straw Hat crew. At this moment, Vivi happened to be talking about something crucial. So, Vivi, you are the princess of Alabasta? Nami was surprised. Yes, and the boss discovered your identity and wanted to control you because you found out about his identity? To say discovered is rather an exaggeration. I didn't actually see the boss, but I have a pretty good idea of who it is. Why did you join Baroque Works? Cheng Lang curiously asked. After all, a princess wouldn't casually join another organization. Vivi fell silent for a moment. Just then a weak voice came. Let me explain this to everyone. Akainu was all bruised and clearly had been blown up. Cheng Lang took out milk and grilled fish. Eat first. It will help recover your injuries. Akainu hesitated, but after seeing Vivi's eyes, he ate everything. After a moment, the pain from the explosion faded, and he could feel that his condition had improved significantly. Shocked for a moment, he began to speak. Baroque Works has a plan for an ideal country, which is simply a nation where no one goes hungry and there is no injustice. Isn't that great? Yes, when I first heard about it, I thought the ideal country plan was quite good, but the organization's goal is Alabasta. The ideal country they want to establish is built on the corpse of this ancient nation. That's why the princess was curious and wanted to join. Koyomi questioned. This organization doesn't sound like a bad one, right? Indeed, Vivi nodded. If this organization has such an idea, I wouldn't mind secretly helping them. Princess, Ikaram said, now Alabasta has internal and external troubles. If we really can't turn it around, at least we can choose to hand the country over to someone with ideals, right? To this, Ikaram shook his head helplessly. His princess's naive thoughts were simply too childish. But in fact, after half a year of investigation with the princess, Baroque Works has close ties with the rebels. The items seized from pirates, especially guns and weapons, have all flowed into the hands of the resistance. And their boss's identity makes it impossible to realize the so-called ideal country. Unfortunately, we lack crucial evidence. Even if we expose everything we know now, it would be of no use. The public would only think we're trying to shift the blame, shirking responsibility. Ikaram sighed. So who is this boss? Why? Koyomi asked curiously. But in the next moment, Nami covered her mouth. Me, knowing too much is not a good thing. Vivi also nodded, showing no intention of speaking. After all, this matter has nothing to do with Luffy's crew. Revealing the secret would only drag them down, which is unnecessary. At this moment, Ikaram said, although I don't know the relationship between you and Princess Vivi, if possible, I request that you take Princess Vivi with you for a while. Now that our identities have been discovered, and we're being hunted by high-ranking officials, with no contact with the higher-ups for a long time, stronger assassins will inevitably be sent after us. I will sail straight to Alabasta to attract attention. If possible, please take the princess with you for a while. Ikaram made his request. Chapter 66. A Cruel World. Did you underestimate our strength? Cheng Lang pointed at Sanji and Aurita. Meeting them was an instant kill. I don't think these so-called Baroque Works people have the ability to deal with us. Cheng Lang's words made Aurita and Sanji blush. They're not that impressive. Aurita said shyly as she touched her face. Sanji raised his eyebrows, but before he could speak, Zoro spoke up first. Let us put aside the eyebrow thing. We are all strong. What did you say, green algae head? Sanji glared at Zoro defiantly. Zoro didn't shy away. If it weren't for Aurita helping you, could you say you'd face them? You. Sanji was speechless. If Aurita hadn't shown up at that time, he might have really been entangled by the attacks of those two. And the explosion guy's ability was indeed very strong. Even if he kicked at the fastest speed, he was still shocked by the explosion from the opponent's body. If hit directly, it wouldn't feel good. Seeing Sanji silent, Zoro stopped talking, but he was just teasing. Cheng Lang waved his hand. So you see, we are such strong people, hard to find. Taking Vivi away will definitely not be a problem. I don't recommend you going alone. After all, if something happens, Vivi will also feel bad, right? Mr. Nine raised his hand. What's wrong? How can I not participate? Seeing the strange looks from everyone, he quickly raised his hand to explain. It's not that I want to leak anything. But you see, I was just saved by Vivi. I really can't be of any help. And in this situation, someone has to stay behind to help with the aftermath, right? They're also our companions, willing to help after what just happened. I can't just leave them behind. Mr. Nine spoke weakly, clearly frightened, but as he said, people were indeed needed for the aftermath. At this moment, Ikelam and Vivi also lowered their heads, clearly forgetting these former companions. Moreover, these people had just helped them, if it weren't for their assistance. Vivi and Ikelam might have been executed directly. The two felt guilty. Luffy S Group then looked at Cheng Lang. After a brief moment of confusion, Cheng Lang understood what they meant, and he scratched his head with a smile. Even if he didn't say it, I would still do it. Vivi and her servant looked at Cheng Lang with confusion, not knowing what was happening. You don't need to worry about the aftermath. First, take me to where you gathered. By the way, help me bring out a cow. After speaking, Cheng Lang followed Mr. Nine to the place where everyone had gathered before. However, seeing the aftermath, Cheng Lang felt even less guilty than he already did. Although the early episodes of One Piece rarely depicted death, which is a common flaw in that era as shown in manga, this rule clearly did not apply after Cheng Lang arrived in this world. Moreover, the explosion guy might have suffered from the version S shortcomings. His ability could easily kill an ordinary person. There were countless dismembered limbs among the pirate hunters, and at this moment, there might not even be 100 alive. Vivi, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, I need your help. Find people who are close to death as much as possible. Zoro, you are responsible for finding the severed limbs from the explosions. Make the cuts smooth, maybe they can be reattached. Sanji, my ordinary food might not restore them. You are in charge of making dishes that can restore life and vitality. The kind I told you about. Vivi and Nami, you have nimble hands. Stitch up the wounds, keeping their bodies as intact as possible. Aurita, watch that woman outside. Cheng Lang gave orders one by one. Luffy then anxiously asked, what about me? You go find Sanji and see what ingredients he needs. Help him pass the message. Luffy's group began to get busy. Cheng Lang also started his work. He had already brought the cow over at this moment. Cheng Lang fed a bucket of milk and grilled fish into the mouths of those people. Unfortunately, as he had thought, the dismembered people couldn't be restored. Cheng Lang did his best to save these people's lives. My methods are still too rough. If a doctor were to do the reattachment, it would be much better. Cheng Lang muttered to himself. In the end, the number of survivors exceeded Cheng Lang's expectations. In a town of about 300 people, the death toll was around 100 and more than 200 survived. However, those whose limbs were still somewhat intact could be reattached through vitality buffs. But there was a problem of mismatched lengths. Obviously, Cheng Lang's operation was inappropriate, but being able to save them was already good enough. Night had fallen. Under the twinkling stars, a bonfire quietly rose. Although they had lost a lot, the residents of Whiskey Peak surprisingly began their bonfire party. Thank you so much, little brother. Without you, I probably wouldn't have survived. Yes, if it weren't for you, my buddy might never be able to drink beer with his hands again. Damn, you might not even be able to hold a gun. Haha, that's right. All of this is thanks to you, little brother. Drink. Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk. Groups of rugged bounty hunters raised their glasses in celebration. Cheng Lang felt somewhat out of place. You all seeing Cheng Lang hesitate to speak, these bounty hunters shook their heads with smiles. Little brother, don't think too much. We live by the blade. Even without this time, the next time we encounter pirates, there might be a different battle. And then death won't have you to save us. Yes, being able to survive is already lucky. Now we can still fight. What else there to complain about? Enough of that. Little brother, let us drink. The rugged men raised their glasses and drank heartily, wanting to forget everything that followed. However, Cheng Lang looked at those who were smiling yet still shedding tears. He sighed, yes, joy is better than sorrow. I assent to it. He silently raised his glass. Meanwhile, Icolum and Mr. Nine were digging graves, burying one body after another. On Cactus Mountain, countless tombstones had appeared, not only for the enemies, but also for the bounty hunters who made a living here. Nami and Vivi were inscribing the epitaphs. Do we really just need to write down the names? Nami asked. Mr. Nine nodded. That's enough. Over there are nameless pirates. Having a name at least lets people know they were bounty hunters and not pirates. Sanji took a puff of smoke. This is the cruelty of the sea. Vivi was naturally very familiar with everything here. Many of them are residents from other islands who couldn't survive, and even in Alabasta, some citizens would come here. Why? Nami was puzzled. Because they can survive here. Vivi clasped her hands in prayer. The Alabasta kingdom is built on the desert, and because there are few oases, the population it can support is actually very limited. Some who can't survive choose to go to sea. Some are forced to become pirates, while others become bounty hunters. And many choose to come here because they don't want to be pirates. This is also why we had to kill Laboon before. It blocked too many people's paths to survival. Vivi explained with a smile, but now it shouldn't be needed anymore. It's just that I still can't change anything. Her smile was very forced and lonely. Chapter 67. Ghostly aura, lapis lazuli in hand. Sanji looked at Vivi, who was clearly smiling, but he felt as if she was crying. Your Highness, you don't need to blame yourself so much. You will surely be a great king in the future. Akainu walked up to Vivi and placed his hand on her head. But Vivi shook her head. I can't change anything. If it weren't for Luffy and the others, Luffy clapped his hands and stood up from the pit. I made up my mind. Vivi, who's the mastermind you mentioned? I will deal with him. Vivi had a complex expression and then smiled and shook her head. Actually, Luffy, But before she could finish, Luffy had already laid back on the ground. I'm going to sleep now. Call me when we leave. In an instant, even breathing could be heard. Wait, Luffy? Vivi was stunned. Nami shook her head with a smile. It's useless, Vivi. That's just Luffy's personality. Vivi opened her mouth, but didn't know how to respond. Akainu found this scene amusing and shook his head. Are you really pirates? You should know that pirates wouldn't do such things. The others present, Nami and Sanji, also laughed. On the other side, on the ship, Zoro stood on the deck, looking into the distance. At that moment, a vulture and a beaver were circling in the sky, not descending. Is that the unlucky combination Vivi mentioned? It looks like Mr. 13, but can I reach them from this distance? Zoro's hand rested on the third generation of Enma. At this moment, his breathing quietly became heavier. One sword style. Eagle wave. A sharp wave of energy shot into the sky, but it ultimately fell short. The unlucky duo in the sky noticed and flew higher. TSK. How would that guy Mihawk handle this? However, the unlucky duo continued to hover in the sky, with the beaver quickly sketching, evidently recording the appearances of the traitors. Speaking of which, that guy Mihawk could block my slash with just a small knife, and the blade showed no damage. He must be using the haki that Cheng Lang mentioned, and Cheng Lang said that the haki is a higher level use of energy, so there's some commonality. Zoro's gaze was fixed on the unlucky duo a kilometer high in the sky. As Zoro breathed, layers of milky white energy quietly appeared around him, gradually flowing into the blade of Enma. It then turned black and purple. Is this the essence of the cursed blade? What a naughty child, but just right. Zoro sheathed Enma, concentrating all his energy into the blade. One sword style, Ghost Cry. With a flash of the blade, a purple-black flying slash shot into the sky. As the blade light passed, the ghostly wails echoed. This slash directly pierced through the unlucky duo, but a kilometer was ultimately too far. It didn't immediately take their lives. However, with wounds deep enough to see the bone, perhaps due to the cursed energy, purple-black blood rained down from the sky. Am I still too inexperienced? Zoro sheathed Enma. In the next moment, sweat dripped down his forehead. Using energy is more exhausting than I imagined. Is that haki even more so? Zoro remained silent as he headed to the warehouse, where grilled fish was stored. He took a few pieces from the box and ate them, along with a few spoonfuls of wine. This was the wine brewed by Cheng Lang and Sanji using MC fruits. It was still in the experimental stage, as MC fruits don't spoil, so the brewing method couldn't possibly be the same as ordinary methods. Is it just sugar water? Zoro smacked his lips, but continued to drink. Although it wasn't wine, it was still much better than ordinary water. On the other side, Usopp, me, and Alrita were already having a feast. Cheng Lang's food not only healed their injuries, but also brought them back to normal from a heavily wounded state. So naturally, they had to celebrate. The sounds of the feast reached Cactus Mountain. Luffy, who had been sleeping, came over as soon as he smelled the food. The joyful atmosphere dispelled much of the gloom. In this environment, Cheng Lang quietly took out a diamond pickaxe, but felt a bit pained. Although it was just 3 diamonds, it was worth over 6,000 EMC, which he had painstakingly accumulated from fishing. I should just use the iron pickaxe. I can't afford to use diamonds. Cheng Lang complained as he silently switched to the iron pickaxe, having plenty of iron, at least for the short term. Why not convert all the iron into EMC? Cheng Lang wasn't foolish. Converting in and out would lose half. If it weren't urgent, he wouldn't operate like that. As for selling it all to convert into devil fruits, it was possible but unnecessary. Even if converted, he might not be able to afford it. And the key point was that no one seemed to want to eat the devil fruits right now. Nami wouldn't eat one, and Sanji and Zoro were in different situations. The former could eat one, while the latter wouldn't. However, Sanji had his own thoughts. If he could choose, it would definitely be the transparent fruit. As for bombs, they were out of the question. The only one left was Usopp, and to be honest, he was very suitable. After all, a sniper with explosive abilities would definitely be explosive. This was also the reason Cheng Lang chose to eliminate Mr. 5. Cheng Lang began to dig. However, soon, he was left speechless in surprise. The iron or distribution beneath the island was abnormal. What is going on? Cheng Lang was puzzled. He had just activated the chain mining. As a result, when he started digging, he immediately found over 300 iron ores. He placed a few torches to take a look. Cheng Lang soon understood what was happening. The reason each island in the Grand Line has magnetic links with each other is that the iron content of the entire island is too high, and there are likely other metals like magnets. But under his powerful MC ability, it all turned into iron. This was something he had recently realized, which is why he didn't find other ores when he first encountered Aurita. Before obtaining chain mining, he didn't have the ability to present ores in MC form. And now, Cheng Lang thought, and soon, his hand touched the square iron ore wall. The square shape of the iron ore disappeared, turning into a normal rock appearance. However, at this moment, these rocks were gray-brown. So it really works? He actively turned off the mod, but it seemed the effect range was limited. It had to be something he had touched. Cheng Lang looked back at the still iron ore appearance. It seemed that the items affected by him were of a permanent type. No matter if he fell asleep or passed out, it wouldn't lose effect. Cheng Lang pondered, and then activated the mod. For now, he could only treat these other stones as iron, or after all, he currently just had an extra conversion table and didn't add any other mods. Even if other ores came out, he probably wouldn't be able to use them. He continued to dig down. Soon, Cheng Lang found lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli. It seems I can try enchanting, but enchanting costs experience, right? What if the mod can't be used then? Cheng Lang was a bit worried. Chapter 68. The trillion assets are almost catching up to the Golden Emperor. Cheng Lang looked at the lapis lazuli in his hand and decided to sell it directly to the conversion table, which was not expensive, valued at 324 EMC. Looking at this maliciously high value, Cheng Lang's mouth twitched. He felt that he would definitely have to deal with a lot of 648 in the future. But he didn't expect that this lapis lazuli would be cheaper than gold. It seems that this is quite in line with reality. For MC, gold is the most useless item, but it's different in the world of One Piece. Ignoring that, today, he could also try to see how deep he could mine. After all, he hadn't mined for a long time since he got the conversion table. With chain mining, Cheng Lang found it incredibly easy to dig down. However, considering that he might need to create a shelter here later, he dug down about 10 blocks in a stair-like fashion, expanding 3 layers, each the size of over 100 basketball courts, and installed glowstone as a light source. This was much better than torches, as torches could easily be taken away. After finishing all this, Cheng Lang directly began to dig underground. He didn't know how long it had been, but he wiped the sweat from his forehead and started eating roasted beef. The sweat was not from exhaustion, but from the heat. It was indeed, just like reality, getting hotter the deeper he went. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself. The oxygen was also decreasing, but he hadn't triggered the suffocation state yet. He looked in his backpack. At this moment, he had accumulated 1,000 stones, basalt, and other stones in 10 additional slots. This was just the stones. If he counted iron, ore, coal, gold, and flint, roughly calculating, he had already dug down more than 13,000 meters. Theoretically, he had reached a position below Fishman Island. However, even so, he still hadn't seen any magma, but the temperature had increased significantly. He wondered how much farther he could dig down. Cheng Lang considered whether to continue, as he felt that going further could lead to a suffocation situation that would be hard for him to accept. But giving up like this felt a bit unsatisfactory. Gritting his teeth, he continued down. But just a kilometer down, the surrounding temperature had already risen to an unbearable level, as if he were in a steam room. Fortunately, thanks to Cheng Lang's blockification ability, otherwise he would have been filled with underground overflow water by now. Breathing heavily, Cheng Lang felt slightly dizzy, clearly showing signs of oxygen deprivation. At this moment, the status bar also displayed bubbles, which only appeared when a character was underwater. However, the consumption was very slow. Was this it? 14,000 meters, was this my limit? Cheng Lang pondered, then dug 4 pits beside him, generating infinite water. He submerged himself in it. Instantly, the scorching temperature dropped to normal. However, it was clear that MC water could not evaporate, therefore it wouldn't produce oxygen, and the temperature remained constant. Surprisingly, in the stifling underground, soaking in relatively cool water felt quite good. However, Cheng Lang quickly thought of something he could utilize with MC features. He continued to dig underwater, directly creating a rectangular space and placing a door underwater. Sure enough, the space where the door was located could block water. At the same time, he could breathe air, and most importantly, it was not hot here. What? Did I hit a bug? No. How could this be called a bug? This is called the reasonable use of MC characteristics. Cheng Lang smiled as he continued to dig down, and this time he reached 15,000 meters underground. He stopped not because he encountered a problem, but because he was overwhelmed by the sight of countless gold ores around him. Although he had learned in the previous world that the deeper one dug, the higher the gold content in the mantle rocks, he didn't expect to find gold ore directly. Had he reached the gold layer? It seemed that continuing to dig down would decrease the content. Cheng Lang scratched his head. Although he had enough gold now, it wouldn't hurt to convert it into EMC values, especially since 432 was a price that wouldn't be unacceptable in large quantities. Cheng Lang contemplated, then activated chain mining. Half an hour later, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mining here was very risky, as going outside would not only make breathing difficult, but also extremely hot. It seemed he was really close to his limit. Silently, he sold all 5 groups of 1,000 gold ores. He hadn't finished mining yet. This gold layer was more than he had imagined. At this moment, his EMC value reached around 216W. After working hard for half an hour, he hadn't seen even 3% of the devil fruit conversion. Was it really that difficult? Cheng Lang scratched his head in pain, but he continued. Ultimately, his EMC value reached 31 million. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue. It was just that all the gold in the gold layer was gone. Expanding outward, it was just stone. He took out some roasted steak to eat. It was almost dawn, right? Should he continue, or? Cheng Lang gritted his teeth and chose to continue. After all, he was already here. An hour later, he ultimately had his surface. In the end, he hadn't reached the magma layer, but the scorching temperature made it hard to breathe as soon as he exited the wooden door, and the deeper he went, the fewer minerals there were. Continuing downward would not be worth the effort. Even so, not finding the magma layer left him feeling a bit dejected. Had he dug down over 20,000 meters? Why hadn't he encountered magma? There was no reason for it. In fact, he even activated chain mining directly to dig down, and his diamond pickaxe broke without seeing any magma. It was truly strange. It was so hot already. After scratching his head in frustration, Cheng Lang finally returned to the surface, and the time was just dawn. He had mined all night. At this moment, Aurita and me were waiting for him. When they saw Cheng Lang come up, Aurita said unhappily, "I was starting to suspect you were dead down there. If it weren't for occasionally seeing a flicker of light, me would have gone down to find you." Me blushed slightly and said, I was a bit worried. I wanted to see if I could find magma, but unfortunately, I didn't. Magma? What do you want that for? Aurita asked in confusion. But she quickly put that aside and curiously looked at Cheng Lang. So, how did it go? Cheng Lang naturally knew what Aurita meant. I mined a lot. Let me calculate. About 13,000 standard gold ingots. Hiss. Aurita felt a bit of a heart attack. 1 ingot is worth 200 million. 13,000 ingots. Hiss. Aurita counted on her fingers and couldn't calculate it all. 260 trillion meters gave the answer, and she swallowed hard. It seems you're almost catching up to the Golden Emperor. Cheng Lang waved his hand. What are you thinking? Gold is expensive because it's rare. If so much gold were actually brought out, the price would definitely drop significantly. And 260 trillion is just an estimate. Aurita tugged at the corner of her mouth. The estimate starts at least in the trillions. There might be only a handful of organizations richer than you in this world. And this is just from one mining session. If you come a few more times, you might become the richest person in the world. Cheng Lang felt nothing about this. After all, the moment he gained his abilities, he knew that money no longer held much attraction for him. Chapter 69. The first appearance of Robin. Cheng Lang sighed. He was almost catching up to Taizolo's value, but still couldn't convert a single devil fruit. Cheng Lang was also at a loss. The conversion price of 80 million was really a headache. He estimated that buying it back later would probably require even more EMC value. He even suspected that he might have exhausted the world and probably wouldn't be able to buy many fruits. Just thinking about such a result made him feel a bit powerless. Eureka and me looked at each other in confusion, wondering why he was sighing and feeling down after making so much money. What's wrong? It's nothing. We're Luffy and the others. Seeing Cheng Lang change the subject, the two exchanged glances. They probably fell asleep right after the banquet Yurita pointed her chin toward the distance, where they were sprawled out. By the way, while you're gone, Nami and Princess Vivi discussed how to leave. Oh, what did they say? Are they going directly to Alabasta? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Mi shook her head. They plan to forge corpses and then use the record pointer to gradually head to Alabasta. Aren't they in a hurry? Cheng Lang was surprised. He thought they would go directly to Alabasta. He didn't expect the pull of fate to be so strong. They said that forging corpses could help them pass through and buy time, allowing them to give the behind-the-scenes boss, Crocodile, a surprise when they returned to Alabasta. If they were lucky, they might even find crucial evidence. Hiding in the dark, huh? You are not surprised at all? Yurita was startled when she learned that the behind-the-scenes boss of Baroque Works was the Shichibukai Crocodile. There's probably a bit of a clue. The two women didn't think too much about it. After all, Cheng Lang was very smart, and this wasn't secret. Aren't you tired? I'm going to take a nap. Cheng Lang yawned. The two nodded. They had participated in the banquet as well, but quickly gave in, and now drowsiness was creeping in. The morning sunlight shone down as the three made their way to the Mary. At this moment, Zoro saw the three return and simply greeted them before preparing to go to bed. Just as he boarded the ship, a sudden voice rang out. Allah. Is the banquet over? Yes. The three immediately became alert and turned to look toward the source of the voice. A woman in a white robe, a white high-top hat with brown skin, wearing a purple revealing mesh top that perfectly showcased her curves, exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Any man who saw her would marvel at her exotic beauty. Who are you? Yurita frowned, staring at the woman who had suddenly appeared before them. Cheng Lang was quite surprised. He didn't expect Nico Robin to already be on the ship. Speaking of which, what was Zoro looking at? Naturally, Zoro was also staring at Nico Robin, who had suddenly appeared on the ship, his expression serious and scrutinizing. He hadn't heard any sound, nor had he seen anyone approach the ship. How had she come aboard so quietly? Don't be nervous, Robin smiled, leaning against the railing, her tone warm and friendly, as if they were old friends meeting after many years. I'm here to deliver a message. A message? Zoro asked, puzzled. That's right. You don't seem to be ruthless pirates, so I'm providing you with a message for free. Robin produced a pointer. The next stop on this route is called Little Garden. The record pointer will take a year to complete its storage, and you don't have that much time to wait. This is a permanent pointer to a nearby uninhabited island in Alabasta. As she spoke, she placed the permanent pointer on the railing. Yurita furrowed her brow. You must be from Baroque Works, right? Robin shrugged without answering, but her actions spoke volumes. Cheng Lang observed Robin closely, then waved his hand and returned to his room, saying, I'm going to sleep. He left. For a moment, the three on the ship felt a sense of unease. Zoro angrily shouted, What are you doing? Didn't you see there's an enemy? If she intends to attack or escape, you won't be able to stop her anyway. After all, it's not her real body. Allah, have I been discovered? Oba finit surprise. The other three were not quite understanding. But in the next moment, Robin's body turned into petals and disappeared from the ship. This scene left the three present stunned. A devil fruit user. Cheng Lang lay on his bed thinking. Robin was much stronger than he had imagined. When the anime first came out, it seemed Robin couldn't even create clones, but now she had clearly mastered that skill. However, this was normal. For someone like Robin, who always needed to hide, the development of her fruit ability had to keep up. Being able to split her body should not be difficult for the Hana Hananomi. The true challenge should be creating more limbs, like generating limbs comparable to those of a giant. The sheer number would exhaust her stamina significantly. It felt like stomping the ground 1,000 times in an instant. How could it not consume energy? Yet splitting and blooming from her body seemed much easier. Or so it should be. The reason Cheng Lang could figure this out was simple. There were two Robins on the map, one still in a distant town. Obviously, that one was the real Robin, while the one on the ship was just her clone. For a moment, Zoro and Yurita looked at each other. Zoro, what should we do now? Mi asked anxiously, since they had been exposed. Yurita was also feeling troubled. Zoro picked up the permanent pointer from the railing. Since we're here, let's deal with it. The trouble has already come knocking, so let's push back. Zoro didn't mind, but he was more curious about how Cheng Lang discovered it. Whether by aura or with the naked eye, that woman was definitely real. Could it be Kinbunchika Haki? Zoro pondered as he scratched his chin. If Cheng Lang, who had already fallen into a deep sleep like a baby, were awake, he would definitely deny that. Eureka rolled her eyes at the two of them. You two are hopeless. But in the end, she sighed. Since they had already been exposed, they might as well accept it. There was no point in overthinking it. Me, on the other hand, felt a bit uneasy, as if they were caught in the act of doing something bad. Naturally, Eureka patted her on the head. Don't worry. Should we tell Nami and the others? Let's wait until they wake up. We need to be well rested so we don't drop the ball when we encounter enemies. Okay. By the time Luffy and the others returned to the ship, it was already afternoon. What? Enemies came to our ship and left a permanent pointer? Nami was surprised, then looked at the three with suspicion. You didn't leave anyone behind? Zoro, Eureka, and Cheng Lang could be considered the top combat power on the ship. Yet they hadn't left anyone behind, and it didn't seem like there had been any fighting. The opponent was a devil fruit user who could appear from a distance, said a few words, and left a pointer before running away. Zoro briefly explained. Eureka and me nodded in agreement. Nami then looked at Cheng Lang. You should be able to see it, right? While others didn't know, Nami had asked Cheng Lang how he knew her treasure had been stolen back then. Cheng Lang nodded without hesitation. Yes. Chapter 70, some things always need to be done by someone. So, aren't you going to catch her? With her abilities? I estimate I won't be able to catch her. And the fact that she can create clones means that my ability to lock onto her may not necessarily target her true body. If I act recklessly, I might expose my ability to accurately discern her location, making it harder to catch her later. Cheng Lang provided his reasoning. Nami sighed at this. Indeed, when facing an enemy who can create clones, if you act recklessly and capture a clone, it would be quite troublesome. You must be talking about Ms. Sunday, Mr. Zero's partner. She indeed has the ability to create clones, which is why I said we can't obtain absolute evidence, Vivi explained. Doesn't he that mean our plan is completely ruined? Nami lamented as she laid her head on the table. Fighting against the warlords was already enough to frustrate her, and they had been secretly carrying out the plan they had devised. But unexpectedly, sigh, the future looks bleak. Don't worry, if it weren't for Ms. Sunday, I probably wouldn't have discovered that the mastermind behind the scenes is the warlord Crocodile. The one who reported your discovery of the boss's identity is probably also that Sunday, Sanji said, smoking. As one of the few logical thinkers on the Straw Hat ship, Sanji quickly sorted out the logic. Vivi nodded. For a moment, the air fell silent. So what does she really want? Eureka didn't quite understand. Is she trying to divert the blame, or does she have ulterior motives? Vivi shook her head. She couldn't understand. The information Ms. Sunday revealed only seemed to confirm her suspicions, and now being hunted down only made her more certain that her doubts were correct. It felt like she was helping her, but at the same time creating difficulties for her. It was like she helped, but not completely. Now she even provided them with a permanent pointer to an uninhabited island near Alabasta. For a moment, Vivi found it hard to comprehend what the other party wanted. Wanting her life? Then why help her? Not want her life, but the actions taken felt like a trap. After all, a permanent pointer given by an enemy is, in any case, a trap. Meanwhile, the simple-minded Luffy was picking his nose. Unlike in the original story, the two hadn't met yet, and discussing plans had nothing to do with him. He just felt bored and a bit hungry. Sanji, isn't breakfast ready yet? It was already afternoon. Sanji brought out the food. Without a word, Luffy immediately started eating. At this point, let us eat first, Cheng Lang said with a smile. The others also started eating helplessly. Soon, the restaurant was filled with the sounds of everyone angrily scolding Luffy for eating too much, as he was nearly hitting the ceiling with the amount he consumed. After finishing their meal, Luffy and Usopp went fishing. This was their routine activity. How much longer can Nami store the magnetism? Still need, huh? It's already done? Nami looked at her recording pointer in astonishment. Wasn't it said it would take about 3 days? Cheng Lang nodded, confirming it. He had dug a lot of iron or underground. Indeed, the speed of magnetism storage had increased. If nothing unexpected happens, the underground resources of the small garden must be quite rich. After all, it had been a year, and just imagining it would reveal how abundant the underground was. Unfortunately, the price of iron was too low. By the way, everyone, here, SA set for each of you. Cheng Lang finally took out the diamond sets and gave one to each person, including Vivi. 8 sets of diamond armor, each costing less than 60,000. 480,000 just vanished like that. If it were before, Cheng Lang would have felt quite pained. But now it felt neither too much nor too little. Oh, new gear. Sanji was very excited. The crew had already worn the iron sets. Sanji was able to withstand the explosion without injury, only feeling numbness in his legs, thanks to the iron set. I have one too. Vivi looked at the small, sparkling green diamond set in her hands, somewhat puzzled. Just slap it on your body, Cheng Lang explained with a smile. Vivi didn't think much and directly slapped the diamond set onto her body. Then she was surprised to touch her body, feeling it clearly but not seeing it. And there was no uncomfortable feeling, just very snug. This. Cheng Lang collected the iron sets. He then looked at the now yellowed iron shoes. Did the durability drop this much from the explosion? Cheng Lang was surprised. Sanji scratched his head. He couldn't see the durability. It should be because of my kicking techniques. Sanji was also unsure. Faster than I expected. Cheng Lang pondered. Indeed, the tools used by others would quickly consume durability. However, so far, he hadn't noticed this issue with the armor, or rather, he hadn't paid much attention to it. Could it be that there are issues with this aspect on other people's bodies as well? It's an opportunity to test it. If you want to do it, then just do it. Cheng Lang's first target was naturally Luffy, as he was very willing. As Cheng Lang left, all the men followed, curious about Cheng Lang's abilities and wanting to join in. Only the 4 girls remained in the restaurant. Vivi, curious, took off the diamond helmet and put it back on, playing happily. Vivi, you can go ahead and notify Akainu. We need to prepare. Vivi nodded and took out the snail phone from her pocket. However, she hesitated and looked up at Nami. Actually, let us wait until Akainu arrives to discuss it. Nami interrupted, as there were 3 paths in front of the Straw Hat crew now. One was to head straight to the permanent pointer in Alabasta. One was to an island nearby with nothing on it, which could potentially be a trap, and the other was the next stop on the recording pointer. Soon, Akainu arrived. Nami began to explain. A trap. Akainu was very clear-headed, or rather, he could only think of the worst-case scenario. Heading straight to Alabasta would inevitably encounter an enemy attack. And although the permanent pointer given had a similar direction, there was a slight deviation, which indeed pointed to a small island near Alabasta. But it was definitely a trap. He didn't believe the other party would genuinely provide them with a clear path. However, I can act as a pawn to test it. Akainu provided his choice. Even if it was a trap, this was the only way to ensure Vivi's safety. Vivi remained silent. Akainu actually doesn't. Your Highness, you are the future of Alabasta. You must not come to harm. It's already a serious crime for me to have brought you out. I need to take responsibility for the mistakes I've made. That is my duty as a retainer. Akainu looked at Vivi seriously. No, Ikaram. It's because of my recklessness that. No, it was my fault for not being able to persuade you and for coming out with you. Vivi opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but Akainu reached out and placed his hand on the girl's head. His smile was very kind. And despite wanting to say countless things, she ultimately couldn't speak. The previous plan was good. Akainu would stay behind as an invisible man to buy time. But now the plan had changed, and he had to make a choice. Your Highness, if I follow you, it would indeed be possible. They are strong, and even abilities won't last long under them, but some things always need to be done by someone. If it's not a trap, I can return to report in time. If it is a trap, I, as the captain of the guards, also have certain strength. P.S. A little extra update. Stabilizing at 3 updates first, then 4, and finally 5. Let us see my limits. Chapter 71. Soul Possession Mod outside. Luffy and Cheng Lang stood in a row. Usopp, use your gunpowder star on us, Cheng Lang said. At this moment, Cheng Lang and Luffy, already wearing iron armor, began their experiment. The explosion wouldn't lessen damage just because of rubber. Usopp looked at Cheng Lang and Luffy. Do we really have to do this? My gunpowder star is actually pretty powerful. The two responded with confident looks. After 2 explosions, Cheng Lang and Luffy were completely unharmed. If one had to say there was some effect, it was that it was a bit eye-watering. Cheng Lang checked his durability. It had decreased by 3 points. Luffy then took off his armor, and Cheng Lang looked at him. His durability had also decreased by 3 points. There should be no problem with using armor for oneself or others. After recovering, Cheng Lang pondered. How is it? Sanji asked curiously. It should really be related to your kicking technique, Cheng Lang answered. When his tools were used by others, their durability would drop significantly, and Sanji's kicking technique was, in a sense, using shoes as a weapon. This had already surpassed the concept of defense, but there was no reason for such a large decrease. Could it be that the iron shoes also had an attack boost? He placed 2 round stones down and kicked continuously until they exploded, but first, he took off his diamond shoes. Sanji began his experiment. Because he was going all out, he kicked the stone block 5 times and it exploded. Then, Cheng Lang handed his used iron shoes to Sanji. This time, it exploded in just 3 kicks. Sanji was amazed, while Cheng Lang checked the durability. As expected, it had decreased. However, it was slower than he had anticipated. After 3 kicks, 1 durability point was lost. At that time, you felt your leg go numb, right? Cheng Lang asked. Sanji admitted it. It seemed that was indeed the case. Cheng Lang concluded, the iron shoes undoubtedly increase your attack power, but the force is mutual. When you kick, the explosion affects the iron shoes, resulting in a cumulative damage from your kick and the explosion, thus reducing durability even more. It seems that the original capabilities of MC interact with reality to produce unexpected results. Unfortunately, that means my creation's durability won't last. Cheng Lang sighed. Suddenly, he recalled when he had previously used an iron sword to cut Zhang Ao and Jiao. It seemed like they cried out in pain. Could there really be some effect? For example, did it hurt more? If so, that could be considered an increase in damage to the enemy. After all, not everyone has such a high pain tolerance. Just then, Cheng Lang heard a series of ding-ding-ding sounds. He was a bit surprised. What's going on? He then saw experience orbs floating over, and they were pouring out from the restaurant. What's going on? Did I change someone's fate? As he watched the experience orbs continuously flow in, Cheng Lang was a bit dazed. Wait, did I really let Vivi board? That's quite exaggerated. Cheng Lang looked at his level. It had already reached level 41, but it didn't stop there. Eventually, his level settled at 45. Cheng Lang was somewhat puzzled. What happened? Why did I suddenly get so much experience? By the way, what mod did I unlock at level 40? He opened the panel, and to his dismay, he saw a new mod added to the list, Soul Possession. He had played with this mod before, mostly when gaming with friends, like turning into a ghost while they mined and quietly getting close to a creeper. Then boom, laughter filled the air. Cheng Lang finally clicked on the details of this mod. As expected, it was exactly what he had imagined. Cheng Lang felt a bit strange about why he was given this mod. But then he seemed to realize something. It seemed that before unlocking a mod, he had thoughts about wanting to obtain certain mods. For example, when he was at level 1, he wanted to mine and ended up getting a chain mining ability, which was more about assimilating surrounding blocks so they could drop MC-compliant blocks. Later, he wanted to transform tables, and it really happened. Previously, he seemed to have thought about wanting to develop more fruit. So, did it give him soul possession? Was it that hasty? If he had known he would get a pay-to-win lowly, he would have directly dropped out. He didn't know if dropping out would directly send a person's soul flying out. Would a blue screen mean the soul was completely scattered? Cheng Lang scratched his head, unsure if it would really be useful, but decided to pray a little. Regardless, Cheng Lang went to the restaurant. At this moment, the restaurant as Akainu had completed its transformation just like in the original story. You don't mean you want to go to the location of that permanent pointer, do you? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Akainu nodded. Yes. Cheng Lang was speechless. We're strong enough. Honestly, it shouldn't be necessary, right? And this is obviously a trap. Cheng Lang was very confused. Could it be a forced convergence of fate? Did he change someone's fate? Could it be because of him that this Akainu was in danger? If that was the case, it wouldn't be impossible for him to receive so much experience. But that didn't seem right. Cheng Lang pondered. Other people gathered around, and they soon saw Akainu dressed similarly to Vivi, and their expressions turned strange. Usopp couldn't help but laugh. Akainu didn't explain and ultimately sailed away, leaving Vivi silent behind. Cheng Lang looked at Nami, who shook her head. He turned to Yerlita, who shrugged. Finally, he looked at me, who was scratching her head, hesitant to speak. Vivi stared blankly at Akainu's departing figure. She didn't say anything. No one knew what she was thinking. Her tightly clenched fist had turned pale. Unlike the original story, there was no explosion. The other ship quietly disappeared from view. Cheng Lang pondered, could Vivi really have joined the Straw Hat crew? If so, in a sense, it changed the fate of a nation. and his direct rise to level 45 could be justified. But what happened during this time? Looking at the three women, they definitely wouldn't say anything. Cheng Lang thought for a moment, then used the newly acquired mod, Soul Possession. In the next moment, he saw himself, although his body was still standing there. It was essentially just a shell. In this state, others couldn't see him, and it seemed different from Brook's soul exit. With a thought, he could still control his body. Then, Cheng Lang moved to Mi's side. At this moment, he felt as if he could enter. I'm coming in. Chapter 72. The fluttering of butterfly wings. The possibility of Vivi boarding the ship? I've come in. Cheng Lang felt as if he had entered a vortex, his consciousness spinning. At that moment, Mi's delicate body trembled, and a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. Then her perspective shifted. In an open, pure white space, Mi opened her eyes. What is this? M.E. Cheng Lang? It's me. Where am I? This should be the consciousness space. Look ahead. Mi looked forward, and the scene that appeared before her was what she had seen earlier. What is going on? Mi was somewhat bewildered. Then she instinctively turned her head and saw Cheng Lang standing in the distance. In front of him was also a scene, the image of the sea. This should be my ability. I just didn't expect it to be like this. At the moment Cheng Lang spoke, he had already appeared in front of me. You should be able to go over too. Give it a try, Cheng Lang explained with a smile. Mi scratched her head, but still lifted her leg. However, when she took a step, it felt as if she hadn't moved at all. You need to think about going over, not just walking over. The next moment, Mi's position appeared where Cheng Lang had been. When Cheng Lang opened his eyes, he saw the deck and looked down at himself, wearing unfamiliar clothes. She instinctively touched her chest, which was flat but firm. Then she felt a strange sensation coming from within her body. Her gaze shifted back to the earlier white space. Mi was momentarily dazed. Did I just control Cheng Lang's body? Mi was extremely surprised. Cheng Lang then came to her side. It seems so. Huh? Why? Mi was stunned, finding it hard to believe. It's my ability that awakened just now, Cheng Lang explained. Mi was somewhat excited. Is it just you and me? Well, Mi's cheeks flushed slightly as she unconsciously thought of many inappropriate ideas. After all, this was a body swap. She had read many books and seen many novels on such themes, and she never expected it to actually happen. Cheng Lang thought for a moment. For now, it should be just you and me. Is that so? Mi's cheeks began to turn red, and her head started to feel hot. Even the consciousness space began to turn pink. Cheng Lang was somewhat puzzled, but didn't pay much attention. By the way, what did you say earlier? Mi paused for a moment, and it took her a while to understand what Cheng Lang meant. Then she said with a strange expression, Princess Vivi just said if it's based on sacrifice, then she actually doesn't have to inherit the country. And then Akainu criticized her. Huh? Cheng Lang was surprised, not expecting Vivi to say such a thing. That didn't seem right. Vivi ultimately did not board the Straw Hat cruise ship for the sake of the country. Moreover, she chose to join the Baroque works for the future of the country. What is this situation? Mi then began to recount the events that happened after Cheng Lang left. Finally, Akainu said, someone has to make a move. Vivi replied, why can't that person be me? After all, I'm the one who will inherit the country in the future. Akainu responded, Princess Vivi will be a good king in the future, so you need to be steady and seek victory now. Then Vivi said, if the victory comes from sacrifice, I'd rather not inherit the country. After that, Sister Vivi was angrily reprimanded by Akainu, who was really fierce at the time, and Sister Vivi didn't say a word. Mi vividly narrated what happened after Cheng Lang left, even acting out the roles. And she did quite well. I don't really understand those things. Did Sister Vivi do something wrong? Mi was confused. After all, stepping into a trap was clearly wrong, wasn't it? Cheng Lang pondered, feeling somewhat puzzled. Akainu had no reason to leave alone. In fact, he should have stayed with the Straw Hat Pirates. After all, their princess was here, surrounded by pirates. Shouldn't he protect her as a retainer? Why would he venture alone onto a path he knew was a trap? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Perhaps we should think from Akainu's perspective. Cheng Lang attempted to consider the issue from Akainu's point of view. Mi also began to imagine. However, Cheng Lang still didn't understand Akainu's actions. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed like he was just asking for trouble. Suddenly, Mi nodded. I seem to understand Uncle Akainu's thoughts. Huh? Cheng Lang was shocked, surprised that the little girl had figured it out. Uncle Ikelam wants to protect Princess Vivi, right? How so? The mastermind behind Baroque Works is a warlord, and it's a natural type user of the Sansan fruit. No attack can harm him. In contrast, our pirate crew is just a small crew without a bounty. We indeed have strong individual strength, but we are facing Baroque Works and a warlord. What can a small pirate crew of a few people do? We can't change the situation. Rather than letting Princess Vivi return to face assassination or imprisonment, it's better to send her to that so-called small garden. A year later, regardless of the outcome, at least Princess Vivi's life is preserved. Is that so? Cheng Lang blinked, feeling somewhat unbelievable, and then began to consider in that direction. Gradually, he could understand that feeling. Cheng Lang viewed the present from the perspective of the future. Ikelam's actions could be seen as reckless, but from a perspective without foresight. A well-known warlord and a pirate hunter organization, he managed with over 10,000 people, had a huge influence that a small pirate crew, without a bounty, couldn't contend with. If viewed that way, whether it was a trap or not, Ikelam had to go. If it was real, he could return to clarify the situation, report back to the king, and prepare to counter the warlord. If it was a trap, he could pretend that Princess Vivi had already died in the end. That way, Princess Vivi's safety would be guaranteed, and there would still be future opportunities. If he didn't go, the result would be assassination from all sides. Cheng Lang finally sorted out the logic. But what about the experience that was revealed earlier? It was clearly due to the lack of a bounty that led to changes. Could it be that because there was no bounty, Princess Vivi's fate changed, and she could board the ship? Or could it be that Ikelam was really done for? But could Ikelam's death directly bring him such a significant experience boost? After all, her experience bar became very difficult to increase after level 30. The experience provided by cattle, sheep, and chickens was negligible to the point where he didn't even bother with it. And this wave of experience, if compared, was equivalent to the experience gained from killing an ender dragon. Chapter 73. The Rejection of the Devil Fruit. Cheng Lang scratched his head. Since the plot had already changed, he decided to stop thinking about it. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. His gaze lingered on the somewhat shy me. I'm here. You should have realized by now that I can control your body. So, can I control your body too? Cheng Lang finally said these words. The blush on Kuya Mi's face had reached her ears. She didn't speak, but silently relinquished control of her body. Cheng Lang felt a shift in perspective. He looked at his hands. At this moment, he was in Kuya Mi's body. Simultaneously, a strange instinct appeared in Cheng Lang's mind. Is this the power of the devil fruit? Cheng Lang mum uret. He went outside. At this moment, Cheng Lang's original body and Kuya Mi's body locked eyes the instant she emerged. It was a wonderful feeling, as if he could handle two bodies at once. His original body felt like a combination of first-person and third-person perspectives in a game. Then, with a thought, Cheng Lang spread his wings behind him. He felt a strange sensation in his body. Looking down, he found that Kuya Mi's body had transformed into that of a bird. It was indeed difficult to control. After a brief adjustment, Cheng Lang gradually became familiar with the abilities of the Chimera fruit. It required not only imaginative control, but also a certain understanding of biology. If one understood the anatomical structure of animals well enough, the transformations would become less laborious. This might explain why Kuya Mi could never maintain a mixture of multiple animal traits, and why it was extremely exhausting for her. It could also clarify why her body grew larger each time she added different animal traits. After all, it was equivalent to directly condensing the body of a bird and a sheep within her, which appeared normal on the outside, but had a chaotic internal structure that made functioning difficult and even caused conflicts, naturally consuming energy quickly. To compare, it was like having two cows, one pushing hard to the left while the other pushed to the right. Cheng Lang's wings quietly transformed behind him. Me, you don't need to be constrained by a complete animal form. The development of abilities relies on imagination. Just let it go, Cheng Lang said to himself. In the next moment, Mi soared into the air, her pure white wings flapping. Birds have hollow bones, and if human lungs were used, it would be difficult to breathe effectively. One needed to change the organs, not just the surface. As Cheng Lang spoke, his body was quietly changing, becoming somewhat small and light. At this moment, He combined it with moonwalk, showcasing what speed truly meant. Cheng Lang smiled and unleashed his imagination. In the next instant, a sonic boom quietly appeared, and Cheng Lang controlled his eyes to form a membrane over his eyelids. The intense wind pressure did not sting his eyes. Mi visibly vanished into the sky. The scene left everyone on the ship dumbfounded. Mi flew away. So fast. Usopp stared at this scene in a daze. Mi could fly, but she had always flown slowly. Now her speed was incomprehensible. Not only was he shocked, but Mi was also astonished. Her body was still hers, but the performance was completely beyond her understanding. As expected of brother Cheng Lang, so amazing. When Cheng Lang controlled me to return to the deck, both Luffy and Usopp were astonished. Yarlita was also shocked. Mi, when did you master moonwalk? And you, seem to have gotten smaller? Cheng Lang relinquished control. Mi took over, and the next moment, she sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Cheng Lang returned to his own body. The instinct within him also vanished. It seemed impossible to replicate the fruit's abilities onto his original body. He sighed at this realization. Others quickly gathered around him. Cheng Lang, do you have this ability too? So enviable, no. So jealous, no. I also want to control. Sanji spoke, only to be punched on the head by Nami for his embarrassing words. Luffy immediately leaned over. Cheng Lang, let us fuse. Luffy's eyes sparkled. This ISNT fusion. This is a soul possession ability, which means I will control your body. Are you sure? Cheng Lang explained with a smile. Luffy didn't care about that. He just wanted to try. Cheng Lang prepared to possess him, but the feeling of entry did not occur. Luffy waited for a long time, scratching his head in confusion. Not yet? Cheng Lang shook his head. It seems I can't possess you. Let me try something else. Then, Cheng Lang approached Yarlita, and that feeling of entry returned. After a spin, Yarlita appeared in the white consciousness space. Oh, I didn't expect you to choose me. So, do you want to control my body and have some fun? Yarlita looked at Cheng Lang with a smile. She generously relinquished her control. Cheng Lang didn't hesitate and took over. Indeed, it worked. The voice was Yarlita's. Everyone immediately realized that Cheng Lang had possessed Yarlita. Damn, so enviable. Sanji, lying on the ground, shed tears, his longing for the transparent fruit gradually wavering. However, Cheng Lang didn't hesitate and exited, then switched targets. This time it was Zoro. Zoro also arrived in the pure, white consciousness space. Oh, is this the space me mentioned? Zoro stroked his chin, surveying the area. Indeed. Let me try to control it? Cheng Lang asked. Zoro silently relinquished control. Cheng Lang drew his sword, Inma. But unlike the fruit's abilities, Cheng Lang didn't have Zoro's swordsmanship, so he couldn't execute Zoro's techniques. It doesn't work. I can't master the original skills. Cheng Lang spoke, but it was Zoro's voice. Others naturally noticed this. Then it was Usopp and Sanji. There was no difference, including Sanji. He couldn't use Germa technology. At least this was different from the development of devil fruit powers. As Luffy watched Cheng Lang experiment with one companion after another, finally, Nami and Vivi agreed too. He squatted alone in a corner, drawing circles, feeling excluded. At this moment, Luffy seemed like a poor kid being ostracized by his classmates. Cheng Lang returned to his own body. It's not my fault. Everyone else can, but Luffy, I really can't get in. Luffy then threw a tantrum on the ground, rolling around like a child, throwing a fit. Cheng Lang felt a headache coming on. It's not that I don't want to. I really can't get in. Cheng Lang sighed and explained, but Luffy wouldn't believe it. Fine, I'll try again. But Luffy, don't resist. Try to accept it. Luffy immediately sat up, furrowing his brow in concentration, seemingly trying hard. Cheng Lang used his possession ability once more. This time, Cheng Lang felt a slight pull. Is there hope? Then Cheng Lang directly entered. This time was very different from before. Previously, it was a smooth entry after a spin. This time, it felt sluggish, as if he had entered mud. After a while, Cheng Lang finally managed to get in. Luffy was just happily greeting him when suddenly Cheng Lang was bioed out of the pure white space. Luffy saw this scene as well. Cheng Lang felt dizzy, his ears ringing, and a wave of laughter seemed to echo around him. Shaking his head, Cheng Lang got up. I have a rough idea of why it doesn't work. Cheng Lang stood up and looked at Luffy. At this moment, Luffy had a puzzled expression on his face. You should know some basic knowledge about devil fruits, right? The common knowledge that a person cannot eat two devil fruits. Everyone nodded. There's another theory that devil fruits host a devil, and the devil fruit inside Luffy is rejecting my entry. Even though its master is trying hard to agree, it can still actively expel me. Everyone was surprised. Chapter 74. The great wisdom appears foolish or greater than wisdom that's not right. Don't me, and I also have the powers of devil fruits? Yarlita asked in confusion. He was also curious. After all, this conclusion had contradictions. Cheng Lang looked at the two of them and asked, do you know another common knowledge about that fruit? What? The awakening of the fruit. The awakening? The crew on the ship was puzzled. At that moment, Sanji stood up. I've seen the mention of awakening in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, but there are very few records. It said that awakening carries risks. If it fails, the person might become foolish and even permanently lose their human form. Cheng Lang was not surprised by this. Although Sanji was not well-liked in the Vinsmoke family, he still retained some valuable knowledge. The saying that each devil fruit harbors a demon is also a rumor stemming from this. So that's how it is, but the question still remains. Why are we fine? Yarlita was still very puzzled. Cheng Lang smiled and expressed an idea he had long held, since it's been confirmed that there are demons within the fruits. Doesn't that imply something? That devil fruits are not only chosen by people, but they can also choose humans? This overly novel concept shocked everyone present. However, one person was an exception. Vivi. That's a bit impossible, right? Nami struggled to understand. After all, in her view, a devil fruit is just a devil fruit. A lifeless object. How could it have the ability to choose a person? At that moment, Vivi spoke up. Actually, it's not impossible. Everyone turned to Vivi. You should know I'm the princess of Alabasta, and you should also know about the guardian beast of our country, right? Seeing the confused expressions on everyone's faces, Vivi sighed and briefly explained the issue of the guardian beast. This is knowledge only known to the kings of past generations. As the next king, I have learned a bit. The guardian beast of our country is the one who possesses the power of a devil fruit, and after each bear dies, their ability chooses the next most loyal member of the royal family as the successor. What she said was so mysterious that everyone on the ship found it hard to understand. That's all I know. In the end, everyone had no choice but to believe this. There really was no other explanation. Neither me nor I have experienced such changes, but Luffy's has. It's truly amazing. Yarlita remarked, glancing at Luffy and occasionally tugging at him. Luffy, on the other hand, was also confused by what Cheng Lang said. However, he did feel a strong sense of resistance. Me curiously examined Luffy from top to bottom, her eyes full of curiosity. Cheng Lang knew very well what was truly expelling him from Luffy's body. The legendary human fruit, mythical Zoan type, Nika form. It was a devil fruit that had never been captured by the world government for 800 years. It's a bit special, which is normal. But, is Luffy really Luffy? This question had actually sparked discussions in the original world. After all, Luffy awakened his fruit power when he was on the brink of death. It's hard not to consider whether Luffy had actually died at that moment, and what was inside Luffy's body was actually Nika, who merely had all of Luffy's memories. There is also a theory that Luffy's current cheerful personality is somewhat influenced by the Nika fruit since it's a subtle change. There is even a video saying that Luffy was initially wise yet foolish, always very clear-headed at critical moments. But as he developed his rubber fruit, he gradually turned into someone greater than a fool, which could indirectly prove that the Nika fruit was slowly influencing Luffy, even beginning to take over. Proof? The proof is the guards in Impel Down, who look like they're constantly drooling and are no different from fools. And Luffy is showing that kind of trend. Luffy, are you sure you ate the rubber fruit? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Luffy nodded. Yeah, Shanks once said that I ate the rubber fruit. Sanji, does the devil fruit encyclopedia you saw include the rubber fruit? Sanji shook his head. No, but that's normal. There are too many fruit powers in the world that haven't been recorded. For example, me S Chimera fruit ISNT recorded either. After taking a puff of smoke, he continued, and I was quite young when I saw it, so maybe I didn't get the complete version. Are you doubting that Luffy didn't eat the rubber fruit? Nami asked curiously. Cheng Lang nodded, then shrugged. After all, like I said before, since Yarlita and me can do it, why can't a Paramecia-type rubber fruit? So, I'm curious if the recorded name is wrong, or if this fruit has something special. Of course, it's also possible that Luffy has developed it well and is already close to awakening. Everyone looked at Luffy. What's wrong? Luffy tilted his head. Nothing, just praising you for being amazing. Luffy grinned widely. I'm really that amazing? Seeing his silly expression, everyone's expressions became strange. Was developing something amazing? It was hard to tell. They skipped that topic. Since the magnetic power is full, we are ready to set sail. However, the next island. I heard from Miss Sunday that the records need to be stored for a year to be full. Is that really okay? Nami looked at Vivi with concern. At that moment, Vivi had a complex expression and remained silent. After all, she wasn't foolish and understood Ikelim's silent expression. The others also fell silent. In response, Cheng Lang nonchalantly said, actually, I can speed up the recording process. Originally, it would take 3 days to record. Now, isn't just 2 days? This should be my doing. Huh? Cheng Lang briefly stated his speculation. Everyone nodded, although some of them didn't understand at all. It didn't stop them from pretending to understand. Then can't you directly demagnetize an island in the Grand Line? Theoretically, it's feasible. In the end, they set sail. On the shore, countless bounty hunters waved and smiled. Cheng Lang not only left them a refuge, but the reason the refuge was divided into 3 levels was not just for hiding people in the future, but also equipped with various other facilities, such as farmland, tree farms, and some already feed plants, like pumpkins, watermelons, and cantaloupes, which can bear fruit infinitely. It can be said that with proper distribution, the 300 or so people would not go hungry. What great people! It's hard to imagine they are pirates. Mr. Nine gazed at the departing Mary with a wistful expression. There was reluctance and also blessings. What's wrong? Are you upset you didn't catch Princess Vivi? Ikelim's partner, Ms. Monday, a muscular black-skinned lady, laughed as she patted Mr. Nine's shoulder. In response, Ms. Nine chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. A bit. I guess. After all, that's Princess Vivi. We've teamed up for so long, and I didn't expect this. Chapter 75, The Golden Apple, Little Garden. Although the name includes little, it is anything but small. In the original work, it appears that 2 sea kings occupy each half of the island. However, when Cheng Lang saw it for himself, he marveled at how much larger it was compared to the island where Whiskey Peak is located, at least 3 times the size. At a glance, there were 2 giant white mountains on it. Cheng Lang knew what they were, fish bones. It was hard to imagine how large these 2 sea kings must have been while alive. Moreover, the key question was how strong the 2 giants who could capture them must have been. In the original story, it seemed ridiculous that Mr. 3 could trap them with his wax fruit. After all, such power, comparable to steel, should not be able to trap Broggy, the captain of the Frankie family pirates. Even after a great battle, he wondered if he would encounter them again. As the group arrived at Little Garden, they followed a small stream forward. Usopp trembled as he looked at the giant beasts on the shore, each at least 3 or 4 meters long. Maybe we should just stay outside the island. It feels too dangerous here. Nami nodded involuntarily. I think that's a good idea. Vivi, on the other hand, curiously observed these novel creatures. Having lived in the palace since childhood, she had long wanted to go out, and although she gained freedom after coming to Baroque Works, it was mostly for missions, leaving little time for true freedom. And now, she had a brief moment of freedom. That one looks familiar. It's called a saber-toothed tiger. Hey, look over there. It's a dinosaur. Vivi excitedly pointed at a long-necked dinosaur munching on leaves. Dinosaur. Usopp's eyes widened in terror. I think I've suddenly developed a disease that prevents me from going on the island. Nami nodded in agreement. I feel like I might have that disease too. Meanwhile, Mi spread her wings and flew up, curiously soaring through the sky to observe this magical island. I see a T-Rex. Hey, it's fighting a Triceratops. Can I go see? Mi chirped excitedly in the air. I want to go too. Luffy stretched out his hands to grab Mi's feet, and the 2 prepared to fly away. Wait a minute. Mi, Luffy called down. Hey Sanji, my bento. Sanji, who had just exited the kitchen, was already prepared and threw the finished bento into the sky. He then handed one to himself. When it was Nami and Usopp's turn, the 2 shook their heads madly. We won't go. There's still plenty left in the kitchen. If you're hungry, just serve yourselves. Huh? Sanji, are you leaving? Usopp asked, puzzled. The spices are running low. I'm going to the island to see. After all, I want to try some dinosaur cuisine, Sanji said, watching me and Luffy fly away. Damn it, that guy's brazenly grabbing my cute me, Zoro yawned. Are we at the island? It's rare to go. I might as well take a look. Zoro got up and prepared to leave. Just as he noticed Sanji was also getting ready to go. The two exchanged glances. Are you leaving too? Perfect. You can catch a dinosaur and bring it back. We'll have dinosaur cuisine for dinner. Zoro readily agreed. Don't worry. I'll catch one bigger than you. Sanji's forehead twitched. What did you say? Catching a dinosaur bigger than you. Is that hard to understand, you perverted chef? You green algae head. Great. Let's have a contest and see who catches the bigger prey. They prepared for a hunting competition, just like in the original story. On the ship, only Cheng Lang, Usopp, Nami, Vivi, and Alrita remained, 5 people in total. Cheng Lang stored the food in his backpack. I'm going to check the volcano and dig for minerals. Can I come with you? Vivi curiously stepped forward to ask. Cheng Lang looked at Vivi and thought for a moment. Are you sure? My route is quite boring. How about you come with me? I also want to hunt a few dinosaurs. Sanji immediately welcomed her. Miss Alrita is also joining the competition. She'll definitely catch one bigger than the green algae head. Zoro rolled his eyes. You'll end up dead at the hands of a woman sooner or later. With a snort, Zoro left. Vivi considered it for a moment before riding Karoo and following Alrita. In an instant, only Nami and Usopp were left on the ship. The originally lively atmosphere suddenly vanished. At this moment, Usopp finally realized, wait, they all left. What do we do now? Nami also recognized the seriousness of the situation, and both felt that the air around them had become dangerous. Nami, what's wrong? Nami looked at Usopp in panic. Protect me. Get lost. Nami punched Usopp on the head. Cheng Lang made his way toward the volcano he had seen earlier. Along the way, he did not encounter any careless dinosaurs, but the plants reminded him of the islands in the East Blue, specifically Rare Beast Island. These plants had that kind of feeling. It seemed that many of the plants on Rare Beast Island were ancient tree species. Should he keep a seed? Cheng Lang pondered. After arriving in the world of One Piece, he realized one thing. There is still a gap between MC trees. In his case, the gap was not apparent. Whether he was hand-picking or using an axe, there was no difference from the original. But for others, the difference was quite significant. It took at least 10 hits to break most of them, and the vast majority require that standard. However, for instance, red ironwood, a type of wood specifically used for shipbuilding, like the Mary's keel, was much harder than other woods. It could take around 15 hits to chop down. After chopping down a tree and obtaining a seed, he sold it all to the conversion table. Finally, he reached the volcano. Smelling the sulfur and rotten egg odor in the air, Cheng Lang prepared to move forward. However, to be fully prepared, he took out the enchanted golden apple. In fact, he felt anxious about crafting the enchanted golden apple, hoping it wouldn't succeed, as that would imply it was from another version of MC. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. The persistent Cheng Lang still attempted to create a spawner, but the result was a failure. Clearly, this feature could not exist in this world. Otherwise, he wouldn't be distressed over the price of 80 million. Climbing halfway up the volcano, he took out his pickaxe and began to dig. As he felt the temperature rise, sweat dripped from his forehead down to his nose. It's really hot. After digging out the last block, Cheng Lang saw the volcano rolling and erupting in small areas. In that moment, magma erupted from the center of the volcano. Cheng Lang narrowly dodged it and quickly ate the golden apple. The 5-minute fire resistance appeared in his status bar. The scorching temperature around him gradually returned to normal. He could feel the heat, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Out of curiosity about the level of his fire resistance, Cheng Lang cautiously reached out to touch the splattering magma on the ground. It felt hot, but that was about it. It was like stepping into a relatively hot bath. Okay, Cheng Lang thought as he approached the edge, slowly bringing his hand closer to the reactive surface of the magma, still feeling the heat. Chapter 76, Selling Magma, 100 Years War. Okay, Cheng Lang was excited. If that's the case, then his operational space would be quite large. First, he used an iron bucket to collect a bucket of magma and placed it on the conversion table. Magma bucket, 1048, a loss. Previously, he He considered using an iron bucket to collect magma and then selling it to see the price. If it could exceed the price of 3 iron ingots, he could sell the magma directly for profit. Unfortunately, just buying 3 iron ingots from the conversion table would cost $12.96. The selling price of 3 iron ingots was $216, totaling $648, while the value of magma was $400. Clearly, this back and forth resulted in a loss of 248 EMC value. The idea of making money from magma was not feasible. However, Cheng Lang thought for a moment. He placed his hand in the magma. It was still hot, but he didn't lose health. And his armor and clothes didn't burn. It really was amazing. Cheng Lang didn't dwell on why his clothes could withstand fire. With a thought, he placed the magma in the conversion slot on the conversion table. This was possible. The conversion of magma required 120 EMC value. Feasible. Can he earn 280? No. He also had to consider the cost of golden apples, which was $34.56. He needed at least 13 buckets of magma to break even within 5 minutes. That would be sufficient. Cheng Lang leaped into the magma pool, feeling like he was soaking in a hot spring. It was quite comfortable. However, he didn't have time to hesitate. Almost a minute of his 5-minute fire resistance had already passed. Fortunately, the conversion of MC magma was instantaneous, requiring no waiting. He then saw the magma in the volcanic crater visibly sinking, about to erupt. Cheng Lang remained motionless at the center of the magma, as the magma reaching his hands seemed to be absorbed by a black hole. Watching his EMC value gradually rise, Cheng Lang's smile grew wider. It was much faster than he had imagined. In just 4 minutes, his EMC value had already increased by 40,000. This was still with a certain delay due to the magma flowing to him. If he sank down, he wouldn't have to wait for the magma to flow toward him, making it even faster. He ate another golden apple. This time, Cheng Lang held his breath and dove headfirst down. The speed of his descent was no longer visible to the naked eye. It was like pulling the plug from a leaky sieve, and soon a vortex appeared at the center of the magma. Countless magma disappeared into the volcanic crater, and the speed continued to rise. Cheng Lang noticed that the conversion window had 8 slots, allowing for simultaneous conversions. With proper adjustment, he could convert 8 cubic meters of magma at once. Watching the EMC value rise at 8 times the speed, Cheng Lang was overjoyed, but he still needed to pay attention to the duration of his status bar. He didn't dare to gamble on whether his body could withstand the scorching heat of the magma. About 100,000 EMC value increased in 1 minute. 8 million. That would be about 13 hours, right? Could it be faster? Cheng Lang was a bit troubled. Being submerged in magma for 13 hours would be somewhat uncomfortable, and he also wondered if the magma could cause him a bloat. Wait, I haven't checked the price of obsidian. If it's higher than 280, it will be faster than now. Cheng Lang thought, took out a water bucket, and stopped diving. Soon he saw the sky. He placed the water bucket against the wall. Quickly, chunks of obsidian appeared. Cheng Lang took out his diamond pickaxe and started the chain reaction. However, he first retrieved the water bucket. He didn't want to waste magma in case it was limited. With a bang, the obsidian fell into the magma. Wow! Fortunately, real magma couldn't instantly destroy the MC drops. Looking at the price, Cheng Lang was delighted. 482 EMC value. This price was clearly higher than the 400 value of magma. Moreover, it didn't require a golden apple every 5 minutes. Although the durability of the diamond pickaxe was 1560, losing 1 durability per block mined, that would be over 700,000 for 1560 blocks. The wear on diamonds was easily covered. Now it was all about efficiency. Soon, Cheng Lang became busy. Finally, he checked the time. The 1-minute profit was around 15,000 EMC value. That was quite a bit faster, but it would still take over 6 hours. Forget it. Time to grind. He simply arranged the water flow direction so that Cheng Lang could stand still and mine downward. The obsidian would flow toward him on its own, without worrying about being burned by the magma. Meanwhile, Luffy and Mi's duo encountered Dongli, while the timid duo on the ship met Brogy. However, unlike the original story, Mr. 3 did not appear to cause trouble. After tasting the fine wine brought by Luffy and his crew, the banquet quietly began. Also, due to Cheng Lang's influence, the volcano had yet to erupt. This surprised Dongli and Brogy, but they didn't pay much attention as volcanic eruptions could sometimes happen without warning for days. As the sun set, the banquet quietly came to an end. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue. It was simply because they ran out of drinks. The giant race had a huge appetite, and the little bit of wine bought on the merry was simply not enough. As for the wine brewed by Cheng Lang and Sanji, it could only be described as sugar water, but it was quickly finished. It was far from satisfying. The dinosaurs hunted by Sanji, Zoro, and Yarlita were also consumed cleanly at this banquet. Bam bam bam. Brogy laughed. I didn't expect your food to be so magical. Even I feel an unprecedented sense of fullness. Dongli chimed in, Grr, since coming to this island, I rarely get to eat this full. It feels like another bite would make me throw up. Luffy nodded proudly. This is my companion's ability. Even I had a hard time overcoming it. At this moment, Luffy had already caught up to the waist of the giant race, looking very proud. This kind of thing shouldn't be overcome. Sanji was somewhat speechless. Now, it was truly a matter of how much he made. Luffy could eat that much. The workload skyrocketed, especially with two giants present. Fortunately, the oven Cheng Lang provided could fit anything of the same type, regardless of size. He was beginning to doubt whether he could handle it all. After all, Luffy's appetite had surpassed the total of both giants combined. By the way, where's your other partner? Dongli asked curiously, as the rest of the Straw Hats had gathered together. However, that mysterious partner who could fill them up had yet to show up. Luffy scratched his head. Speaking of which, where's Cheng Lang? The others shook their heads. Yarlita pointed down. He's probably mining, after all. Didn't he say that this island is likely to have rich mineral resources? Mining? By himself? Brogy looked down in confusion. Because of the 100-year battle between them, the entire island had been significantly compacted, making it quite difficult to mine even if they wanted to. Well, he'll come out by himself soon. Luffy didn't care about that. He looked at Dongli and Brogy. Giant uncle, why have you been fighting here for 100 years? Usopp asked curiously. This question caught Dongli and Brogy off guard, and they burst into laughter. Bam bam bam. If it weren't for your companion's competition, we probably would even remember the original reason for fighting. Gar, have you seen those two skeletons over there? Skeletons? Isn't that a mountain? Usopp looked over curiously, only to be stunned for a moment. Is that a sea king's skull? That's right. Initially, we were competing to see whose prey was bigger, and as a result, bam bam bam, we've been at it for 100 years. Chapter 77, Fighting for Glory. Is that the reason? Nami was stunned. Fighting for 100 years just to compare sizes? This is not a trivial matter. It's 100 years. Not just her. Everyone else was equally stunned, finding it hard to accept that they would fight for such a reason for a century. Seeing the Straw Hat Crew's reaction, Dory burst into laughter, saying, Haha, Brogy, their expressions are just like those of our former comrades. Brogy nodded with a smile. Indeed. This is a 100-year war. Usopp was still confused, wondering why they would fight over something so trivial. Dory stroked his beard. It's hard for you to understand. But we bet the honor of Elbaf. No matter how small the matter started, once we fight for honor, everything else becomes unimportant. Brogy nodded. Haha. If it weren't for you, we might have forgotten about the bet. It really brings back memories. I wonder how the others are doing. Seeing their indifferent demeanor, the Straw Hat Crew felt a bit dazed. Usopp was in a stupor. Honor, huh? I think I can understand now. Zoro touched his sword, especially when his hand brushed over Sandai Kitetsu. The promise echoed in his mind. He fought for the promise made with his childhood comrades, vowing to become the world's greatest swordsman, to make his name echo in heaven, so that Kunal would know. He fought for a promise, while Dory and Brogy fought for honor. Although they are not the same thing, the motivation is the same. Their honor, to us, is like dreams and promises. Luffy wants to become the Pirate King. I want to become the world's greatest swordsman. Though our goals are different, we are willing to give everything for them. This explanation is good too. The honor of Elbaf is everything to our giant race. We can give everything for it, Brogy said with a smile. Dory also laughed. Usopp was gradually understanding this honor, and, at the same time, he felt dazed. For him, going out to sea and becoming a so-called brave warrior of the sea was more like an excuse for his journey. His beliefs were broader than Luffy's, Zoro's, or Sanji's dreams, and he didn't even have a specific goal. But now it seemed he understood. So that's how it is. Usopp's eyes sparkled, if possible. I really want to see your hometown, Elbaf. The two giants looked at each other and then smiled as they invited, we have a permanent pointer to Elbaf. Do you want to try to take one? Usopp quickly waved his hands, no? I didn't mean that. The two giants laughed again. For them, it was rare to have guests who were so friendly and even interesting, reminding them of the past. Back when the giant pirate crew set sail, everyone was like this. Just then, the ground began to shake. Following that, the active volcano in the center of the island erupted. The two giants, still laughing, seemed to hear the sound of the starting gun. They both stood up and returned to their usual living places to retrieve their weapons. The Straw Hat crew in the center was still confused. When the two giants reached the central battlefield, they saw the tension between the two. Is the duel starting now? Luffy realized. The others quickly retreated to the back of the plants. For 100 years, due to the battle between the two, the area where they intersect had long been turned into a circular battlefield. Just moments ago, the Straw Hat crew had been barbecuing and eating there. But before the two could start fighting, a piercing scream echoed through the sky. The voice started faint, and then everyone looked up. They saw Cheng Lang falling from the sky. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. This scene left Dory and Broggy puzzled, while Luffy squinted in confusion. That person should be Cheng Lang, right? Your leader squinted uncertainly. The others looked over and nodded. It does look a bit like him. How did he fall from the sky? Zoro was curious why Cheng Lang was falling from above. While they were making jokes, Cheng Lang was frantically searching through his backpack. Soon, he pulled out a bucket. In this world, he hadn't tried landing in water yet. To be honest, he didn't intend to experiment with it, as an accident would mean disaster. As he was about to hit the ground, Cheng Lang gritted his teeth, waited for the right moment, and instead of just taking out a bucket of water, he generated an infinite amount of water. After all, he wasn't in a game state with his feet facing down. A mere cubic meter might not cover everything. He braced for impact. The anticipated collision did occur, but it didn't hurt much. He opened his eyes and touched his nose. Phew, I survived. Cheng Lang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just as he stood up from the water, he saw two giant heads coming close. Whoa! Cheng Lang was startled, but quickly calmed down. At that moment, Luffy's rubber hands reached out and grabbed Cheng Lang. Before he could be pulled away from the duel arena, a shockwave hit him. The two giants had crashed their shields together, creating a wind pressure that bent the surrounding trees. The massive axe and long sword clashed. The sound of iron clashing echoed across the island. Purple-black lightning erupted at the moment of their collision. Clearly, they were using haki during the clash. Sukoku. Luffy watched Dory and Broggy collide. Zoro focused intently on the moment of impact. He felt the clash of energy. When their weapons collided, neither showed any signs of damage. Although their weapons were already battered and scarred, the intense clash at that moment did not cause any further damage. Is this haki? Bang! The shields of both sides crashed again, and this time, the shockwave was even more exaggerated. Even though they had retreated to the edge, they were still blown off their feet. It turns out you can only have strength when you're well fed, Broggy said excitedly. Dory was equally thrilled. Today is the day we decide the victor. Given their appetites, the ecosystem in Little Garden could barely sustain them. The fact that dinosaurs and countless wild animals survived was not due to their strength, but simply because Dory and Broggy had not overhunted. Of course, this also meant they often went hungry. Now that they were stuffed and had a special buff, they were fighting at 150% of their power. The battle was naturally more intense than ever before. This battle lasted an entire day until the sky gradually brightened. Neither side had emerged victorious. Ultimately, the match ended with both of them landing a punch on each other's jaws. 73,466 battles. 73,466 ties. Dawn broke. So we still couldn't determine a winner. The two giants lay flat on the ground, exhausted from the battle, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 78. MC transformation of the explosion fruit. Zoro arrived at the mark left by East Lee's sword strike. He reached for his blade, recalling the opponent's slash. This was different from the flying slash he had previously unleashed using his haki. It was more pure and powerful. He also noticed that this was the only time East Lee had executed a flying slash. It wasn't that he could only do this, but rather that the two had pushed each other to the limit, competing in endurance. For both East Lee and Broggy, their strengths and stamina were equivalent. Winning through sheer power or techniques was nearly impossible. Thus, it was natural for the two to compete until the end, relying entirely on their willpower. But did they not use their full strength? No, they were always exerting their full power. They just didn't release any excess energy. After a century of battle, neither of their strengths had stagnated. The 100-meter slash was deflected by Broggy's shield, allowing it to be executed. In contrast, there was another mark nearby, also made by a massive sword strike, but this time it did not leave a 100-meter-long scar. Even the surrounding trees were not damaged by this strike. Was this the realm that the master spoke of, where nothing is cut yet can sever steel? Zoro looked at Eastly and Broggy, who were lying on the ground, fast asleep. Both of them could unleash the same kind of slash. If they couldn't even do this, then there was no point in talking about surpassing Mihawk. Remembering that he had been slashed away, yet remained uninjured, he realized that this was not something that could be achieved merely through simple power control. Drawing the sword Ikamanji, he swung it forward, and the impact from his strength severed the trees ahead. No, Zoro continued. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew, having witnessed the entire process, each had their own insights. Luffy lay on the grass. Those uncles are so strong. This is what I aspire to, Usopp said with bright eyes. Become a giant? Sanji asked with a laugh while lighting a cigarette. Usopp immediately retorted, I mean their fighting spirit for glory. All right, I know. Sanji waved his hand. Cheng Lang, give me some ingredients. I'm going to be busy again soon. What do you need? Cooked beef, at least. 20 pieces. Is that enough? Cheng Lang was surprised. They're giants. It should be fine, right? It's enough. Chop the cooked beef and mix it with other food. It needs to be cooked twice, and it works really well. Sanji explained with a smile. Cheng Lang nodded and bought a lot of cooked beef from the conversion table. Sanji got busy. Koya approached Cheng Lang. Hey, Cheng Lang, why did you fall from the sky? Well, Cheng Lang scratched his head. Didn't I go to the volcano? You all know I can store and convert some items. I wanted to see if I could convert magma. I succeeded, but accidentally converted a bit too much. And when I finished, the magma erupted, sending me flying into the sky. Koya nodded. Wait, so you were wrapped in magma? Are you okay? Me fine. I'm fine. Cheng Lang chuckled awkwardly. The reality was far from what Cheng Lang described so casually. Due to the water, the magma started to solidify into obsidian as soon as it began to flow. In the short term, it was fine, as there would be no cavity effect. However, as Cheng Lang went deeper, the mouth of the volcano widened. After Cheng Lang withdrew the water and dug out all the obsidian, the recessed magma would immediately fill in. It felt like jumping into water while holding a ball, resulting in the ball shooting up to 10 meters in the air. Cheng Lang was sent thousands of meters high by such an impact. Fortunately, the flow rate of the magma was not as fast as water. Otherwise, reaching 10,000 meters high would not have been impossible. Cheng Lang looked at his conversion interface. At this moment, the explosion fruit was slowly transforming. Watching the progress bar below, it had reached 99%. He was quite looking forward to it. After all his hard work, he just wanted to transform the explosion fruit into MC form. Under Cheng Lang's gaze, the explosion fruit successfully transformed. However, it still looked the same, not becoming square-shaped. Cheng Lang focused his consciousness on it and saw the price. 1 million EMC. A neat number. Just 1 million? He thought. Isn't that too cheap? Is there a big difference between selling and buying? Cheng Lang pondered as he sold the explosion fruit. Watching the 1 million credited to his account, he then shifted his consciousness to the buying interface. 2 million, just as he had estimated. The conversion table did not make this explosion fruit an exception. But was this price too low? 8 million for the conversion price. Yet the buying and selling were so cheap. Cheng Lang found it hard to believe. Just as he sold the explosion fruit, in a corner of an island several islands away, an apple quietly transformed. Cheng Lang looked at his remaining 10 million EMC. He purchased the explosion fruit, and it was exactly the same as when he sold it, with no changes. The name was still the same, Paramecia-type explosion fruit. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Lang purchased another explosion fruit. The result was the same. Clearly, he could now infinitely replicate the explosion fruit with a cost of only 2 million. That was a lot, but if Cheng Lang wanted to, he could manage it. Now he needed to experiment to see what the difference was between this fruit and a normal devil fruit. However, Cheng Lang was conflicted. He could feel that he could not eat a devil fruit. If he did, it would have no effect. It seemed he still had to adhere to the basic rule that one person could only eat one devil fruit. Luffy, Yarlita, and Koya probably couldn't eat it either. Cheng Lang was just very curious about what would happen if someone ate two of the same devil fruit. Would they become stronger, or would they repel each other? Or would there be no effect at all? Or was the 8 million EMC just for the purchase qualification, with no additional effects? Cheng Lang thought about it. Who should he use for the experiment? He then approached Usopp. Usopp, do you want a devil fruit? Usopp tilted his head in confusion at being suddenly approached. You got another devil fruit? He exclaimed, surprised, knowing that Cheng Lang seemed to have the ability to find devil fruits. What kind of fruit is it? Others also turned their attention. Cheng Lang took out the explosion fruit. Paramecia type explosion fruit. Hey, isn't that Mr. Five's ability? Vivi was astonished. He might have been dealt with. And I just happened to acquire this ability. Cheng Lang shrugged ambiguously. Yarlita remained silent. She hadn't found the bomb man, but she had found the Kilo woman, who was currently tied up in Whiskey Peak. So she had rushed to find Cheng Lang, but he reassured her not to worry. Others gathered around, curiously looking at the bomb-like devil fruit. Usopp gazed at the explosion fruit, his eyes flickering. In fact, he didn't envy Luffy or Cheng Lang. That was a lie. The reason he didn't think about wanting a devil fruit back then was also because he felt a bit embarrassed and truly thought it didn't suit him. But now he was intrigued by this explosion fruit. Chapter 79. Damn explosion. Usopp finally took the explosive fruit. Really giving it to me? If you don't want it, why not ask Sanji? With his kicking skills combined with the explosive fruit, he would probably be really strong, Cheng Lang said, shrugging. At that moment, Sanji, who was cooking, heard Cheng Lang's words and nodded with a smile. Sure, I wouldn't mind taking the explosive fruit. Usopp immediately shook his head. Then I'll eat it. Cheng Lang gestured for him to proceed. Usopp gritted his teeth and took a bite, chewing a couple of times, his face scrunching up. What's wrong? It's so disgusting. Usopp finally swallowed the fruit's flesh. Cheng Lang nodded. That's normal. Devil fruits taste like this. Remember to finish it. Usopp showed a pained expression, but still managed to finish the explosive fruit quickly. Afterwards, he collapsed on the ground, his eyes devoid of life, as if he had been drained completely. Seeing this, Cheng Lang nodded in satisfaction. He then took out another explosive fruit. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Isn't there only one of each type of devil fruit? Sanji exclaimed. The others looked at the devil fruit in Cheng Lang's hand with disbelief. Usopp felt cheated. Did I eat a fake one? Cheng Lang smiled and waved his hand. This one is a copy created from my ability. It has the same effect as the explosive fruit. At that moment, Usopp sat up and looked at his body. A new instinct emerged within him. Naturally, he understood the ability of this explosive fruit. Not only was he immune to explosions, but any part of his body could explode. Usopp plucked one of his hairs, thought for a moment, and tied it to a lead ball. He shot it into the distance. With a thought, boom! The explosion woke the two sleeping giants. What happened? They both looked toward the explosion. Such great power. Usopp stared blankly at this scene, while Cheng Lang pondered. It's exactly like Mr. Five's ability. It seems the power hasn't been discounted. Does MC transformation change nothing? Cheng Lang thought. The 80 million just allows for infinite purchases? That is not a loss. Just a bit disappointing. Looking at the other explosive fruit in his hand, Cheng Lang was curious about what would happen if Usopp ate it. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. Whether it had no effect or caused an explosion, there was no need for Usopp to experiment. Vivi witnessed all of this and then curiously inquired about the details of the explosive fruit. She then had a strange expression. No wonder Mr. Five is often called the booger guy. He can only use part of his body. If nothing unexpected happens, that should be the case. To attack from a distance, he can only use part of his body. For close combat, Usopp said, and small explosions crackled in his palm. I can exchange physical strength for explosive effects. For remote explosions, does it depend on body mass? Yes, if I shave all my hair, maybe I can create a super big explosion. However, it seems there is a time limit once it leaves my body. The smaller the mass, the weaker the explosion becomes over time, Usopp explained, plucking another hair. Like this one, if it exceeds 5 minutes, it will completely lose its explosive ability. Usopp clarified. Cheng Lang nodded. That makes sense. If it could last indefinitely, Usopp could just stockpile explosives whenever he needs to go to the bathroom. The image of Usopp launching his waste in battle is enough to send chills down anyone's spine. For anyone caught in that, even if they don't die, they would surely be miserable. If that's the case, I might end up bald pretty soon, Usopp said with a frown. His fighting style was long-range shooting. Does that mean he would become bald after just one battle? The others burst into laughter. Cheng Lang patted Usopp on the back. Even if you go bald, you'll be stronger. Usopp was speechless. Cheng Lang looked at the others. Does anyone else want to eat? The rest remained silent. Currently, only Sanji, Zoro, Nami, and Vivi in the Straw Hat crew hadn't eaten a devil fruit. But the first two didn't rely on the fruits. Sanji still wanted the transparent fruit, while Nami and Vivi had their reasons. Nami didn't want to pull out her hair, and Vivi didn't think Cheng Lang would give her one, considering they hadn't known each other for long. The fourth fell silent. Cheng Lang didn't press the issue. If anyone wants it, just let me know, he said, not taking the fruits back, but placing them in the item bar. Just as he turned around, he saw the two giants staring at him with eyes as big as car tires. Did you find a devil fruit? Donley asked curiously. It really is amazing, Broggy nodded. Cheng Lang looked at the two giants and casually asked, do you want one? The two exchanged glances. Well, that's quite generous. But we'll pass. Until we determine a winner, we won't take shortcuts with devil fruits. Is that so? Cheng Lang shrugged. He was curious about whether the giants would produce particularly powerful explosions if they ate the explosive fruit. After all, their size was a factor. In terms of mass, they were truly on another level. Just one hair would likely be stronger than Usopp's combined 100. The giants then lay down to continue sleeping. Cheng Lang felt a bit tired as well and prepared to return to the ship for sleep. The others nodded, having watched the giants fight all night. They were also sleepy. Luffy, however, didn't care about such things and fell asleep right where he was. No one disturbed him. Sanji said he would cook since they would surely be hungry after fighting all night. Back on the ship, Cheng Lang thought for a moment and placed the explosive fruit in the hallway, propped it with some wood, and covered it with a hatch. After all, what if Vivi wanted it but was too shy to ask? Anyone who wants to eat can just take it, Cheng Lang said before going to sleep. The others didn't pay much attention and returned to their cabins. In the girls' dormitory, the girls began to disrobe and prepare for a shower before bed. A chicken raised in the house waddled out. It came to the hallway, and its gaze was attracted by the things behind the hatch. When Cheng Lang woke up, it was already afternoon. He stepped out of the dormitory, ready to wash up, but after just a few steps, he spotted a chicken egg on the ground. Cheng Lang didn't think much of it and walked over to pick it up. After all, the chicken in the girls' dorm was raised by Kuyami and had occasionally wandered out, leaving eggs in the hallway before. The MC's eggs, while they had some use, were also quite useless. You couldn't eat them directly. Even Sanji couldn't use them for cooking. Their only purpose might be to smash against walls to hatch chicks. Naturally, he arrived at the breeding room. This was the farm for cows, sheep, and chickens. Looking at the cows, sheep, and chickens crowded together, Cheng Lang didn't bother too much and prepared to smash the egg away. But in the next instant, he felt something was off. Was this egg a bit too round? The MC's eggs were supposed to have edges and corners, with a sandpaper-like feel, but this one seemed a bit too smooth. He squinted to take a closer look. Frydam, huh? Chapter 80 F1 C4 Foot. Exploding egg and exploding egg? Cheng Lang stared blankly at the egg in his hand, and then seemed to think of something. He suddenly turned around and found that the hatch had been opened. The explosion fruit was still there, but there was clearly a gap on top. Cheng Lang took out the devil fruit and looked at it. He discovered that the name had changed. Superhuman-type explosion fruit. Invalid. He looked at the recycling price. 0 was obviously no longer useful. Could it be? He arrived at the girls' dormitory. The girls' dormitory was locked. Cheng Lang hesitated for a moment, but still knocked on the door. Soon, there was movement inside. It was Kuyami, wearing pajamas and rubbing her eyes, who asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Cheng Lang? Where's your pet?" Google. Google. The originally MC-style little chick had changed. Although it still looked like an MC character, it had lost its sharp edges. Sure enough, Kuyami picked up Gugu, looking puzzled. What happened to Gugu? What changed? Why does it have feathers? While she was confused, the other women also woke up and were curious when they saw this scene. If nothing unexpected happened, it had eaten the devil fruit. Kuyumi was stunned, then realized. Her expression immediately turned strange and fearful. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Cheng Lang waved his hand. I didn't care about that. I was just curious about Gugu's condition. Let me study it first. Kuyumi hesitated for a moment, but still handed Gugu over. It was obvious to see the reluctance on the girl's face. To this, Cheng Lang smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't hurt it. He took Gugu to the deck. At this moment, Gugu tilted its head, looking at Cheng Lang with a puzzled expression. It really had become smarter. Can you understand what I'm saying? Can you nod? Gugu nodded. Cheng Lang was not surprised by this. Animals turned into MC characters should not have any intelligence, only basic coding, running away when hit and making clucking sounds. However, in the world of One Piece, these animals had a certain level of intelligence. Although limited, they couldn't understand human language. Gugu was no exception. It's just that now its little eyes were clearly much more lively, and it could express emotions. Cheng Lang took out wheat seeds. Gugu immediately became attracted, staring intently. At the same time, it started to cluck. It could still be attracted to the wheat seeds. But speaking of which, do you need to eat in this state? Cheng Lang wondered but still fed the wheat seeds to Gugu. As usual, a heart appeared above its head. But in the next moment, an exploding egg fell to the ground. Cheng Lang picked it up. The egg that was laid was also part of its body. What about the little chick inside? Cheng Lang was curious. However, he naturally couldn't experiment in the cabin. He took Gugu to the deck. On shore, a Tyrannosaurus Rex was eyeing Cheng Lang. You're the one. Cheng Lang threw the exploding egg. The speed was not fast. The Tyrannosaurus Rex watched the exploding egg fly over, feeling somewhat puzzled. But in its perception, this kind of thing seemed like an egg. Could it be that this human kindly threw it food? This guy was quite nice. So would chew less when eating. The Tyrannosaurus Rex directly sent the exploding egg into its mouth. Boom! A huge explosion. The shockwave rolled, and countless birds flew across the sky. The Mary was also shaken by the shockwave. Naturally, the people inside the cabin were awakened by this terrifying explosion. Cheng Lang wiped the blood and flesh splattered on his face. Good heavens, this power is quite something. Cheng Lang looked at the other exploding egg in his hand. Gugu, can you lay a bigger egg? Gugu tilted its head and then nodded. However, Gugu clucked a few times, and Cheng Lang didn't quite understand. When Gugu saw Cheng Lang not moving, it immediately pecked his palm a few times. Are you talking about seeds? Gugu nodded. Cheng Lang took out one. However, Gugu shook its head. Not that. Gugu continued to shake its head. Not enough. Gugu nodded. Cheng Lang thought for a moment and directly took out 64. Gugu's eyes lit up at the sight and began to eat. Watching the hearts appearing above Gugu's head, Cheng Lang's mouth twitched. With this density, anyone who didn't know would think someone was giving the streamer likes. Gugu. A loud call echoed. A slightly darkened exploding egg appeared in Cheng Lang's backpack. Exploding egg F1? Cheng Lang curiously examined it. The name has changed. A set of wheat seeds is F1. What will happen if it continues? Cheng Lang thought for a moment and took out 128. Although Cheng Lang's current storage limit was 1,000, the maximum limit taken from the conversion table was 64. Gugu immediately came over and continued to eat madly. Exploding egg F2 hiss. Cheng Lang continued experimenting, and the final products were as follows. Exploding egg F3, exploding egg F4, exploding egg E1X2, exploding egg E2. For every 64 wheat seeds, the resulting exploding egg would increase in power by 1 level, starting from F1 and upgrading to a maximum level of 4. After reaching E1, the quantity needed for upgrading doubled. It was not 64 more, but 128. If nothing unexpected happened, the next level would be D1, and 128 would again double to 256, then up to C1, C4. Continuing would lead to 512 to reach B1. As for the power, a regular exploding egg was equivalent to the explosion of 1 TNT. Looking at F2, Cheng Lang thought for a moment and threw it farther. Boom! A loud explosion. The shockwave rolled. Cheng Lang walked over to take a look. The power was 10 times that of a regular exploding egg. Looking at F3, he continued testing. This time it was not 100 times, but 20 times. Then Cheng Lang threw out E1, which was directly 100 times that of a regular exploding egg. If nothing unexpected happened, the sea level might be at the small mushroom cloud level. As for continuing to feed and then directly producing little boy, Gugu also had a limit on its stamina. At this moment, even if the wheat seeds were placed in front of Gugu, it couldn't eat anymore. If the estimation was correct, at most 1E4 could be produced in a day. Cheng Lang was experimenting on this side. However, such a big commotion naturally attracted everyone on the island. Two giants looked curiously at the large pit created by the explosion and approached. Meanwhile, others who knew the inside story gathered around, looking left and right, especially Usopp, who got the last two exploding eggs, one E1 and the other E2. Why can the eggs laid by Gugu keep exploding? Usopp's concern was clearly different. Touching the slightly darkened exploding eggs, he was somewhat confused. He had secretly experimented with many things yesterday. As a result, no matter what, at most within half an hour, any material that left his body would become unable to explode. Breathing out air was shorter. If it didn't trigger within 30 seconds, it would become invalid. And the explosion's power was pitifully small, no different from his gunpowder star. Cheng Lang thought for a moment. It should be related to the egg, right? Gugu's eggshell is not the key to the explosion. Breaking the eggshell is what triggers the explosion. That's the key. I guess if you could lay eggs, you could have this effect too. This directly left Usopp speechless. If I could lay eggs, that would be a biological miracle. After complaining, Usopp went back to studying the exploding eggs. After all, he was also someone who had eaten the explosion fruit. Gugu laying the next ordinary egg. Chapter 81. The Hell Gate. Gugu shivered, as if it was struggling, called out a couple of times, and finally collapsed to the ground. Gugu. Although I didn't know what Gugu was saying, I could roughly understand its meaning. There really wasn't a single drop left. Holding the explosive egg, Cheng Lang was deep in thought, then gripped it tightly. However, no matter how hard he squeezed the explosive egg, there were no signs of it breaking. It seemed to still obey the characteristics of MC. As long as it wasn't thrown, it wouldn't crack. Usopp, why don't you try launching it with a slingshot? Those two have great power, so let us not experiment just yet. Usopp didn't think much and took it, preparing to launch it. But Cheng Lang stopped him. Try pulling it to the limit. Don't worry about it exploding. This explosive egg is sturdier than you think. Usopp twitched his nose. It's easy for you to say, but an explosion in the face is no joke. Don't worry. Have you forgotten that you're wearing my diamond suit? Even if it explodes in your face, it won't hurt you. Usopp thought for a moment and felt that made sense. He then increased the force, but even when he pulled the slingshot to its maximum, the pressure was already quite high, yet the explosive egg still showed no signs of cracking. Finally, Usopp let go. The explosive egg flew a kilometer. If it hadn't been blown into a tree by the wind, it might have continued flying far away. Boom! It flew slower than I expected. Could it be due to the egg's large size? Usopp pulled down the telescope on his head to estimate the distance. Just then, an explosion occurred again, with a power close to E1. What is this? Usopp looked on in disbelief. The others also curiously gathered around. The two giants even walked to the center of the explosion. I think I just saw a black chick. Donnelly stroked his beard, puzzled. Braga nodded. I saw it too. Upon hearing their conversation, Cheng Lang was stunned, then surprised, and finally ecstatic. It actually retained the characteristics of the egg. Looking at the explosion's power, it's likely that the chick's power has increased by a level. Hiss! Usopp immediately realized its terrifying potential. Having been on the ship for so long, Usopp naturally understood the nature of the eggs influenced by Cheng Lang. When smashed on the ground, there's a chance to hatch a chick. 14. They even developed different ways to play this game. Smashing eggs. It's all about luck. Whoever hatches the most chicks from 3 eggs wins. So Usopp immediately recognized the terror in this. If he's lucky and the E4 explosion produces 4 little black ones, that is equivalent to the explosion power of 4C4S. Just imagining it is terrifying. Luffy had already arrived on the ship at this point. He stared wide-eyed at the scene. The others were all amazed. Usopp witnessed the explosion and then shockingly discovered that he seemed incapable of achieving such an explosion himself. I'm not even as good as a chick. A deep sense of defeat left Usopp speechless. Among the girls on the ship, only Nami was at his level, and recently Nami had started training, while he was just messing around with Luffy every day. No way. I absolutely cannot be outdone by a chick. Usopp, give me 2 explosive eggs. Let me see if I can replicate it. Cheng Lang suddenly remembered his conversion table ability. Looking at the explosive egg E1 worth 6,400 EMC in his hand, Cheng Lang's eyes lit up. A wheat seed sells for 1, buys for 2, and the price for F4 is about 512. The price for E1 increases by 128 to 640, yet this one explosive egg could multiply tenfold, a profit of 1,000%. But then Cheng Lang put on a painful mask. That also meant his idea of turning explosions into art was dashed. After all, a selling price of 6,400 means he would need 12,800 to buy it, right? Checking the price for E2, 7680, just as he estimated. Although he couldn't become a fanatic of explosions as art, selling them for money was still not bad. Cheng Lang then began to consider the breeding issue. The cost was 2 million per one. If he estimated a maximum of 1 E4 per day, that's 10,240 MC, meaning it would take 200 days to break even for one, if he increased the investment. Finally, Cheng Lang sighed. There's no need. Digging up some magma for an hour would exceed 2 million. Raising chickens has high input costs and a long break-even period. Moreover, Cheng Lang wasn't sure if he could manage so many chickens. The key point was if he wanted to clear them out. What if they rebelled and exploded when he struck? If he got killed by the chickens, that would be quite embarrassing to admit. He gave up on the idea of breeding explosive chickens. Cheng Lang looked at the excited crew members surrounding Gugu. Cheng Lang went alone to his secret room, a place he had prepared long ago. The purpose was naturally to place the Hellgate. Cheng Lang embedded the obsidian he had prepared. He didn't know if it could be lit. Clicking the flint, Cheng Lang suddenly felt something explode in his mind. His consciousness blurred, and his vision turned dark. Then, the EMC value in his conversion table also quietly began to deplete. In the final moment of consciousness, Cheng Lang heard me's urgent call. Cheng Lang, it's bad. Everyone, Cheng Lang has fainted. In the dark, time passed without Cheng Lang knowing how long it had been. When his consciousness returned, he groggily opened his eyes. A strange ceiling. A pair of somewhat cool, hard objects were using a wet towel to lower his temperature. Seemingly sensing Cheng Lang's body shaking, a series of jingling sounds followed before falling silent. Cheng Lang turned his head to look at the source of the sound and saw a small raccoon half hiding outside, staring at him in panic. Raccoon? I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer. It seemed that realizing its slip-up, Chopper immediately ran away in a flurry. Cheng Lang silently got up and looked around. Outside the window, snow and wind howled. What happened to me? This can't be the magnetic drum kingdom, right? What's going on? Cheng Lang began to try to recall his previous experiences. I remember I was testing the explosive egg, then I opened the hell portal. Then Cheng Lang looked down at himself, finding his body thin and his lips cracked and peeling. A drip was slowly dripping water from his arm. Raising his hand was a struggle. Without thinking, he prepared to open the conversion table to take out some food. But when he opened the conversion table, he was stunned. Where did my 600,000 EMC go? Who stole my EMC? Cheng Lang looked left and right, but the EMC value was always 0. Abba. I'm tired. Let be destruction. Cheng Lang slumped on the bed, his mind empty. Chapter 82. The pull of fate. As Cheng Lang felt life was dull, someone else on another bed quietly woke up. It was Nami. At this moment, she got up and saw Cheng Lang with his eyes open. You're awake? Cheng Lang turned his head and found Nami looking normal, except for her unusually red face. It seemed the plot was still progressing as usual. It was just that there was no battle leading to the destruction of clothes. Had Nami still been bitten by that bug? What happened? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Nami thought for a moment and briefly recounted the events of the past few days. Cheng Lang had fainted and caused quite a commotion, and Nami stepped up to administer aid in the way Cheng Lang had done before. First, she fed him milk and then began to feed him food made with MC-style recipes. But no matter what she did, Cheng Lang showed no signs of waking up. During this time, Nami also didn't know why she suddenly fell ill. Now, both people on the ship who had some medical knowledge and the ability to treat were unconscious. Fortunately, Vivi was still around. She had some sailing experience and could make judgments about whether there were islands based on the environment. Eventually, They urgently set sail and arrived at Drum Island. After that, Nami was also unclear about what happened since her consciousness completely disconnected after Luffy shouted about discovering the island. Clearly, she was in a critical state at that time. As for using milk and food to sustain him, the milk had been fed to Cheng Lang by Luffy. The food was fine, though. After all, food made with the furnace, while not as filling as the original MC food, was still sufficient. After clarifying these events, Cheng Lang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. That was really a close call. Yes, the doctor here said that you were in a state of continuous physical exhaustion, and if it continued, you might lose your life. Me? Cheng Lang was surprised. He was actually mocking Nami. After all, according to Nami's story, it had already been more than 10 days, not just 7. If it weren't for Cheng Lang's MC food, Nami would probably have died by now. However, after thinking for a moment, Cheng Lang could figure out a few things. It should be related to the Hell Gate. The size of Hell in MC corresponds to the main world, meaning Cheng Lang, in a sense, created the world directly, and his abilities weren't that strong, which led to his physical exhaustion, equivalent to overusing his fruit powers. Moreover, it was still continuously draining. At first, there was no abnormality. It was probably after his stamina was drained that it began to draw EMC value. Once the EMC value was depleted, it started to drain his stamina again. This also explains why he looked so thin now. It really was the guidance of fate. Cheng Lang glanced at Chopper, whose half-body was exposed. If he were there, he could probably solve Nami's problem. After all, Nami's issue was more of a poison than an illness, which eventually transformed into a sickness. If there had still been milk at the beginning, Nami probably wouldn't have fallen ill, and Chopper might not have been able to board the ship later. After all, Cheng Lang wasn't sure if the island behind Little Garden was Drum Island. In the original story, Luffy and his crew passed by Drum Island on their way to Alabasta and went to find a doctor. Now, ironically, Cheng Lang fainted, which facilitated this encounter. One could only say that Luffy's group must have some strong luck binding them together. No matter how much he changed, it might be impossible to separate them. Thinking of this, Cheng Lang stopped pondering those matters. He lay quietly in bed. It really was a series of misfortunes. Eventually, Nami curiously asked the question she had hidden in her heart. By the way, what were you doing on the ship? Huh? What's up? It's that. The Black Stone had a whirlpool-like light curtain. That is the Hell Gate. Hell. Nami was shocked, and then her expression turned strange. You can't be a demon from hell, right? Hearing this, Cheng Lang couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect your imagination to be so rich, Nami. Nami didn't say anything, her expression still a bit odd. Cheng Lang didn't think much of it, treating it as the other party's imaginative speculation. Just then, the noisy voices of Luffy and the others came. Nami, Cheng Lang, you two are awake. Great. Luffy pushed the door open and saw the two chatting. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sanji was also there, but his first glance was naturally at Nami. Ah, sick Nami-chan is still so cute. As he passed by Cheng Lang's bed, Sanji stopped, then pulled out a bento from his arms. The doctor said you urgently need to replenish your nutrition. This is my snow country cuisine, and it even has dinosaur meat. It should taste great. After saying that, Sanji transformed into a whirlwind and came to Nami's bedside, directly kneeling on one knee and passionately saying, Ah, beautiful Nami-chan, what do you need? Your knight Sanji will prepare it for you immediately. Then, let us just have some porridge, since my stomach isn't like some people's. Some people were eating dinosaur meat with a carefree expression. 5 ants. Meanwhile, Luffy discovered Chopper hiding in the corner. Snowman discovered. Chopper immediately ran away. The lively ward suddenly fell silent. Not only in a literal sense, but also physically. Looking at the snow and ice blowing in from outside the door, Cheng Lang felt a bit helpless. He got up to close the door, but as soon as he turned around, the big door opened again. Is the door broken? Cheng Lang turned back and saw Dr. Kureha wearing a midriff outfit in the middle of winter. Hello. Kureha reached out and directly pinched Cheng Lang's face, pulling it left and right. You're back to normal so quickly? What is your body made of? Kureha directly picked Cheng Lang up with one hand and threw him onto the bed. Don't move, let me check you. Cheng Lang was thrown onto the bed like a doll and was a bit dazed, but he still obediently lay down. Kureha took out a tool similar to a blood pressure monitor and wrapped it around Cheng Lang's arm. Then she pulled out a stethoscope. After a while of fiddling, she remarked, from organ failure, no subcutaneous fat, to your current normal state, you didn't even leave any after effects. Kid, you're pretty tough. Kureha couldn't help but sigh. When they came, it seemed Nami was in danger, but the real danger was Cheng Lang. The former had a chance of recovery, while the latter seemed fine, but had a big problem. Because the issue couldn't be identified, it meant there was no cure. Without a cure, he could only wait to die. This made Kureha even doubt her medical skills, but in the end, it was determined that his stamina was disappearing without limits. Although the cause was found, there was still no clue on how to solve it, so she could only inject him with some nutritional supplements. Cheng Lang nodded with a silly grin. It's also thanks to my fruit ability. Chapter 83. Kureha's Curiosity Ability User? Kureha frowned in confusion. What kind of ability can transform you from near death to this state? Cheng Lang took out the lunchbox that Sanji had given him earlier, and at this moment, the food inside had already been eaten clean by him. This effect comes from the food made in conjunction with the chef on our ship using my abilities. Kureha picked out a grain of rice, but no matter how she looked at it, it was just ordinary rice. She looked up at Cheng Lang with a strange expression, which made him a bit uneasy. Want to know the secret to my eternal youth? How did the topic jump to this? Cheng Lang quickly waved his hand. I don't want to know. Oh, really? That's a pity. After Kureha said this, she prepared to get up. Seeing her stand up without any reluctance to leave surprised Cheng Lang. And then he seemed to remember something and immediately said, the food transformed by my ability has extraordinary power. It can heal non-disease-related injuries in a short time. For example, my previous state could be metaphorically described as food with extraordinary vitality. Kureha, who had stood up, smiled slightly. Not a bad ability. After saying this, she walked toward Nami's bed. However, seeing her light steps, Cheng Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he had remembered that this Kureha was a tsundere with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Unable to express herself directly, she used this sudden inquiry to convey her thoughts. At that moment, Sanji came in like a whirlwind, carrying a bowl of meat porridge. Nami-chan, your knight. Hello, Mung. Halfway through his sentence, Sanji immediately stopped his flamboyant actions, walked over with a gentlemanly demeanor, and placed the meat porridge mixed with steak in front of Nami. Then he left in an orderly manner. He came quickly and left just as fast. Seeing Sanji hurriedly leave, Cheng Lang found it amusing. Although he didn't know what had happened in between, it was likely that he had been served by a flying knife weapon. But not long after he left, he heard Luffy shouting, Sanji, stop that raccoon in front. I told you, I'm a reindeer, not a raccoon. After the clatter of sounds, the noise disappeared. Inside the room, Nami felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry. My companion seemed to be a bit too noisy, Nami said with some shame. Meanwhile, Kureha pointed her finger at Nami's forehead. A temperature of 38 degrees? It's a miracle you could see me alive. Kureha withdrew her finger and then looked at the food in the porridge. Is this also the key to your quick recovery? Nami looked at the porridge and then smiled as she brought the bowl in front of Kureha. Yes. Want to give it a try? It tastes good. Kureha hesitated for a moment, but ultimately her curiosity got the better of her, and she scooped a spoonful into her mouth. The taste was indeed that of plain porridge, but the moment she took a bite, Kureha could clearly feel a sense of fullness rising. Just with that one bite, Kureha understood the principle of this food. So it really is food with extraordinary vitality. Kid, can you sell me some ingredients? Consider it your medical fee. Cheng Lang shook his head. Although Kureha's expression didn't change, Nami was anxious. As Cheng Lang wasn't usually like this, and she hurriedly wanted to persuade him. But Cheng Lang spoke up. I estimate that we currently don't have enough meat, but I can provide you with more special props, which should achieve similar effects. Currently, Cheng Lang didn't have any EMC value on him. Moreover, he preferred to provide sustainable items rather than ingredients that would be used up. After all, teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. Haha, kid. You really suit my taste. Just say what you want. Can you let that little reindeer come on our ship? You know, we like a ship's doctor. Although the food transformed by my ability has strong vitality, it really can't solve illnesses. Oh, are you targeting my foolish son? Kureha looked out at the wind and snow. If you can take him on board, go ahead and try. That guy has a huge scar left in his heart. Kiriha began to tell the story of Chopper. Nami listened quietly as she ate her porridge, and so did Cheng Lang. However, the dry narration obviously didn't have the immersive effect presented in the original anime. But that was enough. Chopper really has had a tough fate, Nami sighed. He was treated as an outcast since childhood, and after eating the devil fruit, he became not only an outcast among the reindeer, but also among humans. A situation where he is not accepted by either side. Nami felt a strong sense of empathy. After all, her past was also a kind of outcast. She was not a fish person, but had to associate with them, all while enduring the strange looks from the villagers. Cheng Lang stood up. Kiriha, I'll be busy for now. After all, I need to fulfill my promise to you. Cheng Lang stood up and was about to walk out. But then a scalpel brushed past his ear and embedded itself in the stone wall. This scene startled Cheng Lang, making him swallow unconsciously. What's wrong? You can't leave now. As a patient, only I can say you're well enough to be discharged, Kiriha said matter-of-factly. This left Cheng Lang speechless. He pointed at himself. I'm lively and kicking. I don't look sick at all. That's different. As a doctor, I need to determine why you're suddenly experiencing uncontrolled physical fatigue. If I don't figure this out, you can't think about leaving. Cheng Lang was stunned, then smiled and waved his hand. I have a clue about this. And it's not a disease, it's an issue with my ability. My ability activation caused my stamina to be drained infinitely, but now it's fine. My ability should have stopped working. Kiriha hesitated for a moment. After all, Cheng Lang did seem lively and energetic. In the end, she waved her hand and let him go. She turned to look at Nami, but at that moment, Nami's face was no longer flushed. Kiriha frowned and began to measure her temperature again. 36.8, normal temperature. Kiriha looked at the food in Nami's bowl, which was nearly empty. Nami smiled and shook the bowl, Doctor, but before she finished speaking, Kiriha directly lifted Nami's shirt, exposing her abdomen. Nami exclaimed, then tried to cover herself, but she also saw the purplish-black mottled patterns on her abdomen. Although your temperature has returned to normal, your illness is not considered cured. Kiriha looked at the visibly fading purplish-black marks and murmured to herself. The body's immune system is actively eliminating the lesions? What a powerful ability. Chapter 84. Walbo and Mishuru. As Cheng Lang stepped out of the door, he immediately felt the biting cold wind. He glanced at his cotton clothing and felt it had no effect at all. He took out a torch and held it in his hand. The temperature around him rose significantly. Although the torch wasn't hot to the touch, it didn't mean it lacked warmth. When the torch was plunged into the ice, it melted the hard ice, clearly indicating it had heat. Holding the torch, he moved forward and arrived outside the fortress. The endless expanse of white snow was accompanied by falling snowflakes from the sky. Cheng Lang took out a shovel and directly targeted the snow beneath his feet to start shoveling. Bang! The iron shovel shattered. In an instant, all the snow on the ground disappeared, revealing the land beneath. The fortress was a full 3 meters above the ground. Wow, the snow is deep. Cheng Lang didn't pay much attention and collected the fallen snowballs. He then sold all of them to the conversion table. The snowballs could be combined into snow blocks, which were worth 1 EMC each. Selling all the snow blocks only yielded 3,200 EMC, which, although not much, was better than nothing. Selling the snowballs directly? Looking at the 0.2 value of the snowballs, Cheng Lang couldn't bear to look. Fortunately, after combining them, they were worth 1 EMC. Cheng Lang looked at the environment he had destroyed and directly purchased a pumpkin and 8 snowballs to create a snow golem. It was exactly like the one in MC, generating a snow layer path. Silently, he trapped the snow golem with 4 pieces of glass. Cheng Lang took out a stone shovel and began to fix the feet. 5 minutes later, Cheng Lang collapsed onto the ground. Damn, this work isn't meant for humans. It was clearly a snowy day, yet Cheng Lang was already sweating profusely. This was nothing like the game. In the game, you only needed to hold down the digging button, but in reality, he had to dig 1 scoop at a time. And indeed, the snow golem kept its snow layer underfoot, but the key was that it couldn't chain together. He bought some roasted beef and started eating. Cheng Lang gritted his teeth. Though it was only 5 minutes, with his current hand speed, he could only sell snow blocks worth 300 EMC in that time. That was equivalent to 300 seconds, and with Cheng Lang's attack speed of 4 hits per second, it meant 1 snow block per second. The shovel was smoking, and he only got 300 EMC, which felt utterly unworthy. However, he indeed needed EMC to fill his wallet. Cheng Lang had no choice but to continue. He started attacking with both hands, doubling his speed. Hola, 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 hola. His passionate shouts resonated at the mountaintop. 10 minutes later, Cheng Lang collapsed on the ground again. I can't take it anymore. This foot-fixing job is not even for dogs. The effort pushed to the limit only yielded 1200 EMC. Totally not worth it. Cheng Lang found himself missing the feeling of soaking in lava. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang's efforts naturally attracted the attention of Luffy and Chopper, who were frolicking inside the castle. At this moment, Chopper came over. What are you doing? Cheng Lang looked at the small Chopper and couldn't help but find him quite adorable. Making money. Making money? Chopper looked confused. Cheng Lang took out the stone shovel and briefly demonstrated how to fix the feet. At that moment, Chopper realized that the snow golem was actually alive. How amazing. Huh. The snowman is alive. Chopper's eyes widened in disbelief, and then he noticed the low ground around him. Hey, where's the snow in front of my house? Cheng Lang found Chopper's funny scene amusing. Wow, he has such a slow reaction time. At that moment, Luffy ran over and, seeing that Cheng Lang was finally able to get out of bed, he was instantly cheerful. Cheng Lang, you're finally better. Seeing Luffy rush over and hug him like a koala, Cheng Lang almost passed out again from the pressure. Sorry to worry you, Cheng Lang said with a smile. Putting Luffy down, Cheng Lang teased if you don't catch Chopper soon, he will run away. He is quite a capable doctor, you know. Luffy then realized he still had a goal. Stop. Reindeer? Huh? What did you say his name was? Chopper. Stop, Chopper. Come sail with us. No. Chopper's small figure started running again. Watching this scene, Cheng Lang found it amusing. However, he looked at his still insufficient EMC value. He wasn't here just to fix feet. He needed 9,600 EMC to open the Hell Gate, so he could directly teleport to the ship through the Hell Gate. He just didn't expect that fixing feet would be so much more exhausting than he imagined. Should he continue digging snow? When he put down his first iron shovel, all the snow on the platform had already been cleared. Even if it hadn't been cleared, the snow would have collapsed down the cliff. As for digging down to the stones, he didn't know the way. Jumping down into the water? He was scared. After all, last time he was unsure if it was his good fortune or the water effect that saved him. That kind of experience should be avoided if possible. Games are games, and reality is reality. Experiencing a fall from such heights once was enough. Should he continue? Cheng Lang sighed, estimating that he would need more than an hour to accumulate 9,600 EMC. Scratching his head, Cheng Lang ultimately dismantled the glass, freeing the snow golem. Honestly, if he had that hour, it would be better to take the elevator down to dig for snow. Cheng Lang looked around, attempting to find a cable car he could ride. However, as he looked around, he saw several disheveled figures. Spit, why did a snow avalanche happen out of nowhere? Walbo, wrapped in iron skin, spat out the snow from his mouth, along with 2 subordinates he had swallowed. And of course, one was a guy Cheng Lang had never seen before. Cheng Lang stared at the other person, who had pink hair and wore a black eye patch. At that moment, Walbo also noticed Cheng Lang. Huh, what are you looking at? Wait, why you look so familiar? The man with pink hair and a black eye patch narrowed his eyes. Walbo, that guy is one of those protected by the straw hat kid and the curly eyebrows. Isn't that guy all dried up? How'd he change? Walbo frowned but quickly lost interest. Although you probably don't recognize me, it doesn't matter. Walbo looked at Cheng Lang, and at that moment, a cannon appeared on his arm. Die. The sound of the cannon echoed. Smoke filled the air. This is the consequence of opposing the king of Magnet Drum Kingdom. Walbo looked disdainfully at his masterpiece. Due to the cannon fire, everyone inside the fortress looked over. Korea stood in front of the window. Noticing this scene, her expression shocked. How did these 2 guys come back together? Nami curiously looked over. That guy. Wasn't he knocked away by Luffy? Do you know them? Korea asked, puzzled. Nami nodded. This guy's ship can sail underwater, and when our ship passed by, he attacked us with his subordinates. But in the end, he was punched away by Luffy. As for the one next to him, I have no impression. Korea's gaze fell on the man with pink hair and a black eye patch. His name is Mishru, Walbo's brother. 20 years ago, after just eating a devil fruit, He used the lives of citizens to experiment with the fruit's abilities. Naturally brutal, he was eventually exiled by the old king and was said to be banished to the volcanic country of Kirawia, after which there were no further updates. Chapter 85. The Invincible Wapol, what abilities does he have? Nami was curious. He is a user of the mushroom fruit. 20 years ago, he used his abilities to generate highly toxic and hallucinogenic mushrooms that spread and caused the deaths of several townspeople. Now, 20 years have passed, and it's hard to imagine what his abilities are like now. Kureha stood up and picked up some scattered weapons nearby. Nami wanted to stop her, but remembering that Luffy, Sanji, and Cheng Lang were all there, and that Cheng Lang had milk, she thought that a mere hallucination and poison shouldn't be a big problem. So she let the situation unfold. Through the window, she looked outside. The smoke cleared. Cheng Lang appeared there unharmed, but he now had a shield in front of him. What a great fruit ability, yet you waste it like this. Cheng Lang recalled who the man he had never seen before was. Movie 9. The Mystery of Chopper's Past. The background setting is during the time after Eni's lobby and before meeting Brook, essentially a reimagining of Chopper's story by the animation team, with the antagonist being Wapol's brother. To be honest, this plot is quite absurd. After all, Wapol is the younger brother. If his brother returned to the country with him, what would happen? There's only one king, so wouldn't the two brothers be in competition? When Cheng Lang first saw this movie, he was stunned and thought it was a reboot. However, with these people here, what happened to the other partners? Did they not meet as in the original story, or was it something else? Cheng Lang steadied his thoughts. Looking at Wapol, the diamond sword in his hand was already drawn. Wapol, being mocked, turned red in the face. All right. Let me show you my latest ability. By the way, I got the materials from your ship. In an instant, steam burst forth from Wapol's body, and he began to swell quietly. Wapol Factory. The steam dissipated. A square-shaped Wapol appeared before them. Cheng Lang rubbed his eyes. Isn't this a giant wooden house? But wasn't he over? Wapol swallowed two of his subordinates beside him. Wapol Factory. Fusion. After a surge of steam, a combined figure made of wooden armor with MC patterns walked out from behind the wooden door. Wow. Cheng Lang was stunned by this scene. Wahahaha. Are you shocked by my amazing ability? Don't underestimate this wooden armor. Its hardness is stronger than steel. All the damage inflicted on it will be nullified. Cheng Lang stared blankly at this scene. It was at this moment that Chopper transformed into his reindeer form and stepped out. Wapol. Wahaha. Isn't this the witch's pet? It seems that while I was gone, a little mouse entered my castle. Wapol was full of spirit. Ever since he ate that square piece of wood, he felt better than ever. This is why he dared to bring his brother back from the volcanic country. He just didn't expect Blackbeard to have already run away. Otherwise, he would have made that damn guy taste his power. Mushu stared blankly at his brother, realizing that the spores hidden inside his brother's body had completely disappeared. He also saw that his brother's hair and body had some mushroom-like appearance. Clearly, his ability had also been utilized. Mushiru was left speechless. It seemed that his foolish brother was not really an idiot. Go, Jess Crow, Wapol commanded. The four-armed, two-headed combined figure charged forward. Cheng Lang watched all of this with narrowed eyes. It was not just a simple stacking of people, but a true fusion of two individuals. After all, Cheng Lang could feel the energy within them connecting. The swallow fruit could not only synthesize Wapol's alloy body, but could also connect and reshape human bodies. It was slightly different from his impression, but not by much. Cheng Lang used shave and instantly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he had reached Jess and Crow's side, swinging his diamond sword toward their waist. So fast, but unfortunately, we are two people. The arms below reached out directly to block the path of the diamond sword. Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. It looked like a wooden armor, but it was clearly fused with fine iron, possessing extraordinary hardness while also having Cheng Lang's MC characteristics. After the crack formed, it quietly disappeared in the next moment. Cheng Lang couldn't help but be astonished. Wow, this hardness and strength are so familiar. Wahaha, how about that? My masterpiece. Wapol was very satisfied. At that moment, a rubber fist came straight for his face. It was Luffy, who had been holding back all this time. You bastard. How dare you show up in front of me? Wapol didn't react in time, but remained unhurried. Straw Hat Kid, the current me is not so easily knocked away. Wapple smirked, wahahaha. Too weak. Too weak. Have you not eaten? This level of strength is just a tickle. But Luffy didn't care about that. If one punch didn't work, he would throw a series of punches. Wapple also did not dodge, facing Luffy's storm of punches. Although his body would crack, the moment cracks appeared, they would disappear. Wapple continued to laugh wildly. Weak. 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 Watching the scene become increasingly absurd, Cheng Lang silently approached Wapple's side. A diamond pickaxe appeared in his hand. Then, Pop Wapple's body, a mix of MC wood and iron, instantly disappeared. What? In the next moment of shock, Luffy's fist had already reached Wapple's face. Thud. Without the outer shell, Wapple was sent flying by a single punch, his eyes glazing over. Cheng Lang looked at the special block that fell to the ground. He picked it up. Wood iron. Only a name, simple and clear. Mushiru, who witnessed everything, blinked. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. But everything happened too quickly, giving him no time to react. After all, just a second ago, Wapple was still invincible. And the next second, he was knocked away. Who could have expected that? Furthermore, Cheng Lang's opponent was not defeated. Cheng Lang had endured the attacks of 4 wooden iron hammers to reach Wapple and then used the pickaxe to dig him out. How could Mushiru help in this situation? This foolish Wapple. Mushiru shook his head helplessly. However, the corners of his mouth turned up and countless spores quietly spread around him. Hallucinogenic spores. Although they were somewhat wilted in the low-temperature environment, they were sufficient. Chapter 86. Sky/Hey, the one with the straw hat. Come over quickly. That guy released some kind of spores. Chopper immediately alerted as he sensed the hallucinogenic spores. Mushiru smirked, too late. I've been releasing spores from the very beginning. You must be seeing a colorful world right now, right? Oh, sorry, the hallucinogenic spores have even deprived you of your hearing. Mushiru laughed heartily, similar to Wapple. However, unlike Wapple, he didn't just stand there as a target for the enemy. At this moment, white mushrooms began to sprout from the ground, heading straight for Luffy. Meanwhile, Luffy's eyes had turned into spirals. Wow, Cheng Lang, look, there are little people, Luffy exclaimed, pointing at a seemingly empty spot on the ground. Just a moment later, he laughed joyfully. Hey, do you all want to play with me? One by one, the white mushrooms quietly attached themselves to Luffy's body. Cheng Lang watched as Luffy, who was experiencing hallucinations like he had eaten a devil fruit, was now under control, feeling somewhat speechless. However, he couldn't provide support here. This combined entity was different from Wapple and couldn't be dug out with a pickaxe. Moreover, their reactions were indeed quick, or rather, they had 2 pairs of eyes, doubling their attention compared to normal. Relying solely on speed to resolve the situation was a bit tricky. As for brute strength, the wooden armor on their bodies was quite strong, with hardness similar to iron. Cheng Lang couldn't achieve a one-hit kill. Furthermore, due to their MC block-like properties, some of the impact from attacks would be absorbed. How tough? Cheng Lang couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, the combined entity was also at a loss. This is something we should be saying. X2, the wooden hammer in their hand struck without any gaps, yet Cheng Lang seemed unfazed, not only resolving their king, but also appearing calm and collected. If it weren't for needing to restrain him to assist the king's brother, they might have given up. After all, full-force attacks were quite taxing on stamina, and even though they were 2 people combined, they couldn't withstand continuous hammering. Cheng Lang used Shave to retreat to the back, preparing to try something he had considered earlier. The combined entity immediately pursued, but their speed was not fast, indicating that their coordination was not as perfect as imagined. Cheng Lang took a deep breath. Life return. Concentrate. This ability allows him to focus his energy to a single point. His arm muscles swelled visibly. At this moment, his satiety and chicken leg were rapidly decreasing, finally stopping at the last chicken leg. Shave. When Cheng Lang reappeared, he had reached the front of the combined entity. Slash. An upward strike from below. This was a basic upward sword stance taught by Zoro. There are no fancy moves, just pure explosive power. The falling snow danced like fairies under a freeze spell, suspended in midair. The freshly gathered snow seemed disturbed by this strike, rising like startled birds. A crack appeared first from the ground, and like a climbing vine, it gradually extended its roots, finally crawling up the combined entity's body. Seemingly sensing nourishment, the the crack began to accelerate. Ultimately, the crack burst open from the combined entity's forehead. However, the crack did not stop. A straight flying slash shot towards the sky, sending countless snowflakes flying. Ugh, that was really exhausting. Cheng Lang exhaled a breath of stale air, and then pulled out a stake to gnaw on. This sword strike naturally surprised Mushiru. What? You're a swordsman? The ability to execute a flying slash proved Cheng Lang's status as a swordsman. Encountering such a strong opponent, Mushiru could only resign himself to defeat, as the flying slash made it impossible for him to get close. However, seeing Cheng Lang gnawing on the stake, it was hard to associate him with a swordsman. Is my full force strike just a swordsman in your eyes? Cheng Lang lamented, realizing his strength was still too weak. Hearing Mushiru's seemingly disappointed expression turned strange. What does that mean? Could his strength actually be above this? Could he be a great swordsman? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such a figure appear here? But whether he was a swordsman or a great swordsman, he was definitely not someone Mushiru could handle. In silence, Mushiru tried to find a way to break the deadlock, glancing at his brother who had been punched away in the cracked combined entity. If they were a four-person combination, they might have had a fighting chance. Coming back to reality, he noticed this suspected swordsman had not charged at him. What's going on? Your opponent is not me. Cheng Lang pointed at Luffy. At this moment, Wapol, confused, turned his head. Wasn't that straw hat kid already under his control with the hallucinogenic and white hard mushrooms? But when he looked, he was stunned. There was Luffy, covered in steam, glaring at him, though his eyes were still spirals, clearly still under the control of the hallucinogenic spores. Why? Could he break free from the white, hard mushrooms? You ate my friend. Mushiru was bewildered. Before he could finish, Luffy had already appeared in front of him, a steam-powered rocket launcher aimed at his chest. Rubber, jet, rocket launcher. Mushiru didn't even feel pain after being hit. The powerful impact knocked him out cold, and the force didn't stop, sending him flying off the mountain and into the sky. Ultimately, he became a star disappearing into the horizon. Cheng Lang watched this scene, then looked at the combined entity he had struck with his full force slash. As expected of someone from the world of One Piece, their physical resilience is incredible. Being slashed like this and still alive, that guy flying away, judging by the speed, he probably won't escape the island, but falling from this height, I wonder if he'll be okay. Cheng Lang looked at the map. At this moment, the Magnet Drum Kingdom was lit up, and the flying mushroom was rapidly traversing the map. In that direction, Zoro and Usopp were there too. Not sure what they were doing. Damn it, give me back my friend. Luffy was still going wild. Cheng Lang took out some milk and used Shave to get next to Luffy, shoving the milk bucket toward him, letting this guy go wild. Who knows what he might see? He might shoot a rocket launcher at him later. After a bucket of milk, Luffy's spiral eyes returned to normal. Seeing Cheng Lang, he was furious. Cheng Lang, did you see that guy? He ate my friend and even stepped on a few. It's just too despicable. That was an illusion. Illusion? Do you see any little people now? Luffy stared blankly at his surroundings, realizing the white expanse around him. The colorful world and little people he had seen before were gone. Cheng Lang and Luffy had resolved the battle. Meanwhile, Wapol, who had been playing dead, had quietly begun to move on his tank tracks. In the armory, Wapol chuckled wickedly. A bunch of commoners. Have they completely forgotten how the king secured his throne? He opened his mouth and swallowed all the weapons in the armory. Wahahaha, luckily I've eaten enough. I have this ability. Indestructible defense, explosive firepower. Chapter 87. You should take a look at whose power you're using. Wapol, the country you ruled no longer exists. The one speaking is Kureha, and at this moment, her meteor hammer is spinning. Once you've fled the country, don't come back. As soon as she finishes speaking, the meteor hammer flies out, heading straight for the thin figure of Wapol, who resembles a matchstick. Unfortunately, Wapol swallows the weapon in his mouth. His originally weak and emaciated body begins to change quietly. The thin body starts to swell, iron-like material covers it like a fluid. Then a wooden pattern shell begins to extend gradually. This one is really impressive. It can even regenerate. Wahaha! Today I will rule Drum Island once again. Let everyone know that their king has returned. An iron barrel pops up from Wapol's head. A red light is brewing in the cannon barrel. Do you remember this big cannon? I once used it to defeat all opposing voices. Wahahaha. Wapol lowers his head and aims the cannon at Kureha. Die. Damn witch. Don't hurt her, Dr. Doriel. A childish voice rings out. Wapol looks puzzled. And then he sees a small raccoon standing in front of him. In the next moment, not only does the raccoon grow larger, but he also sees the other party's exaggeratedly large arms clapping, arms strengthening, hoof cross. The powerful strike directly lifts the bowing Wapol up. This level of attack is hoof, falling cherry blossoms. Countless hoof shadows flash. Wapol's neck is hit repeatedly, and tiny cracks begin to appear around his body. No. How is this possible? In Wapol's unwilling roar, the metallic wooden iron around him shatters instantly. Wapol is also instantly reverted to his original form, turning back into a thin, emaciated strip. However, he does not lose consciousness, but looking at the changes in his body, he cannot believe it. Why? Who made your body wooden? The voice comes from outside the weapon room. The newcomer is naturally Cheng Lang. It would have been fine to make armor out of wood. Why did you wrap your body in it? When faced with high-frequency attacks, it's normal to be shattered. Cheng Lang shakes his head. He has to admit Wapol's idea was good. The wooden iron armor made has both the properties of armor and blocks, and it cannot be excavated. Before reaching a certain level of power, this wooden iron armor can be considered quite strong. High-frequency attacks cannot shatter this cracking wooden iron armor. Of course, if the force exceeds the limit, it's as good as having nothing. After all, this kind of armor doesn't have durability, it's purely block properties. Wapol directly turned his body into a block, which lost the armor properties. Purely a block can indeed absorb and dissipate impact, but when faced with continuous attacks, even if he consumes stamina to repair, it would be futile. I have to say, the Munch Munch fruit has led him to more guesses about MC's blocks. At this moment, Luffy, who has just arrived, looks surprised at Chopper. Join me as a partner. Chopper, who has been entangled, now has a complex expression as he transforms back into his small form. I'm a monster, and I have a blue nose. So what? You're not only strong, but you can also transform. You even know medicine. That's super impressive. Luffy directly praises without holding back. Chopper, being complimented, makes his hands wave in a wave-like shape. You bastard, even if you praise me, I won't be happy. So join me as a partner. Luffy is still persistent. Kureha sees Luffy like this, sighs, and shakes her head. There's no way I can let my silly son just follow you guys. She quietly leaves the weapon room. Following closely is Chopper and Luffy's repeated chase. Cheng Lang then approaches Wapol. Due to the second damage to the block, Wapol, who already had little stamina, is now completely exhausted, staring at the ceiling with wide eyes. Damn, why is this happening? When you say you're smart, you made something that surprised even me. But when you say you're dumb, you lost twice due to block transformation. Wapol looks at Cheng Lang, his eyes filled with fury. It must be you. What did you do? Guess where the power you gained comes from? Cheng Lang smiles and places his hand on Wapol's head. Wait, no. Cheng Lang naturally doesn't intend to deal with Wapol. He has high hopes for this Munch Munch fruit, and in his current state, he doesn't have the full fruit yet. If he dealt with him now, wouldn't that be a waste? At this moment, the rest of the Straw Hat crew arrives. Cheng Lang drags Wapol to the cable car. At this moment, not only the Straw Hat crew gets off the cable car, but also Dalton, the owner of the Bulbul fruit. This is Wapol. Dalton looks at the person Cheng Lang is dragging with surprise. Yes, he was defeated, huh? His brother is in your hands. Dalton nods. I don't know the reason, but he fell from the sky. It's good luck, I guess. I was planning to use his brother to threaten you into submission, but I didn't expect. Yarlita directly interrupts Dalton's conversation, curiously asking, Luffy defeated him? Cheng Lang nods. He flew out and just happened to run into you. Dalton opens his mouth, as if he has heard an incredible story. Yarlita, looking at Wapol, seems to sense something. Do you need me to accompany you? Cheng Lang nods. Zoro steps forward. Where are Luffy and the others? They're inside the castle. I have some things I need to go back to the ship first. Cheng Lang briefly explains. And the others, including Vivi, say nothing more. Mi approaches, tugging at Cheng Lang's hand. Although she doesn't speak, her worried eyes say it all. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Right? Cheng Lang places his hand on her head and smiles. Dalton also notices. You guys, are you taking Wapol in them somewhere? Cheng Lang looks at Dalton and thinks for a moment. Do you need them? Dalton instinctively shakes his head. Not at all. His tone seems to express disdain, like he considers them trash. But Cheng Lang is thinking. Actually, I feel like you need them, or rather, Drum Kingdom needs them. Dalton looks confused. Cheng Lang looks at Vivi, who is staring at Wapol with a distant gaze, seemingly recalling some bad memories. Vivi, I feel like you need to come along. She looks slightly puzzled and confused. Cheng Lang smiles and gestures. Come with me. It should help you a bit. Cheng Lang smiles. But there's a hint of malice in that smile. Chapter 88. Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. In the end, Cheng Lang left the mountaintop with Yalita, Vivi, Dalton, and a king along with his brother. On the cable car, Dalton couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer and asked, why do you say that the Drum Kingdom needs them? Do you know what they did to the Drum Kingdom? Cheng Lang raised his hand to stop him from saying more. First of all, it's not the Drum Kingdom that needs them, it's you. Only then is it the Drum Kingdom. Dalton was quite puzzled, and Vivi also didn't quite understand what he meant. After all, no matter how you looked at it, these two people were not needed. Seeing their confusion, Cheng Lang sighed. It's strange, really. Given how oppressed they are, why don't these people understand the need to resist? Cheng Lang pointed at Wapol. When faced with danger, the king's first thought is to run away. Do you think such a king has any reason to exist? No. Cheng Lang nodded. Then why didn't these villagers dare to act when you were attacked? You should have guns, right? They dare to confront pirates, but not someone who has already become a pirate? Just because he was once a king? Vivi was surprised. How did Cheng Lang know this? Was he actually awake at that time? Dalton hesitated for a moment, then sighed several times as if wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Seeing this, Vivi kindly explained to Cheng Lang, because Wapol is the king of a member country on the surface, protected by the world government. If something happens to Wapol, those who instigated against the throne will be seen as criminals and offered a bounty. If Wapol dies, the member country will be expelled from the world government, and the nation will become a non-member state. Thus, the Drum Kingdom, as a winter island with no output, will be completely unable to recover. And without the status of a member country, the already suffering citizens will lose food import trade and may starve to death in large numbers. Vivi revealed the current situation of the Drum Kingdom. In response, Dalton nodded helplessly and then began to describe the situation on Drum Island. Due to its status as a winter island, the population of the Drum Kingdom is sparse, which also means they only need to pay a relatively small amount of heavenly gold. As a medical powerhouse, Drum Island once boasted world-class medical standards, and, of course, the population increased due to this achievement. Everything was developing positively. However, since Wapol took power, due to his incompetence and disdain for medical professionals, there have been very few who serve the Drum Kingdom, especially those top doctors who look down on Wapol. Then came the Doctors 20, and Wapol used his means to completely purge the country. The once thriving Drum Kingdom is now dwindling in population, and even a simple headache could lead to death. With fewer people, the amount of heavenly gold paid also decreased. For Wapol, this was a wise choice. Not only did he reduce the heavenly gold he had to pay, but he also made it impossible for the people to resist him. After all, the winter island environment makes it easy to fall ill, and once sick, they must seek Wapol. After hearing about the current situation of the Drum Kingdom, Cheng Lang shook his head speechlessly. So, considering the current situation, without the title of a top medical facility, how long can your Drum Kingdom hold on? The cold wind blew outside. The cable car swayed gently. It was as if this country on the brink of collapse could fall apart at any moment due to a gust of wind. As for why Wapol can still live freely now, do you think it's for any other reason? Isn't it relying on the wealth of his ancestors and the exploitation of the lower-class people? Just a common cold could lead to all one's possessions being confiscated. And as a winter island, if your possessions are confiscated, what will happen in the future? You'd probably freeze to death or starve in a home with nothing, right? There must be quite a number of people who have died this way over the years. Initially, it was just about treating a cold, but it developed into a situation where families were destroyed. Moreover, there should be a minimum payment requirement to be a member country. When your country's population is less than 500, do you think you still qualify to be a member country? Cheng Lang's few simple sentences hit the key pain points of the Drum Kingdom. So, I say you really need him. Cheng Lang kicked Wapol's head. It's time to announce the complete end of Wapple's rule, right? Wapple's subordinates and the doctor's 20 should have told you their grievances, right? Cheng Lang looked at Dalton with a smile. Touching his stitched-up wound, Dalton nodded. If Wapple is still alive, those threatened by him will still live in fear of the king's revenge. But if the king dies at this moment, what will happen to those threatened doctors and those warriors who are merely trying to defend the country? They will be liberated. Even if the country is gone, the people are still here. Where there are people, there is a country. A country without its people is not a country at all. As for the identity of being a member country, you no longer need to consider that. Surviving is hard enough, and Wapple ships are still usable. When the time comes, you can go to other countries to buy food and exchange supplies, and you can still live as comfortably as before. Cheng Lang spoke of these rebellious ideas simply. Dalton was stunned. Wait, why does what you say feel wrong? Dalton quickly stopped Cheng Lang from continuing. Vivi remained silent, listening intently. The change of dynasty should be a normal development of the times, and it's good that your enemies are not outsiders, but internal. In fighting back and forth, it's still the same group of people. If it were outsiders, not only would you lose your country, but everyone could become slaves or die. Vivi's expression grew increasingly strange as she listened. Dalton seemed to have sensed another layer of meaning in Cheng Lang's words. Are you saying that I should become king? Although his political instincts were not sharp, Dalton had begun to sense something from all the hints he received. Cheng Lang shrugged. Is what I'm saying not obvious? Dalton was in a daze for a moment, then sighed, I am not suitable. I was once part of the evil. Then you understand the current plight of the Drum Kingdom even more. If you don't stand up now, will you wait until everyone is on the brink of starvation to act? What about the people who will die then? Only those who come from the bottom truly understand the hardships of the lower class. You used to uphold the country, but now you choose to uphold the people. This proves that you understand what is most important to the nation. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. If you support the people will support you. Every era has its responsibilities. The responsibility of this era has now fallen on your shoulders. If you choose to evade it, naturally someone will take your place, but the cost will be great. Cheng Lang looked at Dalton with a smile, waiting for his response. Chapter 89. Cheng Lang, you are not a noble. You are a candidate for the nation, right? Vivi, a royal legitimate princess, has lived among the nobility since childhood. At this moment, sitting in the cable car and listening to Cheng Lang's rebellious words, her mindset was akin to a roller coaster, with countless thoughts exploding in her mind, leaving her unable to comprehend and even doubt herself. Just as Cheng Lang said, water can carry a boat and also capsize it. This saying struck her heart like a turbulent wave. Is a country still a country without people? Could it be that I am the one who is wrong? Vivi stared blankly at Dalton, as if she were looking at herself. Can I really do this? Cheng Lang sighed. If you want to watch the people of the magnetic drum country continue to live in misery, then forget what I said. Should I say what Mr. Dalton should do? It was Vivi speaking, but it was Dalton who asked. Announce the complete downfall of the magnetic drum country. Hand over the culprit, declare his crimes, and simultaneously announce the establishment of a new nation, proclaiming how to plan for the future under his leadership, such as the goals to be achieved in 10 or 20 years. In simple terms, it's the development plan for the future nation. For you, the best path is continuity to continue developing as a major medical power. After all, your older generation is not yet extinct. Pass down knowledge, establish schools, and teach children. Although you have lost your status as a member state, when your medical standards return to their former state, you can naturally continue to be what is called a member state. As for the pirate problem, your guard should still have a lot of capable personnel. Of course, the best way is to establish ports. This point should not worry me. Your country has been established for so long, and how you dealt with pirates in the past is how you should deal with them now. However, I can provide a bit of insignificant help. Cheng Lang smiled as he expressed his thoughts. After hearing this, Dalton's confusion about the future was dispelled. You are really a pirate? It's hard to imagine that someone like you would go to sea as a pirate, Dalton couldn't help but say. As someone who has been educated since childhood to be loyal to the country and the king, Cheng Lang's words were already enough. Seeing Dalton like this, Cheng Lang sighed. The biggest problem in the world of One Piece is actually the monopoly of knowledge and the isolation of violence. The lower-class people have no concept of schooling. Being able to recognize their own names and read simple newspapers is already sufficient, and anything beyond that does not exist. Even the nobility probably has limited access to learning. And this is essentially what is referred to as a policy of ignorance, monopolizing knowledge at the top. Arlita crossed her legs and looked intently at Cheng Lang. You still say you're not a noble? No, you are indeed not a noble. You must be the successor of some major country, right? Cheng Lang was pointed out and could only helplessly sigh. Well, you are not wrong to say that. I can be considered the heir of a distant country. For details, please search for the standard answer with AI. A distant country? What kind of country is that? A country that pursues equality for all. Where? Cheng Lang briefly described the red ideology. A country of equality, a country of red ideology. Vivi listened to this in a daze, her confusion deepening. After all, as a member of the nobility, her education had taught her that this was a betrayal of her class. What does the means of production you mentioned mean? Dalton asked, confused. The means of production, in simple terms, is land. For example, if you are a lumberjack and you have a piece of land filled with trees, then these are your means of production as a lumberjack. But now, these means of production should all belong to the king. The land you farm and the trees you chop down actually belong to the king. Dalton understood. Is that what it means? That really is a beautiful system, communism. Dalton was seriously ignited with the flame of idealism. Seeing this, Cheng Lang patted his shoulder. So the first thing you need to do is announce the downfall of the magnetic drum country. You need to become the next king. Of course, you can also say you're the leader of the new era system. Cheng Lang smiled. Dalton immediately nodded, though he was still filled with confusion. Witnessing this rising star, she was at a loss for words, feeling as if speaking could lead to being directly pressed against a pillar of shame. The cable car reached its destination. Cheng Lang got off. Dalton, you should call the villagers and spread the message. Arlita, by the way, which direction is our ship? Arlita led the way ahead. Cheng Lang's first stop was naturally the ship. After fiddling around in the Mary's warehouse for a while, he exchanged quite a bit of EMC value. Now, Cheng Lang walked out with a full backpack of fruits. Let's go. Dalton should be about ready. Vivi had followed the whole time without saying a word. Cheng Lang noticed her hesitance to speak, but did not engage. Instead, he quietly waited for the right moment. Arlita naturally witnessed all of this. Although she didn't understand much about politics or nations, she knew Vivi was a princess. And Cheng Lang had actively invited Vivi to come along. She was even more curious about everything happening now. However, she remained silent, waiting for further developments. Snowflakes fell. The country, long shrouded in clouds, seemed to sense the rising star that was about to ignite. The dark clouds in the sky quietly thinned. Rays of sunshine poured down from the heavy cloud layers. When Cheng Lang and his party arrived at the town, people from several surrounding villages and towns had gathered together. At this moment, on a temporarily constructed platform, Dalton stood there. Upon seeing Cheng Lang's group arrive, his resolute gaze was already completely different from before. Cheng Lang smiled as he sent Walbo onto the platform. As the crowd noticed Walbo, they began to murmur, some in fear, some in anger, but most were numb. Under such a regime, their bottom line had been crossed countless times, leaving them desensitized. Even if Dalton stood on the platform and announced that Walbo had successfully restored the country, they would likely just helplessly agree and silently endure it. But this time, everything was different. Walbo stood on the makeshift wooden platform, looking directly into the eyes of the crowd. Naturally, he saw anger, fear, and numbness. Ladies and gentlemen, the former magnetic drum country is now a thing of the past. The former King Walbo ruled over us with an iron fist, making us suffer greatly. Now it is all over. Here, I officially announce, the magnetic drum country has fallen. Everything from the past, Walbo should pay for his past mistakes. On the platform, Dalton spoke of Walbo's crimes over the years, and the more he spoke, the more the villagers below mourned. Some even cried, while the angry ones shouted for execution. Everyone, I can feel your anger, but please allow me to say one thing. All the mistakes lie with Walbo, the doctors who were once driven away, and the current doctors. Everyone was forced to become executioners under Walbo's rule, just like I once was. If I could, I would strive to make the future better. The former medical power should not be buried in our generation. Dalton on the platform was sincere, but a bit fearful, as he was genuinely afraid that the people below would not forgive him. A moment of silence filled the atmosphere. Then a laugh broke the silence. Mr. Dalton, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, many of us would have already died. And whether it's the doctors or those royal guards, were they truly willing? Yes, exactly. The wrong one is not Mr. Dalton. It's Valpo. We all see Mr. Dalton's efforts. My son is one of the guards. He came home and cried to me about the hardships of these years. So, Mr. Dalton, please don't apologize. The one who should really apologize is Valpo. Yes, it's Valpo who should apologize, not Mr. Dalton. One after another, words of forgiveness and comfort made Dalton's tears flow uncontrollably. At that moment, the sunlight completely broke through the clouds and fell onto the earth. Chapter 90. The Trouble Caused by Pickled Spicy Strips. In the end, Valpo was executed, including his brother. The Tong Tong fruit and Junjun fruit also appeared in Cheng Lang's fruits. Cheng Lang was surprised by this. He never expected to obtain both. One was the Tong Tong fruit transformed from a watermelon, and the other was the Junjun fruit transformed from Cha-Cha fruit. Both had the same conversion price as the explosion fruit, which was 80 million. Seeing this price, Cheng Lang felt a headache. It was a bit troublesome. Unless he made a trip to the little garden, it would be too difficult to gather them. But then Cheng Lang thought of the lower realm. He didn't know if monsters spawned there. If they did, he wouldn't have to worry about EMC value. Silently, he put away the 2 devil fruits. Just then, a hand was placed on Cheng Lang's shoulder. It was Yalita. Sure enough. What's wrong? Cheng Lang tilted his head to look at Yalita, who had come closer. I'm quite curious. Since you have this ability, why don't you just deal with that nasty woman directly? What woman to deal with? Still pretending. That foul-mouthed, nasty woman. Are you talking about Mr. Five's partner? What's wrong? Can't bear to do it. Pitying the fair lady? Yalita teased Cheng Lang. To this, Cheng Lang scratched his cheek. Indeed, Yalita had hit the nail on the head. The reason he hadn't dealt with that woman was somewhat influenced by this. After all, as a modern teenager, he had been educated since childhood about respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, and ladies first. Did I hit the mark? Yalita pinched Cheng Lang's face. Should I say you're ruthless, or should I say you're kind? Are you angry? Huh? Why would I be angry? Yalita was puzzled, but then shook her head with a smile. If you were that kind of ruthless person, maybe I would be angry. Yalita smiled at Cheng Lang, and then gently touched Cheng Lang's face with her lipstick-coated lips. Perhaps it's your personality that gave me beauty and a perfect figure. Why should I be angry? Cheng Lang touched his face, then looked at Yalita, who waved and walked away with a strange expression. Was I just teased? Just then, Chopper came rushing in on a sled from a distance. Luffy was standing on it. Hey, Cheng Lang, get in the car. We're setting sail. Although he was shouting, Luffy had already reached out his arms to stop Cheng Lang, Yalita, and Vivi. Hey, we're not. Before he could finish, they were pulled onto the sled by Luffy's outstretched arms. Sorry. Luffy chuckled awkwardly. Then he was collectively headbutted by the 3. Luffy, I'm really sorry. On the Mary, Luffy officially introduced Chopper. This is our new crew member. Let us hold a banquet for our new crew member. Cheng Lang immediately interrupted. A banquet is fine, but do we have enough food? The atmosphere on the ship fell silent. Seeing this, Cheng Lang sighed. Don't look at me. I can't produce much meat now due to excessive use of my abilities. Luffy looked disappointed. Not just him. Usopp was the same. Cheng Lang was confused. Wait a minute. I remember I put at least 3 months' worth of fruits and over a month's worth of food in the box. Plus, you guys often fish. And you also caught dinosaurs in the little garden. So there shouldn't be a food shortage, right? Luffy, sweating, looked elsewhere without making a sound. Naturally, Usopp, who was with him, was the same. Sanji walked over, sighed, and shook his head. You weren't here, so the fishing rods couldn't regenerate. Plus, this guy Luffy gets greedy and eats your pickled spicy strips, which only makes him hungrier. And there's no milk to relieve the hunger Buffy mentioned. Sigh. You should seal the spicy strips away from now on. Then everyone on the ship nodded. Although the pickled spicy strips were quite delicious, not only did they stimulate the appetite, but they also made one hungrier, which was really not good. Hey, why? This is unfair. Luffy immediately jumped up to protest. Then he was suppressed by the entire ship. I'm really sorry. Cheng Lang rubbed his temples. His current EMC value was less than 10,000, and compared to the previous million, he felt really insecure now. By the way, what about Gugu? Has it laid any eggs these days? Cheng Lang thought of Gugu, who could quickly make money. But when Cheng Lang saw Gugu, he was shocked. No way. Have you all been abusing Gugu? Cheng Lang looked at Gugu, who looked like it was about to die, filled with confusion. He was also heartbroken, gently stroking Gugu's feathers, looking at its emaciated body, and could only keep soothing it. If it weren't for Gugu these days, we probably would have starved to death. It was Sanji who spoke, briefly explaining what had happened. Since Gugu no longer looked square, the eggs it laid could not only explode, but also produce normal eggs, and they had the effect of MC food, providing a strong sense of fullness. Since the food on the ship ran out, everyone relied on Gugu eating the few wheat seeds Cheng Lang had left, which barely supplied food for everyone. But later, when the wheat seeds ran out, they could only eat ordinary rice, but unfortunately, ordinary rice couldn't compare to wheat seeds. In the end, Gugu became increasingly emaciated. Gugu. Gugu. After saying this, Gugu's head drooped and collapsed in Mi's arms. He finally came back. I did it. Chopper translated. Cheng Lang fell silent, silently taking out a set of 64 wheat seeds. Gugu, who was about to pass away, immediately left Mi's arms and came to Cheng Lang's embrace, then began to gobble down. Gugu. Chopper translated. Not enough. Cheng Lang thought for a moment and directly took out 1,000 wheat seeds. Eat more, eat well. Next, you'll produce your currently strongest exploding egg. Gugu. Chopper translated. Easy. At this moment, everyone just realized that Chopper seemed to understand Gugu's words. Hey, you can actually understand Gugu's words. That's amazing. Luffy was shocked. Usopp was also shocked. You're a raccoon, it's a chicken. How can you have common topics? I told you. I'm a deer, not a raccoon, you idiot. Besides, communication between animals relies a lot on actions, tone, and body language. And I won't be happy just because you compliment me a little, Chopper said as he started to twist around. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but think. He looks so happy. After swallowing 1,000 wheat seeds, Gugu shook its head. Gugu. What did it say? Cheng Lang looked at Chopper in confusion. Not enough, still need. Gugu Gugu. 280 more. Cheng Lang was taken aback. 1280. That quantity seems to be the price of D2. Has Gugu's ability limit reached D2 in just these few days? It was still at E4 level before. Cheng Lang took out 280 wheat seeds, and after Gugu finished eating, it shook a bit. An exploding egg with black spots appeared in Cheng Lang's hand. Gugu. Gugu Gugu. If it weren't for the overuse a few days ago, it could have produced something even more powerful. Exploding egg D2 price 12800 EMC value. The price went from 2560 to 12,800 EMC value, which is a huge profit. Cheng Lang quickly regained some health and took out a lot of steak and fruits. He also equipped a fishing rod. As a result, the 12,800 EMC he had just received was quickly spent again. That's all for now. By the way, Nami, the next island after this one is Alabasta. We can directly record the magnetic force, and I need to plant some things on the island. So let's stay for 2 days. Cheng Lang suggested with a smile. Nami glanced at Vivi, and Vivi nodded with a complex expression. Nami had no objections to this. P.S. Just a simple 5 updates. Let's see if we can stabilize it. Chapter 91. How the banquet on the ship was in full swing as the sky grew darker. That night, Cheng Lang arrived at a small room where he kept the Hell Gate. However, there was already someone standing there. It was Nami, who looked at Cheng Lang with a worried expression. What's wrong? Didn't you drink quite a bit? Cheng Lang joked with a smile. Nami waved her hand dismissively. That was at most just sugar water with no alcohol in it. She glanced at Cheng Lang and then fixed her gaze on the Hell Gate. Although this is your ability, I advise you not to go in. At least wait until tomorrow when the others can go with you. Cheng Lang tilted his head in confusion. You went in? Well, it was an accident. At that time, you fainted and everyone crowded around, and I accidentally got pushed inside. Nami seemed to recall a bad memory and shook her head unconsciously. There were wailing spirits inside. It was the real cries from hell. If you want to go, At least take Luffy and the others with you. Cheng Lang tilted his head, puzzled. Is hell really that dangerous? Actually, quite the opposite. It's much safer than the main world. Of course, the premise is not to attack the pigmen. As long as you don't provoke them, you basically won't die. As for the wailing spirits, it should be the cries of the evil souls, right? Don't worry. Remember, this is created by me. I know it very well. If you're still worried, well, you've been there. You should know all you need to do to come back is to walk through the gate, right? This is the rope. If you sense danger, just pull me back with it. Nami hesitated for a moment, wanting to refuse, but seeing Cheng Lang's determined gaze, she hesitated briefly and sighed. If I pull you, you mustn't resist. Cheng Lang nodded. He tied the rope around himself and stepped into the Hell Gate. The perspective in front of him twisted. Whether he opened his eyes or closed them, he felt the distortion. In the next moment, Cheng Lang arrived in Hell. Looking at the familiar, square-shaped Hell, Cheng Lang felt a sense of nostalgia. Stepping out of the teleportation portal, he stood on soul sand. It was slightly sticky underfoot, and the only other sensation was that the air temperature had risen slightly. Too bad I didn't spawn right next to the Hell Fortress, Cheng Lang sighed. Then, Cheng Lang looked around curiously, but saw no evil souls or pigmen. However, that was to be expected. The area clearly consisted of soul sand, which is known not to spawn monsters. The only use of soul sand is to grow netherwort and create withers. At that moment, Nami also teleported in. However, her condition was not good, and her expression was one of great pain. Clearly, the dizziness from teleportation was making her uncomfortable. Yet she still opened her eyes and saw Cheng Lang standing on that frightening land. You, why are you so calm? Cheng Lang tilted his head in confusion. What's wrong? Nami pointed at the ground beneath them. Looking at the soul sand, Cheng Lang was puzzled. What's the matter? Seeing that Cheng Lang didn't seem to be faking, Nami swallowed hard and cautiously took a step forward. However, as soon as her foot touched the soul sand, countless wails erupted from it. Of course, Cheng Lang couldn't hear it, but Nami instantly pulled her foot back. Cheng Lang noticed that the moment Nami stepped onto the soul sand, her foot sank in. To describe it, it was as if her ankle was completely submerged in the soul sand. At the same time, as she stepped down, Cheng Lang could see that Nami's foot was clearly stained by the color of the soul sand. You, look! Nami's face turned pale, and her body trembled involuntarily. The countless wails exploding in her ears were simply unbearable, as if she were face to face with ghosts. You, didn't wear the diamond shoes I gave you, did you? Cheng Lang questioned. Nami was momentarily taken aback by the sudden change of topic. No, I mean, wearing those feels strange. Go put them on and come back. Nami was confused, but after thinking about it, she went back to put on the diamond set and returned. However, after the second teleportation, her expression was much better than before, clearly indicating that she was gradually getting used to the dizziness. Step on it and see. Nami hesitated for a moment, but still walked up. This time, nothing happened. Just as I thought. Cheng Lang noted. Soul sand, while useless to MC players, upon closer inspection, actually consists of countless wailing, ghostly faces. Moreover, it is a necessary block for creating withers, which are beings that harbor hatred for all living things. It's normal for soul sand to have some harmful effects on living beings. He had originally wanted to make a brewing stand and netherwort for Kureha, but now he thought that this stuff was more dangerous than he had imagined and required careful consideration. This is so amazing. Why don't I feel anything now? Nami walked on the soul sand in surprise, filled with confusion. All right, since there's no danger, you should go back. The place I'm going to might pose a danger to you. Cheng Lang still intended to persuade her. After all, the soul sand in hell had such effects. I'll come find you once I confirm it's safe. After all, this stuff will definitely need to be introduced to you in the future. I'll wait for you here. Cheng Lang waved his hand and left. Nami was quite timid, and since the area was filled with soul sand, which didn't T-spawn monsters, it was still safe. He moved eastward. As for getting lost, it was impossible with a map. Moreover, this soul sand canyon was much larger than he had expected. After walking over 10,000 blocks, he finally saw other terrain. Soon he noticed the pigmen. The square-shaped pigmen did not attack Cheng Lang upon seeing him. Instead, they wandered aimlessly. Cheng Lang cautiously approached until he was face to face with a pigman. The pigman also showed no intent to attack Cheng Lang. It seemed to be just like the original version. With that, Cheng Lang relaxed. After all, he was quite familiar with this place. He took out a pickaxe and shovel to gather some soul sand and nether rock. Nether rock was just like cobblestone, valued at 1 EMC. The soul sand was slightly higher at 62 EMC, but for a block that could be attacked, the price was lower than he had imagined. After selling them, Cheng Lang continued to move forward. Soon he spotted a piglin. Found it. Cheng Lang skillfully put on the golden helmet. Although it didn't seem manifest outwardly, the piglin seemed to sense the golden helmet and showed no hostility towards Cheng Lang. Cheng Lang approached the piglin and dug a pit beside it, then gave it a gentle push. Clearly, pushing didn't count as an attack and did not provoke hostility. It was feasible. For safety, Cheng Lang pushed each piglin into the pit one by one. Evidently, Hell adhered to MC characteristics where monsters could be stacked. Then, Cheng Lang took out 64 gold ingots. The moment he revealed the gold ingots, the piglins instantly turned their gaze toward him, their eyes fixed on the gold. He threw the gold ingots out and began to wait. Chapter 92. Special changes of the portal without any installed mods. The items that piglins can offer are quite limited. The most useful item, of course, is the Ender Pearl. One of Cheng Lang's main purposes for coming to the Nether is this item. A set of gold ingots was quickly exchanged. Cheng Lang looked at the 34 Ender Pearls in his hand, somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the drop rate to be so high. Usually, a set yields only about 16. This time, however, there were so many. Could the drop rate be different? After thinking for a moment, Cheng Lang threw down another set of 64 gold ingots. Soon, he had another 30 Ender Pearls in his hand. Cheng Lang frowned. This was already beyond the normal drop rate. He looked at the other items and frowned again. Gravel, 129, nether bricks, 305, soul sand, 99. These three were the most common, and their prices weren't high either. Gravel is worth 4 EMC, nether bricks 3 EMC, and soul sand 62 EMC. The next most common item was exactly 64 Ender Pearls in a set. This was strange. Cheng Lang had seen the drop probability chart for piglins. If the trash items above were considered 5th prize, then Ender Pearls should be 3rd prize. But with the current drop rate, Ender Pearls seem to have become 4th prize. Obsidian and soul sand should have similar rates, yet only 3 had dropped. Next were string and iron nuggets, both with 5 drops. Leather had 10. 1 fire resistance potion. That was all. It seemed the drop rates had indeed been adjusted, but he could still make a profit. The question was, why was the drop rate for Ender Pearls so high? Cheng Lang was puzzled, but he converted everything except the Ender Pearls into EMC values. Then he exchanged them for gold ingots again. In the end, Cheng Lang harvested 84 Ender Pearls. He happily accepted them, and, at that moment, a shiny object caught his attention. Crying Obsidian X1? As Cheng Lang picked it up, he instantly saw the shocking EMC value. A selling price of 100,000. Hiss! How could this useless item sell for such a high price? Why? Cheng Lang was shocked, but then began to think about the purpose of Crying Obsidian. It seemed he had an idea. Crying Obsidian could craft one item, the respawn anchor. However, to be honest, this item wasn't too much used for Cheng Lang in hardcore mode, as it wouldn't revive him. It was merely a way to record a spawn point and couldn't actually bring him back to life. Cheng Lang pondered. Could it allow ordinary players to respawn? As for experimenting whether he would respawn, Cheng Lang wasn't too foolish enough to test it. After all, if he died, it would be the end. He then decided to sell the Crying Obsidian, just to record it. The exact 100,000 EMC value could be exchanged for gold ingots again, and if he could also obtain Crying Obsidian, he would be in the money. However, after putting down 115 gold ingots, Cheng Lang looked at a bag full of trash and cried. Gamblers never die well. Cheng Lang sighed, but fortunately, the 113 Ender Pearls gave him some comfort. After selling 1 Ender Pearl for 896 EMC for record keeping, Cheng Lang looked at the piglins and finally put down his diamond sword. Although they were all shady merchants, what if they stopped trading? He decided to leave it for now. Cheng Lang then began to dig straight up, reaching the bedrock ceiling. After thinking for a long time, he looked at the Ender Pearls in his hand. In the game, he could directly teleport up, leaving aside whether it would be successful. How would he come down once he got up? He couldn't guarantee he would be able to place blocks up there. It would be funny if he got stuck up there. Other methods to break bedrock required redstone, which he didn't have. However, Cheng Lang didn't come up just to look around. He activated his soul possession ability. Indeed, he could pass through bedrock. Cheng Lang traversed the bedrock and saw the scene he had imagined. In this state, he naturally couldn't place blocks. But he could confirm one thing. If mushrooms spawned on the bedrock, it meant that a portal could be opened above. This way, he could directly use the nether portal to teleport back to the main world. After drifting for a long time, Cheng Lang finally found a mushroom. Releasing the ability, his consciousness returned to his body. Now he had to consider how to get up. Should he use a boat? Let's give it a try. Using the simplest method, he built a ladder to the top, and then threw an ender pearl. Just like playing MC, he instantly appeared above the bedrock layer. It really was easy. It must be an MC characteristic. With a nervous heart, Cheng Lang placed a block. Sure enough, it worked. He let out a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, being able to craft enchanted golden apples and also place blocks on the bedrock layer. What version am I in? Or can it be done in all versions? Forget about that for now. He built the portal and walked in. After spinning around, Cheng Lang found himself inside the ship's nether portal. He then walked into the portal again. This time, he felt there were two choices, one above and one below. Cheng Lang directly chose the portal below. At that moment, Nami was sitting bored on the obsidian, looking into the distance. Where is he? Could something have happened? Should I go look for him? No. I should find Luffy and the others instead, Nami murmured. Suddenly, Cheng Lang cleared his throat behind her. Who? Nami jumped up in a panic, only to see Cheng Lang standing behind her. When did you come back? Come with me for an experiment. Nami was confused but still followed. Just as they stepped out, she was pushed back into the portal, which left her a bit bewildered. But when they emerged, the site was completely empty. All she could see were black and gray stones. Could it really be done? At this moment, Cheng Lang was gradually becoming familiar with his abilities. After entering the portal, a map formed in his mind, with markers for the portals, just like selecting a map in a game. He could teleport directly to the portal he wanted. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, his choices would also affect others. Even a mysterious intervention made him aware that he could set the coordinates for all portals. For instance, the portal on the ship would inevitably lead to the bedrock layer. The Soul Sand Valley could also be reached through a teleport to the portal on the ship, but it was impossible to go back, as this was a one-way portal. However, Cheng Lang could choose the landing point of this portal. There were still some restrictions. He had to teleport to the nether first before he could choose to teleport back to reality. In simple terms, portals couldn't directly teleport within the One Piece world. They had to go through the nether first. Was it a bit like the mirror space of the mirror fruit? Cheng Lang pondered, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, Nami walked up. The oppressive heat of the nether had disappeared. It was neither hot nor cold. Where is this? The top layer of the nether, and there was nothing here. Chapter 93. The reason for the gathering of soul sand? Pigment Tower. Nothing. Nami looked around. There was no sun or moon in the sky. The distant sky was a gray mist. The surrounding silence was terrifying. For some reason, Nami felt a sense of fear. In this vast, boundless space, there was nothing. If she were left here, wouldn't she die of loneliness? Let's go. Cheng Lang called out to the dazed Nami. Nami finally reacted. All right, let's go back. This place is too strange. After Nami returned to the Mary, her suppressed emotions gradually improved. Cheng Lang, I suggest you seal this thing. Because of you, no one came here before, but now you know Luffy's personality. He's been curious about this thing for a long time. What are you doing? Are you going again? Nami looked at Cheng Lang, who was turning to head back to the portal, puzzled. Isn't this over? Don't worry, I will seal it. But I need to continue testing something in hell. You should sleep first. Nami thought for a moment and nodded. After Nami left, Cheng Lang sealed the door with wood. Nami's concern was well-founded. Hell was just as he imagined, which also meant that zombie pigmen might emerge from the Hell Gate. He wasn't sure how this would affect normal people. After all, the nickname Pig Three Blades wasn't just for show. If it was a normal attack, that would be one thing, but if it was an attack on health, that was quite terrifying to think about. It was equivalent to a direct attack on the essence of life. Returning to the Soul Sand Canyon, Cheng Lang thought for a moment and then took out a shovel to prepare for some adjustments. He completely wrapped the area in soul sand. From now on, this place would be a crossing point for those who entered without permission. As long as they didn't have Cheng Lang's equipment, normal people would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, considering the possibility of large numbers of people appearing, he deliberately left some standing space near the portal, surrounding it with a circle of stones to give any unexpected companions a buffer opportunity. After finishing all this, Cheng Lang left the box he built with soul sand. What about the light source inside? Just use flint to light the soul sand. The bluish flame looked quite nice. Soon, Cheng Lang left the soul sand canyon, and the pigmen that had previously respawned were still there. It seemed there was already a difference from the game. The respawned pigmen wouldn't disappear. This was somewhat troublesome. Once a battle started, it might permanently attract the attention of the pigmen. Just then, the sound of a baby crying echoed. Cheng Lang frowned. That sound was strange. He then saw a wraith appear in his line of sight. At that moment, the wraith spat out a fireball. Its speed was much faster than in the game. In the blink of an eye, it was about to reach where Cheng Lang stood. Sure enough, there were some changes. Let's see if I can send it back. Cheng Lang adjusted his stance and returned the wraith's fireball. The wraith was instantly obliterated by the fireball. Cheng Lang arrived at the item drop point. As expected, there was no experience. Cheng Lang wasn't surprised by this. Currently, his way of gaining experience was by changing the storyline and also by killing real-world animals like cows, sheep, and chickens in Minecraft. The former he could understand as him changing the world, while the latter made him ponder whether it was due to intelligence. After all, cows, sheep, and chickens in the real world were still somewhat dumb, but they had developed a bit of intelligence. The best example was the chicken, which could understand human speech before eating the devil fruit. Hell was just as he remembered. This meant everything here was created by his abilities. Picking up the Wraith's tier, he glanced at the price. 789 EMC value. Speaking of which, the Soul Sand Canyon terrain should spawn a lot of Wraiths, small blacks, and skeleton archers. But why haven't they spawned? Looking back, there was nothing on the Soul Sand, neither small blacks, nor skeletons, nor Wraiths. This was really strange. Besides, there was no soul soil down here, and the ground was unusually flat. Does this mean this place isn't actually the Soul Sand Canyon? Cheng Lang wondered. Could it be that the appearance of the Hell Gate caused the souls in the Soul Sand to notice and approach? Or was it an attraction to the living? How could that be? Does Soul Sand have such an effect? Cheng Lang frowned again because he thought of something. When first entering Hell, there would be a loading screen, which was actually generating the terrain. And when he fainted, he was actually creating Hell. And at that time, Hell hadn't finished generating yet. But Nami went in, and her living aura affected the gathering of soul sand, right? If that's the case, it's not impossible. Although it's not the Soul Sand Canyon, it was still attracted by Nami's soul, ultimately forming this wonder. Forget it. I won't think about that. It's a good thing for me not to spawn monsters. Cheng Lang focused on the pigmen. Although they didn't drop experience, they did drop items, and while they wouldn't depawn, the monsters would continue to respawn as usual. The pigment tower could be built. He just didn't know how to solve the respawn issue. Cheng Lang decided not to risk his life below Hell. He didn't want to be besieged by hundreds of pigmen. He quickly found a magma block and dug one out. Looking at the magma block valued at 15 EMC, it was a bit expensive but acceptable. Arriving at the bedrock layer, Cheng Lang started stacking blocks and soon reached the top layer of 255. Now that he didn't have redstone, he couldn't create a death trap, so he could only make a simple fall trap. However, he needed magma blocks to filter the respawns. Fortunately, he had obtained some earlier, but when he stepped on a magma block, he regretted it. He forgot that he couldn't sneak to avoid damage. He placed half slabs on top. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was still usable. As for turtle eggs to attract the pigmen, not necessary. Cheng Lang didn't have any, but he could use his own body to attract monsters. Soon, the pigmen tower was completed, and pigmen had already spawned during this time. Fortunately, they ignored Cheng Lang. Looking at the circular platform built with 3 layers of magma blocks, it was now filled with pigmen. It seemed the respawn mechanism wouldn't be limited by CPU constraints. However, the density was somewhat horrifying. He initially wanted to create a multi-layer structure, but 3 layers seemed sufficient. Arriving at the AFK point, he took out a snowball and threw it directly. In an instant, Cheng Lang felt countless fierce gazes fixed on him. The sound of pig cries erupted, as if they were shouting. Brothers, charge together, due to the trapdoor. The pigmen didn't suspect anything and fell to the ground like dumplings. Below, Cheng Lang had long-prepared funnels and 3 layers of stacked chests. Chapter 94. The Unfading Pigman. This efficiency is quite good, isn't it? Why hasn't it refreshed? Cheng Lang looked at the suddenly empty hellstone, feeling a bit puzzled. How long has he been idle? Just half an hour. What's going on? Cheng Lang was confused. Could it be that they detected I was idling? Cheng Lang felt a bit speechless. But soon he went down for a trip and came back, only to find that there were still no pigmen appearing on the hellstone. He scratched his head. Leaving hell and coming back, he discovered that there were still no signs of monsters refreshing on the hellstone. What was going on? With confusion, Cheng Lang headed to the hell layer, and then he understood the reason. The hell layer, which originally had only a few hundred pigmen, was now densely populated with them. Cheng Lang was shocked. He finally understood why. The monster spawn limit had been reached. While he was spawning monsters above, the ones below hadn't stopped. In fact, the number of pigmen spawned below was equal to how many he spawned above. Fortunately, these pigmen did not show any hostility towards him. Otherwise, if they all rushed at him, Cheng Lang would probably be chopped to death. Swallowing hard, he felt perplexed as to why this happened. The reason he went to the bedrock layer was to avoid the monsters spawning below. It seems that having monsters not despawned is not a good thing at all. Forget it. Let's not think about that for now. In the end, Cheng Lang gave up. The pigment tower is good, but it also comes at a cost. First, let's check out his gains. Cheng Lang looked at the loot in the chest. It was full to the brim. There were rotten flesh, gold ingots, gold nuggets, and gold swords. Rotten flesh is worth 3 EMC. Although it's not much, the quantity makes up for it. Gold nuggets are worth 45 EMC, and the quantity is no less than that of rotten flesh. As for gold swords, their prices fluctuate greatly, depending on their durability. Most of the items in the chest were occupied by gold swords. Cheng Lang then took out an enchanted gold sword. The reason he took it out was that it had a nice enchantment, looting one. There were quite a few enchanted gold swords, and Cheng Lang organized them. There was only one with looting one. Sharpness 1x21, Knockback 1x22, Flame Aspect 1x6, Unbreaking 1x3. The prices for these were surprisingly high. The cheapest gold sword with Sharpness 1 was valued at over 2,100 EMC. After that, the prices increased based on durability. Although he could use iron to repair these durabilities, gold swords have the lowest durability of all weapons, only 33. Wooden swords have a durability of 60. He stored all these enchanted weapons away. Everything else was sold for EMC. Soon, Cheng Lang's EMC value directly surpassed 130 million. This was just the harvest from half an hour of idling. If he could idle infinitely, he couldn't even imagine what that scene would look like. Should I build a spawn tower in hell? The workload. Cheng Lang felt a headache coming on. Although he wasn't a redstone player, he still knew how to create an empty space, which was a bit troublesome. Of course, the main problem was the lack of redstone. Without it, he could only consider digging out that option. But wanting to break the bedrock without redstone is a major challenge. Too difficult. But then Cheng Lang thought of explosive eggs. If it were S rank, who knows what would happen? Could it directly blow up an area? If so, that would save him a lot of trouble. There are also simpler methods. Just directly transform the hell environment. After all, the reason for building a spawn tower at the bedrock layer was simply to maximize spawn efficiency. But now, the efficiency of spawning monsters in hell doesn't seem to be slow either. The only problem is that the transformation is a bit troublesome. What to do? Looking at his already 130 million EMC value. Actually, it's enough for a short time. Absolutely not, because he was too tired to give up. Definitely not. Returning to the area with soul sand, it was also strange. There were still no monsters spawned here, and even the pigmen didn't come close. If he really wanted to create a spawn tower in hell in the future, this could serve as an idle spot. However, the issue of gas spawns needed to be resolved. Just thinking about the need to manually dig little by little made Cheng Lang feel a headache. Forget it. Forget it. For now, this is enough. Cheng Lang converted the swallowing fruits in his backpack. As for the mushroom fruits, they were a bit useless and not worth spending 80 million to convert. However, this way, the importance of the bedrock layer is infinitely reduced. But if he could directly trap some strong players on the bedrock layer and then break the door, who knows what would happen? Just thinking about that scenario made Cheng Lang involuntarily reveal a mischievous smile. Perhaps within 3 days, those trapped on the bedrock layer would go crazy, as they would have nothing at all, at most only mushrooms to fill their stomachs. In a normal prison, 4 to 5 people are crammed into a small cell. In a real prison, it's a vast and boundless world, seemingly allowing you to go wherever you want, but it's all the same. Back on the Mary, it was still not bright outside. Cheng Lang headed up the mountain by himself. Due to the special issue with soul sand, he didn't look for the nether fortress or obtain nether warts, but he still needed to fulfill the promise he made earlier. When Cheng Lang arrived at the castle, Kureha was sitting on the castle steps, dressed in thin clothing. The cold wind blew past, but she felt no chill at all. Not leaving? Kureha looked at Cheng Lang in surprise. Everything in the armory had been eaten by Walpo, so she had delivered cherry blossom snow to Chopper, like in the original story. No, after all, we still need to record the magnetism, and is it really okay to part like this? Cheng Lang smiled at Kureha. There is no need for too many words when parting, and my silly son. Sigh. Kureha sighed. It was the only Chopper who was reluctant to leave. Cheng Lang smiled and created an iron golem. Although we took Chopper away, I still haven't completed the promise I made before. This is called an iron golem. This big guy is a bit heavy, so it probably can't be used as a cable to go down, but I've also made a similar iron golem down below. You can use it for travel in the future. By the way, do you mind if I modify the nearby environment? Kureha stared blankly at the big guy, but thinking that Cheng Lang was an ability user, she wasn't surprised. Do as you like. Cheng Lang then looked at the trees outside the castle. These are cherry blossom trees, right? Yes and no. Kureha sighed and said, the original species is a cherry blossom tree, but I modified it. Through generations of breeding, a frost-resistant variety barely appeared. But as you can see, there are no cherry blossoms on the cherry blossom trees, which is why I said they are not cherry blossom trees. Cheng Lang walked up to the cherry blossom tree and took out bone meal to use on it. In an instant, even in the snowy weather, the cherry blossom tree bloomed. What? Cheng Lang was surprised. This variety is so powdery. The blooming cherry blossom tree became a spot of light amidst the snow. If only MC monsters could be made, what a pity. How'd you do that? Cheng Lang explained the use of bone meal. This made Kureha marvel at the wonders of the devil fruit. Chapter 95. Problem? Anything that can be solved with MC is not a problem. Cheng Lang ultimately created an MC-style cherry blossom tree. However, compared to the distinct cherry blossom tree, Cheng Lang's square MC cherry blossom tree clearly had a significant gap in appearance. Indeed, it looked unattractive. Cheng Lang scratched his head. He finally handed the compost barrel to Kureha. At the same time, he made adjustments in the castle's basement, planting crops such as wheat, pumpkins, and watermelons. Naturally, Cheng Lang also explained the use of the furnace to Kureha. For now, these are renewable resources, so you can use them with confidence. By the way, here are golden apples and enchanted golden apples. Theoretically, eating a golden apple can bring people back from the dead as long as there is still a breath left. They can basically survive, but I don't know if it works for diseases. The former can save lives, while the latter is an enhanced version of the former. If you fall into lava, it gives you 5 minutes to ignore the high temperature of the lava, even allowing you to take a bath in it. After 5 minutes, you need to be cautious. After Cheng Lang finished speaking, Kureha was shocked. Cheng Lang's words were truly mystical, bringing people back from the dead. She took the golden apple, which surprisingly felt a bit heavy. Cheng Lang hesitated while holding the enchanted golden apple. He had no problem with it, but it was made from 8 gold blocks. 1 gold block weighs 32 tons, so 8 blocks theoretically weigh 56 tons, heavier than Iron Man. Moreover, the enchanted golden apple in his hand was not just 1, but a full 30. That meant Cheng Lang was currently holding 45, 8 tons of items. This weight would be quite troublesome even for an ordinary giant. Seeing Cheng Lang's conflicted expression, Kureha smiled and waved her hand. If it's very precious, then you don't need to give it to me. It's not that, but it might be very heavy, much heavier than the golden apple in your hand. Kureha looked puzzled. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Lang placed the enchanted golden apple on a wooden block. You can give it a try. If you can lift it, I have a lot more here. Kureha was confused but still reached out to grab the purple glowing golden apple. But just as Cheng Lang said, it was very heavy. So heavy that Kureha couldn't lift it at all. As expected, Cheng Lang wasn't surprised. Anything that was MC-styled had no weight in his hands. But if given to someone else, they would have to bear its weight. However, often these weights weren't too exaggerated. But the golden apple seemed to be an exception. Clearly weighing 4,645 tons, it should theoretically sink deeply into the ground. But now it wasn't, which was quite miraculous. After some thought, Cheng Lang asked, "Do you have cloth or a tray on you?" Kureha took out a handkerchief from her bosom. "Would this work?" "Let me try." Cheng Lang wrapped the enchanted golden apple in the cloth. "You could try lifting it now." Kureha was confused, but then she grabbed the handkerchief's opening and lifted it with force, easily raising it. Kureha was very puzzled, putting down the handkerchief and then reaching out to pick up the enchanted golden apple. However, this time it didn't budge at all, as if it were embedded in the handkerchief. Cheng Lang wasn't surprised by this. He had known this characteristic all along. MC-styled items wouldn't crush anything due to their weight, but direct contact would certainly make one feel their weight, and they would only feel the weight of one item. For example, if Cheng Lang threw 1,000 wheat seeds on the ground, theoretically, the weight of that item should be the total weight of 1,000 wheat seeds. But in reality, picking it up only required the weight of lifting one wheat seed. However, when the seeds were fed to the chickens, the seeds in hand would briefly disappear and then reappear after the operation was completed, until the seed quantity was exhausted. If it was something too heavy to lift, it could be supported from the bottom, thus avoiding the weight. Just like Kureha's situation now, she could lift the enchanted golden apple through the handkerchief, but could not lift it directly with her hand. There was a certain similarity to Iron Man's judgment. An iron golem's weight would cause the ground to sink wherever it went, yet it wouldn't actually crush the ground. But when encountering weight-related items, its weight would be reflected, such as when boarding a ship. Not scientific, but very MC. Truly a miraculous fruit. Don't be fooled by its single appearance. In reality, 30 of them are enchanted golden apples, while the golden apple in your hand is 64. That should be enough. Kureha found it hard to imagine that the golden, shining apple was actually 64. If you want, you can also take one out from inside. Just think about taking one out, and you can do it. Similarly, you can think about stacking them in. Kureha followed suit, and then, as if performing magic, the golden apple transformed into two before she put one back. Such a miraculous ability. All right, I need to head to town. Cheng Lang prepared to take his leave. After doing all this, the sky had already brightened. By the way, do you have any gunpowder or something like that? Cheng Lang was aware of Kureha's thoughts, especially since his changes had caused quite a few shifts. Wait, let me see. He naturally had gunpowder, which he got from Usopp. Cheng Lang then took out some fireworks. This should meet your requirements. As he spoke, he placed one on the ground. With a whoosh, a small explosion occurred in the sky. That should be enough. By the way, when are you leaving? You should be waiting for the magnetic recording to finish, right? That means there is still a day and a half left. Cheng Lang fell silent for a moment, but still said, "However, I suggest you go meet Chopper. A wordless farewell is not a good choice." After saying that, Cheng Lang left. Without the farewell of blooming cherry blossoms, let us say goodbye properly. Cheng Lang's next stop was the bustling town. At this moment, Dalton had become the new king. However, the new king was currently sighing. What's wrong? Upon seeing Cheng Lang's arrival, Dalton seemed to have found a savior. "I thought about it all night, and it's too difficult to achieve what you said. Because of the Blackbeard pirates, many towns have been destroyed, and now, with a large number of royal troops returning, food has become a problem. It may not last long, and to start a school, we need to build classrooms. There are too many things piling up, and that guy Wapple's ship has hardly any treasure at all. He probably rushed back home because he had no food reserves. Moreover, the most critical issue is that there is hardly any ammunition left. If we encounter pirates, we will run out of supplies in just 3 or 4 waves." Dalton began to vent his frustrations. Cheng Lang had anticipated this long ago. Running a country is not easy at all. The original work never depicted this, but the Singer's movie version made it clear that due to pirate plundering, villagers could only endure hunger. The situation in Winter Island would only be worse. Don't worry, since I'm here, I will definitely help you solve this problem. Cheng Lang said with a smile. Dalton was taken aback. He was merely complaining to Cheng Lang and hoping for a solution, but at that moment, Cheng Lang gave a guarantee to solve the problem, which surprised him. However, the surprise didn't stop there. Cheng Lang first asked Dalton for a piece of land. Then, he began to hoe the land, and moments later, he witnessed a miracle. Wheat began to sprout from the ground, but the miraculous events didn't end there. Square cherry blossom trees also began to emerge. What shocked him even more was the 3-meter-tall iron golem. But this was just the beginning. Rectangular wooden buildings have also appeared. This will be the school in the future. Don't you think it's a bit small? Should we expand a bit? Cheng Lang stroked his chin, admiring his masterpiece. At this moment, Dalton stared blankly, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, wondering if he was hallucinating. A school covering an area of 3 square kilometers had already been built. There were fountains, running tracks, teaching buildings, dormitories, and even a cafeteria. Although it was an unfamiliar architectural style, he saw each room labeled with First Grade Class 1, First Grade Class 2. This. Dalton stood, dazed in the corridor. He lowered his head. Hey, it's not cold here. I added a few heating blocks inside the building. Cheng Lang had moved the school building he once attended intact. By the way, I've made all the iron puppets listen to you. Now you can command over 300 iron puppets outside to do your bidding. Is there any problem now? Dalton blankly witnessed everything happening. He shook his head, no. Whether it's food, housing, or military power, basically everything has been resolved. Chapter 96. The Anomaly of Soul Sand. Dalton was thoroughly impressed. Although everything was built like a block-stacking game, the apparent playful architecture was incredibly sturdy. Even a full-force punch from him left no damage. Moreover, even if it was attacked, the scars would heal if the attacks were not continuous. It was astonishingly resilient. Additionally, on this piece of land, there were the fluorite and magma blocks installed by Cheng Lang, so the temperature was not a concern. The ground would not accumulate snow either. Paired with the systematically planted cherry blossom trees, although they were square, the splash of pink was simply beautiful against the pure white snow landscape. By the way, Dalton, I've installed a second backup plan underground. Cheng Lang pulled Dalton to the school cafeteria and arrived at the hidden tunnel. Inside were wheat, pumpkins, watermelons, and certain fruit trees. As I mentioned before, these fruit trees drop fruit only when the leaves are broken. Below, there were also some emergency supplies I had prepared in boxes. Cheng Lang pointed to the iron helmet on the frame. This is iron armor. You could just slap it on your body, which will give you the defenses of an Iron Man for a short time, though there is a durability limit. This is an iron sword, which is a weapon, and this is farming equipment like a shovel, hoe, and pickaxe. You just saw their effects. Then there are some seeds. If those living plants happen to be destroyed one day, you can. Cheng Lang went through everything in the underground shelter. Finally, they reached the lowest level. This is a teleportation portal, and the destination is a world where there is nothing. If something overwhelming happens one day, you can walk directly in. However, to prevent enemies from pursuing, you must use the water buckets in this box to destroy the portal's light curtain, so the enemies cannot follow. I will check on you there regularly. As Cheng Lang finished speaking, countless experience orbs erupted from Dalton's body, shocking Cheng Lang. It wasn't the sheer amount that surprised him, but the confusion of why he hadn't gained any experience from everything he had done before. Yet just mentioning the portal resulted in so much experience? Does that mean future events that could change fate will occur because of the portal? Not thinking too much about it. After all, it was a matter of the future, which would be known when the time came. Then Cheng Lang noticed his level had reached 49, almost breaking through to level 50. Cheng Lang felt a bit speechless. Why was he just a little short? All right, I should go back and rest. I've been busy for over a day. Cheng Lang waved his hand and prepared to return, intending to use the Hell portal to go back. He also planned to dismantle the modified pigment tower, since the gap was no longer significant. Just as Cheng Lang was about to step into the portal, Dalton's voice rang out behind him. Thank you for your kindness. Dalton will not forget it. Cheng Lang smiled and waved his hand. I hope you become a good king. By the way, have you decided on the name for your new country? Yes. It's called the Republic of Red Thought. Cheng Lang was momentarily stunned, and then shook his head with a smile. Good. I hope you live up to that name. Cheng Lang disappeared into the portal. Dalton quietly left the last layer, then closed the hatch and covered it with other miscellaneous items. I will create the country you spoke of, a country without class distinctions. On the other side, Cheng Lang returned to the bedrock layer and used a single key to demolish the pigment tower. It took over an hour to build, so it wasn't completely useless as it provided 130 million in startup funds. Then he looked at the hell portal. He needed to consider it. Previously, he thought of it as a prison. However, the bedrock layer was better suited for building hell transportation, and since there was no need to calculate distance, if Cheng Lang wanted, he could even achieve global connectivity. At that moment, this portal connected to Drum Island, which also linked to this portal. Cheng Lang directly built a relatively aesthetically pleasing white wooden house. Then he wrote a sign on the ground, Drum Island. After careful consideration, Cheng Lang decided to use half slabs for the flooring. Soon, a path made of half slabs appeared. Considering that someone might actually come to seek refuge, Cheng Lang decided to build a house nearby. As for aesthetics, functionality was enough. After all, the blocks in hand were limited, and he hadn't installed better mods. So a simple construction would suffice. Soon a house covering an area of 1,000 square meters, slightly infused with ancient Chinese style, was completed. Oh no, I forgot to consider the mob spawning issue. He made simple modifications by adding half slabs on top. Something feels off. Let me adjust it a bit more. After a long time, Cheng Lang finally felt satisfied. It would have to do. Images will be attached in the comments. Looking at the bare building in front of him, it felt somewhat off. Cheng Lang clapped his hands. Go get some quartz. I remember piglins should give quartz, or not. Forget it. I'll just dig a bit below. Cheng Lang set up a portal and returned to the ship, then headed back to the Soul Sand Valley. Skillfully digging, he soon saw the densely packed zombie pigmen moving around the hills. Hiss! Are there even more? Cheng Lang's fear of crowds flared up, but he still endured and dug a piece of quartz nearby, immediately running back. Just as he reached the soul sand, Cheng Lang looked back at the pigmen. Is it just my illusion, or are these pigmen gathering towards me? Looking into the distance, he noticed that the pigmen were indeed moving a little closer to his direction. However, squinting, he found that these pigmen had not crossed the threshold. Not even in the crowd would they step into the range of the soul sand. Curious, Cheng Lang approached the edge. He observed the pigmen that did not show hostility. Cheng Lang reached out and grabbed one. To his surprise, the pigman's body began to sink, being gradually buried by the soul sand, until the entire pigman was swallowed by the soul sand. The soul sand's sinking property seemed to be from an earlier version, Cheng Lang Duke, but he couldn't see the pigman's body. Had it sunk deeper? Cheng Lang continued digging down, but even after digging down over 10 blocks, he still could not find the pigman. Now, there was only one hypothesis left. The pigman was consumed by the soul sand. Thinking of this, Cheng Lang felt a chill run down his spine. He filled in the soul sand, but placed a wooden block 2 blocks below. He wanted to see if it sank too quickly or if it was really swallowed. Glancing at the pigman, who had no intelligence, he grabbed another one. Just like before, the pigman did not resist and sank into the soul sand. After it was completely submerged, Cheng Lang dug up the soul sand. At that moment, there was no sign of any pigman below. Continuing to dig down, he saw the wooden block he had placed. Chapter 97. Thoughts too ahead of their time, the pigmen had completely vanished, entirely disappearing into the soul sand. This shocked Cheng Lang. At the same time, it indirectly indicated something. There was a reason why no monsters had spawned. Speaking of which, it was a miracle that Nami was able to return alive. Cheng Lang swallowed it, unsure of how to deal with the soul sand. It was somewhat terrifying. After confirming it was harmless to him again, Cheng Lang decided not to overthink it. Having such an outcome was actually a good thing. However, out of caution, Cheng Lang built another portal in the air, wrapping it in obsidian and leaving it open. With an endless number of pigmen below, after stepping into the portal, Cheng Lang once again crossed over to the layer above the bedrock. He recorded the quartz and began to craft quartz bricks, starting a simple wrapping process. Soon, a Chinese-style building was born in the pure white space. It was still somewhat monotonous, so he added a few more details, namely cherry blossom trees, vines, and some strange flowers. Not bad. Now it looks a bit more like it, but unfortunately, water couldn't be placed, otherwise it would have that kind of charm. Wait, how did I get into building? I should be going back to sleep. After finishing all this, Cheng Lang quietly returned to the portal outside the quartz wall and went back to the ship. It was already noon. Many crew members had woken up on the ship. Cheng Lang simply greeted them before heading back to his bed to sleep. On her side, Vivi arrived at the drastically changed town. Seeing the school that appeared overnight and the iron golem standing guard, she was shocked, as were the other residents of the small town. At this moment, Dalton was busy arranging things. Under the cherry blossom tree, although snowflakes were falling from the sky, she didn't feel a bit of cold. In fact, it felt somewhat warm. This was truly amazing. Just then, a group of children were playing freely in the half-brick paved square. Their laughter and joy captivated Vivi. Soon after, Dalton passed through the square with Dr. 20. This will be our school in the future, the foundation of our Red Thought Republic. All children will need to receive basic education here. Not only reading and writing, but also learning more knowledge. Besides medicine, they will also study other subjects, such as moral education and science. Cheng Lang said that technology is the primary element of production. Children are our future, so you all need to do your utmost to pass down medical knowledge. Don't worry about food. You only need to consider how to teach medical knowledge. If you have time, you can also recompile those destroyed medical books. Over there is the library, where you can store the books. Dalton spoke eloquently about some related subjects that Cheng Lang mentioned when building the school. Vivi witnessed all of this. A school. Alabasta has never had an open school for commoners. Although there are places in the folk that teach, they only teach some commonly used characters. Once learned, that's it. As for more profound knowledge, moral education, and science, these are not accessible to the lower class. Watching the thriving people, Vivi couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. How wonderful it would be if her own country were like this. However, Vivi sighed. She left. Magnet Drum Island was experiencing a second spring. Kureha also arrived here, seeing the square planted with square cherry blossom trees, the special school, and the shining wheat fields even in winter. One interesting place. After thinking all night, Kureha ultimately decided to formally say goodbye to her foolish son, Chopper, and casually find a few people to help release the things she prepared yesterday. Her target was naturally the busy Dalton. Although Dalton was very busy, he agreed to Kureha's plan when he heard it and even proactively provided cannons, which were from Wapple's ship. Seeing this, Kureha breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she could better showcase the results of these years. When Cheng Lang woke up again, a banquet was starting on the ship, ruffling his slightly messy hair. Cheng Lang got up and headed to the bathroom. As he stepped out, he saw Vivi standing at the door, looking conflicted and pacing back and forth. Hearing the door open, Vivi flinched like a startled deer and hurriedly stepped back. Upon seeing it was Cheng Lang, her expression seemed to imply that he had bullied her. "What's wrong?" Cheng Lang asked, not paying much attention as he went to wash up. Vivi took a deep breath and looked serious. "Cheng Lang, are you a member of the Revolutionary Army?" Cheng Lang was puzzled by Vivi's question. "Why do you ask?" "It's just that your ideas are too ahead of their time, and they're very similar to the thoughts of the Revolutionary Army, but also somewhat different." "Oh, how are they different?" Cheng Lang was curious. After arriving in this world, he had indeed paid attention to news about the Revolutionary Army, but he hadn't seen any relevant reports. However, this was normal, as the #1 enemy of the world government. How could the Revolutionary Army's thoughts be published in the newspapers? The Revolutionary Army advocates freedom and equality, liberating slaves and eliminating the noble class from the world. And your ideas are somewhat different, even more advanced. It seems like they're already focused on post-world equality construction. Vivi expressed everything she had understood that day. Cheng Lang thought for a moment and nodded. As he had anticipated, what the Revolutionary Army was doing was essentially a resistance against oppression. After being oppressed for so long, the resistance had started. As for the subsequent construction, it might have begun, but with the social system of this pirate king world, further development would still take some time. Of course, the premise is that the Revolutionary Army has succeeded in resisting the world government. Only then can they consider the future. However, the subsequent content would be difficult to implement. The world is not interconnected. It consists of countless islands, and because of these countless islands, it is difficult to unite power. Wanting to unify and develop a system in the future would likely be very challenging. Unless all the islands were connected, perhaps without the constraints of the ocean, development could take place. Regarding Vivi's words, Cheng Lang smiled and did not deny. I am not a member of the Revolutionary Army, but perhaps our thoughts are similar. So, Vivi felt conflicted. It was hard to betray her own class. After all, the old saying goes, the butt decides the brain. It was already extremely rare for Vivi to have such thoughts, proving what Icarus had said before. Vivi would be a good queen in the future. But Cheng Lang interrupted Vivi's next words. First, Vivi, you need to think clearly about one thing. Are you facing external enemies or internal troubles? Rushing to make a decision is not a good thing. Now is not the time for you to make a decision. Chapter 98. Are you testing the cadres? Internal troubles or external threats? The Drum Kingdom is a typical case of internal troubles, as the king's incompetence has led to widespread hunger and suffering among the people, prompting rebellion. But is your country facing internal troubles, external threats, or both? You need to clarify the importance of the issue before considering how to resolve it. Cheng Lang smiled as he answered. In response, Vivi fell into deep thought. What is the current situation in Alabasta? Is it internal troubles or external threats? She thought of the behind-the-scenes boss of the Baroque works, then her childhood friend, who is now the leader of the rebels. And finally, she thought of her father and countless ministers in the country. So is it internal troubles or external threats? Haven't you figured it out yet? Let me help you clarify your thoughts. Whether it is internal troubles or external threats, Alabasta has both. Alabasta, a large nation with a population exceeding 10 million, ranked among the top countries globally, but it is a desert country. There are already few usable oases. The capital is fine, but in other areas, with the passage of time and population growth, they have reached the limits of what the oases can sustain. The pressure on resources has forced countless citizens to leave their homes to seek opportunities abroad. However, developing overseas inevitably leads to a problem: the need for food, water, and other survival resources. Ultimately, one either becomes a pirate or a pirate hunter. Compared to the latter, the former is clearly easier. The emergence of pirates has further plundered the already scarce resources, increasing the pressure to survive. It can be said that Alabasta is already on the brink. The Baroque works is just the last straw that breaks the camel's back. If you want to stop the war, two conditions must be met. First and foremost is resource distribution. Second is to deal with the behind-the-scenes boss. If people weren't struggling to survive, who would willingly risk their lives? Cheng Lang concluded with a smile. Vivi remained silent. Cheng Lang continued to smile, noting that the original work clearly shows that even after Luffy and his crew dealt with Crocodile, the war did not stop. In fact, it intensified. Although the rain caused by the dance powder seemed to calm the situation, in reality, the war doesn't simply cease so easily. It may appear that the rain caused the war to stop, but more often than not, it is because the population has already been decimated. This has led to a drastic reduction in the population on the brink of extinction. However, parts of the region affected by the dance powder are unable to receive rainfall, leading to a lack of water. Vivi wanted to continue speaking, but as soon as she mentioned water, she recalled Cheng Lang's words. The first thing to address is resource distribution. If the water resources are resolved, the main motivation of the rebels will disappear. Without motivation, even if the behind-the-scenes boss stirs trouble, how would the rebels, who can survive, easily revolt? Therefore, the solution to the war issue lies in resource distribution, not the behind-the-scenes boss. Even without the boss, the current situation has already reached a critical point. I understand. Vivi felt conflicted. Resources do not just appear out of thin air. Clearly, she had thought deeper. After all, without Cheng Lang, war would inevitably break out. It wouldn't matter whether Crocodile existed or not. It was just a matter of time. Unless the population and resources were stable enough to match consumption with production. However, achieving such a balance is quite difficult. Alabasta has managed to maintain its rule for 800 years, which is already a miracle, but it also makes sense. The world of One Piece is vastly different from Blue Star. Individual strength can even surpass royal authority. So even if there are voices of rebellion from below, if one possesses great power, they can completely suppress it. Just like in the Drum Kingdom, the lower-class people want to rebel, but they need strength. Without the appearance of Luffy and his crew, The Drum Kingdom would ultimately still be under Wapple's rule. The final outcome is actually predictable. The accumulation of wealth from ancestors is squandered, and these issues will fall on Wapple's shoulders. At first, he wouldn't care, but when he can no longer afford an army or advisors, ultimately, he wouldn't be able to pay the heavenly gold and would then suffer betrayal. Of course, he would eventually discover, or be discovered by an advisor or merchant, that he could synthesize Wapple metal. Then the country would begin its transformation. Just like in the later stages of the original work, using Wapple alloy, it would successfully become a member nation again. By then, he might slightly restrain himself. The price, however, would be the deaths of over 90% of the innocent citizens of the Drum Kingdom, forcing him to recognize himself and thus gaining a certain qualification to be king. Of course, if he didn't have the munch fruit, Wapple would ultimately lose everything, and the Drum Kingdom would become a non-member nation, eventually being plundered by a passing ruthless pirate, leading to its complete destruction. In the end, Drum Island would become a winter island that is unremarkable, without any unique features or even a population. Don't worry, after saying so much. Do you think I wouldn't help? Cheng Lang wiped his face and smiled at Vivi's conflicted expression. Vivi sighed with relief. The abilities Cheng Lang displayed made her, who was not yet the successor to the throne, feel the terrifying power he possessed, especially that infinite water. For a desert country, it was simply a gift from heaven. Really, thank you, Cheng Lang. Although I don't have much money right now if... Before Vivi could finish her sentence, Cheng Lang took out a gold bar and waved it in his hand. I'm not interested in money. Vivi opened her mouth, momentarily speechless. Cheng Lang looked at Vivi's dazed expression with satisfaction. He enjoyed it. After all, he had heard someone say this on TV before, and now being able to say it himself was quite a different experience. The invisible show of superiority is the most lethal. So how should I thank you? If you need. Vivi lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, unconsciously revealing her body. Cheng Lang rolled his eyes at this. Are you testing the cadres? What kind of cadre can withstand such a test? Cheng Lang interrupted the spell casting directly. Do you see me taking anything from Dalton and the others? Vivi was taken aback. It seemed that until now, she hadn't seen Cheng Lang ask for anything. Then she realized her earlier lapse in composure, and her cheeks instantly burned red. I'm sorry. I'll go calm down. Vivi ran away. Seeing this, Cheng Lang sighed. What? Why not accept it? She is the future queen of Alabasta. If you want, you could even become king in the future. The one speaking was Yarlita, who was at the door tasting fruit wine. You're here, Sai. If she keeps talking, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to refuse. Cheng Lang sighed, reflecting on how anyone who watched One Piece has fantasized about winning over one of the female characters. Chapter 99, Unexpected Encounter, Why Did You Refuse? Arlita was puzzled. To be honest, given the abilities that Cheng Lang had displayed, if it were her, she would have approached him directly without hesitation. I'm not someone who seeks to repay kindness with ulterior motives. With that, Cheng Lang left, leaving Arlita deep in thought. She then smiled and shook her cup of fruit wine, the deep red liquid sparkling in the sunlight, revealing a pink glow. After all, if he were someone who sought to repay kindness, how could he be so straightforward? On the deck, with Cheng Lang's presence, the party became even livelier. At that moment, Luffy was teaching Chopper how to do the chopsticks nose dance. Watching Chopper, who was jumping around with a goofy expression, Luffy encouraged him to join in. Chopper curiously followed along, and soon Usopp joined in as well. Finally, Cheng Lang also started dancing. Amid the laughter and cheer, even the Shiny was drawn in by Luffy, Usopp, and Cheng Lang. Exactly, it should be like this, Usopp affirmed with a knowing glance, while Luffy was grinning from ear to ear. Cheng Lang clapped in approval. Meanwhile, Gugu, observing everything, picked up a pair of chopsticks with its wings, trying to join in. It was soon spotted by Luffy. It was originally a bit tricky, but with a bit of force, miracles happened. Gugu, chopper translative. No, it's too big to fit. Don't worry, it'll all just hurt a bit. It'll all be fine soon. Luffy ignored the protests, and after a scream, Gugu completed its first chopsticks nose act. This joyful scene was naturally witnessed by Kureha, who arrived just in time. She stared in astonishment at her shy little guy, who had transformed into one of Luffy's crew in just a day. Should she laugh or be angry? But seeing her silly son so happy, Kureha chose to quietly watch. At that moment, Dalton also arrived on the scene. He was shocked at the sight before him, and then couldn't help but burst into laughter. He just couldn't hold it in. The chopsticks nose dance continued to add to the fun, attracting more and more townsfolk. Gradually, many residents gathered around. The iron puppets that Cheng Lang had created also joined in, raising their hands and swaying at the shore, seemingly mimicking glow sticks. Noticing this, Luffy frowned. What's wrong? We're still missing a musician. Luffy shared his thoughts. Cheng Lang found it amusing, but then seemed to recall something. He approached me, who still had chopsticks stuck in her nose, and whispered in her ear, I can't do it. Don't worry, leave it to me. Okay. Cheng Lang activated his soul possession ability and swapped bodies with me. Now, please welcome a singer me. Cheng Lang declared in me's voice as he made a grand entrance. However, me, now inside Cheng Lang's body, felt embarrassed at the boldness of the words and squatted down, covering her head. Cheng Lang cleared his throat and then activated his devil fruit ability. However, he didn't transform into anything special. Instead, he altered his voice, or more precisely, his vocal cords, to mimic the siren's voice. He then began to sing Bink Sake, the song of pirates setting sail. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho. The sound was melodious, accompanied by a wonderful instrumental. Naturally, this was the effect of the siren's voice. Although the lyrics were simple, to the ears of those listening, countless instruments accompanied the song. The cheerful atmosphere quietly unfolded, and without realizing it, various phantoms from different worlds appeared around them. Fireworks lit up the sky, and neon lights flickered around. The siren's voice entranced everyone. However, happy times are always short-lived. Cheng Lang, or rather me's body, had its limits. After all, Cheng Lang was unsure of the structure of Siren's voice. Using his imagination to utilize his ability was quite exhausting. At that moment, a cannon shot echoed from the highest peak of Magnetic Drum Island. Cherry blossoms bloomed in the cold winter air. It's truly beautiful. Cheng Lang returned to his own body, watching the cherry blossoms bloom in the sky. Just then, Kureha approached Chopper. Be safe, Chopper. Dr. Kureha. Chopper tried his best not to shed tears, but they flowed uncontrollably. Parents were the antithesis of adventure. Yet, if he had their support, wouldn't that be a great fortune in life? The ship's magnetic energy finally reached its peak. The Going Merry set sail. Chopper stood on the deck, happily waving goodbye to Kureha. Near Alabasta, on a deserted island, Icolum, disguised as Princess Vivi, looked around in confusion. There was truly nothing here. It wasn't a trap. What was that woman thinking? Icolum was puzzled, but regardless, he needed to hurry back to the palace. After determining his direction, he continued sailing. However, shortly after setting sail, his boat collided with a small vessel. Sorry. A man with a bare upper body and a cowboy hat jumped onto his ship. But as soon as the man landed, he saw Icolum in women's clothing and was momentarily stunned, then shrugged it off. I've been at sea too long. I'm a bit tired. Do you have any food on your ship? Water will be fine too. Man, this country is really hot. Icolum looked at the design on the man's back, which symbolized Whitebeard. He swallowed hard. Icolum chose to provide food and water. You're quite nice. By the way, you must be the type who is beautiful and kind-hearted. Ace praised with a smile, his mouth still full of food. Icolum unconsciously blushed. Thank you, but wait. This is a disguise. Is it really that hard to tell? He awkwardly covered his mouth after speaking. To this, Ace glanced at Icolum again and laughed. Haha. I was wondering why you were so dressed up on a deserted ship. It's a disguise. Haha. Not bad. Your makeup is really good. You don't look like a woman at all. It's the clothes. Ace paused, his mouth full of food. So that is how it is. Well, it's still quite pretty. Saying this, Ace averted his gaze, pretending to compliment her reluctantly. Icolum naturally noticed and opened his mouth, but chose not to explain anything. Instead, he quietly waited for the other party to leave. However, as they ate, Ace suddenly slammed his face into the food. Icolum was astonished. He certainly didn't poison him. Cautiously, he approached Ace, poking him, only to hear even breathing. He is asleep. Hey, Icolum's forehead twitched. But after a moment, he calmed down. His earlier panic had prevented him from recognizing who this person was. Now, as he looked closely, his eyes widened in disbelief. Fire Fist Ace, commander of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division? Why would someone like him come to Alabasta? Does he have a connection with Crocodile? If it's Whitebeard. The thought of the Yonko coveting Alabasta made Akainu feel weak all over. After all, he was the acknowledged strongest man on the sea. Would he take the opportunity to deal with Ace? In the end, Akainu didn't take action. He was well aware of the consequences of acting against Whitebeard's family. It was something Alabasta could not bear. Chapter 100, The Spread of Ideas. Meanwhile, Mr. Two Phone Kale received a call from Mr. Zero. Go to Whiskey Peak and deal with everyone who has betrayed us. Received, Zero-san. The person on the other end of the call fell silent for a moment, seemingly hesitant to speak, but ultimately sighed and hung up without saying much. All right. The path of the cross-dressing is calling me again. Let's go, little ones. Destination, Whiskey Town. The sun is shining brightly. The Swan ship set sail. Drum Island. 3 days after the Straw Hat crew left, a man wearing a hood and windproof glasses landed on the island. Huh. Didn't the intel say this place was under brutal rule? The man took out a transponder snail. Brew. Gadja. The call was answered. Hey. The situation here seems different from the intel you provided. The person on the other end frowned, then the sound of paper flipping was heard. The Fire Country fugitive Mashilu, the former first heir of the Drum Kingdom, was exiled for massacring his people and was rescued by his brother Wapple 5 days ago. The informant's intel indicates that they should have already arrived in Drum Kingdom, and based on character analysis, Mashilu is likely to assassinate his brother Wapple and become the new king of Drum Kingdom. Wait, there's an update on the intel. After a few beeps, the person on the other end seemed to be in shock. Hello, what's the intel? Why the sudden silence? A cold wind blew, and a man shivered. Not only him, but the transponder snail in his hand also trembled from the cold. Damn, this cursed weather, forget it. I'll just take a look and gather some intel. The man set off to scout the situation. However, when he walked into the town, he was stunned. Well, what is this? Wheat that can grow in the middle of winter. No, why are the wheat ears so big? The man reached out to touch the wheat ears, incredulous. This wheat ear is actually 3 to 4 times the size of normal wheat, and every single one is plump with grains. He tried to pick one, but suddenly heard a crash. A square meter of wheat shattered. In the next moment, a piece of wheat appeared in his hand. What is going on? Just then, a villager guarding the farmland seemed to notice the anomaly and immediately walked over. An unfamiliar face. Why are you here? The villager immediately became alert. At the same time, an iron puppet quietly approached. The gaze from both sides, one looking left and the other right, made the man raise his hands and surrender. I'm with the Revolutionary Army. We received some intel saying that a tyrant might appear here, so, upon hearing that he was from the Revolutionary Army, the villager's expression changed to one of suspicion as he sized him up. Didn't he look like it? Wait here and come with me, the villager said, picking up a green seed from the ground and burying it in the soil. Let us go. The villager brought the suspicious man to Dalton. Then the villager started a brief introduction. You're with the Revolutionary Army? My name is Sabo, currently responsible for this part of the Grand Line. Your country should be ruled by Wapple and his brother Mashilu, right? Did they kill each other? Sabo inquired with confusion. Dalton looked at the boy with a noticeable scar over his left eye. After thinking for a moment, he replied, You're late, I can't tell you the process. But now Drum Kingdom has fallen, Wapple and his brother are missing, and now there is no king. Upon hearing the outcome, Sabo nodded with a smile. In that case, we can provide you with some stable trade routes, which can help you quickly restore your economy and food stability. Dalton fell silent for a moment before nodding. We do need some new trade routes, but don't worry, although they're all non-member countries. The quality and safety are guaranteed, and initially we can offer you some discounts, but later, when you're prosperous, you will need to provide some assistance to other countries as well. Sabo responded with a smile. Listening to Sabo's sincere words, Dalton let out a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why, he could sense a strange goodwill from the other's eyes and tone, almost like, that Straw Hat kid. All right. Seeing that Dalton agreed, Sabo also relaxed. By the way, what is this? Is it a new cold-resistant wheat you cultivated? Can you sell us some? Don't worry. It won't be much, just for some research as many winter islands need such crops. Sabo tried to persuade. However, Dalton's expression was quite strange. This puzzled Sabo. Just then, his transponder snail rang. Hello? Is this Sabo? The information just sent back shows that Drum Kingdom has been renamed to the Red Thought Communist Nation. And the current king is Mr. Dalton, who has already contacted us. Sabo stared blankly at the oddly expressioned Dalton. Ahaha. Sorry, the news is slightly delayed. Stepping back 2 steps, Sabo looked resentful. Why did you only say such important news now? It made me look so embarrassed. I was almost suspected of not being a real Revolutionary Army member. Sorry. Some news was too shocking, so I forgot. What news? Is it about the super cold-resistant plants they cultivated? Let me tell you, this thing can grow in the middle of winter. It's simply unbelievable. Huh? Cold-resistant plants? What is that? Both sides were clearly puzzled by each other's words. Not cold-resistant plants. Then what are you shocked about? Wait, super cold-resistant plants? How cold-resistant? Both sides were speaking different things. I asked first. You say cold-resistant plants first. The female voice on the phone seemed to angrily question. Seeing this, Sabo sighed and described the wheat he had seen. The female voice on the other end, Keela, was surprised. Huh? No wonder they said they didn't need help. Now it's your turn to talk about what is happening on your side. Keela explained what the Red Thought is about. After a while, you mean this thought comes from the Straw Hat crew? Sabo was surprised. A pirate actually has such thoughts? Are they really pirates? Who says they aren't? The villager standing next to Dalton nodded in agreement. And Dalton silently looked at Sabo. Sorry, I didn't mean to belittle them, but it's just 2. Out of the ordinary, right? Dalton said the latter part. In this era of great pirates, pirates are considered evil. Yet learning about the Red Thought from a pirate, how could that not be shocking? To be honest, if Cheng Lang hadn't told him in front of him, he would have doubted its authenticity. If possible, I really want to meet the man who has such thoughts. Sabo lamented. Then he adjusted his hat. Since there's nothing for us here anymore, can you give us some wheat seeds? This is really important to us, as too many countries are starving. Currently, we don't have a lot either. Dalton thought for a moment, but still decided to help. The reason he found a revolutionary army to share this was indeed to promote the Red Thought, but more because of Cheng Lang's words. Gather more friends. And have fewer enemies. Drum Island is too small. If they can connect with the revolutionary army, it will be beneficial for the future, especially since they are no longer a member country and need to prepare for the future. Chapter 101. Eye of the Ender, Brewing Table. Rapeseed Flower. The famous perfume capital of the Alabasta Kingdom. The Straw Hat crew has arrived. Without any bounties, Luffy and his crew stroll freely down the street. Of course, one of the crew members is not so carefree. With his sensitive nose, Chopper wishes he could block it immediately. The scent of perfume is just right for humans. But for Chopper, who has a keen sense of smell, it feels like hell. As the saying goes, too much fragrance becomes a stench. For Chopper, this is even harder to endure than being in a latrine. Why do humans like this thing called perfume? As it is Chopper's first experience with perfume, he feels utterly baffled. Meanwhile, Nami and Aurita are standing in front of a perfume stall. This smells so good. It's the scent of jasmine. I prefer rose. This scent is light, but still flavorful. Good eye, beautiful. This is our best-selling product here at Rapeseed Flower. Just spray a little, and it lasts all day. Now, only $49,999, you can get it for under $50,000. The stall owner is pushing the sales hard. That's too expensive. Miss, you have to consider the effect. We have 4 girls here, which is like 4 times the sales. Don't you want to give us a discount? In that case, how about 20% off? For percent, after all, look at our looks and charm. If we wear your perfume, whenever someone asks, I'll recommend your shop to them. ISNT, that more profit for you? Nami starts her negotiation. The stall owner finds himself retreating, as if selling to her without a discount would be a huge loss. In the end, he tearfully sold a bottle of perfume for 1,000 berries. Aurita is a bit curious. Nami, we actually have enough money. This isn't about money. Bargaining is where the fun is. Aurita can only give a thumbs up. On the boys' side, Luffy is drooling in front of a specialty jerky stall. Boss, this. And this. No, wait. I want them all. The jerky stall owner is speechless. Kid, these jerky are special products of rapeseed flour. Just this smoked lizard leg is worth 8,000 berries. Hey, you can't just start eating. The owner grabs a spatula, ready to capture this guy who is gorging himself at the door. Of course, in the end, Usopp helps pay. Upon seeing the money, the jerky stall owner immediately changes his attitude. Eat as much as you want. Go ahead. Really? Thank you. You're so nice. Luffy continues to eat while expressing his gratitude. Of course, Usopp immediately retorts. He just being polite. And you still have to pay. We have to pay. I thought the uncle was treating us. The jerky stall owner's eye twitches, but he remains silent for the sake of the berries. Subsequently, Luffy sweeps everything while Usopp pays. Sanji, on the other hand, is already eyeing the beautiful women, hearts in his eyes. Rapeseed flour is just amazing. Look at those beautiful girls in revealing outfits. Idiot. Zoro retorts, speechless. Huh? What are you talking about, green algae head? Don't forget your mission. Eyebrow rolls, spices, alcohol, and clothes. Saying this, Zoro takes a swig of the specialty drink he just bought. This spicy flavor is strong. A green algae head who doesn't understand women is destined to never get their attention. Sanji lights a cigarette and looks towards the spice shop. Have we arrived? Green algae head, where are you? He looks around at the entrance of the shop and finds Zoro missing. Forget it, that guy will find his way back anyway. The beautiful girls. Meanwhile, Zoro stands in the middle of the road, looking around. Where's the eyebrow roll shop? Am I lost? Really troublesome. A fragrance shop. That should be similar. No choice, I'll go in for a look. Zoro confidently walks inside. However, Cheng Lang has not gone to rapeseed flour. Someone has to stay on the ship, and this task was originally assigned to Zoro, but Cheng Lang took it upon himself, naturally with his own purpose. He needs to conduct experiments on a ship. This with this, then combine this. I really don't understand. At this moment, Cheng Lang stares at the items on the alchemy table, scratching his head. During his time on the ship, Cheng Lang hasn't been doing nothing. He went to hell and found the lower realm fortress. Then he found hell warts and made the brewing table. Of course, during this process, he created the Eye of the Ender. Naturally, he is curious if this thing can be used, and as a result, he sees the Eye of the Ender floating into the air, seemingly searching. But like an ordinary compass on the Grand Line, it starts spinning, and finally, with a pop, it shatters. Cheng Lang had actually anticipated this.